Shangxia Empire, Jiangning Province, Zihai City. Zihai City's #1 high school. At the sports field, there are several class users setting up a formation. Third-year students of Zihai City's #1 high school will undergo class awakening today. More than 100 third-year students, sitting still and upright, are listening to Principal Lu Yun's speech. Dear students, after 3 years of studying, you have learned and mastered the theoretical knowledge regarding class users. Today is the day you awaken your class, as well as the day that will determine your future. I will spare you the pleasantries and empty words. I hope you can reach Su Kaingsing's level and become pillars of humanity. Su Kaingsing, a former student of #1 high school, awakened the class Holy Mage. At present, he is a level 80 big shot. Lu Yun often talks about him to inspire the students. Lin Moyu looked at the not yet complete class awakening formation on the sports field, a smidge of graveness and anticipation in his eyes. Having walked this earth for years, Lin Moyu knows what kind of world this is. This world is a combination of reality and game, where students awaken a class during their 3rd year of high school, where EXP1 can be obtained by clearing dungeons, exploring secret realms, joining battlefields, or killing mobs in the wild. To raise levels, upgrade skills, and enhance strength, and fight monsters and create living space for humanity, countless brave men and women shed blood, sweat, and tears and sacrificed their lives to achieve the current status quo. At present, Class Awakening has a success rate of 100. Only the question of the quality of classes remains. The same applies to livelihood classes. Class users with incredible livelihood classes are also formidable. According to Lin Moyu's understanding, whether a class is amazing or not isn't directly correlated with its classification. As a beam of light rose into the sky, the Class Awakening formation was finally completed. He took the more than 100 students to the sports field. As he followed the crowd, Lin Moyu wondered what class he will awaken. There's no way to tell what class one will awaken. Some mediocre individuals will awaken powerful combat classes. Conversely, some outstanding individuals will awaken livelihood classes. Although he and Zia Zhu are known as the 2 most outstanding geniuses of their school, however, prior to entering the formation, it is unknown whether the class they will awaken is any good. At this time, Lin Moyu felt a pat on the shoulder. Gao Yang walked over and asked, a smile on his face, "What class would you like to awaken?" Lin Moyu looked at the other party and shook his head, not diving an answer. Gao Yang carried on with a smile, "You can tell me, it's all right. I for one want to awaken as a knight. As you can see, I have the makings of a knight. By then I will be able to protect girls." His physique is indeed quite suitable for the knight class. However, it is not easy to awaken a combat class. As far as Lin Moyu can tell, there's only a 10 chance that one will awaken a combat class. As such, of the more than 100 students, no more than 15 individuals will be able to awaken a combat class. While Gao Yang prattled on, Lin Moyu only listened quietly, a faint smile on his face. Lin Moyu is a quiet and reserved person. Although his grades are good, but he doesn't have many friends. Many think that there's something wrong with him. After he was done speaking, Gao Yang went to talk to someone else. Someone pulled Gao Yang by the arm. "What are you doing talking to the mute? He won't answer you anyway." "That's right. He just has better grades. It's nothing impressive. Who knows what class he will awaken? Maybe it will be a livelihood class." Lin Moyu isn't too popular among his peers. In fact, many think that he is cold and arrogant, that he is looking down on others because of his good grades. Gao Yang smiled and said, "Actually, Moyu just doesn't like talking. It's a pity, but no one believed this." Lin Moyu didn't explain himself. There's no need for it. When the crowd reached the formation, Lu Yun walked up to an old man and said respectfully, "I'm sorry to have troubled you, Master Zhang." Master Zhang shook his head. "It's fine." Master Zhang didn't hide his information. Zhang Kaiyan, level 52, Formation Great Master. Lin Moyu was startled. Formation Great Master, level 52 to boot. Formation Great Masters are very popular on the battlefield. Once they set up a formation, anyone who enters the area will die. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Yun and Zhang Kaiyan walked back to the formation. Lu Yun took out a list and looked at the students. "The students whose name I call out are to enter the Class Awakening formation. You have been taught everything you need. Don't be nervous and just relax. Suda, go up." Suda responded and walked into the Class Awakening formation, feeling nervous. The formation started with a rumble. Along with a burst of brilliant light, Suda's Class Awakening concluded. Livelihood Class Farmer. Suda's face turned slightly pale. Who would have thought he would become a farmer? Suda has become a farmer. Farmer is still okay. If it is upgraded to Great Farmer or even Holy Farmer, it will be a pretty good class. Among livelihood classes, Farmer isn't half bad. 1 EXP, short for experience. After Suda exited the formation, his friends comforted him. Zhang Li, when he heard his name, Zhang Li trotted into the formation. The same brilliant light shone. Livelihood Class Chef. Zhang Li was quite satisfied with his class. "My dad is a chef. Who would have thought I would become a chef as well? I'm basically following my father's footsteps." Hang Wen, Niu Da. One after another, students awakened their classes, with most being livelihood classes. As more and more students awakened their classes, Lu Yun's countenance became unsightly. Zhang Kaiyan stood next to Lu Yun. As the one who set up the class awakening formation, he was quite clear about its situation. This year's students are average. Upon hearing Zhang Kaiyan's words, Lu Yun sighed indeed. There hasn't been a single superior class until now. Zhang Kaiyan sneered, superior class. It's been years since a superior class has emerged from your school. If an advanced combat class emerged, that would already be good enough. Lu Yun smiled, yes. In the whole Zihai city, only 1 or 2 superior classes will emerge every year. I was expecting too much. Ziazu, Lu Yun called another name. Ziazu responded. Before heading out, Ziazu glanced at Lin Moyu, a shade of provocation in her eyes. She and Lin Moyu are known as the 2 most outstanding geniuses of their school. However, in terms of grades, Lin Moyu has always been ahead of Ziazu, relegating her to 2nd place. All this time, Ziazu has been nursing a grudge in her heart, refusing to give up and admit defeat. Lin Moyu turned a blind eye to Ziazu's provocation, as if he hadn't seen anything, and continued to maintain a calm appearance. Humph, I will show you who the true genius is. As if a proud swan, Ziazu walked into the class awakening formation with confident stride. Zhang Kaiyan, who had his eyes closed until now, suddenly opened his eyes and gazed at Ziazu. This girl isn't bad. Lu Yun was stunned. Why do you say that, Master Zhang? Her spirit force is more than twice as high as that of an ordinary person. She may be able to awaken a mage class. Mage. Lu Yun suddenly became spirited. Mage is an advanced combat class. There hasn't been an advanced combat class so far this year. And if it's some special mage class, then it may even be a superior class. The formation started and brilliant light shone. Within the light, 2 huge fireballs suddenly rose, then explode like fireworks. Lu Yun trembled in agitation. A vision. It's a superior class. Visions represent superior classes. Superior combat class, elemental mage. At this time, Lu Yun's is extremely excited. Moments ago, he said that superior class was expecting too much. It's as if he made a wish upon a star and the wish came true. Wow, Ziazu is awesome. She actually awakened a superior combat class. Elemental mage, that's pretty amazing. It is said that its offensive power is rather scary when its level is raised. That's right. When it comes to a city like Zihai City, a high-level elemental mage can wipe it out with a forbidden spell, as expected of a genius. Ziazu exited the formation, filled with excitement. Zhang Kaiyan said especially, young girl, you're pretty good. At this moment, Lu Yun grinned from ear to ear, feeling extremely happy. After Ziazu returned, a group of students gathered around her, pestering her with questions. Superior combat classes are really rare. Classes are not only classified, but are also graded, except for livelihood class, which aren't graded. Legendary classes are almost never seen. In the entire Shengxia Empire, a legendary class may appear once in a decade. There are relatively many individuals with superior classes. Even if it's a city like Zihai City, it may produce 1 or 2 every year. The current Ziazu and Su Kaingsing, whom Lu Yun often mentions, are individuals with superior combat classes. Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu heard his name and headed toward the formation. Ziazu looked at Lin Moyu, her eyes filled with a hue of challenge. Lu Yun asked, Master Zhang, what do you think of this child? Zhang Kaiyan glanced at Lin Moyu and said, apart from being particularly calm, there's nothing special about him. Lu Yun noted, our school has 2 geniuses. Ziazu is ranked 2nd, while he is ranked 1st. Zhang Kaiyan said lightly, academic performance and class awakening are not necessarily connected. This is something you should know. Lu Yun naturally knows this. However, he is still expectant if there were another superior class. That would be completely broken. The formation started and released brilliant light. The bright sky suddenly darkened. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds filled the sky. Cold wind blew in from all directions, causing a sharp drop in temperature. Day turned into night as if the end of the world were nigh. What's with this wind? The sky is filled with dark clouds. On the weather forecast, it didn't say it was going to rain. The wind is so cold. Lu Yun uttered in surprise, what's going on? Zhang Kaiyan stared at the formation and said calmly, it's a vision, class awakening vision. Lu Yun almost cried out in surprise. Such a large class awakening vision is unprecedented. Then he was startled. With such a large vision, it would be unreasonable not to get a superior class. No way, I won't lose to you. Ziazu clenched her fists. This vision is much grander than the one she triggered. On an emotional level, she refused to admit defeat. But judging by the scope of the vision, there's no way but to accept it. Suddenly, a student shouted, look, there's something in the dark clouds. Everyone looked up. Specks of firelight rose in the dark clouds. The firelight floated in the air. In addition to the firelight, there seems to be something else. Moreover, clattering sound, which is grating to the ears, transmitted from the dark clouds. A student with sharp eyes finally saw clearly what was inside the dark clouds, then plopped with his butt on the ground, filled with fear. Skeletons, there are skeletons in the clouds. Following his words, the things in the dark clouds were fully exposed. There are tens of thousands of skeletons, and the firelight is the sole fire in their skulls. The skeletons glisten with eerie white light, looking ferocious and scary. although they know it is just a vision, but many students still backed away, scared. One of the soul fires fell from the sky and landed on Lin Moyu. Then the vision disappeared. Everything returned to normal in an instant. Unique hidden class, Necromancer. It's not a superior class, but a hidden class. Furthermore, it's a unique hidden class. This signifies that only one individual in the entire world can possess this class. Unless Lin Moyu dies, a second individual with this class will never appear. Hidden classes are rarer than superior classes, and even rarer than legendary classes. However, when it comes to hidden classes, it is unknown whether they will be formidable or not, but they will certainly be few and far between. Lin Moyu is the only one in the world with the Necromancer class. To actually awaken a hidden class, Lin Moyu is awesome, and it's a unique hidden class to boot. How come the mute's luck is so good? Is there something wrong with the formation? Hidden classes are not necessarily exceptional. There have been many people whose hidden classes were lacking. Right, hidden classes are merely rare but not necessarily amazing, but the vision was terrifying. Furthermore, his class is called Necromancer. Will he have to deal with the dead from now on? He doesn't talk to begin with, which is right up the alley of the dead. After his class was awakened, Lin Moyu left the formation. The unique hidden class made him agitated. But from his facial expression, it is impossible to tell how he feels. Keeping a stiff upper lip has its advantages. Wait a moment. When he was passing by Zhang Kaiyan, the other suddenly stopped him. Lin Moyu turned and saluted Zhang Kaiyan. Senior, what can I do for you? He knows how to speak, but just isn't too fond of it. His manners aren't lacking either. Zhang Kaiyan asked, you have awakened a hidden class one that I have never seen before. Can you show me a skill of yours? Lin Moyu didn't refuse Zhang Kaiyan's request. Please wait a moment. Since he just awakened his class, he isn't fully familiar with it. He checked his attributes. Name, Lin Moyu, class, Necromancer, unique. Deals damage to target soul. Its power depends on your spirit force and the skills level. Summon Skeletal Warrior, level 1. Summons an Iron Skeletal Warrior. Can be divided into Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, Legendary, and Godly ranks. In terms of attributes, his spirit force is higher than the rest. This is a characteristic of the Necromancer class, which classifies it as a mage-type class. The skill Soul Blaze also indicates as much. The skill Summon Skeletal Warrior seems to have some relation with the Summoner class. Soul Blaze isn't suitable for display, so Lin Moyu chose to display Summon Skeletal Warrior instead. When the skill was activated, a black vortex appeared next to Lin Moyu. Then a skeletal warrior burning with soul fire emerged from the vortex. In an instant, his spirit attribute dropped from 20 to 10. This is an iron skeletal warrior, and it is composed of gray bones. There are cracks all over its body, and even the blade in its hand is worn out and full of cracks. Both the blade and the skeletal warrior look like they came from a garbage dump. The iron skeletal warrior looks weak, as if it will fall apart at any time. Lin Moyu checked the attributes of the skeletal warrior. It currently has no skills and thus can only use regular attacks. It is nothing special. When the skeletal warrior appeared, the students let out screams of surprise and took a few steps back. Humans harbor fear towards scary things. Only a few brave individuals remained in place. Gao Yang, on the contrary, surged with curiosity. Zhang Kaiyan's fingertip emitted a beam, and a light wind blew against the skeletal warrior. The eyes of the skeletal warrior suddenly emitted red light. It looked at Zhang Kaiyan, and its soul fire throbbed violently. The skeletal warrior was attacked. Should it counterattack? If no choice is made within 10 seconds, it will automatically counterattack. A notification suddenly popped up in Lin Moyu's mind. He promptly ordered the skeletal warrior to stay still. Zhang Kaiyan smiled and said, quite alert, are we? What? He is a level 52 class user with a high-level detection skill. Lin Moyu is only at level 1. His summon unexpectedly bore hostility toward the other party. The attributes are ordinary. Lin Moyu is only at level 1. As such, one can't tell whether his class is powerful by judging from the attributes. When his level is higher, the skeletal warrior may become strong. Lin Moyu saluted Zhang Kaiyan again. The skeletal warrior followed behind Lin Moyu, accompanied by cracking sounds and cold wind, adding to its horror. When he returned to the crowd, many students subconsciously distanced themselves from him. After all, skeletons are scary. Gao Yang walked over. Can I touch it? Lin Moyu nodded back. Gao Yang bravely touched the skeletal warrior. Its texture is similar to that of a steel plate, and it feels cold to the touch. The fire on the head emanates no heat. In fact, the closer one is to the fire, the colder it gets. Gao Yang asked, is this skeleton strong? Lin Moyu shook her head. Should be stronger than you. Really, I'm not convinced. It looks shabby. At this moment, Lu Yun called out Gao Yang's name. Gao Yang said, I'll go awaken my class now. Let's talk later. Lin Moyu looked at the skeletal warrior and said in his mind, return. A vortex appeared in front of him once again, and the skeletal warrior entered the vortex and disappeared. His summon space attribute row changed accordingly. Summon space is a place that can hold summons. When they aren't being used, summons can be placed in the summon space from which they can be summoned at any time. When summons are summoned from the summon space, spirit force doesn't need to be consumed. In other words, Lin Moyu can summon a skeletal warrior normally, then place it in the summon space. By then, he can summon it any time he needs it. Currently, the summon space has a capacity of 10 slots and thus can accommodate 10 skeletal warriors. If a summon is injured, it can quickly recover in the summon space. As he levels up, the capacity of the summon space will also increase. Lin Moyu recalled the scene he saw when he awakened his class. The things he saw when he awakened his class were completely different from what others have seen. He saw a dragon. The dragon soared in the sky and occasionally emitted painful cries. In an instant, it fell on the ground and rolled frantically. Lin Moyu saw that the dragon was covered with skeletal warriors, at least 1,000 of them. The skeletal warriors brandished their blades and hacked at the dragon. Every blow resulted in a horrific wound. No matter how the dragon struggled, it was to no avail. Apart from issuing miserable cries, there was nothing else the dragon could do. In less than a minute, the dragon collapsed along with a miserable cry. Its eyes lost their luster. This made Lin Moyu realize how powerful the skeletal warriors really are. As long as they have reached a certain amount, even a dragon can be slaughtered as if it were a pig. Lin Moyu believes he will be able to reach this level one day. The class awakening formation bursts out with resplendent light. Gao Yang awakened his class. Advanced Combat Class, Sword and Shield Knight. As Gao Yang had wished, he became a knight. And not as an ordinary knight, but as a Sword and Shield Knight, which is an advanced class. Although both are knight classes, but there is a fundamental difference between the two. Otherwise, there would be no need for the word advanced. Gao Yang ran back excitedly. How's that? I said I would become a knight. Lin Moyu revealed a rare for him smile and gave Gao Yang a thumbs up. Gao Yang laughed and patted Lin Moyu on the shoulder. In the future, let's raid dungeons together. I will block in front of you. How does it go? Let me think. He patted his head and said, if one wants to kill me, they'll have to step over your dead body. Lin Moyu was speechless. Unable to stand the other party, he finally opened his mouth. It should be the other way around. Gao Yang said in surprise, you finally talked. I said it the wrong way on purpose. Didn't you notice? Notice my ass, that goofball. Lin Moyu looked at Gao Yang askance. The class awakening finally concluded. Lu Yun took the students to a large classroom. This ratio is already pretty good. Lu Yun was rather satisfied. Dear students, the class awakening has concluded. No matter what class you have awakened, you must strive to raise your level and upgrade the proficiency of your skills. Starting tomorrow, Zihai City's Novice Dungeon will be open to students. Every student can enter the Novice Dungeon to gain combat experience and increase their level. Students with livelihood classes needn't worry. The school has arranged a livelihood skill chamber for you, where teachers will teach you how to master various livelihood skills. I hope that during the great examination 1 week from now, you can get a good score and enter your desired academy. The students possess extensive knowledge regarding the Novice Dungeon. In the Novice Dungeon, the monsters range from level 1 to level 8, and they aren't many in number. The difficulty is quite low. Compared to the wilderness outside Zihai City, the Novice Dungeon is much safer. Of course, the students can go to the wilderness from the get-go without going to the Novice Dungeon before, but they will be responsible for their own safety. After the students were dismissed, Zia Zhu stopped Lin Moyu. Gao Yang chuckled and said, Miss Zia, why are you interested in our Moyu? Zia Zhu furrowed her eyebrows and said, get lost. Yes, ma'am. Gao Yang left at once. Zia Zhu is about 1.7 meters tall and has a graceful figure, a small face, and delicate facial features. She's regarded as the prettiest girl in the school by many, but Lin Moyu is taller than her, his height measuring 1.85 meters, so Zia Zhu has to look up at him. Lin Moyu, I want to compete with you. Lin Moyu looked at her, and a figurative question mark popped up on his face. Zia Zhu knows that Lin Moyu isn't fond of talking and thus went straight to the point. Let's see who gets a better score at the great examination. Oh, Lin Moyu let out a sound, then walked past Zia Zhu. Zia Zhu stomped her feet, then that's settled. I won't keep losing to you. Zia Zhu originally thought that with her superior class she would be able to easily crush Lin Moyu today, but then Lin Moyu awakened a hidden class. Whether the Necromancer class is weak or strong, one thing is clear: she lost once again. But Zia Zhu won't give up. Lin Moyu returned home. His home is empty. Lin Moyu prepared something to eat for himself. The furnishings in his place are very simple, with hardly any furniture. Among the furnishings, there is a conspicuous photo. In the photo, there is Lin Moyu, a beautiful young woman, and an elderly woman with gray hair. Lin Moyu in the photo is bathed in sunlight, a light smile on his face. The Lin Moyu in the photo is completely different from his current self. The young woman and the elderly woman in the photo are also smiling. The photo was taken 3 years ago. He transmigrated and inherited the memories and emotions of the original Lin Moyu, including a very deep affection for the other two people in the photo. In his previous life on Earth, he was an orphan. He had no relatives nor friends, but in this life, he has relatives who care for him. He cherishes them very much. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. 2 years ago, his grandmother passed away due to illness. A year ago, his sister went to the Xiajing Academy. Now Lin Moyu is the only one left at home. Consequently, he became increasingly more reticent. I'm also going to the Xiajing Academy. Lin Moyu spoke firmly in his heart. The reason why he is set on going to the Xiajing Academy is because his sister Lin Mohen is there. However, it is extremely difficult to enter the Xiajing Academy. Last year, in the entire Zihai city, only Lin Mohen was admitted. At this time, there was a knock at the door. Principal Lu Yun stood at the door with a bag in his hand. Moyu, here you go. There are some supplies here. I'll be back in a few days and bring you fresh supplies again. Lu Yun nodded. You're going to enter the dungeon tomorrow. Have a good rest tonight. Over the past year, Lu Yun has been delivering supplies to Lin Moyu every few days. This is something he promised to Lin Mohen. Last year, Lin Mohen, as the top scorer of Zihai City, was admitted to Xiajing Academy. Back then, Lin Mohen didn't want to go. She wanted to stay and take care of Lin Moyu, her younger brother. After all, if she went to the Xiajing Academy, she wouldn't be able to return for at least 3 years. In order to put Lin Mohen's mind at ease, Lu Yun pledged to take good care of Lin Moyu. Only then did Lin Mohen agree to go to Xiajing Academy. For a city like Zihai City, it is a great honor to have a student admitted into the Xiajing Academy. This is especially true for number 1 high school and Lu Yun. Just like he promised, Lu Yun has been taking care of Lin Moyu throughout this year. At night, Lin Moyu studied his skills. His spirit force has already been restored, so he can summon another skeletal warrior at any time. In his left palm, he held a bright red gemstone. This is the only thing he brought with him when he transmigrated. As he raised his hand, ready to summon another skeletal warrior, a voice suddenly rang in his head, detected that the host awakened the Necromancer class. The class meets the requirements, binding the strongest talent system. Beginning the extraction of the world's origin and optimization of skills. Skill optimization completed. Congratulations. The host awakened the unique godly talent, comprehensive amplification, level 1. Congratulations. The host obtained the passive skill, damage transfer. Lin Moyu's mind jolted, and he checked his attributes at once. Name, Lin Moyu, class, Necromancer, unique. Damage transfer, all damage taken by the host will be borne by the summons. Soul Blaze, level 1. Deals damage to target soul. Its power depends on your spirit force and the skills level. Summon Skeletal Warrior, level 1. Summons an Iron Skeletal Warrior. His basic attributes haven't changed. Only 1 talent and 1 passive skill have been added. However, both of them can be considered incredible. Despite being at level 1, the unique godly talent enhances the effect of all skills by 10 times. How powerful this talent is, Lin Moyu can't accurately describe it in words, even though he is always calm and collected. But at this time, there is a hint of shock on his face. The effect of the passive skill is also amazing, fully deserving its classification as a godly skill. It transfers all damage to the summons. In other words, so long as his summons haven't been completely wiped out, he won't die. In order to kill him, one must first kill all his summons. It goes without saying, but this passive skill is extremely formidable. If he had thousands of summons, Lin Moyu would be unkillable. This passive skill is unheard of. After a long time, Lin Moyu finally snapped out of his shock. He found that the red gemstone that was lying in his left hand disappeared, so it was your doing. Lin Moyu activated his skill and summoned an Iron Skeletal Warrior. A vortex appeared in front of me. Accompanied by hair-raising sounds, an Iron Skeletal Warrior emerged from the vortex. At first glance, there is no difference between the Iron Skeletal Warrior in front of him and the Iron Skeletal Warrior he summoned in the afternoon. The appearance remains the same, looking as if it came out of a garbage dump. But as the saying goes, one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Iron Skeletal Warrior, Strength 150, Agility 150, Spirit 150, Physique 150, Skills none. Despite having the same appearance, the stats are as different as day and night. All stats have increased by 10 times. Strength, agility, and spirit aside, increasing physique by 10 times is equivalent to increasing health and defense of the skeletal warrior by 10 times. With the addition of the skill damage transfer, it will be difficult to kill Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu released the skeletal warrior placed in the summon space and found that its stats have also increased by 10 times. The effect of comprehensive amplification was also applied to the skeletal warrior in the summon space. Lin Moyu spent the remaining spirit force and summoned another Iron Skeletal Warrior. Next, he began to meditate. Meditation is the best way to restore spirit force, and it can replace sleep. Many students can do it. The following morning, Lin Moyu woke up on time. His spirit force has been fully restored. 3 Iron Skeletal Warriors stood loyally in front of him as if guards, motionless. As the soul fire in their skulls pulsated, cold currents filled the place. The surrounding temperature dropped by several degrees. It's pretty convenient in the summer, no need to worry about hot weather. Lin Moyu mused, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He used Summon Skeletal Warrior again and summoned the 4th Skeletal Warrior. Subsequently, all 4 skeletal warriors were placed in the summon space, keeping 10 points of spirit force and taking 4 iron skeletal warriors, whose stats have increased by 10 times. Lin Moyu believes this is sufficient to raid the dungeon. At the school's gate, there is a bus waiting. It will take the students to the dungeon. When they arrived at the dungeon, the place was already crowded. In addition to students of the number 1 high school, students from other high schools of Zihai City who have awakened their class can also come to the novice dungeon. In Zihai City, there are a total of 6 high schools. More than 800 students have awakened their class yesterday. Most of them became livelihood class users. As such, less than 200 people, not even 1/3 of the total, could come. The students stood aside while their teachers went to handle the entry procedures for the dungeon. Old Lu, you hit the jackpot this time. Not only a combat superior class, but also a unique hidden class. You really hit it big. Your school's performance was incredible in the past 2 years. Last year, Lin Mohan entered Xiajing Academy. This year, are you planning to knock on the gate of the Xiajing Academy once more? Several principals gathered together and chatted feverishly. At this moment, Lu Yun's face flushed. Ziazu and Lin Moyu are indeed outstanding. If there is a chance, I really hope they can be admitted to the Xiajing Academy. Ziazu, is it the eldest young lady from the Zia family? And then there's Lin Moyu. Why is this name so similar to Lin Mohan's? Lu Yun replied, Ziazu is indeed the eldest young lady of the Zia family. As for Lin Moyu, he is Lin Mohan's younger brother. It's not surprising. After all, the Zia family has a good lineage. As for Lin Moyu, this pair of siblings is really impressive. Gao Yang poked Lin Moyu, do you want to form a party with me? Faced with Gao Yang's invitation, Lin Moyu shook his head. Gao Yang feigned anger, you punk, are you looking down on me? I invited you out of the goodness of my heart. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I won't take this lying down. He appears to be angry. In fact, the smile in his eyes already betrayed him. Lin Moyu ignored him. Sure enough, in the next moment, the look on Gao Yang's face changed. Boss, why don't you want to party up with me? Lin Moyu responded faintly, going solo is faster than going in a party. Gao Yang asked strangely, how do you know that? In a rare fashion, Lin Moyu replied once again. Gao Yang stroked his head, obviously not quite convinced. At this moment, Ziazu suddenly chimed in, Lin Moyu is correct. If 2 people form a party, although killing monsters will become faster, but the EXP will have to be equally shared between the 2. With a party of 2, the speed of killing monsters can rise by 50 to 60 at most. However, the time it takes to find monsters is fixed, lowering the overall efficiency. Based on the experience summarized by our predecessors, dungeons below level 10 are suitable for going solo, while dungeons above level 10 are suitable for going in a party. Ziazu explained things clearly. Gao Yang isn't stupid. After contemplating for a moment, he understood it. At this moment, Lu Yun walked over. Don't even think about going solo. You will later learn that supports are necessary when going into high-difficulty dungeons. Don't think that you can walk around without supports and then find supports when needed. To put it bluntly, rather than looking for supports that you don't know, it's better to be with your schoolmates. At least there will be a sense of camaraderie between you and your schoolmates, and when you encounter danger, you won't be every man for himself. Lu Yun explained succinctly. When they heard this, the students who were eager to go solo simmered down. If combat class users don't bring supports, the leveling speed of supports class users will be very slow. Someone asked, why don't Ziazu and Lin Moyu need supports? Lu Yun cleared his throat and said, they are different. Ziazu wants to enter the Xiajing Academy and thus needs to level up quickly. And besides, Ziazu won't be staying in the novice dungeon for too long. She will leave in at most 2 days. As for Lin Moyu, I don't understand his class and don't know how strong he is. Supports, you can ask him if he is willing to party up with you. What? Supports shook their heads one after another. These young women are terrified of the skeletal warriors at Lin Moyu's side, so there's no way they would party up with him. Lin Moyu said faintly, Teacher Lu, I also want to be admitted into the Xiajing Academy. The meaning behind his words is very clear. I don't want to form a party, I want to go solo. Lu Yun was astonished. Do you know how difficult it is to be admitted into the Xiajing Academy? Lin Moyu nodded. I have confidence in myself. Lu Yun realized that Lin Moyu's mind was made up. I hope you will succeed. The first requirement for being admitted into the Xiajing Academy is level. The minimum requirement is level 12. To have some measure of assurance, one must have reached level 15. When Lin Mohan was admitted into the Xiajing Academy last year, she was level 16. To reach level 12 in just 1 week, it's no easy endeavor. As for level 15, that is even more difficult. In the novice dungeon, the highest level monsters are level 8. It is impossible to reach level 12 in this dungeon. The wilderness's danger level is much higher than that of the novice dungeon. If novice class users like them rashly go into the wilderness, it will be no different from them throwing away their lives. In addition to level, there are also some other conditions. The specific information will only be made known during the Great Examination. Following Lu Yun's instructions, several combat class users chose supports. Parties of 2 or 3 people appeared. A prophet can give status buffs and provide medical treatment, making them a pretty good healer. After completing the procedures, the school distributed equipment to the students. Combatants were assigned equipment according to their classes. I look cool. Gao Yang got an iron sword and a shield and assumed a self-important expression. Lin Moyu got a stave. Stave Spirit Force +1. These are grade less equipment that provide almost no little bonus. They are of little use. Ziazu brought her own equipment. Her equipment is a book. Lin Moyu can sense a strong energy from the book. Therefore, it should be a good piece of equipment. Before entering the dungeon, Ziazu said to Lin Moyu, "Let's compete and see who can level up faster." Lin Moyu was non-committal, neither agreeing nor refusing. Ziazu snorted and lifted her head, revealing her fair, slender neck. "I'll take your silence as agreement." She turned and entered the dungeon. The corners of Lin Moyu's mouth stirred, and he mused, such intense competitive nature. Thereupon, he also entered the dungeon. The novice dungeon is a vast grassland filled with verdant grass, which reaches over 1/2 meter in height. There are many smaller monsters are hidden in the grass, making it hard to detect them. The density of monsters here is not high. As a result, it is quite safe, but at the same time, this leads to an issue, where finding monsters takes longer than killing them. The purpose of novice dungeons is to allow novices to acclimate and adapt to combat. Lin Moyu released 4 skeletal warriors. Go hunt monsters. With a prompt from Lin Moyu, the 4 skeletal warriors dashed away in 4 directions. Click, click, click. As they ran, an eerie air diffused from them. So fast. In the blink of an eye, they have covered a distance of dozens of meters. At this moment, a skeletal warrior waved its shabby sword. Killed Long Ears Rabbit. EXP +10. The skeletal warrior killed a level 1 Long Ears Rabbit in an instant. Lin Moyu looked at his EXP. His EXP increased by 1. Level 1 monsters can raise his EXP by 1. Therefore, by killing 100 such monsters, he will be able to level up. Killed Long Ears Rabbit. EXP +10. Killed Long Ears Rabbit. EXP +10. Prompts sounded one after another as the 4 skeletal warriors hunted Long Ears Rabbits. In just a few minutes, Lin Moyu's EXP increased by 10. This is really efficient. Lin Moyu originally planned to stay in the novice dungeon for 2 days, to raise his level to level 8 and then leave. Now it seems that 2 days may be too long. Lin Moyu activated his skill and summoned another iron skeletal warrior. The new skeletal warrior joined the hunt of monsters. Lin Moyu sat down and began to meditate. Half an hour later, Lin Moyu had his first level up. Name Lin Moyu, class Necromancer, unique, level 2. Damage transfer. All damage taken by the host will be borne by the summons. Soul Blaze, level 2. Deals damage to target soul. Its power depends on host spirit force and the skill's level. Summon Skeletal Warrior, level 2. Summons an iron skeletal warrior. His attributes rose along with his level. The capacity of the summon space expanded from 10 to 20 summons. The level of skills increased accordingly. I wonder how the attributes of level 2 skeletal warriors differ. Based on the knowledge Lin Moyu obtained, as the skill's level rises, the attributes of the summons should increase accordingly. Due to the level up, Lin Moyu's spirit force was completely restored. Lin Moyu activated his skill and summoned another iron skeletal warrior. Lin Moyu discovered a difference. A level 2 skill have a higher consumption of spirit force than a level 1 skill. The cost of summoning a skeletal warrior increased from 10 to 15 points. Although the level 2 skeletal warrior is still at the iron rank, but its gloss is clearly a bit more prominent. Its bones became much less gray. At the same time, there were fewer cracks on its bones. When compared to level 1 skeletal warriors, the attributes of the level 2 skeletal warrior have increased by 100 points, rising from 150 to 250 points. If it were not for his talent, the attributes of the level 2 skeletal warrior would be at 25 points, which constitutes an increase of 10 points from level 1 skeletal warriors. For the 4 attributes, a rise of 40 points in total is considered normal. It is neither lacking nor outstanding. The crux lies in his talent, the unique godly talent. This talent is a perfect match for the Necromancer class. Lin Moyu continued to use his skill and summoned skeletal warriors, increasing the number of skeletal warriors to 7. As if expert goons, the 7 skeletal warriors scattered in the novice dungeon and continuously killed monsters. Whether level 1, level 2, or even level 3 monsters, faced with the shabby swords of the skeletal warriors, they were all killed in an instant. Their attributes are amazing. Even without any skills, the skeletal warriors have extremely high combat power. With 250 points of strength, they should be comparable to level 10 warriors. With their level 10 combat power, the novice dungeon is a walk in the park for the level 2 skeletal warriors. The most crucial thing is that there are 7 skeletal warriors. No, 7 is just the starting point. Lin Moyu will continue to summon skeletal warriors after his spirit is restored. Killed level 2 Gray Cat. EXP plus 20, killed level 3 brown dog, EXP plus 30, killed level 4 blue eyes rat king, EXP plus 40, killed in an instant. Along the way, monsters were killed in an instant, one after another. Faced with level 10 combat power, the level 3 and level 4 monsters died without suspense, without suffering pain. By following the tracks of the skeletal warriors, Lin Moyu slowly advanced forward. As the skeletal warriors ran further and further, a map gradually formed in Lin Moyu's mind. This is a map of the dungeon. Oh, there's still such a function. The places where the skeletal warrior pass automatically form a map. In addition to killing monsters, the skeletal warriors have also become fully automated map rendering devices. In just 1 hour, the EXP was almost full once again, placing Lin Moyu on the verge of another level up. He even gave up meditation. With such a fast leveling speed, there's no need for meditation. He can just wait for his spirit force to be fully restored when he levels up. The skeletal warriors ruthlessly cut down any monster they detected. At this moment, Lin Moyu saw a monster that hasn't been killed by the skeletal warriors. A level 2 gray cat. It was lying in the grass. The skeletal warriors missed it. What a lucky guy. Lin Moyu willed and a green flame appeared on his palm. Skill, Soul Blaze. At the moment, this is his only offensive skill. In the blink of an eye, the green flame appeared on the level 2 gray cat. The level 2 gray cat unleashed a miserable cry, twitched twice, and collapsed on the ground, dead. Faced with an offensive skill that was amplified by 10 times, the gray cat stood no chance and was killed in an instant. Killed level 2 gray cat, EXP plus 20, the gray cat is dead. But on the surface, there are no traces of it being burned. Just like the skill's description stated, Soul Blaze targets the soul. This skill is a spirit-type offensive skill. He was shocked once again. Spirit-type attacks have a special feature, that is, they ignore defense. No matter how strong one's physical defense is or how high one's elemental defense is, they won't be able to resist spirit-type attacks. This hidden class is indeed awesome. Its 2 skills are both formidable. Even without the talent boost, Necromancer is still no weaker than any other legendary class. Lin Moyu made this judgment, which may not be comprehensive or objective, but he believes it to be accurate. A beam of light rose from his body. He leveled up. His attributes have increased by 10 points once again, while Spirit Force has increased by 20 points. The skill Summon Skeletal Warrior has also been upgraded to level 3. The 4 attributes of the Skeletal Warriors have increased by 10 points once again. After the 10 times amplification, they have increased by 100 points. The 4 attributes have reached a whopping 350 points. Lin Moyu proceeded to use the skill Summon Skeletal Warrior and summoned 3 Skeletal Warriors in a row, bringing the number of Skeletal Warrior in the dungeon to 10. The 10 Skeletal Warriors swept through the dungeon. Killed level 4 Blue Eyes Rat King, EXP plus 40, killed level 5 Green Wolf, EXP plus 50. When faced with the Skeletal Warriors, level 5 monsters were killed in an instant. Lin Moyu doesn't have to do anything else but wait for EXP to accumulate. At this speed, it will take at most 2 hours before the next level up. For other people, to reach level 3 on the first day, that would already be pretty good, but it will only get more difficult in the future. Lu Yun's instructions were for them to reach level 8 in a week. At level 8, one can enter an academy. However, in order to be able to enter the top 50 prestigious academies in the Empire, one needs to be at level 9 or even level 10. Outside the dungeon, the principals of several schools started chatting and making comparisons. Gathering around a table, they drank tea and wagged their tongues. I wonder what level the kids of this year will reach on the first day. Anyone remembers what was the highest record in the past? I remember it to be level 5. Su Kaingsing and last year's Lin Mohan both reached level 5. Just like Su Kaingsing and Lin Mohan, this year's Xia Zhu is also a superior class user. She should be able to match their achievements. From their leveling speed on the first day, we can basically determine their leveling speed in the next few days. If Xia Zhu doesn't reach level 5 on the first day, it will be difficult for her to enter the Xiajing Academy. As Lu Yun listened to the discussions, he thought to himself, I wonder what level Lin Moyu will reach. As a hidden class user, his achievements shouldn't be bad. After reaching level 5, leveling speed will significantly slow down. The first day mentioned here is in fact composed of 12 hours. Whenever an individual enters the dungeon, a countdown will start. After 12 hours, they will be automatically ejected from the dungeon. As such, after 12 hours, they will be able to see what level the students have reached. Suddenly, a tremendous aura rushed over. Lu Yun beckoned the visitor and said, Patriarch Xia, come and have a seat. This is Xia Dingyang, the patriarch of Zihai City's Xia family and Xia Zhu's father. There are vacant seats at the table. Xia Dingyang took a seat without hesitation. Hello, principals. He greeted the group after sitting down. Xia Dingyang has a steadfast and imposing appearance. Lu Yun poured a cup of tea for Xia Dingyang and asked, Patriarch Xia, are you here to see Xia Zhu? Lu Yun waved his hand, I haven't done anything. Xia Zhu is very bright. In the class awakening, she did very good as well. Xia Dingyang said, yes, I heard from my family. I only returned to Zihai City today. It's a shame, but I couldn't come in time for Zhu's class awakening. Lu Yun is aware that Xia Dingyang is very busy and doesn't spend much time at home. We were just discussing Xia Zhu, wondering if she can reach level 5 by the time the 12 hours are up. She wants to enter the Xiajing Academy. This is no easy feat. Xia Dingyang said it shouldn't be a problem. Even if she fails by a hair's breadth, that won't be a problem. I can always ask someone to take care of things. Lu Yun shook his head. I suggest that you don't do that. I know Xia Zhu's personality. If you were to do that, she would hate you. Xia Dingyang sighed. This is something he knows as well. Xia Dingyang changed topics. I heard that yesterday during the class awakening, your school produced a hidden class. Congratulations. I wonder what class it is. Lu Yun's face lit up. The class is called Necromancer. This is a class that has never been seen before. It can summon skeletons. However, it remains to be seen if it is amazing or not. Not all hidden classes are amazing. In fact, trash hidden classes have appeared before. Can summon skeletons. That sounds a bit eerie and sinister. And the name Necromancer doesn't have a pleasant ring to it either. To deal with the dead, this will inevitably make your imaginative wander. Lu Yun saw through Xia Dingyang's thoughts. Don't worry. Although Moyu doesn't talk much, but he is a good child. His sister got into the Xiajing Academy last year. If Xia Zhu gets into the Xiajing Academy, perhaps you can entrust Lin Mohan to take care of her. When he heard Lu Yun's words, Xia Dingyang felt reassured. After many years of acquaintance, he knows exactly what Lu Yun is like. In the novice dungeon, Lin Moyu received a message from a skeletal warrior. Reached the limit of range. Can't continue to proceed forward. At this point, the furthest skeletal warrior was located 500 meters away from Lin Moyu. The skeletal warrior stopped moving forward. Lin Moyu is aware that the skeletal warriors can't go more than 500 meters away from him at the moment. Seeing as the other skeletal warriors have also approached this distance, Lin Moyu had no choice but to order them to return. Unable to just lay back and kick off his shoes, Lin Moyu could only choose a direction and proceed toward the depths of the dungeon. The 10 skeletal warriors formed a fan-shaped path ahead, maintaining a distance of about 100 meters from Lin Moyu at all times. Any monster that appeared along the way was killed in an instant by the skeletal warriors. In the 4th hour after entering the dungeon, Lin Moyu experienced his 3rd level up. Name, Lin Moyu. Class, Necromancer. Unique, level 4. After leveling up, Lin Moyu proceeded to summon more skeletal warriors. At this point, summoning a skeletal warrior consumes 25 points of spirit force. Within 4 hours, he leveled up all the way to level 3. As the number of skeletal warriors increased, his leveling speed didn't decrease, but rather showed a trend of acceleration. Lin Moyu led his skeleton army into the second half of the novice dungeon. Many level 5 and level 6 monsters began to appear. However, in front of the skeletal warriors, whose strength attribute has reached 450 points, they couldn't withstand a single blade strike. Killed level 5 Green Wolf, EXP plus 50. Killed level 6 Black Panther, EXP plus 60. To Lin Moyu, killing level 6 monsters was no different from killing level 1 monsters. As such, the higher the level and the higher the density of monster, the better. 3 more skeletal warriors were summoned, and a total of 13 skeletal warriors ravaged the novice dungeon. The EXP rose rapidly. As the number of skeletal warriors increased, the leveling speed increased instead of decreasing. At this rate, I can level up in less than an hour. Will I be able to reach level 8 in the first 12 hours of the novice dungeon? That's twice as fast as I expected. After reaching level 8, I can go to the outskirts of Zihai City, where there are monsters of higher levels. Lin Moyu has already mapped out his leveling route in his mind. In order to go to the outskirts of Zihai City, he will need to receive approval from the school, otherwise the city guards won't let him out. Level 8 is the minimum standard. Killed level 7 Brown Bear, EXP plus 70. As Lin Moyu continued to go deeper, level 7 monsters began to appear, which were also killed in an instant. The novice dungeon was established for novices. In the novice dungeon, the monsters possess low strength, and the overall environment is simple, making it much safer than the wilderness. Even though he was sweeping the monsters with ease, Lin Moyu still didn't lower his guard. Lin Mohan once returned from the outskirts of Zihai City while stained with blood and injured. At that time, in a very serious manner, she told Lin Moyu to do his utmost even when dealing with a weak opponent. She told him not to lower his guard under any circumstances. Lin Moyu etched this sentence into his heart. Now he is following it in earnest. The 13 skeletal warriors unleashed a massacre in the surroundings, and his EXP increased steadily. This time's level up is faster than the previous one, only taking about 50 minutes. The number of skeletal warriors has increased and the concentration of monsters has risen, so the hunting speed hasn't changed. This is the reason why the leveling speed hasn't decreased, but instead has increased. Lin Moyu analyzed his current situation. At present, he has reached the depths of the novice dungeon, which are filled with level 6 and level 7 monsters. Only the highest level monsters of the novice dungeon, level 8 monsters, have yet to appear. In here, the density of monsters has increased, which leads to a faster rate of gaining EXP. As if expert goons, the skeletal warriors harvested the lives of monsters with a single blade strike. The only regrettable thing is that monsters in the novice dungeon won't drop anything. After all, this is a novice dungeon, a place specifically designed for novice class users to adapt to actual combat. It is very different from the wilderness. In the novice dungeon, monsters are weakened as a whole. Only level 8 monsters aren't weakened, maintaining combat power comparable to that of monsters in the wilderness. When one reaches level 8 and faces level 8 monsters, they should already possess considerable combat experience. After reaching level 8, they will leave the novice dungeon. As such, level 8 monsters are a perfect link, allowing novice class users to experience the combat power of monsters living in the wilderness in advance. In this way, when one really goes to the wilderness to fight monsters, they won't panic. As the level-up beam of light appeared once more, Lin Moyu finally reached level 5. His attributes and skills were both upgraded. At the same, the combat power of the skeletal warriors has also increased, all attributes rising by 100 points again. Killed level 7 brown bear, EXP plus 70. Killed level 7 brown bear, EXP plus 70. The skeletal warriors didn't stop their operation due to Lin Moyu having leveled up, but tirelessly searched for monsters and killed them in one blade strike. From the moment Lin Moyu entered the dungeon, the skeletal warriors never stopped. Oh, the leveling slowed down. Lin Moyu found that after reaching level 5, his leveling speed has decreased greatly. At level 4, killing a level 7 brown bear would provide approximately 0.2 of EXP. As such, killing 500 brown bears would be enough to level up. But after reaching level 5, killing a level 7 brown bear could only provide 0.1 of EXP. That means that 1,000 brown bears must be killed for him to level up. The leveling speed dropped by half. At this rate, it will be difficult for ordinary class users to reach level 12 in just 1 week. Even if they leave the dungeon and head to the outskirts of Zihai City, there won't be enough time. Sure enough, it's difficult to enter the Xiajing Academy. I wonder how Sister has reached level 16 last year. Lin Moyu calculated in his heart. If he wants to enter the Xiajing Academy, he needs to at least reach level 12. In order to reach level 12 within a week, one must reach level 8 in the novice dungeon within 3 days. After reaching level 8, one must go to the outskirts of Zihai City and hunt higher level monsters. Only in this way may one be able to reach level 12 within a week. Seen this way, Lin Mohan's record last year level 16 was really very fast. Lin Moyu unleashed his skill and depleted his spirit force once again, adding 3 skeletal warriors. A total of 16 skeletal warriors hunted monsters without stop. For Lin Moyu, the time it takes to find monsters is much longer than the time it takes to kill them. Isn't it just killing over 1,000 monsters? When divided by 16 skeletal warriors, it's not that much. In over an hour at most, he will be able to reach level 6. Lin Moyu continued to move forward. The skeletal warriors opened a path for him, picking out all the monsters hidden in the grass and killing them in a matter of seconds. After a while, the terrain in the dungeon finally changed. A forest appeared at the end of the grassland. Lin Moyu is aware that this is the end of the novice dungeon. The dungeon's level 8 monsters are hidden in the forest. It has been 6 hours and 42 minutes, less than 7 hours, since I entered the dungeon. I should be the only one who has reached the end of the dungeon at this time. At this time, 7 hours since the dungeon opened, most people should have only reached level 3. Even if it is Xia Zhu, she should be at level 4 at most. She might not even have reached level 4 yet. Lin Moyu believes that his leveling speed is faster than that of anyone else. He headed toward the forest, curious about how strong level 8 monsters, who haven't been weakened, are. He wants to see if his skeletal warriors can fight them. At the same time, he wants to prepare himself for tomorrow, when he'll go into the wilderness. The skeletal warriors opened a path in front and ran into the forest ahead of Lin Moyu. Along with clicking sounds, the skeletal warriors ran inside the forest and searched for monsters. There are no monsters. The skeletal warriors didn't find any monsters. Lin Moyu felt that this is strange, and then walked in himself. Just as he walked into the forest, a tree branch suddenly shot toward him. The branch landed on Lin Moyu lightning fast, as if a whip. Its speed was so fast that Lin Moyu had no time to react. Despite looking strong and heavy, the branch didn't cause Lin Moyu any damage. Lin Moyu didn't even feel anything, as if there were an invisible shield around him, protecting him. Passive skill, damage transfer. The damage he receives is automatically transferred to his summons. He won't receive any damage until all his summons are dead. It is truly a godly skill, not inferior to his godly talent. The tree branch belongs to a large tree of about 3 meters in height. Lin Moyu's fingertip shimmered, releasing the detection skill. Detection is a skill that everyone can perform, and it can be used to obtain some basic information. Bullwhip Tree, level 8 introduction, is usually in dormant state, will attack nearby living creatures. Why weren't the skeletal warriors attacked when they ran past it? The skeletal warriors are not living creatures and thus don't have the breath of life. Therefore, they won't trigger the bullwhip tree to attack. As for Lin Moyu, the bullwhip tree attacked him. The bullwhip tree continued to launch attacks against Lin Moyu, although it won't cause him any damage, but Lin Moyu is not a fool. There's no way he will just stand there and let himself be attacked. He quickly retreated by several dozens of meters, leaving the bullwhip tree's range. The bullwhip tree can't change locations. As such, after Lin Moyu retreated, it stopped its attacks. Its long branches kept flailing as if it were on guard. That's quite ingenious. Lin Moyu realized that the dungeon's designer put a lot of thought into it, from significantly weakened low-level monsters to level 8 monsters with the same strength as monsters in the outside world. And the level 8 monsters that were selected are plant-type monsters that can launch surprise attacks yet cannot move. The bullwhip tree possesses a surprise attack property, allowing novice class users to experience the danger of the wilderness in advance. The bullwhip tree can't move and thus can't chase class users. If they are in danger, novice class users can calmly retreat and leave its range, and the range of the bullwhip tree is the same as that of some long-range classes. This also eliminates the possibility of long-range class users taking a shortcut. This design allows novices to engage in safe combat against true level 8 monsters. The entire novice dungeon exudes a protective and nurturing sense. It allows novices to adapt to actual combat and grow, while minimizing casualties as much as possible. The skeletal warriors, accompanied by eerie clicking sounds, ran back. The 16 skeletal warriors positioned themselves around Lin Moyu as if guards. Lin Moyu willed and a skeletal warrior rushed toward the bullwhip tree. When faced with a non-living creature like the skeletal warrior, the bullwhip tree didn't show any reaction. But when the skeletal warrior struck it with its blade, the bullwhip tree started a counterattack. Huge branches whipped the skeletal warrior, and the sounds of metal striking metal rose. The bullwhip tree's attack speed is very fast. It flailed its branches, striking the skeletal warrior 3 or 4 times per second. But the skeletal warrior's attributes are extremely high. With its physique having reached 550 points, its health and defense are very high. On the places where the skeletal warrior was hit, some small cracks opened, but then quickly closed. Oh, it wasn't killed in an instant. Lin Moyu was astonished. Monsters from level 1 to level 7 were all killed in a single blade strike, but when it comes to the level 8 monster, the situation has changed. The skeletal warrior failed to kill the target in an instant for the first time, so this is how strong monsters in the wilderness are. Let's see how many blade strikes you can withstand. 1, 2, 3. After the 4th blade strike, the bullwhip tree stopped all action. Killed level 8 bullwhip tree, EXP plus 160. According to the notification, the level 8 bullwhip tree gave much more EXP than the level 7 brown bears. Lin Moyu calculated and realized that killing level 7 monsters is more cost-effective. After all, 1 blade strike will provide 70 points of EXP. The level 8 bullwhip tree, on the other hand, requires 4 blade strikes while only providing 160 points of EXP. It seems a lot, but in fact, solely in terms of blade strikes, it is less cost-effective. However, the time spent searching for monsters also has to be taken into account. If a lot of time is wasted on searching monsters, then hunting low-level monsters won't be worthwhile. In the forest in front of Lin Moyu, most trees are level 8 bullwhip trees. As long as he is a little careful, he can distinguish the bullwhip trees from ordinary trees. There is no need to waste time searching for monsters here. As many as hundreds can be seen with the naked eye. This greatly improves efficiency. This is basically a training ground specially set up for him. Lin Moyu couldn't help but feel agitated at this time. He willed, and the skeletal warriors immediately scattered and rushed into the forest. The blades in their hands struck bullwhip trees. 4 blade strikes equals a kill, pretty straightforward. His EXP once again soared. For others, after level 5, their leveling speed is significantly reduced. As for Lin Moyu, his leveling speed rather became faster. He previously thought it would take over an hour for him to level up. But after only 50 minutes, Lin Moyu reached level 6. Outside the dungeon, the sky gradually darkened. At this time, the clock struck 7 p.m. It has been a full 10 hours since the students entered the dungeon at 9 a.m. Lu Yun and the other principals, as well as Xia Dingyang, still remain seated. They have been drinking tea the whole day, and when it was mealtime, they had food brought. The principals do this every year. On the first day the students enter the novice dungeon, they will guard outside the dungeon. Although accidents rarely occur, but there are no guarantees. Because this is real combat, injuries are inevitable, and there have also been cases where students died in the novice dungeon. Xia Dingyang didn't leave either. Xia Zhu is in the dungeon, and he, as her father, felt uneasy. He missed his daughter's class awakening ceremony. He doesn't want to miss her first dungeon raid as well. All of a sudden, the dungeon's entrance emitted brilliant light. Everyone looked up at the dungeon's entrance at the same time. Someone is coming out. It's not time yet. Could it be an accident? The dungeon has two exits. One is located at the deepest part of the dungeon and can be seen after going through the forest guarded by level 8 monsters. The other one is the entrance of the dungeon. Lin Moyu walked out of the light. Lu Yun hurriedly walked over. Moyu, how did you get out? Lin Moyu replied in a low voice, I killed them all and then came out. I killed them all and then came out. This statement made Lu Yun's brain short-circuit for a moment. Lin Moyu spoke very calmly, his face showing no emotion. In the next moment, Lu Yun saw Lin Moyu's level. Lin Moyu, Necromancer, level 7. Lu Yun felt numb, an incredulous look on his face. You reached level 7. The same was reflected in his voice. Lu Yun even suspected that he was seeing wrong. Out of shock, he couldn't react momentarily. This is something that has never happened before. The previous record was level 5, but now Lin Moyu emerged from the dungeon while having reached level 7. In just 10 hours, there are not enough monsters in the dungeon. Otherwise, I would be able to reach level 8. Teacher Lu, I would like to apply to go to the outskirts of Zihai City. With a matter-of-fact expression, Lin Moyu stated that he wants to apply to leave the city. No one expected that all the monsters in the dungeon would be killed one day. Every time you enter the dungeon, the monsters inside will reset. No one has ever been able to clear all the monsters in the dungeon within 12 hours. After all, this is a novice dungeon, and only novices enter it. Inexperienced novice class users with few skills and weak combat power. Not to mention that the level 8 monsters in the deepest part of the dungeon didn't have their strength lowered. They are no different from monsters in the wilderness. But Lin Moyu managed to achieve just that, and in less than 10 hours to boot. He completely smashed the norm and broke the record. After much deliberation, Lu Yun still couldn't figure things out. He was beyond shocked. Teacher Lu. Seeing that Lu Yun didn't respond, Lin Moyu called again and waved his hand in front of him. After a while, Lu Yun finally regained his composure. Okay, I approve. I will give you a city leaving certificate. Take a break first. When all the students are out, I will take you guys back. Lin Moyu proved his strength through his actions and received a city leaving certificate. His plans can proceed smoothly. Lu Yun returned to the table. The other principals looked at him curiously. Old Lu, what happened just now? Why did that student come out early? Was there some accident? Right, he wasn't hurt, was he? Why did he come out all by himself? What of the other party members? After drinking 3 cups of tea and taking 2 deep breaths, Lu Yun finally spoke. He is Lin Moyu. He cleared the novice dungeon and killed all level 8 monsters. Hiss, the other principals gasped. Even Xia Dingyang, who has a wealth of experience, revealed a shade of astonishment at this moment. They noticed that Lin Moyu has already reached level 7. Everything else aside, to go from level 1 to level 7 in 10 hours, that is an incredible leveling speed. Let alone to be able to kill all level 8 monsters in the dungeon. This is enough to demonstrate how fearsome Lin Moyu's combat power is. This hidden class is really something else. Xia Dingyang sighed. The only explanation for this feat is that Lin Moyu's class is very powerful. As things stand, the Necromancer class should have surpassed the currently known superior classes, should be comparable to legendary classes. I don't know how powerful legendary classes are. After all, we haven't witnessed any before, but we have seen superior classes, and they aren't as efficient. I just wonder if it will still be as powerful when it reaches higher levels. Indeed, take Xia Zhu's elemental mage class as an example. The early stages, there isn't much different from other mage-type classes. However, if it can obtain the passive skill elemental enhancement, it will be comparable to a legendary class. The principals are individuals with ample experience. Some classes are initially very powerful, but when they level up, they start to wane. Conversely, some classes are not very good in the early stages, but then become more and more powerful as they level up. Within the same class, there are hundreds of situations. It's not easy to make a definitive judgment. Lu Yun glanced at Lin Moyu, who is meditating not far away with anticipation in his heart. At least for now, it seems that Lin Moyu's Necromancer class is very powerful. As for whether it will be the same in the future, this is none of our business. That's true. If he can be admitted into the Xiajing Academy, then this will be their business. Xia Dingyang said, Zhu has always been competitive. I'm afraid she will suffer a blow this time. Lu Yun couldn't help but laugh, not only this time. You are often away, so you might not know. But the past few years, Xia Zhu has been overwhelmed by Lin Moyu in terms of grades. She has been in second place 3 years in a row. Is that so? Xia Dingyang smiled bitterly. Xia Zhu never told him this. He understands his daughter's temperament. The more she is reluctant to speak, the greater the anger being suppressed in her heart is. Lin Moyu restored his spiritual force through meditation. At this point, the number of skeletal warriors has reached 24. His summon space, however, has expanded to accommodate 70 summons. The skeletal warriors can only fill 1/3 of the summon space. He will need a lot of time to fill the remaining slots. At this time, the clock struck 9 p.m. The 12-hour dungeon period was finally over, and the students who entered the dungeon were teleported out one by one. After 12 hours of continuous fighting, many students wore tired expressions, but even more wore excited expressions. The feeling of actual combat can't be conveyed through books. Many students are stained with blood, emanating a strong smell of blood. A fresh breeze blew by as a teacher released his skill to dispel the smell of blood. The teachers of each school quickly gathered their students and made a head count, and checked if anyone was injured and if treatment was needed. In the end, everyone was fine. Most students reached level 3, while some even reached level 4. Ziazu was also excited. After fighting for a day, she has reached level 5, matching the record of the novice dungeon. I won't lose this time. The record is level 5. I have matched the record. Where has that guy gone? After she came out of the dungeon, Ziazu didn't see Lin Moyu. She looked around with her beautiful eyes and found him meditating in the distance. When did he come out? Then her eyes widened. She was stunned as if she had been electrocuted, and her whole body felt numb. How is this possible? How did he reach level 7? What? Zia Dingyang's voice made Ziazu come back to her senses. Dad, why are you here? Ziazu walked up to Zia Dingyang and asked cutely. At this moment, Ziazu doesn't look the least bit arrogant. Zia Dingyang's eyes were filled with fondness. Let's go home. Zia Dingyang drove here himself and thus doesn't need to go back via the school bus. Ziazu followed Zia Dingyang into the car. Her eyes couldn't stop looking at Lin Moyu. She would really like to see through Lin Moyu, would really like to learn how this guy reached level 7. Zia Dingyang noticed the look in his daughter's eyes. Are you competing with Lin Moyu? Ziazu was dejected, as if a deflated ball. That's right, I lost again. That guy is a real scoundrel. Zia Dingyang chuckled. Do you want me to step in and deal with no? Before Zia Dingyang could finish speaking, Ziazu had refused decisively. This is my business, and I'll take care of it myself. I won't keep losing to that fool. Ziazu snorted, intense fighting spirit burning in her eyes. Zia Dingyang laughed even more happily. All right, I won't interfere. However, let me tell you this, Lin Moyu was out after 10 hours, and he killed all the level 8 monsters in the novice dungeon. Ziazu was stunned once again. He killed all the level 8 monsters. In the dungeon, she just reached the area of level 7 monster, and hasn't even seen level 8 monsters. For her to be able to fight level 7 monsters while at level 5, she thought that already to be very impressive. But who would have thought that Lin Moyu had killed all the level 8 monsters and came out 2 hours early? That is to say, if there were more level 8 monsters, this guy might have reached level 8 by now. Is there such a big gap between me and him? Even though Ziazu didn't admit defeat, nevertheless she still felt a bit disheartened. Zia Dingyang said, each class has its own unique traits. Some classes are powerful at the early stages, while others will only gain momentum at later stages. At this moment, victory or defeat doesn't matter. Compared to him, you have an advantage. Ziazu understood the meaning behind Zia Dingyang's words. Her advantage lies in her family, which has ample funds and resources. Whether it is items, equipment, or skills, she doesn't lack anything, while people like Lin Moyu who have no money or power will have to struggle to obtain equipment, skills, and items. Anyway, I won't admit defeat. Even if you take the lead now, I will still surpass you in the future. Ziazu was only despondent for 2 minutes before her fighting spirit reignited. Zia Dingyang was quite pleased. This is how his daughter should be. On the school bus, Gao Yang purposefully sat next to Lin Moyu. I'm already level 4. Pretty good, right? Hunting monsters together with a girl is really enjoyable. It's much more fun than hunting solo like you. Lin Moyu looked at this dunce, wondering if there are instances where the other party doesn't feel happy. Dang it, I didn't notice it before, but you're already level 7. How did you do it? Have you cleared all the monsters in the dungeon? I worked very hard to reach level 4. How did you get to level 7? Are you a celestial being? Gao Yang spoke loud enough for the entire bus to hear. At this point, everyone noticed that Lin Moyu has reached level 7. The majority is around level 3, while level 4 is already impressive. Lin Moyu, on the other hand, has reached level 7. The bus became lively at once, although most students are still afraid of Lin Moyu and his skeletal warriors. However, to get close to the strong, this is enticing to many. Some wanted to talk to Lin Moyu and get along with him, but his taciturn demeanor, coupled with the terrifying presence of the skeletal warriors, made them hesitate. Quiet, Lu Yun shouted in a low voice, and the bus, which was getting noisy, quieted down at once. Gao Yang stroked his head. I was too excited. Boss, can you take me with you to level up? Lin Moyu said, if there is a chance. Gao Yang was overjoyed. Then it's settled. The next morning, Gao Yang couldn't find Lin Moyu at the school's gate. Teacher Lu, why didn't Lin Moyu come? Lu Yun replied, he went to the outskirts of Zihai City. Gao Yang realized that he had been fooled. No wonder Lin Moyu agreed so readily yesterday. He couldn't help but let out a cry. Lin Moyu, you deceived me. Just you wait, I'm not done with you. I will fight you. At this time, Lin Moyu has arrived at the south side of Zihai City by car. The tall city wall lying here separates the living area of the humans from the monster area. By leaving the city wall, one will enter the monster area, where the weakest monsters are level 10. Compared to the monsters in the novice dungeon, the monsters here are much stronger. At the same time, fighting monsters here will provide more EXP and net various materials. If one is lucky, some monsters may even drop equipment. These can be used by themselves or sold for money. On both sides of the street leading to the city gate, there are many shops. There are blacksmith shops, weapons stores, jewelry stores, armor stores, and so on. The most important one is the trade office of the Shangxia Empire. The trade office was officially established by the government of the Shangxia Empire and has branches in cities across the empire. One can freely buy and sell equipment, materials, and other items in the trade office. One can either sell things directly to the trade office or place them in the trade office for sale. In addition to buying and selling equipment, one can receive missions in the trade office. This is the first time Lin Moyu has come to the trade office. In the trade office of the Shangxia Empire, there are over 100 stone pillars half the size of a person erected. On each stone pillar, there is a magic crystal embedded. All functions of the trade office can be accessed via the magic crystals. The trade office is known as the highest embodiment of alchemy. Lin Moyu found an empty spot and placed his hand on the magic crystal, starting identity authentication. Authentication confirmed. Citizen of the Shangxia Empire, Lin Moyu, permitted to use the Shangxia Empire's trade office. Contribution points 0, authority level 1. The Shangxia Empire's trade office is only open to citizens of the Shangxia Empire. Although Lin Moyu has the right to access the trade office, but his authority is very low, only level 1. In order to obtain greater authority, one must raise their contribution points. But that's a thing for the future and has nothing to do with him for the time being. He glanced at the items sold in the trade office. Weapons, armor, jewelry, materials, there is everything one may need, but their price isn't cheap. Lin Moyu only has around 100 gold coins on him. He can't even afford the cheapest iron rank weapons, let alone the more expensive bronze and silver rank weapons. After memorizing the prices of some low rank materials, Lin Moyu began to examine the missions. In the outskirts of Zihai City, monsters range from level 10 to level 20, classifying it as a low-level area. As such, the amount of missions there is here isn't large, with most involving the collection of materials. Collect green shoot grass, price 50 gold coins per unit, unlimited. Collect black wolf fur, price 20 gold coins per unit, unlimited. Collect beast bones, 30 gold coins per unit, unlimited. Alchemists, concoctors, blacksmiths, and other livelihood class users all require a large amount of materials in order to train their skills. At the same time, they will process the materials into useful items and sell them, earning themselves a certain income. As they train their skills, livelihood class users can raise their level. In this way, a virtuous cycle is formed, providing livelihood class users with pretty good development prospects. This mission is a bit interesting. Raid the level 14 Zihai Mine dungeon and get the Goblin King's Core. The reward for this mission is 100,000 gold coins. Judging by the reward, this mission is obviously difficult. The Zihai Mine is located south of Zihai City, more than 50 kilometers away. Lin Moyu doesn't intend to go there. When it comes to level 14 dungeons, the minimum requirement is level 10. His current level isn't high enough. The difficulty of dungeons can be divided into ordinary, nightmare, and hell. Lin Moyu isn't sure how hard nightmare rank difficulty is. According to the description in books, nightmare rank difficulty is at least several times harder than that of ordinary rank difficulty. Without a strong party, it is basically impossible to raid a dungeon with this degree of difficulty. As for hell rank difficulty, it isn't something that ordinary class users can attempt. After a while, Lin Moyu left the trade office and went to the city gate. Lin Moyu, level 7, Necromancer. A guard at the city gate took the city leaving certificate from Lin Moyu and confirmed his information. Although he was rather suspicious, how could a school give permission for a level 7 to leave the city? After all, the monsters outside the city start at level 10. A difference of 3 levels is very dangerous. However, the city leaving certificate is real. The guard quickly concluded the inspection. Your city leaving certificate has been activated. Unless there are special circumstances, you can freely enter and exit the cities of the Shangxia Empire. There are many monsters outside, so pay attention to your safety and be careful at all times. If you run into danger, you must hurry back. Doesn't matter if you lose face. After all, your life is what's most important. You must be particularly careful at night. Some monsters specifically choose to launch raids at night. The guard kindly instructed Lin Moyu. After walking out of the city gate, a cold wind slammed into Lin Moyu. The sky suddenly darkened and the air filled with an oppressive feeling. Inside and outside the city are like two worlds. This city wall isn't a simple wall. A city wall divides the world into two. Lin Moyu stepped forward and quickly disappeared into the wilderness. The air became increasingly oppressive, as if a bloodthirsty feeling drifted about. From time to time, beast roars rising afar could be heard. Occasionally, people fighting monsters could be seen. They all are basically above level 10. The city wall behind him is long gone, and his view is shrouded in a thin mist. Lin Moyu willed, and a skeletal warrior walked out of the summoned space. At this time, there are a total of 28 skeletal warriors in the summoned space. After having restored his spirit force through meditation last night, Lin Moyu summoned 4 more skeletal warriors. Lin Moyu looked at a monster 20 meters away. Kill that monster. The skeletal warrior immediately ran away, accompanied by clicking sounds. At the same time, Lin Moyu activated detection. Goblin Patrol Level 10, Strength 120, Agility 50, Spirit 50, Physique 120, Skills none. The Level 10 Goblin Patrol has a ferocious appearance, a wolf tooth club in its hands. This monster is primarily strength-oriented, with pitifully low agility and spirit. Its physique is quite good, and is a testament to its rough skin and thick flesh. But in front of the skeletal warrior, whose 4 attributes have reached 750 points, it pales in comparison. In this area, the monsters are mainly goblins. They occupy a very large area, which extends all the way to the Zihai mine 50 kilometers away. The skeletal warrior reached the goblin in the blink of an eye. The goblin noticed the skeletal warrior and launched an attack, and its wolf tooth club whistled through the air. The skeletal warrior didn't dodge, but let the wolf tooth club smash into it with a loud bang. The goblin patrol is quite strong, to the point that even the skeletal warrior couldn't help swaying, but that's all there is to it. The skeletal warrior raised its shabby blade and slashed down. The wounded goblin patrol yelled and swung its wolf tooth club even harder. Wolf tooth club and blade shot through the air as the goblin patrol and the skeletal warrior exchanged blows. When the wolf tooth club struck the skeletal warrior, apart from causing the skeleton to shake a bit, it was unable to cause any substantial damage. But when the blade of the skeletal warrior struck the goblin patrol, it dealt substantial damage. 5 blade strikes later, the goblin patrol let out a scream and collapsed into a pool of blood. Killed Level 10 Goblin Patrol, EXP plus 300, obtained Goblin Bone. A bone appeared in Lin Moyu's storage space. After a person awakens a class, they will receive a storage space. The storage space will expand as the class user's level rises. It can store items, materials, equipment, and food, making it very convenient. Lin Moyu tried to put a skeletal warrior into the storage space, but it turned out to be impossible. After killing a goblin patrol, Lin Moyu learned how powerful level 10 monsters are. In general, there is not much difference between monsters of the same level. Lin Moyu willed, releasing all 28 skeletal warriors. Much like in the novice dungeon, the skeletal warriors quickly dispersed and began to search for enemies. The density of monsters in the wilderness is far greater than in the novice dungeon. Lin Moyu's EXP started to increase rapidly again, faster than it did in the novice dungeon. Killed Level 10 Goblin Patrol, EXP plus 300, obtained Goblin Bone. Killed Level 10 Grim Grey Wolf, EXP plus 280, obtained Wolf Fur. Notifications rose like a barrage of bullets, overwhelming Lin Moyu a little. At this speed, he will be able to reach level 8 in less than an hour. I did well in coming here. Lin Moyu clenched his fists and his heart stirred a little. At this speed, reaching level 15 before the Great Examination should not be a problem. As for going beyond that, it's hard to say. That will depend on how the EXP rate will change after level 10. As the skeletal warriors scattered and advanced forward, they attracted the attention of some class users. When they first saw the skeletal warriors, they thought the skeletons were monsters. However, after using detection, they discovered that the skeletons are summons. However, these summons are really strong, killing level 10 monsters, as if chopping vegetables. Someone tried to look for the master of the summons via skeletal warrior. Fortunately, the skeletal warrior was located far away. Lin Moyu remotely retrieved the skeletal warrior, making it impossible for the opponent to find him. Lin Moyu changed directions and entered the woods. In the woods, the terrain is complex, visibility is limited, and monsters often launch surprise attacks, making it more dangerous. Therefore, most people don't like to venture into the woods. The skeletal warriors scattered and cruised through the forest, the complex terrain having no impact on them. A topographic map gradually formed in Lin Moyu's mind, with every plant and tree clearly depicted. An hour later, the leveling light appeared on Lin Moyu. He reached level 8. The skeletal warriors hunted monsters without stop, bringing Lin Moyu a steady stream of EXP and materials. No one has ever been able to level up as easily as him. Mages will deplete their spirit force. Knights will be exhausted after prolonged combat. No matter the class, it will require rest, but not the skeletal warriors. As long as they are alive, as long as they are intact, they can operate perpetually. There are no monsters. Lin Moyu looked at the empty woods. In just over an hour, the monsters here have been cleared. Lin Moyu had no choice but to leave the woods and head deeper into the wilderness. He was getting further and further away from Zihai City. As he proceeded forward, monsters were no longer limited to level 10. Level 11, level 12, and even level 13 monsters began to appear, but they were easily hunted nonetheless. The skeletal warriors had to strike with their blades a few more times at most. With their tyrannical physique, the skeletal warriors ignored the attacks of the monsters and hacked them to death. It was that simple. A level 8 character together with a group of skeletal warriors possessing superior attributes, in Lin Moyu's wake, no monster could survive. By the afternoon, Lin Moyu's EXP reached level 999, only a step away from level 10. At this point, the number of skeletons under his control has reached 40, who rampaged in the area like a frightening army. One can learn a new skill at level 10. It's a shame, but I don't have any skill scrolls. It seems that I can only use my talent and skills for the time being. Fortunately, my talent and skills are powerful enough. Even without gaining new skills, it won't affect my leveling. Class users can learn a new skill every 10 levels. There are 3 ways one can learn a skill. First, they can be taught by a teacher. Second, they can learn through a skill book. Third, they can learn through a skill scroll. When it comes to hidden classes like Lin Moyu's, there are basically no teachers to teach. Moreover, his is a unique class. There are no skill books for him to learn from either. As such, his only option is to use skill scrolls. Skill scrolls can be purchased in the trade office. For elementary skill scrolls, which are used by class users below level 20, they are priced at 100,000 gold coins per scroll. It's very expensive. By using a skill scroll, one can randomly acquire a skill related to their class. However, there is a fairly troublesome issue that can crop up. Skills learned from skill scrolls are random, and there is a possibility that one will learn a skill they have already learned. If such a mishap occurs, the 100,000 gold coins will be wasted. Furthermore, there are also intermediate and advanced skill scrolls, whose price is astronomical. In summation, if Lin Moyu wants to learn a new skill related to his class, he can only choose this way. As Lin Moyu pondered, the leveling light shone once more. He finally reached level 10. Damage transfer. All damage taken by the host will be borne by the summons. Soul Blaze, level 10. Deals damage to target soul. Its power depends on your spirit force and the skills level. Summon Skeletal Warrior, level 10. Summons a Bronze Skeletal Warrior. Lin Moyu looked at his upgraded attributes. His strength, agility, and physique didn't change much. Every time he levels up, they increase by 10 points. Spirit Force, on the other hand, reached 300 points, which constitute an increase of 120 points. It is said that after level 10, there will be a great increase in the attributes. Since my class is classified as a mage class, the greatest change lies in my Spirit Force. Next, he looked at his skills and became ecstatic. His talent has become more powerful. The amplification rose from 10 to 20 times. Even if everything else were to remain the same, the combat power of his skeletal warriors would still increase by many times. Moreover, the rank of the skeletal warriors has also changed, changing from iron skeletal warriors to bronze skeletal warriors. Lin Moyu impatiently summoned a skeletal warrior. Unlike iron skeletal warriors, which are gray, the bronze skeletal warrior is pale blue. The cracks on its body are almost completely gone, and even the blade in its hand has a slight luster. At least it doesn't look like it was picked up from a garbage dump. The 4 attributes are still balanced, the basic attributes having reached 150 points. After the 20-fold comprehensive amplification, the attributes have reached an astonishing amount of 3,000 points. Based on the information currently available to him, Lin Moyu can no longer estimate which level of combatant the bronze skeletal warrior is comparable to. But with these attributes, Lin Moyu can travel freely in this area. In addition, a skill has been added, giving the skeletal warriors an instant eruption ability. Is this what they call when you have the skill, you can eat your fill? Lin Moyu thought of a saying from his previous life. There's no need for complex and showy skills. Just 1 or 2 practical and powerful skills are sufficient to sweep everything. In his current situation, he can't unleash magnificent magic nor perform dazzling combat skills. By relying on his current skills alone, he believes that combatants below level 20 are no match for him. For others, it is impossible to defeat level 20 combatants with level 10, but it is not difficult for them. With the attributes of the skeletal warriors, coupled with his passive skill, even if he stands still in front of a level 20 combatant, it will take a long time to kill him. Lin Moyu was going to summon bronze skeletal warriors when a whistling sound rose, followed by an arrow flying past in front of his eyes. Whoosh! A series of arrows flew past in front of his eyes. One of the arrows hit him. An invisible membrane appeared and blocked the arrow. His passive skill activated automatically, and all damage was transferred to the skeletal warriors. Lin Moyu received no damage. Under attack, Lin Moyu received a warning. At the same time, the eyes of the skeletal warrior shone red. It entered a state of alert. A person in black emerged in the woods, running at a very fast speed. Her agility attribute must be quite high. Lin Moyu believes her to be an assassin-type class user. When she saw Lin Moyu, she quickly turned and ran toward another direction. She disappeared in the blink of an eye. 2 seconds after the person in black left, 2 people chasing after her appeared. Judging by their attire and adornments, Lin Moyu roughly guessed their classes, an archer and a mage. Needless to say, the arrows were shot by the archer. If it weren't for the passive skill damage transfer, Lin Moyu would definitely have been injured. The 2 didn't pay attention to Lin Moyu and quickly continued with their pursuit. Lin Moyu's eyes flickered. They ran in the wrong direction. The person in black changed directions here. Since the other two people ran in the wrong direction, they are bound to return empty-handed. Sure enough, after just a few seconds, the two returned. The mage began to use his skill. Lin Moyu felt wind surge in the surroundings. A few seconds later, the mage sighed and said, "That lass is very cunning. She has already escaped." The archer said, "It's fine. There's only so far she can run. We'll catch her eventually." Then he looked at Lin Moyu and asked, "Kid, have you seen a person in black just now?" Lin Moyu didn't answer and instead said in a low voice, "Your arrow hit me. Apologize." The archer looked at the arrows on the ground and understood immediately, "I'm sorry." Lin Moyu waved his hand, "Don't do it again." The archer felt as if Lin Moyu was looking down at him from above. The mage's expression was gloomy, clearly unhappy with the fact that the other party escaped. He turned and looked at the skeletal warrior next to Lin Moyu, undead summon. There was a hint of disgust in his eyes, and he slowly raised the stave in his hand. The eyes of the skeletal warrior shone red. It has assumed a combat stance. The archer suddenly grabbed the mage by the arm and whispered, "Don't cause trouble." The mage's eyes turned in thought, but in the end he lowered his stave and said, "I know." As he watched the two retreat, Lin Moyu said faintly, "Consider yourselves lucky," although he didn't use detection. But judging from the power of the arrow, which wasn't too great, the level of the two people isn't high, around level 20 at most. If the other party attacked, Lin Moyu feels like he might have killed them. He is no saint. If someone bullies him, he will pay them back 100-fold. When the mage raised his stave, Lin Moyu returned all the skeletal warriors back into the summoned space. They could swarm the other party at a moment's notice. If they had attacked, the other party would surely be hacked into numerous pieces. The 44 bronze skeletal warriors hunted monsters in the woods. As his skills were upgraded, Lin Moyu once again enjoyed the pleasure of instant killing. The bronze skeletal warriors killed level 10 and level 11 goblin-type monsters with one blade strike. Efficiency has improved again. Starting from level 10, the EXP requirement has increased once more, by nearly 3 times. Leveling was becoming slower and slower. When calculated based on this, at least 5,000 goblin-type monsters have to be hunted for Lin Moyu to level up. The skeletal warriors, who don't know the concept of tired, killed all the monsters in their way in an instant, but it was still a bit slow. When night fell, Lin Moyu still lacked 30 of EXP before he could reach level 11. Lin Moyu lit a bonfire in the woods, then ate the food he brought from home. He doesn't intend to go back. His time is limited, so he can't waste it on traveling back and forth. At the current speed, I should be able to reach level 13 tomorrow, and perhaps even reach level 15 the day after tomorrow. After level 15, the leveling speed will be further decreased, and I have to put aside one day to hurry back. I can reach level 16 at most. How did Sister level up so fast back then? Although Sister is a legendary class user sword dancer, but she shouldn't be able to surpass me in terms of leveling speed. I must be overlooking something. Lin Moyu sifted through his memories. He thought about the knowledge he learned in school and then linked it with Lin Mohan's trajectory at that time. All of a sudden, he had a realization. Zihai Mine Dungeon. Has Sister partied up with someone and gone to the dungeon? And it should have been nightmare rank difficulty at the very least. Nightmare rank dungeons are replete with enhanced elite monsters. They must provide a lot of EXP. This is why Sister came back injured at that time. Besides, she's been treated by someone. That's right, that must be it. Lin Moyu clenched his fists, feeling that his guess should be correct. Let's take a look tomorrow. He made up his mind. The night grew heavier. All the monsters within a radius of 500 meters have been cleared. The skeletal warriors hid in the darkness. Lin Moyu, on the other hand, began to meditate. With the protection of the 44 skeletal warriors, coupled with the passive skill, there is no need to worry about safety. The forest at night isn't completely quiet, with wolf howls rising intermittently in the distance. There are also rustling sounds from leaves blown by the wind, which is somewhat eerie and scary. The temperature in the area where Lin Moyu is located is lower than in other places. The presence of the skeletal warriors turned the night wind into a chilly wind. At midnight, a skeletal warrior suddenly issued a warning. Lin Moyu roused from meditation. The skeletal warrior noticed someone approaching his position. Is it a class user who came here to level up? Not many people would venture into the woods in the middle of the night. Are they lost? Lin Moyu did not budge, however he did become alert. In the wilderness, everything should be taken seriously. A bonfire is an excellent beacon at night. Soon, someone appeared in Lin Moyu's line of sight. It's her. Lin Moyu met her in the afternoon. She is the person in black who was running away. Excuse me, do you have anything to eat? The voice of the person in black is quite pleasant to the ear. A pair of big eyes shone brightly in the firelight. Lin Moyu took out a sweet potato and handed it to her. He only prepared sweet potatoes and some water. The person in black didn't turn her nose up. After taking off her mask, she devoured the sweet potato. It seems like she was really hungry. Behind the mask is a delicate and exquisite face. She appears to be only 18 or 19 years old and exudes a youthful aura. Lin Moyu didn't use detection. Using detection on strangers is impolite and may even attract hostility. Thank before she could finish, the person in black coughed violently. She choked on the sweet potato while talking to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu took out a bottle of water and handed it to her. The person in black drank a few mouthfuls before finally calming down. The person in black ate one sweet potato after another. And Lin Moyu didn't ask any questions. Consequently, a strange silence permeated the air. She didn't eat fast. In fact, her eating was quite refined. As she ate, her beautiful eyes occasionally looked in Lin Moyu's direction and shimmered faintly, her thoughts inscrutable. After she finished eating, the person in black finally opened her mouth and said, "What's your name?" Seeing that Lin Moyu didn't answer, she carried on, "You don't talk much. Let's use detection on one another, is that okay?" Lin Moyu thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. A fingertip of the two shimmered simultaneously as they used detection on one another. Lin Moyu was stunned. His detection failed. He didn't receive any information. The person in black suddenly laughed, a crafty and victorious look on her face. Hee. It failed, right? So your name is Lin Moyu, level 10, and your class is Necromancer. I've never heard of this class before. How strange. In the afternoon, I saw a skeleton next to you. That was your summon, undead summon. That's rare. The words she spoke suddenly increased, forming one sentence after another. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you perhaps a mute? But it doesn't appear to be the case. Lin Moyu looked at her and asked faintly why. As if she witnessed a new world, her small face surged with surprise. So you really can talk. Why? Lin Moyu looked at her and asked again. She still smiled. Why did the detection fail? It was because of this. She took out an item that looks like a badge. This is called cloaking badge. So long as you wear it and the opponent hasn't surpassed you by at least 10 levels, detection will fail. She put away the cloaking badge. Now try using detection on me again. Lin Moyu nodded and launched detection. This time it was successful. Ning Yi, level 19, Shadow Assassin. A cool wind rushed over. Ning Yi's smile disappeared in an instant, and Lin Moyu looked to one side. Lin Moyu discovered the visitors through the skeletal warriors. In addition to the archer and mage he saw today, there is also a knight carrying a sword and shield. The three people surrounded them from different directions. Ning Yi furrowed her eyebrows and her delicate face twisted. They won't give it a rest. It's just an intermediate skill scroll. They have been chasing me for a few days now, and they still haven't given up. Ning Yi stomped her foot and said to Lin Moyu, "I'm leaving. If I have a chance later, I'll look for you." Whoosh, an arrow ejected out from the darkness. Ning Yi reacted quickly and dodged to the side in an instant. The arrow exploded with a bang and turned into two streams of light that fell on Lin Moyu and Ning Yi respectively. A huge mark suddenly appeared above the heads of Lin Moyu and Ning Yi respectively, shining brightly in the darkness as if bright beacons. Shit, it was a marking arrow. Ning Yi's small face turned pale. She realized that things have become troublesome. Lin Moyu called to mind the description of marking arrow. This is a skill with which archers can mark targets and make them conspicuous, making it impossible to enter stealth mode. Marking arrow is very effective against assassin-type classes, as it can restrict stealth-type skills. Furthermore, when raiding dungeons, it can also be used to deal with some stealth-type monsters. When marked by an archer, stealth-type skills will be restricted, making it difficult to escape. You won't be able to escape this time. Along with a sneer, the mage Lin Moyu saw today walked out into the open. On another side, the archer is standing on a tree. In another direction, the knight has also arrived. The mage gripped his stave and swept Lin Moyu and Ning Yi with a cold gaze. "I knew you were together. A filthy, rat-like assassin, matched with a wicked undead-type summoner. What a great pair." A faint light flashed past Ning Yi's hand, and a dagger with a green sheen appeared in her hand. "He has nothing to do with this. I'll give you the skill scroll, so let's go our separate ways." The archer on the tree chuckled. "If it were a day ago, then that would have been fine. But now we think it's safer to kill you." The mage followed up. "The dead tell no tales. In this way, no one will learn that we have an intermediate skill scroll, which will save us a lot of trouble." Ning Yi said in a low voice, "I will tie them down. You run on your own." Lin Moyu looked at her. "What about you? I am a shadow assassin, and the night is my home field. I have my ways to get away." Lin Moyu is aware that Ning Yi is just talking big. If that really were the case, Ning Yi wouldn't have been on the run till this day. The opponent is clearly stronger. As a shadow assassin, she might have been able to escape before. But now that she has been hit by the archer's marking arrow, her stealth-type skills have become ineffective, making it hard for her to escape. The archer said in a deep voice, "Long delays can lead to complications. We shouldn't waste time. Let's do it." The mage raised his stave. "Not only will you die today, but this guy will die as well." The stave burst out with brilliant light, and a huge ball of light rose into the air, illuminating the surroundings as if a sun. Skill, lighting. A mage's lighting can not only be used to give light, but also to dispel darkness, increasing their accuracy. The most crucial thing is that lighting can also restrain stealth-type skills of assassins. This puts Ning Yi in an even tighter spot. "I will have to go all out." Ning Yi's hand flashed with light, and a blue dagger appeared in her hand. Her whole body tensed up. Her big eyes narrowed slightly, and her gaze became sharp. She began to search for opportunities. The archer standing on the tree had already drawn his bow, ready to shoot at any moment. The knight equipped his sword and shield and assumed the charge skill posture. The mage's stave shone. Surrounded by the three, Ning Yi had no escape routes left. At this moment, Lin Moyu raised his fingers and a skeletal warrior appeared in front of her. Tusk, it's no use. The mage revealed a shade of disdain and strong aversion. Great fireball. The mage let out a shout, and a huge fireball with a diameter of 1 meter appeared out of nowhere and shot toward Lin Moyu's group of two. Great Fireball is a skill that a mage can only master after level 20, and it possesses tremendous power. If one is hit by it, they will either die or suffer injury. Dodge. The color of Ning Yi's face changed, and she promptly pulled Lin Moyu by the arm and fell back. When he unleashed Great Fireball, the mage instantly unleashed his spirit force to bind the opponent. While she was falling back with Lin Moyu, Ning Yi suddenly felt a weight on her body and her speed dropped. An invisible spirit force string extended from the stave and wound around her feet. At the same time as Ning Yi was bound by spirit force, the archer also started. The bowstring vibrated with a buzz and an arrow ejected out. The arrow turned into 3 halfway. Skill, triple shot. One of the techniques of archers is to fire 3 arrows at one time. At this moment, the knight launched charge and dashed toward the two with astonishing speed. It's over. Ning Yi's face turned pale. She suddenly pushed Lin Moyu away, pushing him out of the attack's range. At this moment, 2 skeletal warriors appeared on Ning Yi's left and right respectively. The 3 skeletal warriors were like 3 shields, firmly protecting Ning Yi. The mage's great fireball landed on a skeletal warrior and exploded with a loud bang, and firelight surged. The archer's triple shot landed on another skeletal warrior, issuing metallic impact sounds. At this moment, the knight collided with the last skeletal warrior. The skeletal warrior didn't budge. The knight, on the other hand, was flung away. The first skeletal warrior slowly emerged from the firelight, emanating pale blue radiance from all over its body. It seems perfectly fine. How is this possible? The mage couldn't believe his eyes. He had used detection earlier and checked that Lin Moyu is only a level 10 necromancer. Since the level of the summon can't exceed that of the summoner himself, the skeleton must only be level 10. But despite being level 21, the mage unexpectedly wasn't able to kill the opponent in an instant. The archer and knight were also stunned. What sort of summons are these? How come they are so strong? Click, click, accompanied by eerie sounds, skeletal warriors emerged in the surroundings. A total of 44 skeletal warriors surrounded the group of 3. Not only the 3 people were stunned, but Ning Yi was also stunned. Her eyes widened and she opened her small mouth, unable to believe her eyes. That appearance looks quite cute. She finally witnessed the power of Lin Moyu's skeletal warriors. They are just level 10 skeletal warriors. Furthermore, they are covered in cracks and their weapons look shabby. They look like they can't withstand a single blow. So how can they be so powerful? The mage's level 20 skill surprisingly wasn't able to damage the skeletal warrior. The archer's triple shot and the knight's charge couldn't damage the skeletal warriors either. Are these really level 10 summons? They are excessively strong, and their numbers. Firelights rose in the darkness as skeletal warriors appeared without warning and surrounded the group of 3. Without saying a word, Lin Moyu walked back to Ning Yi's side, a shade of murderous intent in his eyes. Kill, Lin Moyu willed, and the skeletal warriors started at once. The color of the mage's face changed greatly. His stave vibrated and an energy shield appeared around him. Shield. This is a signature skill of the mage class. The higher the level and the level of the skill, the stronger the mage's shield will be. Mages have a low agility attribute, which translates into relatively slow movement speed. They can't compare to a nimble class such as Archer in terms of movement speed, and now he is surrounded by skeletal warriors with no room to dodge. A skeletal warrior brandished its blade, and the shield suddenly twisted violently. The color of the mage's face changed greatly. In just one blade strike, his shield was almost broken. What are the attributes of these skeletons? Their attack power is dreadful. There was no time for him to think much as the blade of a second skeletal warrior fell. The shield shattered in response and turned into thousands of specks of light that dissipated. Fire ring of repulsion. The mage once again cast a skill, and a huge ring of fire erupted, pushing the nearby skeletons more than a dozen meters away. He had no time to rejoice. 2 skeletons jumped at him, covering him in their shadows. He wasn't given the opportunity to use another skill. Along with the flash of a blade, the mage's head soared into the sky. In just about 2 seconds, the mage turned into a corpse. At this time, the archer was being pursued by skeletal warriors, cutting a sorry figure. When he saw the mage die, his eyes filled with horror. He is much more nimble than the mage. But compared to the skeletal warriors, whose agility has reached 3,000 points, he is far from being a match. He continuously used evasive skills, trying to break away from the pursuit of the skeletal warriors. Unfortunately, all his efforts were ultimately in vain. As the skeletal warriors closed in, the maneuver space available to him became smaller and smaller. Compared to the mage, who died, and the archer, who is about to die, the knight's situation is much better. The knight emitted light as if a light bulb. He repeatedly launched the skill charge and ran toward the distance. This light is sturdier than even the mage's shield, firmly protecting him. Even though the skeletal warrior hacked with their blades, they were unable to harm him. This is extreme defense. Didn't expect this knight to master this skill. Lin Moyu recalled information about this skill. This is one of the core skills of the knight class. When it is activated for a short period of time, the class user's defense will become extremely formidable. It is unknown how powerful it is. People tried to test it before. A level 20 knight who unleashed extreme defense can withstand attacks from a level 40 mage, although only for a moment. But this already shows how strong the extreme defense skill is. A knight who has mastered extreme defense and a knight who hasn't, it's as if they are of two different classes. However, extreme defense is not an easy skill to learn. Without a corresponding skill book, one can only use skill scrolls to try learning it. But due to the randomness of skill scrolls, the possibility of learning it is very low. The knight employing extreme defense fled like crazy. A scream transmitted from behind. He realized that the archer has died as well. The mage and archer died one after another, scaring him out of his mind. How come these skeletal warriors are so terrifying? If he had known things would end up like this, he wouldn't have come. Losing his life for an intermediate skill scroll isn't worth it. Use your skill, block him, don't let him escape. Lin Moyu issued orders. He can't let the knight run away. Since he has started, he should do a clean job. The blades of skeletal warriors emitted red light. Berserk Strike deals 200 of the skill user's strength as damage. The skeletal warriors, whose strength has reached 3,000 points, can deal double the damage after using this skill. They can even use skills. The knight felt his heart jump into his throat. The skeletal warriors were already terrifying enough. Unexpectedly, they still can use skills. This is just outrageous. Along with a flash of red light, a blade strike landed on the knight. The white light around the knight suddenly dimmed a lot. A second and a third strikes followed. The duration of extreme defense is 1 minute, and that is under the condition that the skill isn't subjected to attacks. The more intense the attacks that extreme defense has to bear, the shorter its duration will be. Skeletal warriors went all out and launched their skill, and the duration of extreme defense rapidly decreased. More skeletal warriors surrounded the knight, cutting off his path of retreat. The situation was hopeless. After a dozen or so seconds, the knight was hacked to pieces by the skeletal warriors. If you start something, finish it. This is something Lin Mohan told Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu followed her instructions. They're all dead. Ning Yi hasn't reacted until now. From start to finish, the battle lasted only about 20 seconds. The 3 people were killed already. The responsible party, however, didn't even move but just stood there. Lin Moyu nodded. Ning Yi is right. They are indeed dead. The skeletal warriors ran back, carrying quite a few things. After a class user dies, the things in their storage space will drop. The skeletal warriors picked them up and brought them back. Bronze Carmen's Stave, Spirit plus 20, increases the power of mage-type skills by 5, usable after level 18. Bronze Carmen's Bow, Agility plus 20, increases the power of archer-type skills by 5, usable after level 18. Bronze Carmen's Sword, Strength plus 10, Physique plus 10, increases the power of offensive skills by 5, usable after level 18. Bronze Carmen's Shield, Physique plus 20, increases the power of defensive skills by 5, usable after level 18. 4 pieces of equipment were neatly placed in front of him. The bronze rank equipment glowed with pale blue lusted, which is not too dissimilar from the luster of the skeletal warriors. Ning Yi said, "These are equipment from Carmen Beastman Army Dungeon." Lin Moyu was slightly doubtful. He hasn't heard of this dungeon before. Seeing that Lin Moyu is doubtful, Ning Yi proceeded with an explanation. Carmen Beastman Army Dungeon is a level 20 dungeon located outside Shanghai City. The 3 have often gone into that dungeon. Lin Moyu nodded. The 4 bronze rank equipment are of no use to him, but they can be sold for some money. He collected the 4 bronze rank equipment, and Ning Yi didn't express any objections. There were also some materials, such as wolf fur, beast bones, and green shoot grass, but there wasn't a lot of it. Lin Moyu collected them without hesitation. No matter how insignificant hay are, they can still be sold. After collecting the equipment and materials, there was only one thing left. Elementary Skill Scroll Introduction can be used to acquire a skill below level 20. It is possible to acquire an already learned skill. It's surprisingly an elementary skill scroll. This scroll is very valuable, worth 100,000 gold coins. Lin Moyu gripped the scroll and contemplated whether to use it himself or sell it. Ning Yi asked, "You haven't used an elementary skill scroll before, have you?" Lin Moyu nodded. Indeed, he hasn't. Then you can use it now. Although there is a chance of acquiring an already mastered skill, but it is worth the try. No way. You're not thinking of selling it, are you? Are you that short of money? This is an elementary skill scroll, not an advanced skill scroll. It's not worth that much. According to Ning Yi, 100,000 gold coins doesn't seem like much money. Clearly, her family background is extraordinary. Lin Moyu held the skill scroll. How do I use it? Ning Yi chuckled. It's simple. You hold the scroll and say use scroll. Lin Moyu complied, not suspecting anything. Use scroll. The scroll had no reaction. Ning Yi said, oh, that wasn't right, that wasn't loud enough. You need to say it loudly. Lin Moyu looked at her but didn't try again. Although he hasn't used a scroll before, but he isn't stupid. He doesn't believe her claim. Then Lin Moyu guessed the usage method and infused spirit force into the skill scroll. Ning Yi looked at Lin Moyu with a hopeful expression, waiting for him to shout the words use scroll. Lin Moyu, however, didn't shout. Suddenly, the skill scroll erupted with brilliant light that enveloped Lin Moyu. Ning Yi let out an ah sound, a look of disappointment on her face. You found out. She wanted to tease Lin Moyu. But in the end, Lin Moyu found the correct usage method himself. What a disappointment! The skill scroll transformed into a mass of light that shrouded Lin Moyu. Acquired skill, Corpse Explosion. Corpse Explosion, Level 1, detonate a corpse and deal 10 of the corpse's health as damage to enemies within a radius of 1 meter. Lin Moyu acquired a new skill. The scroll was not wasted. Corpse Explosion is currently Level 1. In other words, it is a skill that can only be mastered at Level 10. Looking at the skill's introduction, at first sight it doesn't seem remarkable. Its range is only 1 meter. In the grand scheme of things, it is too small, and its power stems from the corpse's health. Lin Moyu understands the concept of health as related to corpses. In the eyes of a necromancer, a corpse also has health. Its health stems from the flesh, the bones, and even the soul. Despite being dead, the health of a corpse will be no less than when it was alive. For some powerhouses, their corpse will not rot for thousands of years and will constantly emit tremendous energy. But Lin Moyu gleaned different information from this. This is an AoE 1 offensive skill. If he is faced with thousands of enemies, he can't rely on skeletal warriors to chop them all up. That would be too slow. At that point, so long as an enemy is killed, he can detonate the corpse, killing or injuring the enemies within the skill's range. With enemies dying in the explosion, more corpses will be formed. He can continue to detonate the corpses again and again. As long as spirit force isn't depleted, the skill won't be stopped. Plus, with his talent is the range of 1 meter an issue. It has now reached 20 meters and its lethality has reached 200, another godly skill. As long as this talent is present, practically all his skills will be godly skills. The scroll's light dissipated. Ning Yi blinked her big eyes, an expectant look on her face. How is it? Have you learned a new skill? I have. Lin Moyu did not rebuke Ning Yi for teasing him. Ning Yi is just playful and mischievous, while he himself is not a petty character. Ning Yi smiled happily. Your voice is pleasant. Why don't you like to talk? It's really a pity. Lin Moyu looked at her. This woman seems different from the girls in his school. She is very lively and playful. Your voice is also pleasant. In a rare fashion, Lin Moyu complimented another person. It is not that he isn't willing to speak, he just isn't willing to talk nonsense. When he was with his sister Lin Mohan and his grandmother, he talked a lot. Seeing as you saved and praised me, I'll give this to you. As she spoke, Ning Yi took out a box and stuffed it into Lin Moyu's hands. Intermediate Skill Scroll, Introduction, can be used to acquire a skill between level 40 and level 70. It is possible to acquire an already learned skill. In the trade office, the Intermediate Skill Scroll costs 10 million gold coins, which is 100 times higher than the price of the Elementary Skill Scroll. It is very expensive and precious. At least for the current Lin Moyu, its price is sky high. Ning Yi mentioned before that the people who were pursuing her were after this scroll. How could she just give it away? 1 AoE stands for Area of Effect. Ning Yi sat down in front of the bonfire and extended her small hands toward the fire. Now that the pursuers have been dealt with, Ning Yi relaxed. Lin Moyu is aware that the low temperature here is due to the skeletal warriors. He promptly had the skeletal warrior disperse. Having learned that Lin Moyu doesn't like to speak, Ning Yi just started talking on her own. I found a treasure chest in Carmen Beastman Army Dungeon at Shanghai City. As you may know, treasure chests appear randomly. I just so happened to discover one. After opening the treasure chest, I obtained the Intermediate Skill Scroll. But who would have thought that I was being watched? They wanted to steal my Intermediate Skill Scroll. Although this thing is not worth much, but there's no way I would just hand it over. After all, it wasn't easy to obtain. Consequently, they chased after me and I ran away. I ran for 2 days, from Shanghai City to Zhai City. They stuck to me like a piece of gum. Ning Yi, even the Intermediate Skill Scroll, which costs 10 million gold coins, isn't worth much. It is unknown which family this young lady is from. But one thing is certain, it is extremely well off. Lin Moyu looked at Ning Yi, waiting for her to finish talking, and then said softly, you almost died. Ning Yi said, don't worry, I won't die. If I receive fatal damage, I will be automatically teleported away. As you should know, getting injured is very painful. I am most afraid of pain. Lin Moyu felt like his worries were superfluous. After all, she has a treasure that will save her at a critical juncture. Ning Yi extended her hand. I have given you an Intermediate Skill Scroll. Do you have anything to eat? I'm still hungry. Lin Moyu took out a few steamed buns. These buns are spoils he obtained just now, and there are more than 10 of them. Ning Yi shook her small head. I don't want steamed buns, I want sweet potatoes. Lin Moyu chuckled involuntarily, then replaced the steamed buns with sweet potatoes. This isn't half bad. I don't want to eat anything taken from the dead. Ning Yi took the sweet potatoes and ate them contentedly. Are the sweet potatoes that good? Judging by the way Ning Yi is eating, they seem to be really delicious. Dummy Lin, have you come to level grind? Based on your level, you probably haven't entered an academy yet, have you? Ning Yi asked while eating. Lin Moyu nodded and said, I haven't. Ning Yi has already gotten accustomed to Lin Moyu's speaking habits, so which academy do you plan to join? Zhaijing Academy. Lin Moyu said softly. Zhaijing Academy is pretty good. When she heard the name Zhaijing Academy, Ning Yi didn't seem to be surprised. In her opinion, with Lin Moyu's combat power, joining Zhaijing Academy shouldn't be an issue. After all, there is no one who can easily kill level 20 class users at level 10, let alone 3 at the same time. If even Lin Moyu can't get into Zhaijing Academy, then probably no one else can. Ning Yi suddenly thought of something, and her eyes shone. If you go to Zhaijing Academy, you must challenge Shangxia Tower. The first time you challenge the tower, the rewards will be doubled. You have to give your best and charge ahead, clearing as many floors as possible. In this way, you will get more points. In Zhaijing Academy, points are more useful than gold coins. And there is also Chuangshan Institute, an institute of Zhaijing Academy. If possible, you must join it. Ning Yi seems to know a lot about Zhaijing Academy, and she talked incessantly about Zhaijing Academy to Lin Moyu. After listening to her, Lin Moyu drew a rough outline of Zhaijing Academy in his mind. Ning Yi's voice died away at some point. Lin Moyu took out a piece of clothing and used it to cover Ning Yi, then started meditating. The following day, sunshine sprinkled down. When his spirit force was completely restored, Lin Moyu woke up from meditation. Ning Yi looked at him, blinking her big eyes. Do you still have sweet potatoes? Ning Yi smiled and extended her hands. Lin Moyu took out a sweet potato and handed it to her. That's not enough. I want more. Lin Moyu took out another. Will you stop being so stingy? It's just sweet potatoes. Give me more. Right, as a man, you should be generous. Take out everything you have. Lin Moyu brought 20 plus sweet potatoes, and he had given almost all of them to Ning Yi. He doesn't have any left. You really don't have any more. Ning Yi was not convinced, looking like she is itching to check Lin Moyu's storage space. Lin Moyu nodded, I really don't. Ning Yi finally let Lin Moyu be. Okay, I believe you. All right, I'll take my leaving now. I'm going to do level grinding. See you again later. Hurry up and raise your level so that you can take me level grinding in the future. Ning Yi left without delay, taking the sweet potatoes and the piece of clothing that she used as a blanket with her. After Ning Yi left, Lin Moyu said to himself, I will take you level grinding in the future. Although an entire night has passed, the goblin-type monsters still haven't reappeared. The monster respawn period exceeded Lin Moyu's expectations. His feels like his hunting speed is too fast. The woods exude a faint scent of blood. There are 3 corpses lying on the ground. Lin Moyu looked at the corpses and quietly used the skill he learned yesterday, corpse explosion. Accompanied by a blare, a large tract of trees was blown apart. A large pit with a diameter of 20 meters appeared in the ground. Its depth exceeds 10 meters. The power is quite impressive. Lin Moyu found that corpse explosion is an omnidirectional attack. If it is used in the midair, this skill's destructive power may even be a bit greater. He detonated the corpse of the mage just now. Next, he ordered a skeletal warrior to throw the corpse of the archer into the air. He activated the skill while the corpse was in midair. There was another blare. The power of this explosion was greater than that of the previous one, confirming his speculation. If a corpse is detonated in midair, it will generate greater destructive power. However, corpse explosion has a shortcoming. It can easily injure people on his side. Although Lin Moyu and the skeletal warriors won't be injured, but the same is not true for anyone else that is with him. Another blare sounded in the forest as the knight's corpse detonated. All traces of the 3 people disappeared, not even leaving residue behind. Corpse explosion is a first-rate godly skill used for erasing corpses and eliminating all evidence. Lin Moyu headed toward Zihai Mine as planned. Is the den of the goblins. As he approached Zihai Mine, the level of the goblins gradually increased. Level 12 goblin warriors, level 13 goblin archers appeared one after another. But when they faced the skeletal warriors, who possess out-of-the-ordinary attributes, the goblins fell like grass to the scythe. After a night of meditation, his spirit force was fully restored. Lin Moyu summoned another 4 skeletal warriors. At this point, the number of skeletal warriors has reached 48. As summoned skeletal warrior reached level 10, the iron skeletal warriors changed into bronze skeletal warriors. The burden on spirit force has also increased. In order to summon a skeletal warrior, 70 points of spirit force are required now. Lin Moyu's spirit force is only 300. Not unlike before, he can only summon 4 skeletons at a time. However, Lin Moyu is already very satisfied. One day, the summoned space will be full. He is not in a hurry. As he approached Zihai Mine dungeon, more people began to appear. The monsters on the way leading to the dungeon have basically been cleared. Lin Moyu soon saw the entrance of the dungeon, a vortex similar to that of the novice dungeon, but even larger. The vortex of the novice dungeon was at most half a meter in diameter. The entrance of Zihai Mine Dungeon is 1 meter in diameter. The vortex emits a bloodthirsty aura continuously. The faint-hearted will feel fear just by sensing this aura. Ordinary rank difficulty. A party of 3 is looking for a healer. Ordinary rank difficulty. We have a mage and a healer. We're looking for a knight. Must pass nightmare rank difficulty. Party lacks knights and healers. A party of 5 lacking 4 members. At the entrance of the dungeon, there are many people shouting, searching for party members. There are also many people who appear to be discussing things. Lin Moyu walked toward the entrance of the dungeon with a skeletal warrior by his side. He put away all the other skeletal warriors. Even when the skeletons are in the summoned space, the passive skill is still in effect. Lin Moyu is not worried about his safety. Click, click. The skeletal warrior makes eerie clicking sounds as it walks. The skeletal warrior, with soul fire pulsating in its head, is accompanied by cold wind, lowering the surrounding temperature by several degrees. The skeletal warrior looks quite scary. Unsurprisingly, Lin Moyu's arrival caused a lot of panic. Many people retreated, making way for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu reached the entrance of the dungeon and checked its information. It is a real dungeon, not a place intended to train novices like the novice dungeon. The level of the mine dungeon is not high, and it only has ordinary rank difficulty and nightmare rank difficulty. In ordinary rank difficulty, there are already elite monsters, which are several times stronger than the monsters outside. In nightmare rank difficulty, there are enhanced elite monsters, which are even stronger. To tackle ordinary rank difficulty, a party of 3, a tank, a damage dealer, and a healer is the norm. As for nightmare rank difficulty, a party of 5, including 2 supports and 2 damage dealers, is required. This showcased the difference in the degrees of difficulty. The skeletal warrior stood quietly next to Lin Moyu. Finally, someone mustered their courage and spoke to Lin Moyu. "Young man, are you a summoner?" Lin Moyu didn't respond. Detection fell on him and the skeletal warrior. The skeletal warrior's hollow eyes suddenly emitted red light, and it looked toward the man who released detection. This startled the man, and he stepped back. Detection failed, providing no information. Lin Moyu has the cloaking badge he received from Ning Yi on him. If someone whose level doesn't exceed his by 10 levels uses detection on him, they won't be able to glean any information from him. Lin Moyu didn't let the skeletal warrior attack. After all, it was just detection. "Young man, would you like to do dungeon grinding together with us? We still lack a damage dealer. You should be a summoner. A summoner's damage dealing is pretty good. Do you want to go together with us? We are an elite party, and we are going for nightmare rank difficulty. Equipment are dropped, we will distribute them equally." Having realized that Lin Moyu is not a simple character, one person after another invited him to join their party. However, Lin Moyu still didn't respond. After reviewing the dungeon's information, he chose nightmare rank difficulty. "Please confirm that you want to choose nightmare rank difficulty." "I confirm." Lin Moyu was teleported into the dungeon. He entered the dungeon. He entered the dungeon by himself. No way, he went solo. That really arrogant. That's not necessarily the case. What if he has what it takes? After all, it is not like no one has ever gone solo before. My friend, you just used detection of him, didn't you? What information have you obtained? What is his level? And what of his class? Right, his summon is an undead. I've never seen such a thing before. The person who used detection was a bit embarrassed. I couldn't obtain any information. He should have a cloaking badge, I see. And let's wait and see if he can come out alive. Maybe he's just a show-off. He'll probably chicken out and run with his tail between the legs. Outside the dungeon, many people showed amused expressions. Due to overconfidence, many people enter dungeons by themselves every year and end up dying. The mine dungeon, just like its name implies, is a dungeon with a mine terrain. The dungeon is filled with a stifling atmosphere and a strong smell of blood. Lin Moyu is located in front of a huge iron gate. Opening the iron gate equates to the official opening of the dungeon. Behind the iron gate, a monster over 2 meters tall roared. It has discovered Lin Moyu. So long as he opens the iron gate, it will rush over and tear him to pieces. Outside the iron gate, Lin Moyu used detection. Goblin Mine Guard, enhanced elite monster. Skill, dazing attack. As expected of an enhanced elite monster, its attributes are several times higher than that of ordinary monsters. With its strength and physique, it is a monster with high offense and high defense. Level 14 Knight-type class users, whose attributes range from 300 to 400, are far from being a match for the enhanced elite monster in front of him. If they don't form a party, ordinary class users can't tackle the nightmare level dungeon. However, with these attributes, the Goblin Mine Guard can't compare to his skeletal warriors. Lin Moyu released his skeletal warriors from the summoned space. The room was filled with skeletal warriors in the blink of an eye. He then opened the gate, officially entering the dungeon. The Goblin Mine Guard let out an excited roar and rushed over. What greeted it were the blades of the skeletal warrior. It is tall and muscular, much taller than the skeletal warriors. At the same time, its agility and intelligence are low. When the blades of the skeletal warrior fell on it, they instantly caused terrifying wounds. With its attributes, the Goblin Mindguard stands no chance against a single skeletal warrior, not to mention that it is currently being besieged by a number of them. At least 5 or 6 skeletal warriors hacked at it. In just 2 seconds, the Goblin Mindguard collapsed along with a blood-curdling scream. Killed level 14 Goblin Mindguard, EXP plus 4,200, upon receiving the notification. A hint of excitement welled up inside Lin Moyu. The EXP provided by the Goblin Mindguard is about 10 times higher than that of monsters of the same level outside the dungeon. Killing one monster here is equivalent to killing 10 outside, and it takes only 1 or 2 seconds, which isn't much slower than outside. That is to say, his leveling speed will naturally be faster here. Thinking that he should look for the right way, Lin Moyu immediately issued a command. The skeletal warriors rushed into the dungeon's tunnels along with clicking sounds. As if an unstoppable army, they killed everything standing in their way. Killed level 14 Goblin Mindguard, EXP plus 4,200, obtained Bone X5. Killed level 14 Goblin Mindguard, EXP plus 4,200, obtained Leather X6. Notifications appeared one by one. EXP began to grow rapidly, and materials accumulated continuously. A detailed map of the dungeons quickly formed in Lin Moyu's mind. The mine dungeon, as its name suggests, is a mine. There are many tunnels in the dungeon, extending in different directions. No matter which tunnel one chooses, they will eventually reach a dead end. In general, other parties will choose a tunnel and explore it, but not Lin Moyu. He sent his skeletal warriors to explore the tunnels. They went into every nook and cranny and killed all monsters they could find. After just 5 minutes of entering the dungeon, light appeared on his body, indicating that he leveled up. Level 11 at last. After leveling up, his spirit force was completely restored. Lin Moyu promptly summoned another 4 skeletal warriors to join the team. The number of skeletal warriors swelled up to 56. Name Lin Moyu, class Necromancer, unique, level 11. Damage transfer. All damage taken by the host will be borne by the summons. Soul Blaze, level 11. Deals damage to target soul. Its power depends on your spirit force and the skill's level. Summon Skeletal Warrior, level 11. Summons a Bronze Skeletal Warrior. Corpse Explosion, level 1. Detonate a corpse and deal 10 of the corpse's health as damage to enemies within a radius of 1 meter. Lin Moyu looked over his attributes. After level 10, the growth rate of the basic attributes has increased. Strength, agility, and physique used to increase by 10 points per level. Now it is 20 points. Spirit force has increased by 100 points. As my level rises, the growth rate of my attributes will continue to increase. After checking his basic attributes, Lin Moyu understood this principle. The skills were upgraded once again. The 4 attributes of the skeletal warriors have reached 3,400 points. The basic attributes have increased by 20 points and further amplified by 20 times, resulting in an increase of 400 points. These changes came as no surprise to Lin Moyu. The newly acquired Corpse Explosion skill was still level 1, showing no changes. But why? Lin Moyu was puzzled. Why were Soul Blaze and Summon Skeletal Warrior upgraded, yet Corpse Explosion remained unchanged? He couldn't figure it out. This situation exceeds the scope of his knowledge. If Ning Yi were here, she might have known. Lin Moyu thought of Ning Yi, a cute girl who enjoys mischief and can talk without end. She possesses much more knowledge than him. If she were here, he could ask her. Temporarily putting aside his misgivings, he continued to move toward the depths of the dungeon. There are 8 tunnels in the mine dungeon, and they are interconnected, looking like a maze. However, these tunnels will eventually converge together. Lin Moyu evenly distributed the skeletal warriors to each tunnel, not letting go of any monsters. His EXP increased by massive chunks, steadily pushing his level upward. Hunting in here is much more efficient than outside. When he walked out of a tunnel, the monsters inside have been all cleared. Level 11, 32, 22, almost 1/3 of EXP has been filled. Only a little over half an hour has passed. This hunting is extremely efficient. After passing through the maze-like tunnels, Lin Moyu entered the latter half of the dungeon. There is a huge 1,000-meter-long tunnel extending in front of him. On both sides of the tunnel there are rooms. There are huge iron gates in front of the rooms, which makes them look like prisons from afar. Beast cries come from the rooms and echo in the huge tunnel. In addition to the smell of blood, there are other unsavory smells in the air. A huge monster is blocking in the middle of the path. This monster looks like a wolf, and despite lying on the ground, it is more than 1 meter tall. If it were to stand up, it would be more than 3 meters tall. It is more than 5 meters in length. Detection fell on the monster like a gentle breeze. Mine Wolf King, Elite Leader, Skills, Roar. Lin Moyu encountered a leader rank monster for the first time, and it's an elite leader to boot. Although it still can't compare to the skeletal warriors in terms of attributes, but it is much stronger than other monsters. The attributes of this leader have already reached this degree. The attributes of the dungeon boss must be even higher. However, it shouldn't exceed the attributes of the skeletal warriors, or else no one would be able to raid this dungeon. For the nightmare rank dungeon, such a degree is normal. In general, to have the ability to raid the nightmare rank dungeon, the level of class users must be higher than that of the dungeon. If it is an elite party composed of 5 people, their average level might have to be level 17 or 18, and their equipment and skills must be of a certain standard. Otherwise, it would be impossible to raid the nightmare rank dungeon. There has never been anyone like Lin Moyu who could go solo in the nightmare rank dungeon at level 10. Disturbed by detection, the Mine Wolf King awakened from its slumber. It slowly stood up. Its huge wolf body exceeded a height of 5 meters. Lin Moyu and the skeletal warriors are not even as tall as its legs. Crimson wolf eyes looked at Lin Moyu, emitting a bloodthirsty aura. An overwhelming sense of oppression surged. Advance. Lin Moyu issued an order. The 56 skeletons rushed toward the Mine Wolf King lightning fast. The Mine Wolf King roared and unleashed its skill. An intense shockwave erupted from its mouth. More than 30 skeletal warriors, which were charging at the front, were flung away. The walls on both sides of the tunnel vibrated and rock fragments dropped. When Lin Moyu, who was standing tens of meters away, sensed the shockwave, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. This skill is an AoE offensive skill that can fling opponents away. This is the first time he has seen skeletal warriors being flung away. The skeletal warriors that were sent flying fell on the ground or hit the rock walls, cutting a sorry figure. Lin Moyu's expression didn't contain any worry. He could feel that the skeletal warriors were just sent flying. The actual damage they suffered wasn't great. With 3,400 points of physique, the defense of the skeletal warriors is awesome. The skeletal warriors quickly got up and charged toward the Mine Wolf King again. The slight cracks that appeared on their bodies as a result of the shockwave quickly closed and disappeared in the bling of an eye. Their soul fire was as vigorous as ever. Use your skill, Berserk Strike. The skeletal warriors, who were not flung away, arrived in front of the Mine Wolf King and brandished their blades, which glimmered with a red hue. As blood splattered and skin and flesh sundered, bone-deep wounds appeared. The Mine Wolf King howled miserably. Many skeletal warriors leaped up high, lunged at the Mine Wolf King and unleashed their skill, and their blades shimmered with a red hue. This scene is similar to what Lin Moyu saw when he awakened his class. This was how the skeletal warriors hacked the dragon to death. The Mine Wolf King is not as massive or powerful as the dragon. The skeletal warriors, whose combat power is higher than that of the Mine Wolf King, dealt considerable damage with each blade strike. The Mine Wolf King rolled on the ground and collided with the rock walls with its huge body again and again, attempting to shake off the skeletal warriors on its body. The skeletal warriors firmly grasped its flesh, making it difficult to shake them off. The skeletal warriors on the ground pursued it relentlessly and hacked at its legs. Large blades landed on bone, making metallic sounds, and the Mine Wolf King howled miserably. It slammed its claws into skeletal warriors, and a massive force broke out and knocked the skeletal warriors away. The skeletal warriors were not seriously injured. They ran back in an instant. It also used its mouth to bite the skeletal warriors, but its teeth broke. With a physique of 3,400 points, the skeletal warriors are incredibly sturdy. What's the use of having a large body? It will die all the same. As he watched this scene, Lin Moyu's heart stirred. Although a huge body brings a stronger sense of oppression and greater power, but it is also a weakness. So long as the defense is not strong enough, it is impossible to withstand the attacks of the skeletal warriors. The outcome can well be imagined. After just a few seconds, the Mine Wolf King was on the brink of death. Roar! Another fierce roar sounded. The Mine Wolf King activated its skill for the second time. It went all out and pushed the roar skill to the limit. The shockwave surged and flung away all the skeletal warriors on its body. Even the skeletal warriors around it were knocked away. The power of the skill is pretty average, but its ability to fling opponents away is pretty good. Lin Moyu watched the skeletal warriors flying through the air, an expressionless look on his face. Although the skill looks quite impressive, but in fact the skeletal warriors didn't receive much damage. Sure enough, after they fell on the ground, the skeletal warriors rolled once, then ran toward the Mine Wolf King once more. The Mine Wolf King suddenly turned around and ran deeper into the tunnel, limping. It ran away. What? Lin Moyu was struck dumb. A dungeon leader can unexpectedly run away. As it ran, the Mine Wolf King issued howls. As if responding to its call, wolf howls rose in the tunnel. Something isn't right. Lin Moyu felt that something was wrong. As a result, instead of instructing the skeletal warriors to give chase, he had them retreat to his side. Creak, creak, the iron gates on both sides of the tunnel opened, and bloodthirsty wolves walked out. Their attributes are nothing special. In fact, they are even weaker than goblin mine guards, but they are many in number, at least 100. With so many wolves surging forward, the pressure is enough to make one's scalp feel numb. Yet Lin Moyu was not scared. Although they are many, but due to their lacking attributes, the mine wolves are far from being enough to deal with his skeletal warriors. However, a question popped up in his mind. How do other parties deal with the wolves? He doesn't believe that a party of just 5 class users can contend against so many wolves. After looking around and seeing the tunnel behind him, he immediately understood. The tunnel's entrance isn't large, only enough for one person to pass at a time. So as long as a knight can hold the tunnel and healer supports treat them, and then mages use AoE skills to attack, then it will at most take some time to eliminate the mine wolves. Lin Moyu's guess was correct. This is indeed how other parties usually do things. However, he missed one thing, that is, other parties won't encounter so many mine wolves. In general, there will be a dozen plus mine wolves. This discrepancy is related to him clearing all the monsters in the previous tunnels. This is his first visit to the mine dungeon, so Lin Moyu is not aware of this. There was no such knowledge in the books. But then again, even if he knew, he would clear all the monsters all the same. There is no way Lin Moyu would let so much EXP slip past his fingers. As for the difficulty, when it comes to him, it's not worth speaking off. Since entering the dungeon, he has only given a few commands. He hasn't even broken a sweat. In his eyes, the many mine wolves are just a wealth of EXP. The skeletal warriors positioned themselves around Lin Moyu, firmly protecting him. The mine wolves rushed over and collided with the skeletal warriors one after another. The mine wolves are extremely fierce, continuously biting at the skeletal warriors. At the same time, blade-like claws fell on the skeletal warriors. Unfortunately, with their offensive power, this is not enough to inflict significant damage to the skeletal warriors. Lin Moyu waited until all the mine wolves arrived. He then willed, and 5 skeletons attacked a mine wolf together. Blood and flesh flew in the air. The 5 skeletons each brandished their blade once. In merely 2 seconds, the mine wolf howled miserably, then collapsed on the ground. Killed level 14 mine wolf, EXP plus 2,800, obtained Fur X3. Lin Moyu's lips curled up. At the same time, his palms shone brightly. Corpse explosion. With a loud bang, the corpse of the mine wolf detonated, a radius of 1 meter, amplified by 20 times through his talent. Within a radius of 20 meters, all enemies must bear 200 of the corpse's health points as damage. This is equivalent to the wolves having to bear 200 of their health as damage. Not a single wolf could bear it. Instant kill. Killed level 14 mine wolf, EXP plus 2,800, obtained Fur X2. Killed level 14 mine wolf, EXP plus 2,800, obtained Fur X3. Killed level 14 mine wolf, EXP plus 2,800, obtained Fur X4. In an instant, a flood of notifications popped up. EXP soared like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, EXP rose from 32 to 72. With one attack, he gained 40 of EXP. This speed is astonishingly fast. Lin Moyu was at a loss for words. The corpse explosion skill is too powerful. It is comparable to forbidden spells of mages. At least at the present level, this skill is without equal. At this moment, the Mine Wolf King limped back, its eyes filled with fear. How come the underlings died in an instant? What is the deal with the explosion? With its intelligence, it couldn't make heads or tails of it. By happenstance, there are several corpses of mine wolves at its feet. I'm all for equality, have a taste as well. Lin Moyu's gaze turned cold and his palms shimmered. Corpse explosion. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive explosions sounded as 3 corpses detonated. Blood-curdling howls rose. The Mine Wolf King was covered in blood. A large part of its body was missing flesh, leaving white bones exposed. The bones were even broken in some places. The Mine Wolf King issued a final mournful cry. Its huge body shook several times and it collapsed on the ground with a bang. It was severely injured to begin with and could no longer withstand such severe damage. Killed level 15 Mine Wolf King, EXP plus 15,000, obtained Mine Wolf King's Fang, obtained Elementary Monster Core, only 15,000 points of EXP. It's not really cost-effective. The Mine Wolf King is really strong, yet it only provides 15,000 points of EXP. Its cost-effectiveness is indeed low. This is equivalent to the EXP provided by 5 Mine Wolves. However, when it comes to leader monsters, what matters is not EXP, but the items they drop. The Mine Wolf King's fangs are a material used to manufacture weapons, and their price in the trade office is not low. Monster cores can be used to make jewelry that increase attributes, and they are also considerably valuable. Monster cores can only be dropped by leader rank or boss rank monsters, and they don't drop always. This makes it so the price of monster cores remains high. As he walked through the tunnel, a nauseating stench assaulted his face. Lin Moyu couldn't help but cover his nose. Along the tunnel's length of 1,000 meters, all iron gates were opened, empty inside. All wolves have been eliminated. There is a huge mining pit at the end of the tunnel. The mining pit, which is more than 1,000 meters in diameter, looks like a bottomless pit. There is a passage winding around the mining pit, filled with many goblin-type monsters. They wear armor and hold a large blade. 2 per team, they are patrolling back and forth in the passage. In Lin Moyu's eyes, they are nothing much. Lin Moyu waved his hand, and the skeleton army rushed into the mining pit. Faced with the torrent of skeletal warriors, the enhanced elite monsters were rendered powerless and were killed one after another. Killed level 15 Goblin Elite Warrior, EXP plus 4,500, obtained Beast Bone X6. Notifications popped up continuously. Following Lin Moyu's order, the monsters in the mining pit were quickly cleared. Although the enhanced elite monsters are very strong, but at the same time, they provide a large amount of EXP and bountiful materials. They are high-quality monsters. Compared to ordinary monsters outside, hunting the monsters here is much more cost-effective. In the future, when I go solo in a hell-ranked dungeon, I should be able to obtain even more EXP. If someone learned of Lin Moyu's thoughts, they would probably feel like spitting in his face. In the history of humanity, no one has ever soloed a hell-ranked dungeon. Some amazing individuals have soloed nightmare-ranked dungeons, and their achievements have been recorded in the annals of history. Going solo in a hell-ranked dungeon is simply a joke. People have tried it before, but they have never returned. They have all died. Lin Moyu walked along the passage unobstructed. The monsters along the way have all been cleared. When he reached the bottom of the mining pit, his EXP reached 99. He is only one step away from leveling up. At this time in the entire dungeon, only the final boss remained. So long as it is killed, I should be able to reach level 12. It has been just of an hour since Lin Moyu entered the dungeon, yet he already reached this stage and gained more than one level. This efficiency has exceeded his expectations by far. If he raids the nightmare-ranked dungeon a few more times, let alone reaching level 16, it won't be hard to reach level 18 or level 19. By then, entering Zyajing Academy will be a breeze. Sister, we will meet again soon. Thinking of Lin Mohan, Lin Moyu revealed a seldom smile. The boss of the mine dungeon sits in the center of the mine pit. As it inhaled and exhaled through its large maw, its breathing thundered in the empty mining pit. With every breath, a strong current of air was raised. Lin Moyu nearly lost his balance due to this. The boss is completely oblivious of what is happening around it. It looks as if it were meditating. However, it is just sleeping. Detection surged like a gentle breeze. Its attributes are not much different from those of the Mine Wolf King, with strength and physique being a bit higher. Lin Moyu even feels that his skeletal warriors can fight it one-on-one. The detection skill awakened it, and it slowly opened its eyes and looked at Lin Moyu. Then, accompanied by a roar, it leaped up. It brandished a giant blade in its hand and chopped down at Lin Moyu. As the blade, which is accompanied by fearsome wind pressure, fell, Lin Moyu didn't try to dodge. His eyes were calm, even containing a hint of derision. The seemingly terrifying blade strike lurched to a halt 10 centimeters away from Lin Moyu. It's as if there were an invisible force that makes it impossible for the blade to continue forward. Damage transfer. All attacks borne by Lin Moyu will be transferred to his summons. Lin Moyu suddenly wrinkled his eyebrows. That's because he felt that all his skeletal warriors were injured. The soul fire of the skeletal warriors throbbed violently, and the sheen emanating from their bodies dimmed by 1/3. At the same time, fine cracks appeared on their bones. How can this be? Lin Moyu was startled, feeling confused. He is rarely surprised. Even when he was faced with the huge blade, he didn't even blink his eyes. Last night when he killed 3 people, despite being his first time killing someone, he was also quite calm. In his eyes, killing people is no different from killing monsters. It is not that he is cold-blooded, but his sister Lin Mohan once told him to stay calm and collected no matter the situation. In times of danger, only by staying calm will you be able to survive. He quickly retreated, while the skeletal warriors rushed toward the Goblin King, protecting him. Berserk strike. Skeletal warriors used their skill one after another, and powerful attacks fell on the Goblin King and dealt tremendous damage. The Goblin King's flesh was lacerated in a flash. Due to the onslaught, the Goblin King shifted targets and began attacking the skeletal warriors. Lin Moyu retreated, then contemplated what just happened. The effect of damage transfer is to transfer the damage he received to his summons. The damage is evenly distributed among all his summons. He suddenly understood. The reason why the skeletal warriors were injured, and seriously injured to boot, this is chiefly because the attributes are too low. With only 120 points of physique, defense is too weak. Faced with the Goblin King's 3,000 points of strength, the damage borne should be great. The damage that is transferred is calculated with Lin Moyu's attributes as the basis, disregarding the defense of the skeletal warriors. All this damage was transferred to the skeletal warriors, which is why they were this injured. If the blade had landed on a skeletal warrior instead, the damage the skeletal warrior would sustain would have been much lighter. It turns out I am the only weakness of my summon army. It seems that I will have to build up my physique in the future. The stronger my defense gets, the stronger my summon army will be. Lin Moyu thoroughly understood the situation. The greatest weakness of the skeleton army, who has Lin Moyu as the core, is he himself. If there is a powerful enemy, they can ignore the pestering of the skeletal warriors and instead focus on Lin Moyu, putting him in danger. After all, damage transfer is not omnipotent. Since he became aware of this weakness, Lin Moyu will naturally look for ways to make up for it. The Goblin King's flesh was torn, and blood splattered like raindrops. The Goblin King is 6 or 7 meters tall. There are skeletal warriors on its shoulders, back, chest, and even head. The Goblin King emitted a dazzling light from all over its body and leaped up abruptly and then landed heavily on the ground. With a loud bang, the skeletal warriors on its body were flung away. Even the skeletal warriors on the ground were knocked away. Skill, shock. Next, the Goblin King emitted light from its eyes, opened its big maw, and spewed out fire. The fire burned the skeletal warriors. Lin Moyu felt the health of 4 skeletal warriors rapidly decrease, and they were soon on the verge of death. He willed, and the 4 skeletal warriors were immediately placed back into the summoned space. The Goblin King continued to spew out fire, preventing the skeletal warriors from getting close to it. I must interrupt his skill. A flame emerged on Lin Moyu's palm. Soul Blaze. The flame silently landed on the Goblin King's head. The Goblin King immediately unleashed blood-curdling screams, interrupting Flame Spout. Soul Blaze ignores defense and directly deals spirit damage. Its power depends on the skills level and the caster's spirit force. Although Lin Moyu's spirit force is only 400 points and the skills level is only level 11, but after his talent's 20-fold amplification, Soul Blaze's power is not to be underestimated. The skeletal warriors quickly surrounded the Goblin King and unleashed a flurry of attacks. Lin Moyu continuously used Soul Blaze in order to prevent the Goblin King from using its skills. After a minute, the Goblin King collapsed on the ground. Killed Goblin King, EXP plus 40,000, obtained bronze rank weapon, Goblin King's dagger, obtained bronze rank protective equipment, Robe of Knowledge, obtained Goblin King's core. At the same time as the notifications popped up, light appeared on Lin Moyu's body, indicating that he has leveled up. Level 12 at last. It has been an hour since he entered the Nightmare rank dungeon, yet he has raised his level by more than 1 level. This is very efficient. Lin Moyu examined his harvest. Goblin King's dagger, bronze rank, strength plus 10, agility plus 10, increases the power of assassin type skills by 3, usable after level 12. Robe of Knowledge, bronze rank protective equipment, spirit plus 10, physique plus 10, decreases the cooldown period of mage type skills by 5, usable after level 12. The dagger is of no use to Lin Moyu, so he directly put it away to be sold later. My class is Necromancer, which should be classified as a mage type class. However, different from typical mage type skills, my skills have no cooldown period, making the robe's decrease of cooldown period seem useless. But the 10 points increase of spirit and physique is acceptable. After all, since it is just a level 12 equipment, he can't ask too much of it. Lin Moyu immediately put on the Robe of Knowledge, and both his spirit and physique increased by 10 points. In addition to equipment, there was also the Goblin King's core. The Goblin King's core is larger and more beautiful than that of lower-level monsters. It is red as a ruby and feels warm to the touch. Obviously, this core is rather unusual. If he takes the core to the trade office, Lin Moyu can get 100,000 gold coins for it. Lin Moyu was pleasantly surprised. The core is more valuable than both pieces of equipment. After he leveled up, Lin Moyu's spirit force was fully restored. He promptly summoned another 4 skeletal warriors. The skill Summon Skeletal Warrior has been upgraded to level 12, pushing the summon cost to 110 points of spirit force. Although his spirit force has reached 510 points, but he can still only summon 4 skeletons. The 4 attributes of the bronze skeletal warriors who have reached level 12 have risen to 3,800 points, and their numbers expanded to 60. With this force, Lin Moyu can freely cruise in this dungeon. While he was in a pretty good mood, Lin Moyu walked into the dungeon's exit. Lin Moyu suddenly appeared outside the dungeon's entrance. His appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. What truly attracted everyone's attention was the skeletal warrior following beside him. The skeletal warrior is really special. Due to its cold and wicked aura and its terrifying appearance, the faint-hearted unconsciously turned their heads, not daring to look over. He came out. Didn't expect him to come out alive. Did he really solo the dungeon? Very few people can solo dungeons. I think this kid is still wet behind the ears, no way. Everyone take a look at his clothing. Doesn't it look like the Robe of Knowledge? It's true. It's really the Robe of Knowledge. Incredible. A big shot capable of soloing the dungeon is right in front of my eyes. Lin Moyu didn't care about comments of the crowd. The dungeon has entered a cooldown period. It will take 12 hours before he can enter the dungeon once more. After raiding the dungeon once, he was no longer interested in hunting wild monsters. They give too little EXP. Even if he hunts a dozen wild monsters, they won't be a match for one dungeon monster. Furthermore, looking for monsters in the wilderness is too troublesome. The 12-hour cooldown period is just right for meditation to restore spirit force and can also be used to summarize the results of the dungeon raid. Lin Moyu silently walked to a deserted place and sat down. The skeletal warrior stood loyally next to Lin Moyu, guarding him. This dungeon raid was of great significance to him. The most important thing is that it made him understand where his weakness lies. He also understood the application of his skills. Corpse Explosion, when used properly, is an unparalleled AoE offensive skill. Soul Blaze can be used to interrupt the skills of enemies. Spirit attacks that ignore defense are extremely powerful, and even nightmare rank bosses can't withstand them. Lin Moyu summarized and sorted out his experiences. Lin Moyu meditated in a sitting position, a skeletal warrior standing guard by his side. At the entrance of the dungeon, there are over 10 people, yet no one dares to approach him. The main reason is that Lin Moyu's skeletal warrior is really scary. The sight of the skeletal warrior makes people tremble with fear. It is better this way, since no one will disturb him. Lin Moyu is waiting for the cooldown period to pass. In 12 hours, he can enter the dungeon again. Spirit force is gradually restored during meditation. When he enters the dungeon next time, he will be able to summon another 4 skeletal warriors. When night fell, Lin Moyu was finished meditating. His spirit force was almost completely restored. A bunch of bonfires sprang up at the entrance of the dungeon, with many people gathered around the bonfires, roasting meat. The aroma of meat filled the air. After seasoning was applied, the aroma became even more enticing. These people often go into the wilderness, each quite experienced and well prepared. Unlike Lin Moyu, who only brought some sweet potatoes. Lin Moyu's stomach protested, and he wanted to take out some sweet potatoes to eat, but then discovered that the sweet potatoes were gone. He remembered that he has given them all to Ningyi. Thinking of the mischievous and cute Ningyi, Lin Moyu couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. He took out some steamed buns and started eating them. "Brother, would you like to come over and eat together with us?" Someone waved at Lin Moyu. At their bonfire, some unknown meat is being roasted. A delicious smell is coming from that side. The person who called out to Lin Moyu is a young man in his 20s. Lin Moyu shook his head, politely declining the other party's goodwill. The young man didn't insist and instead focused on eating his roasted meat. "Wang Yi, why did you call him?" "Right, he's a weirdo who hasn't said a word since he got here." In addition, the undead summoned by his side is a bit scary. The young man called Wang Yi has a different opinion. "I think he is quite normal. He just doesn't like to talk, that's all. Besides, although he doesn't talk, he has never provoked anyone. I think he isn't as difficult to get along with as you guys think." Wang Yi cut off a large piece of the roasted meat and placed it on a plate, and then walked up to Lin Moyu. "Brother, have some meat. You shouldn't eat just steamed buns." Lin Moyu looked at him and didn't say anything. Wang Yi smiled kindly, placed the plate in front of Lin Moyu, and then walked away. Detection indicates that there are no problems with the roasted meat. Lin Moyu unhurriedly picked up the roasted meat and took a bite. The roasted meat tastes pretty good and smells rather appetizing. Back at his bonfire, Wang Yi held up a piece of meat, a sunny smile on his face. Lin Moyu felt as if the other party's smile is similar to Gao Yang's. After filling his stomach, Lin Moyu entered the state of meditation once again. With the skeletal warrior by his side, he doesn't have to worry about his safety. When the 12-hour cooldown period was finally over, Lin Moyu's spirit force was fully restored. "I should be able to reach level 13 this time." He got up and saw a crowd of people standing at the entrance of the dungeon. 2 groups of people appear to be in a standoff. One of the groups is blocking the entrance of the dungeon, not allowing anyone to get close. They wear uniform clothing and hold excellent weapons in their hands, looking like an army. The people confronting them are the ones who had been originally outside the dungeon. Although the second group has many people, but they look disorganized. They can't match the other party in terms of momentum. "Dynasty Guild is too much. Why won't you guys let us into the dungeon?" "That's right. What gives you the right to stop us?" "The dungeon doesn't belong to you. Us entering the dungeon won't affect you guys." Many people raised protests. A mage with a stave emerged from Dynasty Guild's group. "Our junior guild leader is on a mission in the dungeon. You are not allowed to enter the dungeon before he completes his mission. What does it have to do with us? Dynasty Guild is too overbearing." Class users protested one after another, but no one dared to take action. The main reason is that Dynasty Guild is too strong. They don't dare to provoke it. Wang Yi is also among the group of protesters, the sunny smile on his face gone, replaced by anger. Lin Moyu walked up to Wang Yi. "What's going on?" Wang Yi didn't expect Lin Moyu to talk to him. The surprised Wang Yi whispered, "The junior guild leader of Dynasty Guild wants to complete a mission in the dungeon, and so they won't let us in." Lin Moyu's eyes filled with doubt. What mission requires the dungeon to be sealed off? Wang Yi saw the confusion in Lin Moyu's eyes. "They want the Goblin King's core. The drop rate of this core is low. It will only drop in the Nightmare Rank dungeon, and only once every 100 days at that. You should have seen this mission in the trade office. In fact, it was posted by Dynasty Guild. However, no one has completed this mission yet. This is ridiculous. The Goblin King's core is no ordinary core, but a precious core worth at least 300,000 gold coins. Yet they want to obtain it for 100,000. There's no way anyone would sell it to them. Today is the 100th day since the last time it dropped. This is why Dynasty Guild has stepped in itself. That's quite the coincidence. The Goblin King's core, which is as dazzling as a ruby, is in Lin Moyu's storage space. This Dynasty Guild will surely return empty-handed. Lin Moyu originally planned to go back in 2 days and sell the Goblin King's core for 100,000 gold coins. But after listening to Wang Yi's words, he realized that the Goblin King's core is special. What is its use? Lin Mo whispered. Alchemists can process the Goblin King's core into the Goblin King's ring. The Goblin King's ring raises all attributes by 10 and raises all skills by 1 level, and is usable above level 15. It is known as the most formidable accessory for class users below level 40. With such properties, the Goblin King's ring is indeed awesome. The ability to enhance all skills by 1 level is particularly amazing. For novice class users, it is a miraculous item. Wang Yi continued, it is said that the junior guild leader of Dynasty Guild wants to enter Xiajing Academy and is dead set on obtaining this piece of equipment. In Dynasty Guild, there is no shortage of alchemists. They have already gathered the other materials. What they lack now is the Goblin King's core. After listening to Wang Yi, Lin Moyu smiled lightly and walked toward the entrance of the dungeon. He doesn't care about no Dynasty Guild. Anyway, if they hinder his level grinding, he won't stand for it. Hey, what are you doing? Come back. Dynasty Guild is not to be provoked. Come back, you're going to lose your life. Wang Yi was very nervous, trying to pull Lin Moyu back. Lin Moyu turned a deaf ear and walked away stubbornly. The people who were protesting suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu, accompanied by a skeleton, walked toward the dungeon. The skeleton made clicking sounds as it walked. What do you think you're doing? The mage at the head of Dynasty Guild's group stared coldly at Lin Moyu. Behind him, a dozen-plus members of Dynasty Guild turned their gazes toward Lin Moyu. These people are all above level 20, each exuding extraordinary pressure. There are knights, warriors, mages, archers, and more. They formed a comprehensive combat party. They are well equipped, and their equipment from weapons to armor to accessories is all bronze rank. It is because of this that, despite there being many protesters, no one dared to take action. Whether it's level, party, equipment, or skills, the protesters can't measure up to the opponent. Since they are weaker, they can only protest verbally. Lin Moyu stopped in front of the mage and said indifferently, "Step aside." The mage of Dynasty Guild looked as if he heard a funny joke. "Young man, are you drunk?" "Go home," Lin Moyu carried on. "If you stand in my way, I will kill you." Lin Moyu spoke seriously. He really wasn't joking. He has to enter the dungeon to do level grinding. This is related to his admission to Xiajing Academy. If anyone stands in his way, he will really kill them. The mage cast detection on Lin Moyu. Then he sneered, "Lin Moyu, you're just a level 12 brat, yet here you're spouting nonsense. Didn't your parents teach you how to behave? Necromancer. I have never heard of this class before. Is it a new class? Undead summon, interesting. Considering that we are both mages, I'll spare you this time. Now scram." The opponent's level exceeds Lin Moyu's by more than 10 levels. As such, the cloaking badge doesn't work on him. At this time, everyone present learned Lin Moyu's level. He's just level 12, and he can go solo in the dungeon. No way. Previously, he might not even have been level 12. Some people realized that Lin Moyu's class may be awesome. Lin Moyu also used detection. Since the mage isn't wearing a cloaking badge, Lin Moyu was able to see the other party's class. Zhao Jai level 25 mage, unlike Xia Zhu's elemental mage, he is just an ordinary mage, an intermediate class user. Although the mage has reached level 25, but Lin Moyu didn't take him seriously. Zhao Jai smiled grimly. The other members of Dynasty Guild behind him revealed a shade of ridicule. "Level 12 brat, you're still wet behind the ears. Go home and suck on your mother's tit some more. This is not a place where you should be. Take care not to lose your life. Just go hunt some monsters in the wilderness. The dungeon is occupied for the time being." The person who protested earlier said to Lin Moyu from behind, "Young man, come back. Dynasty Guild isn't amenable to reason. They won't hesitate to kill people." Wang Yi said loudly, "Brother, come back. Let's enter the dungeon after they have left." Lin Moyu ignored the voices coming at him from different directions. His voice gradually turned cold. "For the last time, move aside or die." Zhao Jai felt his blood run cold from Lin Moyu's words and couldn't help but shiver. Lin Moyu's gaze made him feel a chill in his heart. It's as if in Lin Moyu's eyes, he is not a person, but a monster. But then he reacted, "You punk, you must be tired of living. Take another step and you're dead." Lin Moyu looked at Zhao Jai and the corners of his mouth stirred slightly. "Kill," he casually spat out a word. The skeletal warrior rushed out like a bolt of lightning, appeared in front of the mage in the blink of an eye and brandished its blade. A playful expression sprouted on Zhao Jai's face. At the same time, a light blue shield appeared around him. "Level 12 brat, even if I stand still, you won't be able to break my shield." The skeletal warrior's blade fell on the shield, and the shield deformed severely, almost reaching the point of breaking. Zhao Jai's countenance changed in an instant. For its attack to be this powerful, what kind of summon is this? Shield can withstand at least 5 attacks from warriors of the same level, but in front of the skeletal warrior, it will break in the second strike at most. Use your skill. Lin Moyu willed, and the blade of the skeletal warrior suddenly burst out with dazzling red light. Berserk strike. Zhao Jai was scared stiff. He never expected that the summon would also be able to use a skill. He had a premonition of death. Under this skill, not only will the shield break, but he himself will also die. Fire Ring of Repulsion. Zhao Jai released his skill, and a ring of fire erupted and instantly pushed the skeletal warrior several meters away. The skill of the skeletal warrior was interrupted. What are you spacing out for? Attack! Zhao Jai felt like he just walked through the gate of hell, his face pale. He shouted. A knight immediately launched the charge skill and raised his shield high. He crossed a dozen plus meters in an instant and knocked into the skeletal warrior. Bang! Along with a miserable scream, the knight was sent flying. The skeletal warrior remained in place. In terms of strength, the skeletal warrior had an overwhelming victory. Unless it's a skill like Fire Ring of Repulsion that forcibly flings opponents away, it's all about who has greater strength. The skeletal warrior charged forward and, according to Lin Moyu's command, went after Zhao Jai. Zhao Jai quickly retreated and reinforced his shield. At the same time, he shouted, "Kill the summoner." The best way to deal with a summoner is not to kill their summons, but to kill the summoner themselves. So long as the summoner dies, the summon will naturally disappear. Thump. Two archers released their arrows simultaneously. The arrows split into three in the air and turned into streams of light that shot toward Lin Moyu. "Be careful, dodge," someone shouted from behind. Lin Moyu didn't dodge. His expression didn't even register any changes. A black vortex appeared in front of Lin Moyu, and two skeletal warriors appeared and blocked the two arrows shooting at him. When the arrows collided with the skeletal warriors, metallic sounds rose, yet they failed to cause any damage. Then the two skeletal warriors rushed toward the two archers. He has more than one summon. Zhao Jai's countenance changed again and became unsightly. He didn't expect Lin Moyu to have more than one summon. However, it is normal for some summoners to have multiple summons. In their guild, there is a summoner who has 4 summons. Block it, Zhao Jai shouted, and knights and warriors rushed to in front of him and blocked the skeletal warrior in his stead. With his life no longer in danger, Zhao Jai raised his stave, pointed at Lin Moyu, and rapidly chanted an incantation. Dance of the Fire Snake. 2 seconds later, a fire snake flew out of his stave and headed straight for Lin Moyu. Crap, this is a skill that can only be learned by level 20 mages, and it's a very rare skill to boot. It is the strongest offensive skill a mage can cast before the 2nd class awakening. Lin Moyu is in trouble. It is said that less than 1/3 of mages can master this skill. Some people behind worried about Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu still didn't move. A vortex appeared in front of him again. A total of 20 skeletal warriors came out this time. Dance of the Fire Snake slammed into them and exploded with a rumble and brilliant flames. The 20 skeletal warriors rushed out of the flames and lunged at the members of Dynasty Guild. Zhao Jai's countenance turned ugly. Why are there so many of them? 3 skeletal warriors was already enough to surprise him. He didn't expect for there to be another 20. The current number of the skeletal warriors has exceeded that of the members of Dynasty Guild that are here. Enter formation. Prepare for battle. Zhao Jai is rather experienced. He didn't panic because of this. Dynasty Guild is a guild with extensive experience. These class users, who have gone through the baptisms of numerous battles, have excellent coordination. They quickly assembled. The knights were at the forefront, followed by warriors, archers, and mages, and then supports at the rear. In Zhao Jai's eyes, although these summons are strong, but they can't measure up to his party. Hunting the skeletal warriors will only take some time. The party of a dozen plus people huddled together. Supports quickly applied status buffs to everyone. Strength enhancement, agility enhancement, spirit enhancement, speed boost, shield, berserker's soul. Every possible status buff was applied. In just 30 seconds, the class users were fully buffed. This reflects their excellent cooperation. Confidence reappeared on Zhao Jai's face, although they are surrounded by skeletal warriors, but this is not the first time they have encountered such a situation. He firmly believes they will have the last laugh. Lin Moyu raised his hand, then lowered his head and said to Wang Yi and others behind him, "Get back." At this point, there is no one who wouldn't listen to him. No one could have imagined that he would be able to contend against a dozen plus members of Dynasty Guild by himself. Everyone stepped back at once. In the blink of an eye, they were already dozens of meters away. When Zhao Jai saw this, he felt puzzled but didn't delve more into the matter. At this moment, he suddenly saw a flash of fire in front of him, followed by a cry of agony from an archer. The archer's health rapidly decreased, putting him on the verge of death in an instant. A heal promptly fell on the archer, quickly pulling him away from the brink of death. Lin Moyu used Soul Blaze, yet failed to kill the archer in an instant. The other party's healers reacted quickly and treated the archer. Zhao Jai broke out in a cold sweat, then thought of Lin Moyu's class. Lin Moyu isn't just a summoner, but a necromancer. In addition to being a summoner, he is also a mage. Healers, stay alert, don't delay using heal. The opponent has offensive magic skills. Zhao Jai commanded loudly, making everyone in the party even more nervous. Who could have imagined that a dozen plus people would be besieged by one person? Concentrate on attacking a single person. Lin Moyu looked at the knight at the very periphery fighting skeletal warriors. This knight is in a bind at this time, as he has to withstand attacks from a dozen plus skeletal warriors by himself. The pressure he has to bear at this time is even greater than that of the nightmare-ranked dungeon boss. Although heal landed on him continuously, but he still felt immense pain. He felt like he will croak over any time now. Following Lin Moyu's command, even more blades fell on him. Then a flame appeared on his head. The knight started extreme defense out of instinct. Light shimmered on him, and the pressure he was subjected to decreased by a lot. However, Soul Blaze ignored his defense and launched a direct attack to his soul. Despite having unleashed extreme defense, he still released blood-curdling screams. Fortunately, the healers reacted quickly and threw heal at him one after another. Under the ceaseless attacks of the skeletal warriors, the light of extreme defense faded rapidly. Extreme defense, which should have lasted at least 40 seconds, only lasted 20 seconds. At the moment when extreme defense disappeared, Lin Moyu issued a new command: use your skill. At the same time, he used Soul Blaze again. Soul Blaze caused the knight to scream in agony. At the same time, a dozen-plus strikes landed on the knight. The healers didn't have time to treat him, and the knight was killed in an instant. A gap in the party was opened, and Zhao Jai's countenance changed greatly. Run, Lin Moyu shook his head. It was already too late. A skeletal warrior threw the knight's corpse into the air. Corpse explosion. There was a blare. The knight's corpse detonated. The explosion had tremendous power. With the knight's corpse as the center, within a radius of 20 meters, all enemies were dealt 200 of the knight's health as damage. Among the different classes, knights possess very high health. The damage dealt by 2 times his health was tremendous. Zhao Jai only heard a blare, and then his consciousness snapped. Everyone was killed in an instant. As if a bolt of lightning, corpse explosion destroyed everything. There were only a dozen-plus tattered corpses left on the ground. None of the members of Dynasty Guild survived. A large number of items were scattered on the ground. Without even looking, Lin Moyu collected them all. Boom, boom, boom. The corpses were thrown into the air. Explosions sound one after another. Lin Moyu detonated the corpses. The evidence was erased. When everything was finished, Lin Moyu finally entered the dungeon. The people who protested before finally approached. The fearsome energy released by corpse explosion felt like blades scraping all over their bodies. Oh my god, they are all dead. Not a single one survived. Not only was everyone killed, but even the corpses were disposed of. All the corpses were erased. What a cruel character. He has offended Dynasty Guild. Dynasty Guild won't take this lying down. What do we do? Wang Yi suddenly stood out and said, everyone, with the way Dynasty Guild does things, they won't let this go. If we are caught, whether we talk or not, the outcome will still be death. I have a proposal. Why don't we all leave? Let's leave Zihai City, leave Jiangning Province, and stay far away from Dynasty Guild's sphere of influence. Anyway, there are more places where we can do level grinding. And besides, Dynasty Guild is not omnipotent. They might not be able to find us. Everyone immediately accepted his proposal. Just as he stated, Dynasty Guild doesn't have a good reputation. If they are caught, whether they talk or not, the outcome will be the same. Wang Yi cupped his hands. I'll take my leave first. Everyone, I bid you goodbye. Goodbye. Following his incitement, the people left one after another. The dungeon's entrance became completely deserted in an instant. When the flames went out, only a slowly rotating black vortex remained at the entrance of Zihai Mine, issuing faint whistling sounds. Moonlight reigned over this area once again. Half an hour later, several people were teleported out of the dungeon. Wang Zihao's face was filled with disappointment. He failed to obtain the Goblin King's Core in the dungeon. He will have to wait 12 hours before he can enter the dungeon again. However, he still has a chance. There are a few days left until the Great Examination. He can enter the dungeon another 4 times at least. Why is there no one here? Where did Zhao Jai and the rest go? There were so many people here. Where did they all go? Something seems off. Zhao Jai and them disappeared. Everyone else also disappeared. What the hell happened? The people who accompanied Wang Zihao into the dungeon showed a shade of alarm. They are only level 17 and far less experienced than Zhao Jai and company. At this time, they can only rely on Wang Zihao as the backbone. After all, he is the junior guild leader of Dynasty Guild. Wang Zihao was at a loss, his face filled with figurative question marks. After contemplating for a while, he finally spoke. Fire a signal flare. If Zhao Jai is nearby, he will respond when he sees it. A signal flare rose into the air and exploded, forming a huge ball of light. The ball of light can be seen within a radius of 10 kilometers. By the time the signal flare extinguished, there was no response, indicating that Zhao Jai and them are not here. Wang Zihao realized that something must have happened to Zhao Jai and the others during the time he was in the dungeon. Otherwise, there is no way they would leave. Was Zhao Jai killed? With their strength, Zhao Jai's team is an overwhelming presence in this area. He stopped this train of thought. Even if Zhao Jai was killed, there should be traces left, but there is nothing in front of him. Not only Zhao Jai isn't here, but the others are also gone. Something must have happened. There might be danger here. Let's leave first, then see if we can contact Zhao Jai when we get back. The atmosphere here is too strange. Wang Zihao decided to leave first. Lin Moyu was in the dungeon by himself, with 64 skeletal warriors rampaging about. The tactic employed this time was exactly the same as before, and EXP rapidly accumulated. This time the efficiency was higher than last time. After just an hour, Lin Moyu has already reached the end of the dungeon. Metallic sounds reverberated. Lin Moyu banked on previous experience. Whenever the Goblin King was about to use a skill, he would interrupt it with Soul Blaze. Soul Blaze is almost instantaneous, and is a bit faster than the Goblin King's skills. Within just 30 seconds, the magnificent nightmare-ranked dungeon boss collapsed on the ground and died. Killed Goblin King, EXP plus 40,000, obtained bronze rank weapon, Goblin King's magic book, obtained elementary monster core. Sure enough, the Goblin King's core didn't drop this time. Only an elementary monster core dropped. The Goblin King's core only drops once every 100 days, highlighting its worth. After he enters Zhaijing Academy, Lin Moyu will look for an alchemist to forge the Goblin King's core into the King Goblin's ring. This type of boss accessory is very useful for any class and level. Lin Moyu checked the attributes of the King Goblin's magic book. Goblin King's magic book, bronze rank, spirit plus 10, physique plus 10, increases the power of mage-type skills by 3, usable after level 12, judging by the attributes, although the item may not be very suitable, but it will do for now. Lin Moyu gripped the book, looking like he is a bit interested in it. The power of mage-type skills will be increased by 3. This is useful for Soul Blaze and Corpse Explosion, but not for Summon Skeletal Warrior. Summon Skeletal Warrior doesn't seem to be classified as a mage-type skill. Light appeared on his body, indicating that he leveled up. Lin Moyu reached level 13 after killing the Goblin King. The EXP requirement has been raised again. I won't be able to reach level 14 the next time I go into the dungeon. In order to reach level 15, I will have to enter the dungeon 3 more times. Judging by how much time is left, I can only enter the dungeon 5 more times and at most reach level 16. It's a bit worse than I expected, but level 16 should be enough to enter Zhaijing Academy. Lin Moyu exited the dungeon. It is quite outside the dungeon, exceptionally quiet. They're all gone. Lin Moyu contemplated for a moment and quickly understood the reason behind this. For those people, leaving might be the best choice. He looked around and then quickly plunged into the darkness and disappeared. The sun rose and the earth welcomed the next day. Eventually, a party arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. How come there is no one here? It was very lively before. Strange, where did everyone go? The members of this party expressed their confusion, but they didn't delve into it. They chose ordinary rank difficulty and entered the dungeon. More and more people arrived, and the dungeon's entrance became lively again. After the cooldown period was over, Lin Moyu entered the dungeon again. What a strange person, how frigid. He didn't say a single word. The summon by his side is really cool, although a bit scary, but it's really eye-catching. What's the use of being cool? To that guy, we are no different from air. I saw him go in alone. It looks like he wants to do solo grinding. It's Lin Moyu. From a distance, Ziazu saw Lin Moyu enter the dungeon by himself. The skeletal warrior next to Lin Moyu is really conspicuous. In the entire world, only Lin Moyu has such a summon. Necromancer is a unique class, so there can't be 2 people with this class at the same time. Ziazu has a complicated look in her eyes. He's going to do solo grinding. She bit her lower lip. She just reached level 10 today and then headed straight for the dungeon. Although she is only level 10, but with her superior class, Elemental Mage, it is still easy for her to find a party. Zihai Mine Dungeon is only a level 14 dungeon, so its difficulty isn't really high. This is more so the case for ordinary rank difficulty. However, going solo in the dungeon wouldn't be easy for her. Yet Lin Moyu unexpectedly is able to go solo, surpassing her once again. Ziazu's eyes flashed with defiance. I won't lose to you, just you wait. She quickly found a party and entered the dungeon. Lin Moyu swept through the nightmare rank dungeon. Following yesterday's level up, the number of skeletal warriors has reached 68. After 12 hours of meditation, Lin Moyu's spirit was fully restored. Once he entered the dungeon, Lin Moyu summoned another 4 skeletal warriors. Now there are a total of 72 skeletal warriors, forming a massive army. The efficiency has become higher than before. The skeletal warriors mowed everything down in their wake. In addition, Lin Moyu is already very familiar with the dungeon, so the progress was faster. In just 45 minutes, Lin Moyu saw an old friend. Wake up. The Goblin King woke up due to the blades of the skeletal warriors. When it stood up, it had already lost more than half of its health. Fire burst out from its mouth, but then fire blaze descended and interrupted its skill. Within 30 seconds, the Goblin King collapsed on the ground. Killed Goblin King, EXP plus 40,000, obtained bronze rank weapon, Goblin King's bow, obtained elementary monster core, Goblin King's bow, bronze rank, strength plus 10, agility plus 10, increases the power of bow type skills by 3. Usable after level 12. There were drops not unlike before. Lin Moyu just took a glance at them and then stored them in the storage space. Goblin King's eyes are filled with unwillingness and frustration, as if it had recognized Lin Moyu. Don't be upset. After a few more days, I won't be coming again. You're going to be killed anyway. It doesn't really matter who kills you, right? Besides, if it's me, you will be killed faster and suffer less. In fact, I don't want to kill you either, but there's no other way. I need to raise my level. Lin Moyu spoke softly to the Goblin King, regardless of whether the Goblin King could understand or not. Just like he predicted, Lin Moyu predicted really couldn't level up this time. He will be able to level up next time. Lin Moyu exited the dungeon and quickly left the vicinity. In the afternoon, a group from Dynasty Guild arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. The junior guild master Wang Zihao didn't come, nor did the people who partied up with him yesterday come. The group from Dynasty Guild didn't come to raid the dungeon, but to investigate what happened yesterday. There were no news from Zhao Jai, nor the dozen-plus people that were with him. The other people who were present at that time also disappeared, as if vanishing into thin air. The people of Dynasty Guild practiced restraint this time, not doing anything excessive. Even when questioning others, they were quite polite. In the end, the answers they got were all "I don't know." Since everyone present only arrived today, they know nothing about what happened yesterday. The people of Dynasty Guild investigated for a long time, yet weren't able to learn much. In the end, they could only retreat. News that Dynasty Guild sealed off the dungeon yesterday spread somehow, causing strong protests from many people. Class User Association issued a warning to Dynasty Guild today. If they do it again, the consequences will be very serious. The dungeon is a resource of all mankind, not something that their guild can arbitrarily seal off. Let alone 1 or 2 days, even 1 hour is out of the question. At the headquarters of Dynasty Guild, Guild Master Wang Wei chewed out Wang Zihao. Did maggots eat your brain? How did you come up with the idea of sealing off the dungeon? Did you think Dynasty Guild can do whatever it wishes? That Shengxia Empire and Class User Association are just for show. If you want to die, go die by yourself. Don't drag Dynasty Guild down with you. In the next couple of days, don't go anywhere. Stay in the guild. Anyway, your level is already high enough. Just wait quietly for the great examination. Wang Wei scolded Wang Zihao. Wang Zihao lowered his head and remained quiet. After restraining himself for a while, he finally asked, "What about Zhao Jai and the others?" People were already dispatched to investigate things. You don't need to concern yourself with this. To be able to make so many people disappear, this isn't something that you can handle. Wang Wei waved his hand and had his son leave. Anyway, Wang Zihao is already level 16. This is fully sufficient to enter Ziyajing Academy. Even if he is put under house arrest and can't raise his level in the following couple of days, it won't have a big impact. At night, Lin Moyu entered the dungeon for the 4th time. This time, the number of skeletal warriors under his control has increased to 76. After the first 3 raids, he already knows the dungeon like the back of his hand. When he entered the dungeon, a brand new idea popped up in his mind. I can give it a try. If it proves feasible, it can also be used in other dungeons in the future. According to his will, the skeletal warriors rushed into the mine like a tide. A large number of monsters in the mine were drawn by the skeletal warriors. However, the skeletal warriors didn't fight them, but kept running toward the depths of the dungeon. Thereupon, a strange scene took place in the dungeon. A large number of skeletal warriors are running in front, followed by a huge number of goblin-type monsters. Lin Moyu followed behind the goblin-type monsters. Lin Moyu is also running, following behind the group with a smile on his face. After the skeletal warriors reached bronze rank, the maximum distance they can be from him has increased to 1,000 meters. He only needs to stay within a range of 1,000 meters. With close to 100 monsters on their tail, the skeletal warriors ran all the way to the place where the Mine Wolf King is located. The arrival of the skeletal warriors awakened the Mine Wolf King. The Mine Wolf King began attacking the skeletal warriors, but the skeletal warriors ignored it. They waited until the monsters chasing them caught up. Following Lin Moyu's command, the range of activity of the skeletal warriors became smaller and smaller. The range of monsters also got smaller and smaller, drawing them together. At this moment, Lin Moyu appeared at the entrance of the huge tunnel. The skeletal warriors suddenly launched an attack, killing a goblin mine guard in an instant. Subsequently, the corpse was thrown into the air. Corpse explosion. Lin Moyu, who has been waiting for this all along, launched his skill and the corpse detonated. There was a loud rumble. The huge tunnel shook and countless stones fell from the rock walls. Droves of goblin-type monsters died. Notifications flooded Lin Moyu's mind. The notifications overwhelmed his mind, giving him not time to read them. A large number of new corpses were produced. Lin Moyu launched corpse explosion repeatedly, using it 10 times in a row. 10 blasts sounded, and a layer of the dungeon's ground was scraped off. This time, the Mine Wolf King didn't run away, but died directly in the explosions. At this moment, the iron gates in the tunnel opened, and a large number of mine wolves ran out. Lin Moyu realized that there is no need for the Mine Wolf King to run back and roar. The gates will open automatically. Draw them into the mining pit. At Lin Moyu's command, the skeletal warriors ran toward the mining pit. What is there inside the mining pit? In addition to some goblin-type monsters, there is also the Goblin King. The skeletal warriors, with more than 100 mine wolves in tow, ran forward, with Lin Moyu following behind. At this moment, there was light on his body, indicating that he leveled up. The mass detonation enabled him to reach level 14. It has only been 5 minutes since he entered the dungeon. This speed is outrageous. The skeletal warriors ran down along the mining pit's path, drawing the monsters in the pit. By the time they reached the bottom of the pit, there were 200+ monsters following the skeletal warriors. Goblin-type monsters and mine wolves huddled together. When the Goblin King woke up, its eyes filled with confusion. "What's going on here? I've come again." Lin Moyu reached the bottom of the pit at this time. The skeletal warriors stopped running and began to attack. Berserk shot, they unleashed their skill and their blades shone red. Accompanied by a whimper, a mine wolf died in an instant. The corpse was flung into the air and then detonated. Corpse explosion. Boom, boom, blares roared continuously, nearly causing the mining pit to collapse. His EXP increased rapidly. Notifications overwhelmed his mind. A large amount of materials and items entered his storage space. The Goblin King just awakened and didn't even have time to stand up. Battered by the force produced by launching corpse explosion a dozen+ times in succession, the Goblin King collapsed on the ground with a loud thud. This time its death was more tragic, but also more straightforward. Even if it suffered pain, it was only for a few seconds. Seeing the look of unwillingness plastered on the Goblin King's face, Lin Moyu sighed lightly. "After another 3 times, I won't be coming again." His words imply that it has to die 3 more times. Anyway, you're already used to it. People come to kill you every day. Killed Goblin King, EXP plus 40,000, obtained bronze rank weapon, Goblin King stave, obtained elementary monster core, Goblin King stave, bronze rank, spirit plus 10, physique plus 10, increases the power of mage type skills by 3, usable after level 12. He looked at his EXP level 14, 60. Next time he'll be able to reach level 15. After reaching level 15, the EXP requirement will be further raised. It will be increased by at least 2 to 3 times. I can enter the dungeon at most 3 more times. If there is nothing unexpected, I should be able to reach level 16. However, I will only be able to judge things accurately once I reach level 15 and learn the EXP requirement for the next level. At this point, the area outside the dungeon has resumed its usual liveliness, although there are a bit fewer people, and they are all new faces. Lin Moyu didn't see a single familiar face. From the conversations that he overheard, he learned that people of Dynasty Guild have come here. Evidently, Dynasty Guild hasn't received any useful information. This time, Lin Moyu didn't leave the vicinity, but instead found a secluded place and began to meditate. The number of skeletal warriors under his command has increased by 4 once more, reaching 80. The 4 attributes of the skeletal warriors reached 4,600 points respectively, which is even higher than the attributes of the nightmare-ranked dungeon boss Goblin King. Their only shortcoming is that their skill is not powerful enough. Unlike the Goblin King, who has Flame Spout, a skill with super high destructive power. The meditating Lin Moyu suddenly received a message from the skeletal warrior. Someone is approaching. "What is your level?" Upon hearing a familiar voice, Lin Moyu opened his eyes and saw Ziazu. Ziazu's delicate face is covered in dust, elemental aura billowing around her. She evidently just went through battle, just came out of the dungeon. She stared at Lin Moyu, her face filled with defiance. Lin Moyu said flatly, "Level 14. "What?" Ziazu exclaimed, "How are you so fast?" She partied up with others and cleared the ordinary rank Zihai Mine dungeon 2 times in a row, raising her level from level 10 to level 11. The 2 consecutive raids have exhausted her. Even though Lin Moyu can go solo in the dungeon, it shouldn't be possible for him to raise his level so quickly. Ziazu could never have imagined that Lin Moyu was raiding the nightmare rank dungeon. Lin Moyu didn't continue to answer Ziazu, "Believe what you want." According to her understanding of Lin Moyu, Ziazu is aware that he wouldn't spout nonsense. Since he said he is level 14, then he must be level 14. The defiance in Ziazu's eyes grew more and more intense. The higher your level, the harder it is to continue to raise it. On the first day of the novice dungeon, she reached level 5, while Lin Moyu reached level 7. That was a difference of 2 levels. In theory, the distance between them should have narrowed, so how come the distance between them has actually widened? Ziazu snorted, "I won't admit defeat." With that, she turned and walked away. Lin Moyu looked at her, dumbfounded. In the past few years, he has always been suppressing Ziazu. Before the class awakening ceremony, he was always first in all subjects, while Ziazu was second. After the class awakening ceremony, he blazed through the novice dungeon and raised his level like crazy, leaving Ziazulyu behind again. Lin Moyu is aware that Ziazu has been bitter all along and has been competing with him all this time. Whether it is before or after the class awakening ceremony, things have remained the same. He has never given her a chance. All of a sudden, he saw Ziazu enter the dungeon with several other people. Strange, didn't she just come out? How did she enter again so quickly? What about the dungeon's cooldown period? Lin Moyu saw something incredible. He has tried both ordinary rank difficulty and nightmare rank difficulty, and they both have the cooldown period. After clearing nightmare rank difficulty, he is also unable to enter ordinary rank difficulty before the 12 hours are up. How was Ziazu able to get in again so quickly? Lin Moyu is certain that Ziazu just came out of the dungeon a short time ago. The aura of combat on her hasn't dissipated yet, and there is also the aura of the Goblin King. It is unmistakable. While he meditated, Lin Moyu had the skeletal warrior watch over him. 2 hours later, Ziazu emerged from the dungeon. She cleared the dungeon. After coming out of the dungeon, Ziazu couldn't help but turn her head and take a look at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu saw exhaustion in her eyes. This should be overdraft caused by continuous combat. Just a few minutes later, Ziazu found another party and entered the dungeon again. Lin Moyu found that she used an item before entering the dungeon. There was a faint glow on her body. Lin Moyu guessed that this item enabled Ziazu to ignore the dungeon's cooldown period. If I get the chance, I can ask her. Lin Moyu mused, then entered the state of meditation once more. His spirit force was gradually being restored. As his level rose, his spirit force attribute was highlighted. Now his basic spirit force has reached 700 points, far higher than his other attributes. High spirit force is a characteristic of mage-type classes, but in turn the other attributes are very low. The distribution is quite unbalanced. Every class has its characteristics. Lin Moyu has no choice but to accept this reality. A few hours later, the sounds of slightly heavy footsteps entered his ears. The exhausted Ziazu walked up to Lin Moyu and sat down. Even without the cooldown period restriction, she can't continue to raid the dungeon. Her body can't take it anymore. I'm tired as hell. Ziazu slumped on the ground, not paying attention to her image. She's not afraid of the skeletal warrior next to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu is her classmate, after all. There is nothing to fear or worry about. After taking a break and catching her breath, Ziazu regained some energy. I am already level 12. I will soon catch up to you. If raids the ordinary ranked dungeon with a party, it will take her at least 3 or 4 raids to reach level 13. It will be difficult for her to catch up with him. Lin Moyu looked at the exhausted Ziazu. Aren't you tired? Ziazu snorted. Of course I'm tired. Even moving my hands feels like a chore. Then why? Ziazu has a disgruntled look on her face. Why? After suppressing me for so many years, you still have the gall to ask me why. I will surely surpass you, just because of that. Lin Moyu didn't expect Ziazu's grudge to run so deep. If he had known this before, he would have let her take first place in school. Ziazu looked at the sky. Of course not. I'm going to apply to Xiajing Academy. You're also going, right? So you should understand. To apply to Xiajing Academy, you must at least be level 14, preferably level 15, while level 16 would be the safest bet. There is a little over 2 days left. Lin Moyu thinks that she will at most reach level 14, unless... Lin Moyu whispered, you should raid the nightmare rank dungeon so you can level up faster. Are you kidding me? It's not easy to enter an elite party. Elite parties are looking for level 16 or 17 class users. I'm only level 12. No one will want me. Ziazu looked at Lin Moyu askance, as if saying, do you understand now? The elite party's looking for people at the dungeon's entrance. In addition to level and class requirements, they also have equipment requirements. Requirements for damage dealer type classes like Ziazu's are the highest. Seeing Lin Moyu remain silent, Ziazu continued, so that is why I've been grinding in the ordinary rank dungeon. It should be no problem for me to reach level 14, and with some effort I might even be able to reach level 15. After listening to her words, Lin Moyu finally asked, how can you ignore the cooldown period? What? Ziazu showed a look of surprise. You don't know. Then she giggled abruptly. You actually don't know. So there are things you don't know. Lin Moyu didn't speak. He just quietly watched Ziazu. Is it that funny? He is not an encyclopedia, so there are many things he doesn't know. As if she has found something fun, a mischievous smile appeared on Ziazu's face. Say something nice and I'll tell you. Lin Moyu turned his head and closed his eyes. To have him say something nice, that is impossible. Seeing Lin Moyu's reaction, Ziazu lost interest. What a fool, can't even take a joke. Mages are supposed to be flexible, so why are you so rigid? I really suspect you're a fake mage. Alright, I'll tell you. It's because I used a cooldown charm. Lin Moyu searched his memories for information on the cooldown charm, yet found that he has no knowledge regarding it. He doesn't even know what a charm is. He hasn't learned this at school. Ziazu said the cooldown charm can cancel a dungeon's cooldown period, allowing you to enter the dungeon repeatedly. As she explained, Ziazu took out a palm-sized thing and handed it to Lin Moyu. This is it. The charm looks like a gem, shimmering with enchanting light on the surface, engraved with abstruse runes. Faint light appeared on his fingertip. Such a thing actually exists. Lin Moyu felt that he is really ignorant and inexperienced. Ziazu said, I use this charm to enter the dungeon continuously. Do you understand now? With this thing he can enter the dungeon repeatedly, raising his level quickly. Lin Moyu asked in a low voice, is this thing expensive? Ziazu replied, I don't know either. My father gave it to me and told me to use it, but it should be quite expensive. My father's expression at that time was a bit distressed. Ziazu is from a wealthy family and has access to many resources. Zihai City's Zia family is well known throughout the entire Jiangning province. Since even her father considers it expensive, then it's obviously really valuable. After reaching this conclusion, Lin Moyu gave up the idea of obtaining such a charm. Ziazu said, "In these 2 days, I have to use all the remaining 7 dungeon reset chances. Coupled with my cooldown period, I will have to go into the dungeon at least 9 more times, all to ensure that I can reach level 15. God, I'll be beyond exhausted." Ziazu has a worried and bitter look on her face. She seems to have somewhat regained the appearance someone of her age should have. She no longer has the appearance of a high and mighty young lady. After some thought, Lin Moyu said, "I can take you dungeon grinding. I can guarantee you will reach level 15 and you won't have to do anything." Ziazu's eyes lit up. How could she forget? The guy next to her is a freak who can go solo in dungeons. If she follows Lin Moyu into the dungeon, she won't have to lift a finger. And besides, in a party of 2, she will receive more EXP than in a party of 3. She not only won't get tired, but will also gain more EXP. This is great. The only issue is that she won't be able to catch up to this guy. But even if she doesn't go with him, will she be able to catch up to him? Ziazu isn't sure. After considering it for a moment, Ziazu made up her mind. If she can't catch up for the time being, then so be it. She first has to make sure that she enters Ziyajing Academy. Anyway, she just started on the class path. The future holds many possibilities. Sooner or later, she'll catch up to him. Okay, let's do it. You'll take me dungeon grinding and I'll share my charm with you. Lin Moyu knew that Ziazu would definitely agree to it. After all, unless she were an idiot, she wouldn't pass such a chance up. In this way, he will be able to enter the dungeon a few more times. Although there will be less EXP per raid, but since the number of raids will increase, the overall harvest will be greater. This is a win-win situation. Ziazu said, "Then let's not waste time. Let's enter the dungeon now." Lin Moyu didn't budge. "There are 2 more hours left until my cooldown period is over. With 2 hours left, using a dungeon reset chance now wouldn't be worthwhile." Ziazu easily understood this. "All right, then let's wait 2 hours. I'll take a nap first. Wake me when the time is up." She lay down as she spoke and then fell asleep in no time. Sleeping this defenseless in the wilderness is very dangerous. However, Ziazu slept peacefully because Lin Moyu is by her side. Despite how her rivalry with him, she knows Lin Moyu's character quite well. This is how she is able to be so relaxed. Ziazu curled up her body. She slept soundly, a smile on her lips. After ordering the skeleton to guard them both, Lin Moyu continued to meditate to restore his spirit force. 2 hours later, Lin Moyu's cooldown period was over. "Get up." Lin Moyu woke Ziazu. Ziazu rubbed the sleep out of her eyes. That was quick. Ziazu got up and stretched her body lazily, revealing her belly button. She displayed her beautiful figure at this moment. Ziazu is tall and slender, standing at a height of 17 meters and has a shapely figure. Compared to Lin Moyu, who is 18 meters tall, she seems only slightly shorter. With the 2 standing side by side, they look like they were made for each other. However, the skeletal warrior standing next to them spoiled the picture a bit. After sleeping for 2 hours, Ziazu's spirit was restored by a lot, and most of her fatigue was dispelled. The 2 formed a party, with Lin Moyu as the party leader, and then went to the dungeon's entrance together. Ziazu used the elementary cooldown charm to dispel her cooldown period. Faint light appeared on her body, and Ziazu nodded to Lin Moyu. "All right, let's go in." Lin Moyu started the dungeon and then selected Nightmare rank difficulty. Ziazu's countenance changed greatly. "Did you make a mistake?" Before her words have fallen, the 2 had already disappeared from the dungeon's entrance. The heavy and oppressive atmosphere left Ziazu breathless. Seeing the dreadful monster walk back and forth behind the large iron gate, her slender legs went soft. Whether it's in terms of attributes or appearance, it is completely different from the monsters in the ordinary rank dungeon. Ziazu looked at Lin Moyu in horror. "This is Nightmare rank difficulty. Did you make a mistake?" Lin Moyu responded indifferently. "I didn't. He didn't make a mistake." Does this guy really think the 2 of them can clear the Nightmare rank dungeons? Merely seeing the monster's dreadful attributes made Ziazu's teeth chatter. "Are you crazy? We're going to die," Ziazu exclaimed. Lin Moyu didn't respond, nor did he care about Ziazu's current frame of mind. "In a while we will be running." "What? Running?" Ziazu was momentarily unable to react. The scary enhanced elite monster has set its sights on her. Ziazu felt the fear of death. If it weren't for her fear of Lin Moyu making fun of her, she would try to escape the dungeon at this moment. At this time, a large number of skeletal warriors appeared in the room. At the same time that Lin Moyu released the skeletal warriors, he also summoned new skeletal warriors. In the blink of an eye, a total of 80 skeletal warriors occupied half of the room. Then, under Ziazu's terrified gaze, Lin Moyu opened the gate to the dungeon. The skeletal warriors charged toward the tunnel, as if an army going out on an expedition. Lin Moyu is already quite familiar with this. The enhanced elite monster behind the iron gate chased after the skeletal warriors, disappearing in an instant. Lin Moyu started running. Ziazu was stunned. What's going on? Can you really raid a dungeon like this? Hurry up. You're not scared, are you? Lin Moyu's voice came from the tunnel. Ziazu stomped her foot. I'm not scared. I won't lose to you. She quickly caught up with Lin Moyu, feeling a surge of defiance in her heart. An enormous behemoth advanced forward in the dungeon. The skeletal warriors ran at the forefront, followed by a large number of enhanced elite monsters. At the back were Lin Moyu and Ziazu. Ziazu asked while running, "What on earth are you doing?" Lin Moyu responded lightly, "Dungeon grinding." Lin Moyu answered in a matter-of-factly tone, leaving Ziazu speechless. After running for a while, they saw the Mine Wolf King leader. The Nightmare rank Mine Wolf King is larger than the ordinary rank Mine Wolf King. Ziazu doesn't need to use detection to know that this guy is super strong. At this time, the skeletal warriors ran up to it. The Mine Wolf King attacked the skeletal warriors. The skeletal warriors, on the other hand, just kept running and didn't fight back. Why don't they fight back? Ziazu was surprised by the durability of the skeletal warriors, feeling strange inside. Lin Moyu commanded the skeletal warriors, "Get ready." When the monsters behind them caught up, several skeletal warriors suddenly activated their skill at the same time. In an instant, they killed an enhanced elite monster. Then the corpse of the enhanced elite monster was thrown into the air. At the same time, Lin Moyu raised his hand. Corpse explosion. Kaboom! There was a loud bang, startling Ziazu. EXP soared like crazy and notifications poured in. In the blink of an eye, Ziazu's EXP increased by 30. Ziazu was dumbfounded. Dungeon grinding can be done this way. What's going on? Boom, boom, a series of blares rose. The Mine Wolf King, which looked dreadful in her eyes, collapsed on the ground with a wail. It's dead. It was killed so easily. She recalled a time she encountered the ordinary rank Mine Wolf King. She was in a party of 3, with each party member being assigned a role. After making proper arrangements, only then did they take it on, and it took them more than 20 arduous minutes to deal with it, yet it took Lin Moyu only a moment. Ziazu felt her body turn numb. She suddenly recalled that this is not ordinary rank difficulty, but nightmare rank difficulty. The same leader in nightmare rank difficulty is several times tougher than in ordinary rank difficulty. However, it took Lin Moyu only a moment to kill it. A tingling sensation rose from the soles of Ziazu's feet to the top of her head, and she trembled as if electrocuted. Is this really a dungeon raid? Isn't it more like a stroll in your backyard? Lin Moyu waved his hand, not paying attention to her state. Let's go. The skeletal warriors ran toward the mine pit. Ziazu snapped out of it and promptly followed Lin Moyu. Have you been going solo in the nightmare rank dungeon all along? She asked this question with difficulty. She hadn't seen it with her own eyes. Ziazu would never have believed it. In fact, if someone stated that a level 10 kid was able to go solo in the nightmare rank dungeon, no one would believe it. After all, this is something that has never happened before. Lin Moyu replied, a calm look on his face, yes. Ziazu continued to ask, starting from level 10, that's right. She received an affirmative answer from Lin Moyu. Ziazu finally understood how he was able to raise his level so fast. By the time she left the novice dungeon, Lin Moyu had probably already entered the mine dungeon by himself, and it is nightmare rank difficulty to boot. If he weren't limited by the dungeon's cooldown period, Lin Moyu would likely have been able to reach level 20. This efficiency is just too high. It has only been about 10 minutes since they entered the dungeon, yet they have already reached the final boss. When she formed a party with others and raided the ordinary rank dungeon, it took her at least over an hour to reach this place. The giant Goblin King exudes an intense pressure. The skeletal warriors rushed over as if hornets with a bunch of monsters in tow. Following a dozen-plus ear-splitting sounds, things quieted down. Light appeared on Lin Moyu's body, indicating that he leveled up. Even the final boss was killed in an instant. This is the second time she experienced such a scene. Ziazu turned completely numb. She suspects that the Goblin King is Lin Moyu's son, willingly offering its neck to provide him free EXP. When she saw the level-up light appear on Lin Moyu's body, she exclaimed, "Have you leveled up again?" Level 15. Lin Moyu nodded. He has indeed reached level 15. Ziazu creased her eyebrows. She is 30 of EXP away from reaching level 13. The gap between her and Lin Moyu has widened again. She really can't accept it. Killed Goblin King, EXP plus 25,000, obtained bronze rank weapon, Goblin King's sword, obtained elementary monster core after seeing the notifications. Ziazu sighed, too bad the stave hasn't dropped. Do you want the stave? Lin Moyu asked. Ziazu made an aha sound. The Goblin King's stave is a great weapon for mages before level 20, although I can buy it at the trade office, but I don't want to ask my father for money. Suddenly, a shadow flew toward her. Ziazu instinctively extended her hand and caught it. Goblin King's stave, this is the stave she wants. Here you are. Lin Moyu said lightly, it's just a stave. Then a shade of doubt overtook her face. Why don't you use it yourself? Lin Moyu took out the Goblin King's magic book and said, I'm using this. Although magic books and staves are both mage-type weapons, but most mages prefer staves. After all, in addition to being formidable, staves can also be used as clubs to attack or defend. Magic books don't have such a function. Relatively speaking, staves are more practical. This is a conclusion that everyone supports. Ziazu was puzzled, but staves are more practical than magic books. Lin Moyu shook his head. I don't like staves. Ziaxua couldn't refute this reasoning, so it's due to this reason, so it seems. And besides, she hasn't seen Lin Moyu take out the magic book. Perhaps the magic book provides such a slight bonus that he doesn't even care about it. Oblivious of Ziazu's misgivings, Lin Moyu checked the changes to his attributes. Damage transfer. All damage taken by the host will be borne by the summons. Soul Blaze, level 15. Deals damage to target soul. Its power depends on your spirit force and the skill's level. Summon Skeletal Warrior, level 15. Summons a Bronze Skeletal Warrior. Corpse Explosion, level 1. Detonate a corpse and deal 10 of the corpse's health as damage to enemies within a radius of 1 meter. After finally reaching level 15, he now has a much greater chance of entering Xiajing Academy. If he can reach level 16, that would be even better. But if he can't, it shouldn't be a big issue. After reaching level 15, the EXP requirement has increased once more. Lin Moyu expected to be able to raise his EXP to around 12, but the final outcome was only 8. With Ziazu getting a share of the EXP, it is indeed much slower. Lin Moyu calculated in his mind. With Ziazu's elementary cooldown charm, the two can raid the dungeon 3 times in a row. At his speed, the 3 raids will take half an hour. After that, taking the cooldown period into account, he will be able to raid the dungeon 2 more times. In summary, he can raid the dungeon another 5 times. Of course, he will bring Ziazu for the last 2 raids as well. Since they started together, it would be unconscionable of Lin Moyu to not take her along all the way. A party of 2, 5 trips, this should be enough to reach level 16. Looking at the Goblin King lying on the ground, Lin Moyu said faintly, I'm sorry, but I may have to kill you 5 more times. Ziazu was surprised to see Lin Moyu talking to the Goblin King. Why are you talking to the boss? It won't understand you. Lin Moyu responded in a low voice, I just feel like it. As for whether he understands me or not, it doesn't matter. Ziazu was baffled. Then why do you apologize to it? Lin Moyu didn't give an answer to Ziazu's question. For some reason, Ziazu thought of the scene where Lin Moyu apologized to the boss moments ago. She suddenly felt that Lin Moyu has a cute side to him. To apologize to a boss so earnestly, that's something that no one would do. After all, dungeons are there to be raided, and bosses are there to be hunted. When it comes to a high-level dungeon boss, although it is killed countless times, but there are also countless class users dying at its hands. All in all, there's nothing to apologize for. What a weird guy. But that's a little cute. Ziazu suddenly burst out into laughter. Lin Moyu gave her a strange look. Let's go out and then continue. Okay, let's continue. What? After exiting the dungeon, Ziazu immediately used the elementary cooldown charm. Just a few seconds later, the two entered the nightmare-ranked dungeon once more. The second time she went in, Ziazu seemed like a different person. This time she ran excitedly alongside Lin Moyu. Her excited expression made Lin Moyu feel a little strange. Why is she so excited? Isn't it just herding monsters together, then blowing them up? It's just a low-level dungeon. It's nothing special. Ziazu caught the strange look in his eyes. Ziazu's temper flared up. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before? In fact, he has. He has been seeing her for a few years now. It has to be said, but she is indeed quite beautiful. If Ziazu and Ning Yi were to be compared, it would be difficult to come to a verdict. After all, they each have their strengths and weaknesses. One is petite and cute, the other is tall and proud. They each have their unique characteristics. However, Lin Moyu doesn't care much about it one way or the other. Ning Yi is his friend, while Ziazu is his classmate. It has a look of unwillingness in its eyes, bitter about the way it died. Lin Moyu uttered softly, 4 more times to go. The two raided the dungeon another 4 times. From start to finish, it took them less than an hour. Ziazu depleted the charm's uses. The charm turned dull and dark. It became no different from an ordinary stone, but if you take a closer look, you will be able to see some runes inscribed inside. Ziazu put the cooldown charm away. The charm needs to be recharged. The cooldown charm is not a disposable item. After its power is depleted, charging is required. However, according to Ziazu, the charging process is very complex. A high-level alchemist is required to complete the process. As for how high their level has to be, she doesn't know it either. After 4 consecutive raids, Ziazu reached level 14-20. If she clears the dungeon another 2 times, she will definitely be able to reach level 15. At this time, Lin Moyu is still at level 15, with 85 of EXP. After level 15, when a party of 2 clears the dungeon once, EXP can only be raised by 26. The efficiency has decreased by several times. There is still 1.5 days left before the Great Examination, which is enough for them to raid the dungeon 2 more times. Ziazu has an excited expression on her face. If I reach level 15 before the Great Examination, I'm sure I'll be able to enter Xiajing Academy. Dummy Lin, are you about to level up? Lin Moyu nodded, I am. Ziazu temporarily forgot about her rivalry with Lin Moyu. When you reach level 16, and I reach level 15, we will have 2 students of Zihai City admitted into Ziyajing Academy this year. I guess this will be like a dream come true to Principal Liu. To have their students admitted into Ziyajing Academy, this is great honor to every school and principal. It is common sense that it is difficult to enter Ziyajing Academy. Only prodigies can enter Ziyajing Academy. Only by entering Ziyajing Academy, only then can you be called a prodigy. Ziyajing Academy only admits 1,000 people per year, 1,000 people from the entire Shangxia Empire, and many of the slots are occupied by large cities and great families. It is difficult for people from small cities to compete with the talents from great families. Last year, when Lin Mohan was admitted into Ziyajing Academy, Lu Yun celebrated for several days. Su Kaixing entered Ziyajing Academy and became a famous genius a few years ago, yet his name still lingers on Lu Yun's tongue to this day. In summary, it is great honor to be able to enter Ziyajing Academy. The two found a deserted place and sat down on the ground. Since the power of the cooldown charm has been depleted, they can only wait for the dungeon's cooldown period to pass. Ziazu asked, "Dummy Lin, why don't you try becoming the top scorer?" Lin Moyu turned his head, the provincial top scorer. Ziazu said, "If you become the provincial top scorer, you can earn many points. Points are very useful in Ziyajing Academy. The most crucial thing is that you will gain the opportunity to join Chuangshan Institute." Lin Moyu recalled Ning Yi saying that points are more useful than gold coins in Ziyajing Academy, and Ning Yi also mentioned Chuangshan Institute. Do you know anything about Chuangshan Institute? Lin Moyu hopes to get some information about Chuangshan Institute from Ziazu. Ning Yi just mentioned the name and didn't go into detail. As for the details, he will naturally learn them once he arrives at Ziyajing Academy. Ziazu replied, legs crossed, "I don't know much either. I just heard my father mention it. Chuangshan Institute should be the most outstanding institute in Shangxia Empire." Ziyajing Academy gathers prodigies and elites of Shangxia Empire, while Chuangshan Institute gathers top prodigies. According to my father, it's difficult to enter Chuangshan Institute. He said I probably will have no chance. However, I think you have a chance. Give it a try. I heard that Senior Su Kaixing is the only person of Zihai City to ever enter Chuangshan Institute. Ziazu looked at Lin Moyu with a dazzling shade in her eyes. She really feels that Lin Moyu has a chance. By using an unprecedented method, Lin Moyu took her to raid the Nightmare Rank dungeon. This was a complete eye-opener to her. She's no longer able to associate the knowledge she has learned with Lin Moyu's class. "If there is a chance, I will give it a try," Lin Moyu stated in a low voice. He must go to Ziyajing Academy. After all, it is where his sister, Lin Mohan, is. If there is a chance, he will also go to Chuangshan Institute and give it a try. Ziazu's eyes suddenly lit up, and she pointed to the dungeon's entrance, saying, "Isn't that Gao Yang?" Gao Yang is at the dungeon's entrance, evidently searching for a party. Ziazu launched detection and chuckled, "You can't tell, but this dummy has reached level 11. It's a shame, but as a knight, it won't be easy for him to find a party. Knights are required to raid the dungeon, and they need to be of a certain level. A level 11 knight can't deal with the monsters in the dungeon. Even if it's the ordinary rank dungeon, it requires a knight to be at least level 13. As expected, Gao Yang couldn't find a party, a look of disappointment on his face. Lin Moyu opened his mouth to say, "Let's bring him along." Ziazu giggled, "Fine with me." What? Ziazu called Gao Yang over. Gao Yang's eyes turned quickly, revealing a meaningful smile. "You too," Ziazu said coldly, "shut up or I'll tear your mouth apart." Ziazu is renowned for her arrogance. Only when she's alone with Lin Moyu, only then will it be a little restrained. After all, Lin Moyu is even more frigid. If she gets any more arrogant, the two won't be able to talk with each other anymore. At this moment, faced with Gao Yang, her bad temper was fully uncovered. Gao Yang was startled, then stroked his head. "It was a joke, a joke. Don't take it to heart." Ziazu said, "You don't need to look for a party anymore. When our cooldown period is over, we'll take you to raid the dungeon with us. This way you'll be able to reach level 12 before the great examination." Gao Yang let out an excited howl. "Really? You two are my benefactors. You don't know this, but unless I have reached level 12, I won't be certain to enter the academy I want to go to. You're such good people." Gao Yang made a greatly exaggerated expression. Ziazu furrowed her eyebrows. "If you keep this up, we won't take you with us." Gao Yang gave in and became serious at once. "Young Lady Zia, rest assured, I will behave. If you point east, I won't go south. If you point north, I won't go east. Enough with the nonsense. Shut your trap." Ziazu snorted, and a fireball appeared in her hand. If Gao Yang says anything stupid again, she won't hesitate to throw the fireball at his face. Gao Yang curbed in his tongue tactfully, "I shall obey, but I do wonder how long it will take for your cooldown period to pass." Ziazu calculated the time. There are still 10 hours left. 10 hours might be a bit long. However, Gao Yang understands clearly that he may not be able to find a party within that time. "Okay, you two have a rest. I'll go hunt some monsters. Moyu, you can do it. I believe in you. Sooner or later, you'll be able to win Ziazu over." He ran away after saying that. Ziazu stomped her foot in anger and threw the fireball. With a loud bang, the fireball exploded behind Gao Yang's buttocks, splattering a few sparks on him. Scalded by the sparks, Gao Yang screamed and clasped his buttocks. He disappeared from view in the blink of an eye. Ziazu stomped her feet angrily. This guy has a foul mouth on him. He deserves a beating. Lin Moyu agreed with the sentiment, but at the same time he has no choice but to admit that Gao Yang is a good guy. When everyone else distanced themselves from him, only Gao Yang came forward to talk to him, even though he rarely responds, but Gao Yang was never put off. Lin Moyu believes that his feeling is right. Gao Yang is a real goofball. Lin Moyu assumed the position of party leader and then entered the nightmare rank dungeon. When he entered the dungeon, Gao Yang was paralyzed with fear and plopped on the ground. "Hey there, young lady Zia, Boss Lin, why have you brought me to the nightmare rank dungeon?" Ziazu snorted. "Enough with the nonsense. Just follow along. Anyway, you won't be fighting." Gao Yang showed confusion, panic, fear, and various other shades in his eyes. Ziazu wonders if she had the same reaction the first time she came in with Lin Moyu. At that time, she seems to have been terribly scared as well. Scared of losing his life, Gao Yang followed Ziazu closely, sticking to her like glue. This is nightmare rank difficulty. In here, he can be killed by a monster with a slap. It's dead. Ziazu looked at him. "Do you mind shutting your mouth? There's drool coming out." Gao Yang wiped his mouth, then suddenly hugged Lin Moyu's thigh. Boss Lin, bring me along when you're going to do dungeon grinding in the future. I'll be your lucky charm." Ziazu said helplessly. "How can you be so spineless? You're a knight, so act like one." Gao Yang exclaimed, "What's the point of that? With Boss Lin around, there's nothing knightly to do." At a loss for what to do, Ziazu simply turned a blind eye to it. Lin Moyu shone with faint white light. He reached the next level. Level 16 is more than enough to enter Xiajing Academy. After another raid, Ziazu will be able to reach level 15. At that time, she will have a good chance of being admitted to Xiajing Academy. As for Gao Yang, his goal is Jiangning Academy, which is located in their province. It is a pretty good academy, but with much lower entrance requirement than Xiajing Academy. A level 12 knight is qualified to enter Jiangning Academy. The sun is setting, casting long shadows on the land. Zihai City on the southern city wall. Several principals stood together on the city wall, looking at the wilderness outside. The children should be returning. Tomorrow is the day of the great examination. I told them that they must return today. I wonder how things will turn out during the great examination tomorrow. Most of them should be fine. It's just a matter of whether the academy they will be able to attend is good or bad. Old Lu, I heard that the two geniuses from your school are both aiming for Xiajing Academy. Lu Yun looked into the distance, not blinking. Yes, Moyu and Ziazu both want to enter Xiajing Academy. The competition for entering Xiajing Academy is most intense. Based on criteria of previous years, level 15 provides great assurance, while level 16 is a sure bet. That's difficult. If it's level 15, there's still hope. As for level 16, only a handful of students can achieve that. In Zihai City, apart from Su Kaingsing, only last year's Lin Mohan reached level 16. I wonder if there is any hope for these two kids. Lu Yun nodded. I believe in them. Lin Moyu and Ziazu, one is Lin Mohan's younger brother, while the other is the Zia family's precious daughter. Lu Yun feels that these two may be able to create a miracle. Finally, someone appeared in sight. A principal said, "It's a student of our number 3 high school. Su Zhen, level 12, sword champion." The principal was very satisfied. Level 12 is enough to be admitted to a good academy. Su Zhen is a famous figure of number 3 high school, known as one of its geniuses. Wan Ming of our number 2 high school has returned. Wan Ming, level 13, Hawkeye Archer. As students returned one by one, the principals on the city wall used detection. This time every year, it is actually a competition between the principals, a competition of honor. The principals competed with each other as the students returned. So far, no one has gained a real advantage. The students were mainly between level 10 and level 13. Not a single level 14 has appeared yet. Ziazu, Lin Moyu, Gao Yang, why haven't the three come back yet? As the sky grew dark, Lu Yun became a little anxious. His expression became solemn. The three should have come back by now. Did something happen? In the end, before the night fell completely, Lu Yun saw 3 figures. They're here, they're finally back. Lu Yun's face immediately showed a smile. So long as they are back safely, the results aren't important. Detection flew out along with the wind. Gao Yang, level 12, sword and shield knight. Ziazu, level 15, elemental mage. The principals revealed shocked expressions. She really did it. Ziazu really reached level 15. She now has at least an 80% chance of getting into Xiajing Academy. In fact, so long as her performance in the great examination is not bad, she will be able to enter the academy for sure. The last one is Lin Moyu. The principals are class users above level 40 and had their second class awakening, and they have surpassed Lin Moyu in terms of level by far. Therefore, the cloaking badge is ineffective against them. Lin Moyu, level 16, Necromancer, hiss. The principals drew in a sharp breath. Lin Moyu reached level 16, one level higher than Ziazu. This speed is too fast. They must have been grinding in a dungeon. The sword and shield in Gao Yang's hands, as well as the stave in Zia Zhu's hand, they are all weapons dropped by the Goblin King. However, since the drop rate of weapons is very low, it is not easy to collect the corresponding weapons and equipment. Maybe they were lucky. When Lin Moyu and the others reached the city wall, Lu Yun said, "Enter the city and wait in the bus. When everyone is ready, you'll be sent back to school together." Of the three, only Gao Yang responded to Lu Yun, saying loudly, "Yes, principal." Lu Yun is in a good mood, smiling heartily. In the competition between principals, he clearly won. Furthermore, Lin Moyu and Zia Zhu may both be able to enter Ziyajing Academy. This is a great honor for Zihai City and Number 1 High School. As the principal of Number 1 High School, his face lit up. After all the students returned, Lu Yun also boarded the bus. Actually, for a teacher, the greatest gift is to see their students return safely. Have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow, come to school early in the morning. We will head for the examination site together. The examination site of the Great Examination is not at the school, nor is it in Zihai City. It is in the provincial capital, Zhanghai City. Zihai City is just a medium-sized city in Jiangning Province and is not particularly eye-catching. Zhanghai City is the capital of Jiangning Province and is a really large city. The Great Examination is held in Zhanghai City every year. The examination will be conducted by examiners of Shengxia Empire. At night, Lin Moyu proceeded to meditate. He went about his business, not particularly concerned about the Great Examination. He is confident he will be able to enter Ziyajing Academy. If he gets the chance, he also wants to fight over the position of provincial top scorer. Previously, there was nothing he really wanted to pursue. He just wanted to enter Ziyajing Academy. But after listening to Ning Yi and Zia Zhu, he developed a slight interest in Chuangshan Institute. The next morning, Lin Moyu woke up on time. His spirit force was fully restored. Lin Moyu is in peak condition. After being amplified, the 4 attributes of the bronze skeletal warriors have reached 5,000 points respectively. There is also the 2 great skills, Soul Blaze and Corpse Explosion. All this left Lin Moyu calm and confident. When he arrived at the school's sports field, Lin Moyu saw that there are many students gathered already. Gao Yang vigorously waved his hand toward Lin Moyu, "Boss Lin." Lin Moyu walked over and nodded toward Gao Yang. Although Lin Moyu is ranked first, but due to his personality, he is not very popular among his schoolmates. Moreover, due to his class Necromancer, his schoolmates are somewhat afraid of him. After a while, Zia Zhu arrived as well. Zia Zhu's popularity is much higher than Lin Moyu's, and so the schoolmates gathered around her. Zia Zhu, out of character, came to Lin Moyu's side. "Are you confident?" Lin Moyu nodded slightly, which can be regarded as an answer. Zia Zhu broke into a smile. "Let's meet at Ziyajing Academy." "Okay," Lin Moyu replied softly. After everyone was present, Lu Yun walked over. "These are teleportation stones of the examination site. Everyone take one. You can either crush the teleportation stone or use spirit force to stimulate it. The teleportation stone will take you to the examination site. Now let me remind you once again, your first priority during the examination is to ensure your safety. Your safety must come first. Alright, let's start the teleportation." The students activated the teleportation stones. Accompanied by a stream of light, the students disappeared one after another. After everyone else disappeared, Lu Yun also activated a teleportation stone and proceeded to the examination site located in Zhanghai City. The examination site is extremely spacious, and it looks like a giant square. Examinees from a dozen-plus cities, both large and small of Jiangning Province, teleported over one by one. A total of thousands of examinees will participate in the examination. Teleportation light rose incessantly. The examinees of Zihai City were all placed in the same area. After an entire half-hour, teleportation light disappeared at last. Under the gazes of thousands of pairs of eyes, a tall tower descended from the sky. The Tower of Trials is opened. A majestic voice resounded throughout the square. The gate on the first floor of the tower slowly opened with a rumble. "Examinees, listen carefully to the rules. No sound is allowed. No questions are allowed. Failure to comply with this rule will result in immediate disqualification." "What?" "No questions are allowed. What if you don't understand something?" several people murmured. At this time, the Tower of Trials suddenly emitted several beams of light that fell on these people. These people disappeared instantly. Then the imposing voice said, "Rule violation. Qualification terminated." The complexion of the thousands of examinees changed dramatically, and they covered their mouths. The rules are actually strict to such an extent. Not even imperceptible murmur is permitted. At this moment, the whole area became unusually quiet. You could hear a pin drop. The examinees even breathed carefully. After so many years of preparation, if they were eliminated at the final stretch, it would be a real waste. Lin Moyu remembered that Lu Yun warned them repeatedly. "You must follow the rules of the Great Examination. The rules of the Great Examination are very strict and absolutely must not be violated, not even a little." His eyes turned toward Gao Yang, worried that the other party would make a mistake. After all, for him, not being allowed to speak is probably more painful than dying. Gao Yang covered his mouth tightly. He feared he wouldn't be able to control his mouth. This guy has some self-awareness. Lin Moyu snickered in his heart. There is no need to worry about Gao Yang. The imposing voice rose once more. The Tower of Trials gives different trials to different classes. Combat classes will be given combat trials. After passing the basic trial, each class will be granted the right to choose the level of difficulty. Different difficulties will provide a different amount of points. Points represent your score. At the same time, you can bring the points to the academies you will enter. In the academies, points are more important than gold coins. Finally, let me explain the rules. You can use the equipment you have on you. Apart from that, other items are not permitted. If you are discovered to break this rule, your qualification will be terminated. After entering the Tower of Trials, your storage space will be locked. The imposing voice explained the rules of the examination in detail. So long as you are not an imbecile, you should be able to understand things clearly. The few people who muttered at the beginning brought it upon themselves. Now line up and enter the tower. Everyone queued up and entered the Tower of Trials in an orderly fashion. Everyone was very disciplined. Even young masters and young ladies who usually acted unbridledly didn't dare to act recklessly at this time. The Great Examination is the most important examination in Shangxia Empire every year. It is held not only in Jiangning Province, but in all provinces across the empire. The number of people who will participate in the examination on this day will exceed 100,000. The empire's senior figures will be watching the examination. If anyone makes a scene here, they will only be asking for trouble. Wang Zihao is also in the crowd. As the young guild leader of Dynasty Guild, he is usually arrogant and domineering. There has never been a time when he queued obediently, but today he doesn't dare to stir up any trouble. Lin Moyu followed the rest into the tower. He has removed the cloaking badge beforehand. When he entered the tower, light shone, and then he was teleported into an independent space. Just like he guessed, the Tower of Trials is similar to a dungeon, where people are sent into different spaces. At the top of the Tower of Trials, there are several middle-aged people. They are all above level 70. They are the examiners tasked with overseeing the Great Examination in Jiangning Province this time. Lin Moyu, level 16, Necromancer. Lin Moyu's footage appeared in front of them. So this is the new class reported by Zihai City's #1 high school. It has been a while since a new class appeared. The last time was more than 30 years ago. That's right. The new class called Sprenbringer appeared more than 30 years ago. It is a control-type combat class, and it is classified as a superior class. According to the information reported by Zihai City's #1 high school, Necromancer should be a summoning-type mage class. Let's see if this new class is anything special. I hope it won't be a letdown. It shouldn't be lacking, at least not weaker than a superior class, or else it wouldn't be possible for him to reach level 16. Let's go with the superior rank mage scenario for now. After discussing among themselves, the examiners decided on the course for Lin Moyu's examination. A monster appeared in front of Lin Moyu's eyes. This monster has a wolf head, and it is dressed in a robe. It also has a stave in its hand. This is a mage-type monster. A light screen is separating Lin Moyu and the mage-type monster. Detection can't penetrate the light screen. Lin Moyu can't obtain information about the mage-type monster for the time being. Kill the word Beastman Mage. No more information was provided. A countdown appeared on the light screen. Lin Moyu braced himself. A skeletal warrior appeared beside me. The moment the light screen disappeared, the skeletal warrior rushed toward the word Beastman Mage. But Soul Blaze was a step faster. The moment when the light screen disappeared, it fell on the word Beastman Mage's head. The word Beastman Mage let out a miserable scream and collapsed on the ground. It died. Lin Moyu was dumbfounded. Isn't this degree too low? At this time, at the top of the tower, the examiners revealed shocked expressions. What skill is that? Instant kill. How did he kill it in an instant? Is there some kind of problem with the data? Is there an error in the setting? The setting is fine. In accordance with superior class setting, the monster's level is 2 levels higher than that of the class user. Different levels and different combat classes will face different monsters. Superior class users will face monsters 2 levels higher than them. Advanced class users will face monsters 1 level higher than them. Other class users will face monsters of the same level as them. At the same time, mages will fight mage-type monsters, while warriors will fight warrior-type monsters. The same types are paired up, although many can defeat the monster that is paired up with them. But to kill the monster in an instant like Lin Moyu, it is rarely seen. 42 seconds, incredible performance. In this test, what is being assessed is the combat power of class users. Although the level of the monster may be a bit high, but it should not be a problem for full-fledged class users. This setting has been used for many years without any issues. In general, the battle will last from 10 seconds to half a minute. This showcases the combat power of the class users. As for Lin Moyu, an issue occurred. Since he killed the monster in an instant, his combat power can't be properly evaluated. What now? An examiner raised this question. Everyone present looked at a middle-aged man in a mage robe. He is in charge of the mage class test. However, the objective of the test can't be achieved. He has a headache. At this moment, an old man appeared in the room. "Sir Ning, why have you come?" The examiners immediately saluted the newcomer. Ning Xuanfeng said in a deep voice, "I heard a new class has emerged this year. I came to take a look." Lin Moyu's footage appeared on a light screen, and Ning Xuanfeng looked at it. He looks like a pretty good young man. The examiners promptly spoke of what just happened. After listening to them, Ning Xuanfeng uttered in a deep voice, "So you guys want to know how strong this new class really is. But his strength can't be measured with the superior class setting. Then raise the difficulty to the legendary class setting and give him a second test." An examiner raised an objection, but this won't be fair to him. And besides, how would the points be calculated? Ning Chunfeng smiled and said, "This is not the first time that such a situation has occurred. There have been other class users who have killed the monster in an instant. Nevertheless, this is still a special case. First things first, he has taken first place in this test and thus shall be awarded 100 points. As for the second test, if he passes, give him an additional 1,000 points. The 1,000 points will come out of my pocket." The examiners hurriedly said, "Sir Ning, surely you jest. We can't have you fork out your own points." "That's right, we will cover the points. As per your instructions, we will administer a second test." Lin Moyu waited for a moment, then a light screen appeared in front of him once more. Another monster appeared on the other side of the light screen. This monster looks exactly the same as the previous one, yet its aura is much stronger. Please take the second test and kill the monster in front of you. The fact that there is a second test, Lin Moyu didn't find it strange, thinking that this is how things were supposed to be. He is not aware that he is receiving special treatment. The moment the light screen disappeared, Soul Blaze was launched. The mage-type monster in front of him immediately shrieked tragically and died. It was the same as before. Another instant kill. The examiners were startled once again. They still weren't able to make out anything. In the legendary class setting, the monster's level is 4 levels higher than that of the class user. The mage-type monster that Lin Moyu just killed had the attributes of a level 20 monster, yet the outcome was still an instant kill. This combat power, I can't even imagine how strong he will be in the future. Does he have any powerful equipment on him? He's only level 16 and doesn't have any powerful equipment. This is purely his own strength. What now? Do we continue to test him? Everyone turned to look at Ning Chunfeng. Since he has the highest seniority here, he is the one in charge. Ning Chunfeng shook his head and said, "There's no need. Proceed to the second round of the examination." At this time, everyone has already finished the first round of the examination. The imposing voice echoed in their ears. The first round of the examination for combat-type examinees has concluded. Of the 632 examinees that participated in this round, 522 passed. The results shall be announced now. A ranking appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In Moyu, 0.1 seconds, points 100, Xiaomei, 3.2 seconds, points 70, Xiaxua, 5.2 seconds, points 40. Lin Moyu shockingly took first place. It just took him 0.1 seconds. A class user called Xiaomei ranked second, and her time is 3.2 seconds. Xiazu ranked third, and her time is 5.2 seconds. Wang Zihao, the junior guild leader of Dynasty Guild, ranked fourth, and his time is 5.5 seconds. The top three received 100, 70, and 40 points respectively. From the fourth place onward, everyone received 10 points. When he saw the ranking, Wang Zihao was furious. "How could I not even have entered the top three? I should have taken first place." 0.1 seconds, is this some kind of joke? There must be an error. This result is outrageous. Wang Zihao is not the only one entertaining such thoughts. After seeing Lin Moyu's result, many felt that it is inconceivable. Xiazu looked at the ranking. "Dummy Lin is really amazing, but I won't give up." Gao Yang has an exaggerated expression on his face. "The boss is the boss for a reason." "Awesome. You have to hand it to him." Lin Moyu touched his nose subconsciously. Did I overdo it? He didn't expect that 100 plus people would be eliminated in this seemingly easy round. The imposing voice rang once again. The second round of the examination for combat classes is about to begin. Examinees can choose the difficulty. Attention, there may be casualties in the second round. Please choose the difficulty according to your ability. If you are in danger during the second round, you can shout that you give up, and your test will be terminated. Your final score will be the score you have at the moment you give up. The imposing voice explained the details for the second round. Not unlike a dungeon, the second round has 3 degrees of difficulty, namely ordinary, nightmare, and hell. Killing monsters of different degrees of difficulty will provide a different amount of points. Killing an ordinary rank monster will provide 1 point, a nightmare rank monster will provide 3 points, and a hell rank monster will provide 5 points. Time limit is set at 30 minutes. The second round of the examination consists of determining who can kill more monsters within 30 minutes. Wang Zihao chose hell rank difficulty without thinking. After all, killing a monster in hell rank difficulty is equivalent to killing 5 monsters in ordinary rank difficulty. Moreover, he has great confidence in his combat power. The kid who took first place, even though you won the first round, don't think you will beat me in the second round. Wang Zihao gripped a giant blade, which is a weapon specific to his class. Someone chose Hell rank difficulty. Wang Zihao, level 16, Berserker, not bad. Berserker is considered a powerful superior class. Berserker's sustained combat ability is pretty good. He should be able to achieve a good score in this round. After a moment of thought, Ziazu chose ordinary rank difficulty. Elemental Mage is not expert at close combat. Without a tank serving as a meat shield, it's not suitable for dealing with strong monsters. Therefore, Ziazu chose ordinary rank difficulty, planing to win through quantity. Since she has taken third place in the first round, Ziazu also caught the attention of the examiners. In front of them, there is also a real-time footage of Ziazu. When Ziazu chose ordinary rank difficulty, they all reveled, knowing smiles. Ziazu, level 15, Elemental Mage, a wise choice. Although Elemental Mage has pretty good explosive power, but if you can't kill the monsters before they get close, you will be in trouble. Especially when the level is low, with an incomplete set of skills, it is more so the case. In the second round, Zhu Mei chose Hell rank difficulty. Zhu Mei, level 16, Rogue. The examiners showed interest in Zhu Mei's choice. After she made her choice, they gave their 2 cents. As an assassin-type superior class, Rogue possessed powerful close combat ability. Therefore, whether she chooses Nightmare rank difficulty or Hell rank difficulty, it will be a good choice. Indeed, this is also a good seedling. I wonder what difficulty Lin Moyu will choose. The people who are worth paying attention to have already made their choice, with only Lin Moyu remaining. After listening to this round's rules, Lin Moyu made his judgment. This round should test the ability to fight continuously. A 30-minute-long combat will put significant pressure on any class. However, I am different. A slight smile crept onto his face. Lin Moyu made his choice. I choose Hell rank difficulty. In fact, the greater the difficulty, the better it is for him. After all his skills have tremendous might. Therefore, the greater the difficulty, the more points he will earn and the more benefits he will obtain. An examiner said with a smile, sure enough, he chose Hell rank difficulty. He is both a mage and a summoner. With the summon by his side, he has nothing to fear from the monsters. And besides, his skill is very powerful. Combined with the summon, he can definitely achieve a good score in Hell rank difficulty. In fact, summoners who have taken the test before, they have basically all chosen Hell rank difficulty. Let's wait and see. Outside the examination site, there are high school principals from all over Jiangning province gathered here. Old Lu, you're going to hit it big this time. Tusk, 01 seconds, I have never witnessed such a result before. Old Lu, 2 out of the top 3 are from your school. You hit the jackpot. You are going to make a big splash this time. If Lin Moyu can take the position of provincial top scorer, you'll be on cloud 9, Old Lu. Lu Yun's face flushed, feeling very excited. He also didn't expect that Lin Moyu could achieve such a good result. In his extreme excitement, no words could come out of his mouth, his body trembling. After all the examinees have made their choice, the second round of the examination began. A massive light appeared in front of Lin Moyu. The massive light rotated in the air, looking like the entrance of a dungeon. Then a monster wearing armor walked out of the massive light and let out a roar. Lin Moyu willed, and the skeletal warrior next to him rushed out. A blade strike welcomed the monster. At the same time, Lin Moyu's detection landed on the monster. It's much weaker than the nightmare rank monsters he encountered in Zihai Mine Dungeon. Lin Moyu immediately understood the reason behind this. After all, this is an examination, and it has to be fitted to the majority. If the monsters were too strong, then a large number of the examinees would have been eliminated. In this way, the examination would lose its original meaning. The purpose of the examination is not to eliminate the examinees, but to select outstanding talents from among them. When the skeletal warrior's blade landed on the Wurg Beastman, its skin was split open and its flesh was sundered. With just one strike of the blade, the Wurg Beastman was brought to the brink of death. The Wurg Beastman was about to counterattack when a second blade strike fell. The Wurg Beastman died tragically. It takes 2 strikes. Lin Moyu pointed with his finger, and another skeletal warrior was summoned. The 2 skeletal warriors, one on the left and one on the right, stood guard in front of the massive light, waiting for the next monster to appear. 5 seconds later, the second Wurg Beastman appeared. Subsequently, the 2 skeletal warriors brandished their blades, and the Wurg Beastman died directly. It's too easy. After a few cycles, he realized that every time he killed a monster, a second one would appear 5 seconds later. This round of the examination focuses on sustained combat ability. The examiners gawked. Why are Lin Moyu's summons so formidable? They are more formidable than the summons of any summoner we have seen so far, and there are 2 of them. This class is awesome. In addition to the impressive summons, his own combat ability is also formidable. This class is incredible. Lin Moyu's side is too boring. With the 2 skeletal warriors guarding in front of the massive light, whenever a monster appears, it will die right away. After a while, the examiners shifted their attention to other class user. Ziazu gripped her stave and unleashed her skill. Since she chose ordinary rank difficulty, the monsters aren't strong. She can basically kill them after unleashing her skill twice. She constantly adjusts the power of her skill, trying her best to reduce the consumption of spirit force. Although it is a bit monotonous, but it is more interesting than Lin Moyu's side. Xia Zhu's performance has received unanimous approval from the examiners. Wang Zihao brandished the huge blade in his hands, and the head of the Wurg beastman in front of him rose into the air. His face carries a bloodthirsty shade, mixed with intense arrogance. Berserker, as the name suggests, has reduced intelligence and heightened aggression during combat. This is under the condition that you aren't in a state of frenzy. Once you enter frenzy, you may lose your faculty of reason altogether. He's going full throttle from the get-go. At the later stage, I'm afraid efficiency will decrease significantly. He doesn't know how to allocate his energy. This needs to be amended. He is slightly worse than Xia Zhu. Rather than the number of monsters killed, the examiners give more importance to adaptability during combat. On the one hand, they want to see if you can persevere for 30 minutes. On the other hand, they want to see how much difference there is in combat power when comparing the beginning and end of combat. Real battles often last for a period of time. If you go all out at the get-go, there might not be a later for you. When comparing Wang Zihao with Xia Zhu, the examiners came to a conclusion. Xia Zhu is clearly better. Zhu Mei, not unlike Wang Zihao, also chose Hell rank difficulty. Compared to Wang Zihao's reckless combat style, Zhu Mei has maximized the nimbleness of the rogue class. She nimbly shuttles back and forth as if a specter, toying with the Wurg beastmen. Furthermore, every one of her actions is precise and straightforward, not wasting any energy. The dagger in hand is quick, fierce, and accurate, causing considerable damage to the monsters with each strike. Moreover, she uses her skills when appropriate, restraining the Wurg beastmen and even interrupting their skill. She exerts the skills she mastered to the limit. The examiners also approve of Zhu Mei's performance. The examiners have gained some understanding of the examinees. They have already made a judgment in their hearts. Back at Lin Moyu's side, the examiners were struck dumb. This kid is too much. I also think he's too much. This guy is actually carrying food in his pockets. What is he thinking? Is the sweet potato really that tasty? Seeing him eat with relish, I'm starting to feel a little hungry myself. Lin Moyu slowly and methodically ate a sweet potato. Before entering the examination site, he took out some sweet potatoes and put them in his pockets. After all, during the examination, you can't use the storage space. Seeing as the skeletal warriors can kill the monsters in an instant, he was left with nothing to do, so he started to eat a sweet potato. Eating during the great examination, this is a first. Let's note this down so that his name goes down in history. I think this test is too easy for him. Should we increase the difficulty? The examiner ground their teeth. While others tire themselves out, Lin Moyu is this at ease. Nevertheless, he is far ahead of the others. No need. No matter the case, the examination must be fair. Ning Chunfeng hasn't spoken since after the examination has begun, but judging from the look in his eyes, it can be seen he is full of interest regarding Lin Moyu. This little guy is interesting. In the span of 30 minutes, some gave up one after another, while others were wounded and were forced to quit. Sustained combat is a severe test of endurance for every class user. This is different from a dungeon where you can take a break when tired. Only Lin Moyu defies this principle. Even if he dozes off, there won't be any problems. Over time, things devolved. Finally, after 30 minutes were up, the monsters disappeared. It's finally over. I wouldn't have been able to hold on much longer. That was terrifying. I've never been this tired in a dungeon. Most examinees are sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. In a short 30 minutes, they almost completely exhausted their energy. At this time, Xia Zhu's face is slightly pale. In the span of 30 minutes, she did her best to manage her skills and save her energy as much as possible. Her spirit force is almost completely depleted. During the great examination, the storage space is sealed, so drugs to restore spirit force can't be utilized. Sure enough, the great examination is very challenging. It's over at last. I killed more than 200 monsters. That's more than 200 points. At this time, Wang Zihao is sitting on the ground. At the later stage, his efficiency was far from what it was at the start. He exhausted his strength, and his skill is in cooldown, leading to a sharp decline in combat power. I killed more than 50 monsters. Hell rank difficulty is really hard. Among the examinees, only Lin Moyu is in a good condition. To him, the 30 minutes were like watching a play. This round of the examination is over. A total of 522 examinees participated in this round, of which 278 lost their qualification to continue the examination due to injury or forfeiture. The remaining 244 examinees are eligible to enter the next round of the examination. Of course, you can also choose to give up. The next round will be more difficult and more intense, and your life may be in danger. Please choose carefully. Everyone received the warning at the same time. They can choose to give up or continue with the examination. If you continue, the next round will be even more difficult, and your life may even be in danger. But if you give up now, you will feel bitter. Many people found themselves in a dilemma at this time. Meanwhile, the examiners revealed mischievous smiles. How many do you think will choose to give up this time? In previous years, at least 1/3 of the examinees chose to give up. The qualification rate this year is similar to last year's. So far, about 60 have been eliminated. A total of 632 combat-type class users participated in the examination. At the moment, there are 244 left. It seems that they are having a hard time making a decision. Let's give them a push and help them come to a decision. At this moment, the imposing voice sounded once again. Even if you give up now, your score is already high enough to enter an academy. I will give you now 60 seconds to think things over. If you haven't made a choice after the 60 seconds are over, you will proceed ahead by default. As if the last straw that broke the camel's back, these words shattered the mental defense of many people. I choose to give up. I quit. I can't go on anymore. If I continue further, I'll die. Many examinees chose to give up. At the same time, even more people chose to continue. After coming this far, it would be a pity not to continue. Among the 244 examinees who passed the second round, over 60 chose to withdraw. Only 180 people decided to proceed with the examination, although the others chose to quit. However, by passing the second round of the examination, they have already proven their strength. They can enter an ordinary academy without a problem. As for the remaining people, their targets are top-ranked academies. The ranking following the second round is out. Number 1, Lin Moyu, total points 1,605. Number 2, Zhu Mei, total points 470. Number 3, Zia Zhu, total points 270. Number 4, Wang Zihao, total points 265. Wang Zihao jumped up and shouted, "This can't be. How did he get so many points?" At a frequency of 1 monster per 5 seconds, that amounts to 12 monsters per minute at most. In Hell rank difficulty, each monster is worth 5 points, providing a maximum of 60 points per minute. In the period of 30 minutes, you can earn 1,800 at most. When factors such as time taken to kill the monsters are taken into account, you should be able to only earn around 200 to 400 points. Zhu Mei, who was able to earn 400 points, killed 80 monsters. This is already considered excellent. Lin Moyu, however, earned 1,505 points. This shows that he killed 301 monsters, a rate of 10 monsters per minute. It's just a short distance away from the limit of 12 monsters per minute. At this moment, a thought welled up in everyone's minds: is this guy a freak? Wang Zihao even felt that Lin Moyu is cheating, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. If he were to voice these words, that would offend the senior figures of Shengxia Empire. No one has ever dared to cheat in the Great Examination. After all, that's just asking for trouble. The entire examination site is under complete surveillance, so cheating is impossible. Outside the examination site, Lu Yun jumped up. His wrinkled face has become even redder than before. His hands trembled from excitement. The cup in his hand shook, spilling water. "Old Lu, your student is abnormal." Indeed, he's really abnormal. Lu Yun couldn't help but curse back, "You guys are abnormal. Your entire families are abnormal." He would really like to know how Lin Moyu did it. As far as he knows, no one has ever been able to achieve such a score. Back in the day, the astonishingly talented Su Kaixing only scored 700 points in the second round. Last year, Lin Mohan only got 650 points. As for Lin Moyu, his score is higher than the both of them combined. Beams of light shot out from the Tower of Trials and fell on the examinees who chose to continue. Illuminated by the light, their fatigue melted away and their spirit force was restored. In the blink of an eye, they were back at peak condition. Next, the third round of the examination will be conducted. This round also has 3 degrees of difficulty. You will be facing a leader rank monster. Ordinary rank difficulty will provide 100 points. Nightmare rank difficulty will provide 300 points. Hell rank difficulty will provide 500 points. The rules are similar to last time. The last round evaluated sustained combat ability. This round evaluates the limits of combat ability. You need to duel a leader rank monster. This time, Lin Moyu was the first one to make a choice. I choose Hell rank difficulty. When the examiners saw Lin Moyu's choice, they broke out into a discussion again. As expected, this kid really chose Hell rank difficulty. With the power of his skill and summons, he will definitely take the first place this time as well. It seems that he is going to become the top scorer of Jiangning province this time. It's hard to say. After all, there are still 2 rounds to go. The 5th round in particular, they have supervised the great examination many times and have seen a number of people turn the tides and make a comeback. Although Lin Moyu's performance is currently pretty strong, but it is not a foregone conclusion that he will be able to become the provincial top scorer. The gap between Wang Zihao and Lin Moyu has reached more than 1,300 points. Wang Zihao came with the intention to take the position of the provisional top scorer, but he couldn't even make it into the top 3. The first place is mine. There are 2 more rounds to go. I won't lose. After the great examination is over, I better don't run into you, or else I'll make you pay. Wang Zihao spoke viciously. He also chose Hell rank difficulty. Ziazu and Ziume also chose Hell rank difficulty. They only need to deal with a single monster. Ziazu's Elemental Mage and Ziume's Rogue, both classes possess very high explosive power. The two aren't worried. After everyone made their choice, the examiners announced the start of the third round of the examination. A huge monster appeared in front of everyone. It is still a Wurg Beastman, a monster with a wolf head. The monster holds a sword in each hand, akin to a human sword champion. After taking a look at the monster's attributes, Lin Moyu felt that it's a bit of a misnomer. It's supposed to be Hell rank difficulty, yet the monster is actually greatly weakened. Maybe it's because this is a test, but this is far from matching the standard of a Hell rank dungeon. The monster is merely stronger than the elite monster guarding the entrance of Zihai Mine Dungeon's Nightmare rank dungeon. It is far from being a match for a genuine leader rank monster. Lin Moyu can understand the Empire's approach. If they were to really release a Hell rank monster, not to mention a leader, even a mob wouldn't something that ordinary class users can deal with. The aim of the Great Examination is to select living talents, not dead people. After the battle started, Lin Moyu casually gave an order. Two skeletal warriors quickly rushed out and unleashed their skill. Berserk strike, bang bang. Without even making a sound, the Wurg Beastman captain collapsed on the ground and died. Instant kill. Another instant kill. The examiners were stupefied once more. Again, another instant kill. The summons can actually use a skill, and this skill is quite powerful. Time and time again, Lin Moyu has gone over the top. Others don't stand a chance. Even the leader rank monster was instantly killed. Lin Moyu's strength has been acknowledged by the examiners, although the monster they arranged has been weakened, but it shouldn't be possible to instantly kill it. This can be seen from how hard the others are pushing themselves. While dodging the attacks of the Wurg Beastman leader, Ziazu continuously released skills and fought back. Wang Zihao's approach was more direct, meeting force with force. Berserker's warlike nature was fully displayed at this time. Zhu Mei, on the other hand, circled around the monster and restrained it, her performance slightly better. As for other class users who choose different degrees of difficulty, not a single one was as relaxed as Lin Moyu. Two skeletal warriors stepped forward, two clacks sounded, and the battle ended. From start to finish, Lin Moyu didn't move. I think he can do solo grinding in low-level dungeons. He is qualified to do solo grinding even in nightmare rank dungeons below level 20. I don't think this is the limit of his combat power. We haven't measured his true combat power yet. Let's wait for the 5th round of the examination. If he wants to become the provincial top scorer, or even the imperial top scorer, he must go through the 5th round. At that time, maybe we'll be able to see the true extent of his combat power. The examiners went into a bout of discussion. The contents of the examination are determined by senior figures of the Empire, and the examiners have no right to make changes. The only one with this right is Ning Chunfeng, who arrived later. He spoke up when he first arrived. After this, he stayed quiet and just watched with interest. The examiners noticed that most of his attention is on Lin Moyu. He seems to be very interested in Lin Moyu. The 3rd round of the examination ended quickly, only lasting 10 minutes. Ziazu, Zhu Mei, and Wang Zihao successfully killed their opponent and obtained 500 points. As for the rest, some succeed, some failed. Another batch of the examinees was eliminated, losing the qualification to continue to the next round of the examination. They either gave up on their own or were forced to stop after sustaining injury and losing their combat ability. Although they have been eliminated, but since their performance was quite good, they can enter a good academy. Only 120 people were able to pass the 3rd round successfully. The ranking following the 3rd round is out. Number 1, Lin Moyu, total points 2105. Number 2, Zhu Mei, total points 970. Number 3, Ziazu, total points 770. Number 4, Wang Zihao, total points 765. Number 67, Gao Yang, total points 302. Lin Moyu saw Gao Yang's name in the ranking. Ranked 67th, that's a pretty good result. After persevering until now, Gao Yang will surely be able to enter Jiangning Academy. Lin Moyu has an understanding of Gao Yang. This guy is quite proud. After coming this far, he won't give up easily. Needless to say, he will surely challenge the 4th round. Wang Zihao is still ranked 4th. He was already aware he wouldn't be able to catch up in the 3rd round. The 4th round is about to begin. This is my chance. He gripped his blade with both hands, and his eyes flickered with ferocious fighting spirit. The examiner's voice rang out again. The 4th round of the examination will be conducted next. The 4th round will step up in terms of difficulty and danger. You can choose to continue, or you can choose to give up. With your current score, you can be admitted into the top 100 academies of the Empire without an issue. This time, no one chose to give up. To be able to persist till here, none of them is a coward. Pure white light sprinkled down. Illuminated by the white light, the examinees regained their peak condition. Fatigue evaporated, attributes were restored, and the cooldown period of skills dissipated. I respect your decision. The rules for the fourth round of the examination are as follows. You will face 10 waves of monsters. Each wave consists of 10 monsters for a total of 100 monsters. The waves will appear in intervals of 1 minute. Whether you have cleared the previous wave or not, the next wave of monsters will appear 1 minute later nonetheless. The last wave will be led by a leader rank monster. You will pass by killing all the monsters. Each monster will earn you 10 points. If you kill all the monsters, your points for this round will be doubled, totaling 2,000 points. After the rules were explained, a light curtain appeared in front of everyone. The first wave of 10 monsters has appeared behind the light curtain. The monsters are just ordinary monsters level 13 Warg Beastmen. Of the 10 monsters, 9 are warrior-type monsters. The monster at the back is a mage-type monster. Warriors cooperating with a mage, this greatly increases the difficulty. Lin Moyu calculated the increase of difficulty in his heart. Without sufficient monster clearing ability, you will be surrounded by more and more monsters, ultimately leading to failure. He realized that this round of the examination tests monster clearing ability, from basic combat power to endurance to dual ability and then to rapid monster clearing ability. This covers the strengths and weaknesses of the classes. The great examination is really challenging. The examiners revealed smiles on their faces. They stared at Lin Moyu. Let's see how you will respond this time. The best way to deal with a summoner is not to eliminate the summons, but to eliminate the summoner themselves. I think Lin Moyu might be flustered this time. However, his summons are strong enough. It shouldn't be a problem for him to clear this round. Ning Chunfeng, who has been silent until now, spoke up at this time. I think this round won't stump him. Everyone looked at Ning Chunfeng, a hint of surprise in their eyes. Ning Chunfeng's words carry a certain degree of certainty, as if he were quite confident, although some examiners weren't that cert, but with the gap in status, they didn't retort. Anyway, facts will soon prove who is right and who is wrong. The fourth round of the examination started. A third skeletal warrior appeared in front of Lin Moyu. The 3 skeletons charged toward the monsters, who ranged between level 9 and level 13. Each time the skeletons brandished their blade, they would kill a monster. Lin Moyu's palm flashed with firelight, and a flame fell on the head of the wizard-type monster at the back. It was also killed in an instant. From the start of the round, it has been less than 3 seconds. It lasted nearly a moment. 9 Warg Beastman warriors and 1 Warg Beastman mage have been killed. This kid still has a third summon. This little bastard, why didn't he let it out until now? This punk, why would he hide his strength? That's right. The stronger he is, the happier we will be. At this time, Ning Chunfeng's face expressed, sure enough. Lin Moyu curled his lips unconsciously. The so-called Great Examination poses no challenge to him. It's not as eventful as the first time he entered Zihai Mine Dungeon. There is no surprise, he felt sleepy. He took out another sweet potato and slowly ate it. I won't watch anymore. Watching this kid is not interesting at all. That's right, it's better to watch someone else. Lin Moyu dealt with the monsters in less than 3 seconds after their appearance. As such, watching others would be much more interesting. Ziazu retreated repeatedly, treading on a path of flames. The Warg Beastman stepped on the flames while pursuing Ziazu, constantly sustaining fire damage. Burning Trail. This is a skill that a mage can only master after level 10, and it causes fire damage in its wake. It is quite effective here. AoE offensive skills are a mage's strong point. Although the level isn't high enough, but Ziazu has already mastered 2 AoE offensive skills. The other is Rain of Ice, and it has a slowing effect. With a combination of the two, Ziazu quickly disposed of the Warg Beastman warriors. In comparison, Xiaomei had to work much harder. Rogue possesses strong explosive power, abundant combat skills, and many control-type skills. Whether it's in terms of assassination or one-on-one combat, it's an excellent class. Its disadvantage is that it is not expert at crowd combat and does not possess AoE offensive skills. As a result, Xiaomei appears to be at a disadvantage and can only dispose of the monsters one by one. Wang Zihao still maintains his reckless combat style, a huge 2-handed blade swished through air. Everyone's fight is rather eye-catching. Only Lin Moyu's side is extremely boring. None of the examiners want to watch him. Time spent staring into the void feels much longer than time spent fighting monsters. There's no use watching. He has taken first place in the 4th round as well. Let's see if he will participate in the 5th round. Although he is far ahead in terms of points at the moment, but if he doesn't participate in the 5th round, others will still catch up to him. In the 4th round of the examination, examinees have to face waves of monsters, with each wave containing 10 monsters. The waves are spaced out in intervals of 1 minute. Slower examinees are faced with more and more monsters. After 3 minutes, some had already given up. There were too many monsters. They were transported outside the Tower of Trials. To be eliminated in the 4th round, this is not a disgrace, but a badge of honor. They are all classified as geniuses and can enter a top 100 academy without a problem. The people who were eliminated wore a relieved look on their faces. There were just too many monsters. That was scary. I thought I was going to be eaten. There's no way I can kill so many monsters. I wonder how many people will pass this round of the examination. I thought I was strong enough. But alas, there is always someone stronger. Speaking of which, that guy called Lin Moyu is really impressive. I guess he won't be stumped this time. After Gao Yang persisted until after the fifth wave of monsters appeared, he reached his limit and could only choose to give up. When he emerged from the Tower of Trials, he heard people talk about Lin Moyu. He, who has been holding it in for a while, couldn't help but say, "Lin Moyu is my boss, of course he is impressive." "Brother, what is your name?" "My name is Gao Yang and I am from Zihai No. 1 High School." Gao Yang responded loudly, "So it's Brother Gao. Brother, can you tell us about Lin Moyu?" Gao Yang smiled and said, "That's easy. I'll tell you." He began with a soliloquy. When he mentioned the time Lin Moyu took him into the Nightmare Rank dungeon and cleared it in 10 minutes, several people revealed shades of disbelief. "This is impossible. No one believes it," thinking Gao Yang is just talking big. Gao Yang just prattled on, not caring if they believe it or not. He just wants to vent. After all, he had this bottled up inside all this time. As more and more people were eliminated, the number of footages at the top of the Tower of Trials decreased. In the end, only 5 people remained: Lin Moyu, Ziazu, Zhu Mei, Wang Zihao, and there is also Feng Ziu. Feng Ziu, level 15 Holy Swordsman at this time. The examiners are watching Feng Ziu. Feng Ziu waved his sword and cruised within the encirclement of the monsters. He is no less nimble than Zhu Mei. Although a single attack may not seem impressive, but as the saying goes, many a little makes a mickle. The word beastman unwittingly collapsed one after another. This guy called Feng Ziu started to exert himself at last. Holy Swordsman is a superior class, so why didn't he show good results from the get-go? Why did he wait till now? He should be a member of the swordsman family, the Feng family. As such, he knows the rules of the great examination. He knows that the last 2 rounds are key to raising points. That's why he only started to exert himself now. Since the Feng family had a hand in the formulation of the rules of the great examination, he naturally is familiar with them. Wang Zihao has finally gone into a frenzy. He's not stupid. He calculated the time before entering frenzy at this time. The 7th wave of monsters appeared. Wang Zihao bellowed and activated the skill Frenzy. Frenzy, for a duration of 5 minutes, strength will be increased by 500, and physique will be increased by 500, while agility will be reduced by 200. After the state of Frenzy is lifted, you will be in a weakened state for 30 minutes. After he entered Frenzy, Wang Zihao's offensive power increased by a number of times. However, he can only maintain it for 5 minutes. Therefore, he waited for the 7th batch of monsters to appear before entering Frenzy. 5 minutes is enough. At this point, there are still more than 30 monsters on the field. Coupled with the 7th wave, the number of monsters has reached more than 40. In the state of frenzy, Wang Zihao began to madly sweep the monsters as if with a scythe. With every sweep of his blade, he felled 2 or 3 monsters. The area was cleared at a rapid speed. After Lin Moyu waited for a minute, a wave of monsters finally emerged. This time, the mage-type monster was replaced with a leader-rank monster. To Lin Moyu, there was no difference. The skeletal warriors rushed forward and smashed the opponent, and then the place became quiet again. For Lin Moyu, the 4th round of the examination has come to an end. Now he has to wait for the others to be done as well. After waiting for 10 minutes, the 4th round of the examination finally concluded. The 4th round of the examination is over. 120 people participated in the 4th round, but in the end, 5 passed. Murmur. The examiner's voice spread out both inside and outside the tower. Only 5 of the 120 people were left. This indicates that these 5 people are true geniuses, capable of entering the top academies. At the same time, the ranking of the 5 individuals came out. The ranking after the 4th round is out. Number 1, Lin Moyu, total points 3,605. Number 2, Zhu Mei, total points 2,470. Number 3, Ziazu, total points 2,270. Number 4, Wang Zihao, total points 2,265. Number 5, Feng Ziu, total points 2,200. Lin Moyu still has a strong lead. Light shone on the 5 individuals and they regained their peak condition. Wang Zihao has fallen into a weakened state after entering frenzy, but when he illuminated by the light, his weakened state evaporated. His skill Frenzy can be used once more. Everything was as expected. The 5th round is when the winner will really be determined. Wang Zihao gripped his large blade, a smile on his face. Ziazu let out a long breath. I'm in the top 5. It shouldn't be a problem to enter Ziyajing Academy. Zhu Mei has a solemn look in her eyes. Ziyajing Academy, here I come. Without exception, the goal of all 5 people is Ziyajing Academy. The examiner's voice rang out again. I know you want to enter Ziyajing Academy. However, it's not that easy to enter Ziyajing Academy. Don't think you can have a peace of mind by reaching the top 5. There is still the final round of the examination left. If your performance isn't good enough, you will still be eliminated. If you want to enter Ziyajing Academy, you must earn points. So long as you earn 10,000 points, you will be able to enter Zyajing Academy. Now listen carefully to the rules of the 5th round. The 5 individuals perked up their ears and listened attentively. The 5th round has its own name. It is called Battle Space. They will be sent into a special space, where monsters will emerge in endless succession, including warrior type, mage type, archer type, and knight type monsters. Any type of monster you can think of will appear in battle space, and they will appear in large numbers. For the first batch, there will be more than 100 monsters. In the later stages, there will be enhanced, elite, leader, and even boss rank monsters. The faster you kill the monsters, the more monsters will be bred and the stronger they will be. This requires them to adjust their killing tempo. In this case, the faster the tempo isn't the better. The most crucial thing is the changes regarding points. Battle space can be divided into 5 stages, with different amounts of points that can be earned at each stage. In the first stage, the monsters are level 15, and killing them will earn you 50 points per monster. In the second stage, the monsters are level 16, and killing them will earn you 100 points per monster. Every time the level of the monsters is raised by 1 level, the points are doubled. In the 5th stage, the monsters are level 19, and killing them will earn you 800 points per monster. And this is just the case for ordinary monsters. Enhanced, elite, leader, and boss rank monsters are worth more points. If Lin Moyu fails in this round of the examination, his lead will go up in smoke. It seems a bit unfair. All previous efforts will be rendered useless. Lin Moyu realized that for the truly strong, the 5th round is where they will truly exert themselves. The Great Examination's function is to select talents who can become pillars of the human race. When the countdown ended, the 5th round of the Great Examination officially started. The remaining 5 individuals were teleported into the battle space. In the control room at the top of the tower, footages of the 5 people disappeared at this time. The examiners revealed disappointed looks, sighed, "This damned rule. Even we can't watch." Indeed, the 5th round is the most exciting part, but it's not for us to watch. With our authority, we can only see the points change. "Sir Ning, can you watch the 5th round?" The examiners looked at Ning Chunfeng with anticipation in their eyes. They are feeling really restless, especially itching to see Lin Moyu's performance in the 5th round. Ning Chunfeng swept with his eyes and uttered in a flat tone, "I can't." The examiners revealed a startled shade on their faces. "Even you can't? Then who can?" Ning Chunfeng nodded. "In the Empire, there are no more than 10 people who have the authority to watch the 5th round of the Great Examination." The examiners were dumbfounded. No more than 10 people. They dare not even think what kind of big shots they are. Ning Chunfeng carried on anyway. "Keep this in mind. This isn't something you should inquire about. I was in a good mood, so I overshared a little." I see. Don't worry, we won't." The examiners are no idiots. They realize that things aren't that simple. No matter how bold they are, they dare not inquire. There are no more than 10 people in the entire Shangxia Empire who have this authority. Just listening to Ning Chunfeng's words scared them sufficiently. The battle space is a huge and wide plain. The earth here is pitch black, emitting a smell of blood. There are countless rocks scattered about, some of which are several meters tall. This environment provides class users with more intricate room of maneuver. Lin Moyu's nose twitched slightly. The smell of blood is quite strong, and it's full of the aura of death. This place has gone through an unimaginable battle. As a necromancer, Lin Moyu is particularly sensitive to the aura of death. Whether it's Zihai Mine Dungeon or the previous rounds of the examination, none contain the aura of death. This place is different. It has genuine aura of death lingering in the air. There has been a real deadly battle here, and it has been of a very large scale. Blood soaked the earth, turning it dark brown, with the smell of blood lingering for years. This is to have us experience the battlefield in advance. Footsteps resounded, and a group of monsters appeared in his line of sight. They are at least 50 or 60 meters away. The group of monsters discovered Lin Moyu. The monsters roared simultaneously and charged toward Lin Moyu. There are 10 monsters. They aren't many in number. Lin Moyu used detection. Farron Beastman Warrior, level 15. There was no more information. No attributes, no skills. This is the first time detection provided so little information. Lin Moyu saw that the Farron Beastman Warriors have a long tail trailing behind them. The Farron Beastman Warriors look like giant lizards that can walk upright. Roars echoed in battle space, catching the attention of other Farron Beastmen. All of a sudden, several teams of Farron Beastmen appeared in Lin Moyu's line of sight. If it were another class user, when faced with a wave of Farron Beastmen, they would go all out and eliminate a few, and then retreat before being completely surrounded, assuming an indirect approach. After all, once they are surrounded, the outcome can well be imagined. Although this way of fighting is suitable for others, but it is not for Lin Moyu. The 3 skeletal warriors standing next to him rushed out and charged toward the Farron Beastmen. Blades rose and then fell, dealing severe damage to a couple of Farron Beastmen at the very front. After taking a blade strike, the Farron Beastmen were on the brink of death, but they didn't die yet. They still have some health left. They can't be killed in one strike. This attribute, the skeletal warriors failed to kill the Farron beastmen in one shot, which surprised Lin Moyu a bit. The physique attribute of the Farron beastmen evidently isn't low. Their attacks also fell on the skeletal warriors, but didn't cause much damage. This indicates that their strength attribute isn't high. These monsters possess high physique but low strength. Lin Moyu made his judgment. If one strike isn't enough, then two will do. A Farron beastman unleashed a heart-wrenching scream and then collapsed on the ground, dead. Lin Moyu's points changed in an instant. They jumped from 3,605 points to 3,655 points. In the control room, although you can't see footages of the 5th round of the examination, but you can see the points change. Lin Moyu has started. That was quick, then the points jumped again, from 3,655 to 4,105. This greatly startled the examiners. They exchanged looks, wondering what happened. Why did they suddenly increase so much? After a skeletal warrior killed a Farron beastman warrior, Lin Moyu used corpse explosion. With a loud bang, the group of Farron beastmen was wiped out. The 10 Farron beastmen provided 500 points to Lin Moyu. Following that, Lin Moyu didn't take any further action, but instead waited for the remaining Farron beastmen to come to him. Since the other party will rush to him, there is no need for him to go to them. There are 9 corpses left. Once the other Farron beastmen come to him, he just needs to unleash corpse explosion. But in the next moment, Lin Moyu was surprised to find that the corpses were missing. It's as if the corpses have sunk into the pitch-black earth and disappeared. From start to finish, the corpses only lasted for 10 seconds. What's going on? It seems that the plan needs to be amended slightly. Looking at the Farron beastmen teams rushing toward him from different directions, Lin Moyu released several skeletal warriors. A total of 9 skeletal warriors were released, allocated to the 9 teams respectively. The skeletal warriors ran toward the teams of Farron beastmen along with clicking sounds. The monsters were gradually drawn together. 2 minutes later, close to 100 Farron beastmen have been gathered together. The skeletal warriors attacked simultaneously, instantly killing a Farron beastman. A blare erupted in an instant. In the short span of 3 seconds, Lin Moyu used corpse explosion 7 or 8 times. The pitch-black earth trembled incessantly. The Farron beastman warriors were slaughtered completely, and Lin Moyu's points reached 8,605 points in a flash. The control room of the Tower of Trials became lively again. What on earth did Lin Moyu do? Why did his points suddenly increase so much? Who knows? We can't see anything that's happening in the battle space. Lin Moyu had 3,605 points before, but now he has 8,605 points. This is an increase of 5,000 points. I can only be seen that the first batch of 100 monsters has been completely wiped out. As for how they were wiped out, I also don't know. The examiners exchanged looks. Looking at the points of the others, they couldn't really figure out anything. Lin Moyu is just a level 16 kid, so how strong can his skills really be? For him to kill 100 monsters in one fell swoop, this is something unbelievable. Ziazu, for example, is an elemental mage and is proficient in AoE offensive skills, yet her points only rose in increments of 50 or 100 points. Unlike Lin Moyu, who gained 5,000 points in just a few minutes, this is something that no one would believe. Ning Chunfeng is much calmer than the examiners, but his eyelids still jumped up. Even with his insight, he can hardly imagine how Lin Moyu did it. What on earth did this kid do? What sort of class is Necromancer? What the hell is his limit? Question marks appeared in Ning Chunfeng's mind one after another. He is also very curious about what is happening in the battle space. Unfortunately, he doesn't have sufficient authority to access the battle space. He can only analyze changes in points and make judgments. In the battle space, the corpses disappeared without a trace after only 10 seconds. Lin Moyu waited quietly for the second batch of monsters to appear. Do I have to wait for 1 minute like in the 4th round? This thought just popped up in his mind when a sense of crisis arose out of the blue. The sky turned red, and dozens of fireballs with a diameter of 1 meter smashed down like meteorites. Lin Moyu was startled. The skeletal warriors stacked on one another, forming a shield to protect Lin Moyu. The meteorite-like fireballs smashed into the skeletal warriors and exploded into seas of sparks, painting a gorgeous picture. Lin Moyu is very clear about his weakness. His physique is too lacking. If he faced this attack head-on, a massive amount of damage would be transferred to the skeletal warriors. But if the skeletal warriors block the attack themselves, the result will be completely different. With their powerful physique, skeletal warriors possess extremely high defense. They can practically ignore this little damage. Standing behind the skeletal warriors, Lin Moyu saw groups of beastmen appear in front. A group of Farron beastmen mages waved their staves and unleashed rain of fire. A large number of Farron beastmen warriors rushed over, brandishing their weapons. These monsters appeared out of the blue. Lin Moyu's lips curled up. It doesn't matter how they appeared. What matters is that he doesn't need to wait for them to spawn. The mage-type monsters kept using their skill from behind, ceaselessly unleashing rain of fire. In order to ensure his safety, Lin Moyu used 10 skeletons to form a shield to block the attacks of the mage-type monsters. At the same time, 10 skeletons were released to confront the warrior-type beastmen. Use your skill. Following his order, the blades in the hands of the skeletal warriors suddenly lit up with red light. Berserk strike. The strength attribute of the skeletal warriors is 5,000. Coupled with the skill's effect, their attack power was doubled. Farron beastmen warriors were killed in an instant. Lin Moyu's palm glowed. Loud rumbling rose. Corpses exploded one after another. Farron beastmen warriors fell like wheat to a scythe. In just a few seconds, the more than 100 Farron beastmen warriors who rushed over had died. The 10 skeletal warriors rushed toward the Farron beastmen mages lightning fast. With their agility attribute of 5,000 points, the skeletal warriors can break out with astonishing speed. With the huge disparity in attributes, the skeletal warriors appeared in Lin Moya eyes as afterimages. In the blink of an eye, the skeletal warriors crossed a distance of tens of meters and appeared in front of the Farron beastmen mages. Blades rose and fell, claiming the life of a mage-type monster with each strike. Since the Farron beastmen mages can't compare to the warriors in terms of physique, they were killed by the skeletal warriors with one strike of the blade. Consequently, Rain of Fire disappeared, and peace and quiet resumed once again. When Lin Moyu's side recovered its calm, the eyes of the examiners in the control room of the Tower of Trial turned round. After only stopping for 10+ seconds, Lin Moyu's points soared like a rocket again, 14,605 points. In less than 10 seconds, his points increased by 6,000 points. This signifies that Lin Moyu killed another 120 monsters. After witnessing Lin Moyu's points soar for the second time, an answer came to mind. This guy has an AoE offensive skill. This class is outrageous. Its single target skill is already abnormal, and it still has a similarly abnormal AoE offensive skill. Not only are the skills powerful, but the summons are equally powerful. I think this class has exceeded the legendary rank, and can compare to those several classes. We can't say it for sure. After all, his level is still low. It still remains to be seen. Just because you're strong while at a lower level doesn't necessarily mean you will continue to be strong when your level rises. Conversely, just because you are weak while at a lower level doesn't mean you will continue to be weak when your level rises. There are even some classes that remain unremarkable until you acquire a certain skill and then become irreplaceable. There is also a class that is generally not very useful, but once war breaks out, it will become overpowered. All of its skills are Legion-type group skills. If there is such a class user in an army, the combat power of the entire army can be doubled. Lin Moyu is oblivious of the examiner's thoughts. At this moment, he heard a rumble. The earth started vibrating. The corpses disappeared during the vibrations, as if engulfed by the earth. Invisible gases rose from the earth, and the air became even more saturated with the smell of blood, even carrying a hint of a putrid smell. It is nauseating. The sky has become even darker and more gloomy. The atmosphere became suffocating. The second stage. Lin Moyu looked at the sky. Lin Moyu seems to be well adapted to this atmosphere, showing no signs of discomfort. Perhaps it is related to his class. The aura of death doesn't make him feel uncomfortable. The only thing he doesn't like is the increasingly bad smell. The earth's vibration gradually stopped. Lin Moyu had the skeletal warriors surround him and remain vigilant of the surroundings. A few seconds later, footsteps sounded. Here we go, Lin Moyu spoke in his mind. A large number of monsters, in teams of 5, suddenly emerged in the surroundings. Farron Beastman Champion, level 16. Farron Beastman Archer, level 16. Each team is composed of 3 champions and 2 archers. The champions and archers are both level 16. There are at least 40 teams scattered in the surroundings. Lin Moyu seems to be surrounded. After entering the second stage, not only did the level of the monsters increase by 1 level, but also their number increased 2-fold. Lin Moyu, however, isn't worried. After all, it's just a level 16 monsters. Even without using Corpse Explosion, with just 20 skeletal warriors, he can spend some time to cut all of these guys to death. At this time, he is pondering another question. Based on this level of difficulty, it will be hard for other classes to pass the second stage. Even if they can break through it, it will take a lot of time. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the difficulty of the first stage wasn't high. With a little effort, most class users can break through it. The second stage is much more difficult. Merely increasing the level by 1 level and doubling the number, the 2 changes are enough to increase the difficulty several fold. Plus, there are also archers. Archers are known as the natural enemies of mages. These changes can be daunting to most mage-type class users. Lin Moyu's conjectures are correct. In the history of Shangxia Empire, very few examinees were able to pass the second stage of the 5th round. The 5th round of the examination is held in Battle Space, and it is the final round. Battle Space has a total of 5 stages. The current record is passing the 3rd stage. This record was set more than 100 years ago. No one has broken this record until now. The examiners of Jiangning province wonder whether Lin Moyu can break this record. I think he has a chance. Although I don't know what this guy's skills are, but from his previous results it can be seen that his skills are quite abnormal. The examiners no longer want to describe the skills as powerful, but directly refer to them as abnormal. I suspect he has awakened a talent, no matter how powerful a class is, but it still has its limits. It can't be this powerful. If he has really awakened a talent, that would be a great thing. That's right. If you awaken a talent just after awakening your class, you might be able to awaken a new talent during the second class awakening. You're asking for too much. Class users with a talent are already very rare, while class users with 2 talents are even rarer. Who knows? The examiners went off track as they talked, but they all paid close attention to changes in his points. Lin Moyu's points either remain unchanged or soar like a rocket, painting a stark contrast. Lin Moyu repeated the same old trick, and the skeletal warriors rushed out and attracted the attention of the Farron beastmen. What matters is not that the method is novel, but that it is practical. The skeletal warriors will attract the monster's firepower, pull them together, and create corpses, and then Lin Moyu will use corpse explosion and unleash a massacre. Lin Moyu is already familiar with this method, and it is highly efficient. The scattered skeletal warriors quickly attracted all the Farron beastmen in sight. Next, they began to run around the Farron beastmen archers. When the monsters were gathered together, Lin Moyu ordered the skeletal warriors to attack. After the skeletal warriors unleashed their skill, they instantly cut down several level 16 Farron beastmen champions. Then Lin Moyu unleashed corpse explosions successively. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding area regained its peace once again. His points instantly increased by 20,000, reaching a total of 34,605 points. In the second stage, each monster will provide 100 points. Lin Moyu killed 200 monsters, which is equivalent to 20,000 points. The examiners kept their calm this time. This guy has entered the second stage. The level of the monsters in the second stage increased only by 1 level. This had no impact on him. This is no different from delivering points to him. If it weren't for the lack of authority, I would really like to increase the difficulty. That's right. If dozens of bosses were unleashed, that would be really fun. Looking at Lin Moyu's 30,000 plus points and then at the points of the others, the contrast is really stark. So far, Ziazu ranks second. Ziazu, as an elemental mage, has pretty good AoE offensive skills. She is the second fastest individual to clear the monsters. At this point, she has already accumulated more than 7,000 points. She has nearly eliminated the first round of 100 monsters. Following Ziazu is Fengziu. This holy swordsman caught up from behind and accumulated 6,000 points. From this, it can be seen that holy swordsman is also a class that can handle crowd combat well. Then there is Zhu Mei and Wang Zihao. Zhu Mei carried out one attack after another, although she is steady, but the efficiency isn't high. Wang Zihao's approach is quite direct. He directly confronted the monsters, meeting force with force. As for the skill Frenzy, it's not the time for it yet. The both of them are slower at accumulating points. So far, they have just over 5,000 points, but they have confidence in themselves. For them, clearing the first stage and breaking 10,000 points is not a problem. Once they break 10,000 points, they will meet all requirements, namely level, class, and score, and will be able to enter Ziyajing Academy. The Great Examination of Shangxia Empire is empire-wide and is conducted on a provincial basis. It is held on the same day and at the same time, and the progress between provinces is also similar. Practically all provinces have already started the 5th round of the examination. One tower of trials after another has opened a battle space. Anyone who can enter it is unequivocally a genius. This is the most talented group of examinees of Shangxia Empire this year. In the eyes of the senior figures of Shangxia Empire, these examinees are future pillars of Shangxia Empire. Every year, a group of strong seedlings is born, delivering fresh blood to Shangxia Empire. In the capital of Shangxia Empire, the renowned Ziyajing City, a huge tower emerged in midair. Countless people in Ziyajing City looked up at the sky. No matter where they were located in the city, they were able to clearly see this tower. This tower is usually hidden, only showing itself on the day of the Great Examination of Shangxia Empire. This is the main body of the Tower of Trials. The Towers of Trials that are holding the Great Examination in the provincial capitals are its clones. In Shangxia Empire, there are 3 towers. The Tower of Trials is one of them. Another one is Shangxia Tower, located at Ziyajing Academy. The last one is known as Demon Extermination Tower, and it is permanently located on the front line. Suddenly, the sky darkened and the temperature dropped sharply. A darkness fell in an instant, and a pitch-black wicked radiance streaked toward the Tower of Trials at an astonishing speed. Brazen, a deafening voice resounded throughout the city. A large virtual hand appeared in the air and tried to block the pitch-black wicked radiance. Ki, you can't stop me. Eerie laughter came from the pitch-black wicked radiance. At the same time, the black radiance expanded. A huge demon head appeared in the darkness. The head has 2 horns and a mouth full of sharp teeth. It looks exactly the same as depictions of demons in books. The horns emitted a piercing sound, and black light burst out and shot toward the giant illusory hand. When the black light and the giant hand collided, they canceled each other out. At this time, a giant eyeball appeared, and golden light ejected out from the eyeball and barreled toward the pitch-black wicked radiance. The pitch-black wicked radiance suddenly split into two, and one of them collided with the golden light. The speed of the other suddenly increased by dozens of times, and it rushed into the Tower of Trials in the blink of an eye. You're seeking death. A giant hand appeared in the air again and firmly gripped the demon head. The demon head chuckled malevolently. This is just a clone. Go ahead and kill it. However, the little ones in your Tower of Trials kiki. With a bang, the demon head burst. 3 figures appeared next to the main body of the Tower of Trials. They have an imposing stature and are standing on empty air. I didn't expect those scum from the abyss to come and launch a surprise attack. These unsightly vermin. What now? One of them touched the Tower of Trial to investigate the situation inside. The scum of the abyss has sneaked in. Their target is the examinees in the battle space. The space inside the tower is disrupted. Abyss's power has polluted its laws. The land inside the tower originally stems from the abyss, which is advantageous to them. I need time to rectify the disruption. How long will it take? 1 hour. At this moment in the tower's battle space, the students are killing monsters with all their might. All of a sudden, all the monsters disappeared. Then the space changed. In a flash, the atmosphere became even more oppressive. Strands of black gas oozed out of the earth. What is this? What's going on? Why did the monsters suddenly disappear? Lin Moyu promptly called the skeletal warriors over to protect him. When things are unclear, protecting your safety is the best choice. Dummy Lin. There was a familiar voice, and Lin Moyu saw Ziazu. To see another person in the battle space, Lin Moyu was evidently a bit surprised. Not only was he surprised, but Ziazu was also surprised. The skeletal warriors opened a path for Ziazu to get to Lin Moyu. Ziazu asked, "Do you know what's going on?" Lin Moyu shook his head, indicating that he doesn't know. Ziazu said, "A moment ago, I was fighting monsters, but then they suddenly disappeared. I wonder what's going on." At first, Ziazu was startled, but not anymore. With Lin Moyu around, things didn't seem as scary anymore. Lin Moyu is quite calm and collected, which gave Ziazu some peace of mind. Immediately after, beams of light rose in the pitch-black battle space. Examinees appeared in the battle space one after another. There are more than 100 people in total. In addition to the 5 people of Jiangning province, there are also examinees from other provinces. "Kids," a voice suddenly rang out. "I am Bai Yiyuan." Murmur. Everyone in the battle space was shocked and their eyes went round. "God Bai, it's God Bai." I can actually hear the voice of God Bai. Bai Yiyuan is a top powerhouse of Shangxia Empire and is addressed as God Bai. When his voice sounded, it caused a fierce reaction in the battle space. God Bai's voice not only resounded in the battle space, but also spread throughout every examination site. Ning Chuanfeng's countenance changed slightly. Why did God Bai step it? Did something happen? Bai Yiyuan's voice rang out again. "A demon from the abyss has invaded the battle space. We are now in the process of repairing the laws of the battle space, and it will take about an hour. The demon's target is you guys. Therefore, for the next hour, you must do your best to survive. We don't know what methods the demon will use to deal with you. However, so long as you stay united, the invading force of the abyss won't be able to take you down. Shangxia people fear not combat nor death." His words carry extreme inspiratory force, giving rise to strong resonance. "We fear not combat nor death. We fear not combat nor death. We fear not combat nor death." The examinees are youths full of vitality. At this moment, their emotions were roused, and they shouted loudly. Ziazu couldn't help but want to shout as well, but when she saw the still quiet Lin Moyu, she raised her hand halfway before giving up. Although Lin Moyu didn't shout, but he is only 18 years old and is a Shangxia person. His eyes inadvertently surged with a shade of agitation. Although he didn't shout, but when it comes to killing the abyssal demon, he won't be pulling his punches. The examinees began to gather together. They were told since they were little that the abyss is a very scary place. In the abyss, there are countless monsters and demons and a large number of dungeons. It is said that the abyss is a very scary place. In the abyss, the weakest monsters are level 70, and they are elite monsters to boot, Ziazu uttered in a low voice. She heard Zia Dingyang talk about how terrifying the abyss is, and so a seed of fear took root in her heart. Lin Moyu only knows about the abyss from books. However, it was only mentioned in passing. In other words, he knows nothing about the abyss. "I believe God Bai," Lin Moyu said lightly. "Since Bai Yiyuan has spoken, then as long as they unite, they should be able to resist the invading force of the abyss." Lin Moyu caught the key point in Bai Yiyuan's words. They are not facing the abyss, but an invading force of the abyss. The invading force wouldn't be too strong. They should be able to contend against it. If a monster from the abyss, a level 70 elite monster, had come, it would be enough to one-shot everyone here, including Lin Moyu. In the control room, Ning Chuanfeng's eyes turned dignified. How could such a thing happen? He is much calmer than the examiners, who are quite a bit panicked. How could this happen? Unexpectedly, such a thing took place. The force of the abyss deliberately broke in during the great examination. No good. Their target is the geniuses who are taking part in the 5th round of the examination. If this issue isn't handled appropriately, they will come again next year and the year after that. They intend to sever the roots of Shangxia Empire. The geniuses who can enter the battle space are future pillars of Shangxia Empire. The force of the abyss is quite insidious. Quiet. Ning Chunfeng suddenly spoke up, causing the examiners to shut up. Ning Chunfeng swept them with his eyes as if with a sword. Tell the people outside not to panic and to believe God by. You too. Believe God by. The examiners spoke respectfully one after another. Believe God by. The status of God by is sublime. In Shangxia Empire, there is no one who wouldn't believe his words. Soon, the people outside quieted down. Everyone chose to believe God by. At the same time, they also prayed for the examinees in the battle space. The atmosphere in the battle space grew increasingly more solemn. At some point, a crimson moon appeared in the sky. It's an abyssal blood moon. Someone exclaimed in surprise. The force of the abyss has begun to act. Everyone, get ready. What? Moonlight sprinkled on the earth like snow. The smell of blood in the air became even more intense. A few short minutes after God Bai has spoken, the examinees were ready for combat. The examinees have formed a battle formation. Knights are at the forefront, followed by mages and archers. Knights have their own creed. In order to get to my party members, you have to step over my dead body. Ki, not bad. It's a shame, but you are all going to die here. 1 hour is enough to kill you all. Too bad I can't bring your corpses back. The flesh of young humans is most delicious. Ha 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 ha. Accompanied by blood-colored moonlight, a cold, eerie voice rose, making everyone shudder. A gleam of aversion streaked across Lin Moyu's eyes. This kind of shady and sneaky guy is most despicable. Zia Zhu's face turned pale with fear. She got a little closer to Lin Moyu. It seems that Lin Moyu can bring her some sense of security. Not only Zia Zhu, but many others were scared, and their countenances became unsightly. There, someone shouted. A huge figure appeared under the moonlight. Detection flew over in the first moments, raising a breeze. Farron Beastman Warrior, Abyssal Infected, level 19. Someone suddenly exclaimed, I just remembered. In the battle space, there is a level restriction, with the highest level being level 19. Following his shout, others recalled this information as well. Right, how did I forget that? In the battle space, the highest level is level 19. That's the limit. I was startled just now. Sure enough, it's only level 19. What's there to fear? There are so many of us. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly closed his mouth, unable to finish his sentence. Huge figures appeared one after another. There are at least 100. They are all level 19 monsters, as well as Abyssal Infected. Each monster is 3 meters tall and emits a dreadful aura. They headed toward the examinees. As they walked, the earth vibrated. Under the moonlight, the monsters look extremely ferocious. There are densely packed spikes on their tails. After they were infected by Abyss's power, the appearance of the Farron Beastman warriors has changed greatly. They have become even more dreadful, exuding overwhelming pressure. The examinees are only 18 years old and have yet to experience a real battlefield. They have never seen so many scary monsters. Their knees went weak. They lost most of the courage they had moments ago. The color of Zia Zhu's face turned ashen, and she unconsciously grabbed Lin Moyu's clothes. What do we do? Lin Moyu's gaze is solemn. Judging by the size, they aren't ordinary monsters. They are at least enhanced elite monsters. It's troublesome, but manageable. He rarely speaks this much. It's as if he's trying to reassure Zia Zhu. But his words didn't put Zia Zhu at ease, but rather made her even more afraid. If they are enhanced elite monsters, then aren't they the same as the monsters in the nightmare rank dungeon? Suddenly, a faint arc appeared at the corners of Lin Moyu's mouth. They were infected by Abyss's power and mutated. Will they give EXP? Lin Moyu thought of a possibility. If it's really the way he thinks it is, will these monsters be able to help him raise his level? The huge monsters didn't run, but pressed on slowly. It's as if they were playing with the examinees, not at all in a hurry to kill them. The abyssal demon's cold voice rose once more. Are you afraid? Are you terrified? These monsters have been strengthened by my power. They are now equivalent to enhanced elite monsters. Their number isn't large, just 100. According to Godbai, if you unite, you will be able to prevail. Let's see if it's really the case. Hey, you have over 100 people. There just so happens to be one monster for each of you. Individual fight or group fight, which will it be? Would you like to have a competition? Let's have 100 matches. The winner lives while the loser dies. Ha 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 ha. The demonic voice gave another blow to the morale of the examinees. The monsters are approaching. The examinees, however, are retreating. The group was immediately divided in two. Wang Zihao also retreated, face ashen, legs trembling. The holy swordsman Feng Ziu gripped his sword. Although his countenance doesn't look good, but he didn't take a step back. The same is true for Zhu Mei. She gripped her dagger, ready to put her life at stake. There are many examinees who, like Feng Ziu and Zhu Mei, assumed a fighting stance. Lin Moyu glanced at them and then moved forward. Click, clack, the skeletal warriors charged at the front while Lin Moyu followed behind. Zia Zhu looked anxious. What are you doing? Come back here. What are you planning to do? It's always like this. You never say anything. Ziazu stamped her feet and followed after him. At this moment, Lin Moyu suddenly said with a low voice, "Go back." Ziazu paused for a moment. "I don't want to. Suit yourself." Lin Moyu didn't say anything anymore. If she wants to follow him, then so be it. Nothing will change anyway. Lin Moyu's sudden action caught the attention of many people. What is this guy trying to pull off? He's actually charging forward. There are so many skeletons. Are they his summons? Is this guy a summoner? Does anyone know him? Detection fell on Lin Moyu one after another. Lin Moyu, level 16, Necromancer, Necromancer. What class is that? I've never heard of it before. Who knows? I've never heard of this class either. Is it perhaps a new class? What now? Do we go together with him? Only a dozen plus people rushed after Lin Moyu. Feng Ziu and Zhu Mei were among them. They resolved themselves to die. Even if you have to die in battle, you must die like a soldier. Shangxia people fear not combat nor death. The abyssal demon sneered, "Oh, finally someone has come to die. You're quite brave. That's worthy of praise. Your courage is admirable. I feel a bit reluctant to kill you. Why don't you defect to the abyss and become my servant?" What? Lin Moyu ignored the words of the abyssal demon. When he was 50 meters away from the monsters, he suddenly stopped. "Did you change your mind? The gate of the abyss is always open to you." The voice of the abyssal demon rang again. At this time, Lin Moyu's eyes revealed a faint, cheerful shade. The maximum range of corpse explosion is 100 meters. A distance of 50 meters is both safe and adequate. Ziazu stopped next to Lin Moyu. Aware that he must have a plane, she didn't ask questions. "Why aren't you going further? Why did you stop?" Feng Ziu, Zhu Mei, and the others rushed over, a puzzled look on their faces. "This is good enough." Lin Moyu responded in a low voice, then pointed ahead with a finger. All of his skeletal warriors appeared at the same time. There's a total of 100 skeletal warriors looking like an army. There's so many. He surprisingly has so many summons. This class seems to be really outstanding. After they came out into the open, the skeletal warriors rushed toward the Farron Beastman warriors like bolts of lightning. So fast, Zhu Mei's eyes narrowed sharply. Her class is Rogue, which is known for its agility attribute. If she goes all out, she can break out with explosive speed. But at this moment, she realized that she is far from being a match for the skeletal warriors in terms of speed. "Oh, that's quite a few summons. So you're an undead-type summoner. If I take these bones back, I can give them to my watchdogs to eat." The skeletal warriors arrived in front of the Farron Beastman in the blink of an eye. "Use your skill," Lin Moyu willed, and the blades in the hands of the skeletal warrior emitted dazzling red light. Dozen-plus skeletal warriors used their skill and attacked a Farron Beastman respectively. Red lights fell, seriously injuring the Farron Beastman. The attack power of the skeletal warriors is exceedingly strong. The Farron Beastman warrior, who were infected by Abyss's power, have become extremely powerful. Despite being subjected to such a strong attack, they still hadn't died. At this time, their huge swords fell on the skeletal warriors. Lin Moyu can perceive that the skeletal warriors took damage, but the damage isn't severe. From the exchange, he roughly guessed the opponent's attributes. Strength should be around 3,000. The physique should have exceeded 3,500. The higher the physique, the better. After the skeletal warriors used their skill, their blades didn't stop, but continued to land on the Farron Beastmen. The dozen-plus skeletal warriors ignored the opponent's attacks and besieged a single Farron Beastman. A few seconds later, the Farron Beastman collapsed to the ground with a shriek. "Killed level 19 Farron Beastman warrior. EXP plus 8,000. Sure enough, they give EXP. Lin Moyu found that his guess was correct. Although the amount of EXP he obtained is a little lacking, but it is better than nothing. Light appeared on his palm. Boom! The sudden explosion greatly startled everyone. Then they saw an incredible scene. The seemingly powerful Farron Beastman warriors fell like wheat to a scythe. Boom, boom. Explosions rose one after explosion, each clearing more than 10 Farron Beastmen. After more than 10 earth-shaking explosions, the Farron Beastmen have been completely wiped out. Lin Moyu took a look at his EXP and found that there is still some to go before he can level up. He killed them all. No way, it's that easy. What skill is that? It's really powerful. The amount of damage corpse explosion causes is based on the corpse's health. The higher the health of a corpse, the more power corpse explosion can unleash. Therefore, so long as the first corpse is created, enemies of the same kind have no choice but welcome death. Everyone was struck dumb. Then they trembled with excitement. We're saved, we're saved. This brother is really strong. Necromancer, this class is really amazing. I'm sure this brother can become a godly powerhouse in the future. Wang Zihao cried out, how is he this strong? His class is really formidable. Why wasn't I the one who awakened this class? That's unfair. His words went unnoticed. Everyone is still in a state of shock, unable to come back to their senses for the time being. This scene is too surreal to be believed. What happened exceeded everyone's understanding. Not only the examinees, but even the abyssal demon couldn't believe it. The voice of the abyssal demon rang out again. Impossible. This is impossible. Now you've done it. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to eat your flesh. Amid screams, the crimson moonlight erupted into brilliant radiance. Another batch of monsters appeared around. This time, the monsters scattered and rushed toward the class users. Their target is the class users. Class users immediately panicked and began to flee. Fortunately, the battle space is large enough, providing them sufficient maneuvering space. Let's see what you do now. You're all going to die. You're going to die. The voice of the abyssal demon has become much weaker than before. The amount of Abyss's power that was able to enter battle space is limited. As such, the more it is used, the less there will be. Lin Moyu looked up at the blood moon. There is a dark shadow on the blood moon, so that's where you were. Lin Moyu calculated the distance, about 200 meters. At the same time, he issued orders in his heart. Several skeletons suddenly lifted the corpse of a Farron beastman and threw it toward the blood moon. Next, a skeletal warrior hugged Lin Moyu, and then another skeletal warrior threw the both of them into the air. The corpse of the Farron beastman flew toward the blood moon like an arrow, followed closely by Lin Moyu. What are you trying to do? You're crazy. The abyssal demon suddenly panicked, and his voice began to quiver. Lin Moyu didn't speak. He just stared coldly, a murderous intent in his eyes. When the corpse of the Farron beastman got near to the dark shadow on the blood moon, Lin Moyu detonated it. A loud blare rose. The abyssal demon let out a scream. The dark shadow was hit by the explosion, but it didn't perish. I'm going to kill you. The voice became extremely weak, screaming like crazy. He's not dead yet. Light emerged from Lin Moyu's palm once more. Soul Blaze. This skill ignores defense and deals damage directly to the soul. A flame appeared on the dark shadow, and the dark shadow let out another scream. What is this skill? How come it can burn the soul? What the hell is your class? There can't be such a class. There can't. Lin Moyu didn't say a word. When he started falling, he promptly added another soul blaze. The dark shadow continued to scream, having become extremely weak. Ziyajing City, outside the main body of the Tower of Trials. Meng Anwen is the person in charge of the Tower of Trials. At this time, he is working hard to repair the laws of the battle space. Several people looked at the Tower of Trials, a worried shade on their faces. The more time passes, the more dangerous it is for the examinees located in the battle space. Suddenly, Meng Anwen let out a sound of surprise. Bai Yiyuan asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" Meng Anwen said the interference of the abyss's power has weakened greatly. Bai Yiyuan's expression suddenly became unsightly. Does that mean that the examinees inside are dead? Meng Anwen carefully sensed the Tower of Trials. No, I can sense a lot of auras of life inside, and these auras belong to humans. The consciousness of the abyssal demon has become weak. He has been injured. A sliver of consciousness of the abyssal demon entered the battle space, then used Abyss's power to disrupt the laws of the battle space. It effectively sealed off the battle space. Under these circumstances, is there anyone who can harm him? The examinees, who are only level 15 or level 16. Bai Yiyuan doesn't believe this to be possible. In his view, if the examinees make good use of the battle space, whose scope is very large, they may be able to last for an hour until he and the others rescue them. As for them killing the other party, that is impossible. Even though the other party is just a sliver of consciousness, it is still impossible. In the battle space, the number of Farron beastmen abandoned their targets and instead began to charge toward Lin Moyu. The dark shadow on the blood moon bellowed, "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to eat your flesh and drink your blood." At this time, he regards Lin Moyu as a thorn in his side. He forgot all about today's mission and lost his reasoning and just wants to kill Lin Moyu. A large number of Farron beastmen, infected by Abyss's power, charged toward Lin Moyu. The skeletal warriors quickly formed a front to block them. The 4 attributes of the skeletal warriors have reached 5,000 points, putting them far above of others of the same level. Even though the Farron beastmen have been infected by Abyss's power and have become enhanced elite monsters, but they still can't compare to the skeletal warriors in terms of attributes. Moreover, Lin Moyu commanded a dozen-plus skeletal warriors to focus on a single target. In just a few seconds, a Farron beastman warrior was killed. Boom, an explosion echoed. Corpse explosion can be considered a godly skill. Lin Moyu has been using it time and time again. Suddenly, Lin Moyu noticed a change in the skill. Corpse Explosion, Level 2, detonate a corpse and deal 15 of the corpse's health as damage to enemies within a radius of 2 meters. After acquiring the skill Corpse Explosion, it has remained unchanged until now, but at this moment it surprisingly leveled up. The range has increased from 1 to 2 meters, and the damage has increased from 10 to 15 of health. The change seems small. But when coupled with the talent Comprehensive Amplification, it deals 300 of a corpse's health as damage within a radius of 40 meters. Although its level has risen by just 1 level, but the skill has been overturned. It seems that the level of the skill will rise as proficiency increases. Apart from the talents and skills obtained during class awakening, do all the other skills need to be upgraded in this manner? Booming sounds rose successively. After its range expanded, Corpse Explosion has become more useful. In the blink of an eye, there were no more Farron beastmen standing beside Lin Moyu. The dark shadow on the blood moon made no sound. A smile sprouted on Lin Moyu's mouth. Light shone. Faint white light enveloped his entire body. He leveled up. Lin Moyu's level up has attracted the attention of many people. They only now realize that killing these monsters infected by Abyss's power provided EXP. He actually used these monsters to level grind. That is to say, he has the ability to go solo in nightmare rank dungeons. This guy is incredible. Ling Moyu, which province is he from? Fortunately, we have him, or else we would be screwed. Many people spoke in hushed voices. A lot of people looked at Lin Moyu with admiration in their eyes. Lin Moyu looked up and saw that the blood moon and the dark shadow are still there. It seems that he can't leave. His thoughts revolved, and 5 corpses of Farron beastmen were thrown into the air. Immediately after, a skeletal warrior hugged Lin Moyu and jumped up. The dark figure on the blood moon seems to have realized that a great calamity is about to befall it. Surprisingly, it didn't shout, but instead issued eerie laughter. Your name is Lin Moyu, I shall remember you. When you come to the abyss, I will give you an adequate reception. Lin Moyu didn't speak, but smiled faintly. The corpses reached the blood moon. Corpse explosion. Amidst violent explosions, the dark shadow emitted a final scream before being blown apart. The blood moon shattered like a mirror and dissipated in the air. The battle space returned to normal. Outside the Tower of Trials, Meng Anwen once again revealed a look of surprise. The sliver of consciousness of the abyssal demon was wiped out. The battle space has returned to normal. The kids are unharmed. There are no casualties. Bai Yiyun showed a look of disbelief on his face. Things developed in a direction he hadn't expected. At his realm, there aren't many things that can surprise him anymore. Can we check what happened? Bai Yiyun wants to know what exactly happened in the battle space. Meng Anwen replied, we can. Bai Yiyun said in an even deeper voice, there's no rush. Let's send the kids back first, just in case. Okay. Inside the battle space, the blood moon dissipated and the earth returned to normal. Zia Zhu asked in a low voice, Dummy Lin, are you okay? At this moment, her heart is still beating fast, her face slightly pale. This incident was too scary. If it weren't for Lin Moyu, she probably would have died already. Lin Moyu nodded, I'm fine. This was enough to reassure Zia Zhu. At this moment, the examinees in the battle space are still in a state of shock. Moments ago, the Farron beastmen chased after them while they ran helter-skelter. They basically weren't able to fight back. Fortunately, Lin Moyu was around. God Bai's voice rang out again. Everyone, the Abyss's power is gone. The battle space has returned to normal. In a moment, you will be sent back to your original examination site. The results will be announced shortly after. What? Lin Moyu appeared at the entrance of the Tower of Trials. Zia Zhu, Zhu Mei, Wang Zihao, and Feng Ziu appeared alongside him. The entrance to the Tower of Trials is already closed. The combat-type grade examination has concluded. Examinees, please take a rest and wait for the final results to come out. The examiner's voice rang out. No one left. Every year, shortly after the grade examination is concluded, the final results will be announced. The examinees waited eagerly. For the combat-type class users, their results consist of 2 parts, namely points and evaluation. Some top academies not only have requirements for class, level, and points, but also have requirements for evaluation. The higher the ranking of the academy, the higher its requirements. The requirements for combat-type class users at Ziyajing Academy are basically level 15 and 10,000 points, and evaluation must be excellent. Some of the remaining top 20 academies are relatively lax when it comes to level and points, but evaluation needs to be excellent. If you want to enter a top academy, evaluation is very important. If your goal is only an ordinary academy, then evaluation is not so important. Merely points reaching the threshold is enough. Examinees who haven't entered the battle space will be evaluated by provincial examiners. Examinees who have entered the battle space will be evaluated by senior figures of Shangxia Empire. For Shangxia Empire, examinees who can enter the battle space are geniuses and require further attention. Ziyajing City, Meng Anwen, Bai Yiyun, and several other top powerhouses of Shangxia Emperor checked what happened in the battle space. They were able to see the performance of Lin Moyu and the other examinees who entered the battle space. This year is a bit special. Due to the invasion of Abyss's power, the battle space underwent a huge upheaval. As such, they paid even closer attention. At this time, Lin Moyu entered their sight. It turns out that he was the one who turned the tides. Remarkable. Necromancer, I have heard of this class. It is a brand new class that emerged from Jiangning Province's Zihai City's #1 high school. That's right. I was going to pay special attention to him during the grade examination, but I never expected him to be this powerful. Not only is his class powerful, but he must have awakened a talent, and his talent is also very powerful. This kid's class has completely surpassed that of his peers, and besides, his character is also pretty good. Calm and decisive, and has a powerful class, this kid has the conditions to become a top powerhouse. Words of praise flew out of their mouths one after another, all aiming at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's performance was too eye-catching. While they worried about casualties, it was Lin Moyu who turned the tides. He completely overturned the plan of the Abyss. Compared to Lin Moyu, the others were lackluster. In fact, there wasn't anything of note. As for the dozen-plus people who took a stand together with Lin Moyu, it can be said that they displayed commendable courage. This year's evaluation is a bit difficult. What's so difficult about it? Those who escaped are all cowards. When they go to the battlefield in the future, such people are bound to become deserters. They can't be counted on. You can't say that. After all, they're just teenagers. Lin Moyu is definitely excellent. As for the others, let's discuss it together. These top powerhouses determine the future of many examinees. If it had been before, these examinees would have been regarded as paragons. While the provincial top scorers would all be regarded as top paragons, but due to Lin Moyu's presence, the performance of these people has become lackluster. If you compare your lot to others, you will only torture yourself. Lin Moyu is like a dazzling star, completely overshadowing the existence of the others. After a while, the final results were announced at last. A huge light curtain flickered in the air. Number 1, Lin Moyu, points 34,605, evaluation, excellent. Lin Moyu's name is prominently at the very top. Murmur, there was an uproar. Lu Yun jumped up, his old face contorted with extreme excitement and agitation. Number 1, the top scorer. Lu Yun's fingers trembled. His student received the title of Jiangning Province's provincial top scorer. For Lu Yun, it is a great honor. Congratulations, Old Lu. Old Lu, you really hit the jackpot this time. This is enough for you to boast for an entire decade, more like 2 decades. First there was Su Kaingsing, then last year there was Lin Mohan, and this year a provincial top scorer actually appeared. Zihai number 1 high school will be famous. Ziazu smiled and congratulated Lin Moyu. Dummy Lin, you really got the position of provincial top scorer. At this moment, Ziazu uncharacteristically didn't have a defiant look in her eyes, nor did she try to compete with Lin Moyu. At the beginning of the 5th round of the examination, Lin Moyu already knew that he would be the provincial top scorer. The outcome was indeed as expected, but when the results were announced, he still felt a little excited. Ziazu looked at Lin Moyu in amazement. You actually know how to smile. You look good when you smile. Why don't you usually smile? She looks like she has discovered a new continent. The 2nd place has also come out. Number 2, Ziazu, points 7,600, evaluation, excellent. With Lin Moyu ahead, Ziazu's performance didn't cause much of a sensation. Ziazu's evaluation was also excellent. Lu Yun once again felt excited. The other principals cast him envious glances. Not only is the top scorer Lu Yun's, but even the 2nd place is also his. This is really enviable. Number 3, Feng Xiu, points 6,700, evaluation, excellent. Number 4, Zhu Mei, points 6,325, evaluation, excellent. Number 5, Wang Zihao, points 6,300, evaluation, failed. Wang Zihao's complexion changed dramatically. His evaluation was unexpectedly failed. With this evaluation, Ziyajing Academy is out of his reach. Not to mention Ziyajing Academy, none of the top 20 academies of Shengxia Empire would want him. Why? Why is my evaluation failed? This is unfair. You are being unfair. Wang Zihao finally couldn't help but roar angrily. Suddenly, a light fell on Wang Zihao, and he disappeared in an instant. Wang Zihao violated the rules of the examination, and thus has been expelled. With a failed evaluation, the possibility of Wang Zihao going to top 20 academy has been severed, and now he has been expelled. Not to mention a top 20 academy, even the top 100 academies won't want him anymore. Even with his family's connections, even with the weight of Dynasty Guild, it is impossible to rival these academies. Wang Zihao's future can well be imagined. The best case scenario is him going to an ordinary academy. The results were announced one by one. Besides Lin Moyu and Ziazu, the overall performance of Zihai number 1 high school was fairly good. Gao Yang is ranked 61st, which isn't half bad. The others were slightly worse. However, they can also be admitted into academies. After the results were announced, the examiner's voice rang out again. For combat type classes, this year's provincial top scorer of Jiangning Province is Lin Moyu. The examiner solemnly announced that Lin Moyu is this time's provincial top scorer, causing another sensation. Then came thunderous applause. Everyone congratulated Lin Moyu. It is not easy to become the provincial top scorer. Moreover, Lin Moyu took first place with crushing momentum. If the points of the other 4 people who entered the battle space together with him are added up, they still can't compare to him. The lead is too obvious. Amidst the applause, the examiner's voice rang out again. The Empire has issued a declaration. This year's imperial top scorer is Lin Moyu. Murmur, Lu Yun jumped up again and a mass of fire burst out on his head. He was so excited that his head caught fire. Imperial top scorer. Moyu is the imperial top scorer, is this true? I didn't hear wrong, did I? For a moment, Lu Yun couldn't even speak coherently. He couldn't believe his ears. Old Lu, are you okay? Don't get too excited. Pace yourself. It's true. Lin Moyu is really the imperial top scorer. You didn't hear wrong. Now you can boast for the rest of your life. The name of your school can be changed to Top Scorer High School. Imperial top scorer, you picked up such a treasure. They were both envious and jealous. The fire on Lu Yun's head remained burning for a long time. Just like his mood, it surged wildly. Outside the Tower of Trials, applause sounded like thunder. Imperial top scorer, Jiangning Province has produced an imperial top scorer. Oh my god, how many years has it been since Jiangning Province has produced an imperial top scorer? Lin Moyu is really amazing. He was actually able to become the imperial top scorer. Lin Moyu still remained calm and collected. When he became the provincial top scorer, he realized that he might also become the imperial top scorer. And he was right. Ziazu uttered in surprise, "You have become the imperial top scorer. Why aren't you happy?" "I am happy," Lin Moyu said lightly. Ziazu curled her lips, "Then why aren't you smiling?" Lin Moyu remained calm. "I am smiling inside. A fool is a fool." Ziazu snorted. "Nevertheless, congratulations, top scorer Lin." Zhu Mei and Feng Ziu walked over together. "Congratulations, Lin Moyu." Zhu Mei's stature is a little short and her voice is slightly cold. Her temperament is in line with her class. Lin Moyu shook hands with him. "You're welcome." Feng Ziu asked, "You're going to Ziyajing Academy, aren't you?" Lin Moyu nodded. "All right, I'll see you at Ziyajing Academy. I'll treat you to a meal later." Lin Moyu responded lightly. Lin Moyu is really cold, even colder than Zhu Mei, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Ziazu promptly said with a smile, "This guy doesn't like to talk. I've been his classmate for 3 years, yet we haven't even exchanged 10 sentences. Lin Moyu shook his head. "It's been 16 sentences. Feng Ziu and Zhu Mei couldn't help but laugh. Apart from his dislike for talking, Lin Moyu seems quite the interesting character. The great examination concluded, and the examinees were teleported back to their respective schools. Lu Yun didn't return with the rest. Lin Moyu returned home and took a rest. Academy registration can be done tomorrow. His goal is Ziyajing Academy. As the imperial top scorer, he is guaranteed to be admitted. If even he can't be admitted, then others don't stand a chance. He quietly summoned 4 skeletal warriors and then placed them into the summoned space. The number of skeletal warriors in the summoned space has reached 104. Previously in the battle space, while fighting the Farron Beastman warriors, the skeletal warriors suffered varying degrees of damage. In the summoned space, they quickly recovered. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking pulled Lin Moyu out of his meditative state. The fire on Lu Yun's head has finally extinguished, but the excitement on his face hasn't subsided yet. This old man, who is in his 60s, has never been this excited before. "Principal Lu, what can I do for you?" At this moment, it is already late into the night. In the dead of night, Lu Yun suddenly came over. Something must have happened. Lu Yun didn't come alone, but is accompanied by someone Lin Moyu doesn't recognize. When Lin Moyu saw this person, his hair stood on end. This visitor has a terrifying aura, making it difficult for him to breathe. He feels as if he will suffocate in the next moment. Lin Moyu didn't sit and await his fate. In an instant, skeletal warriors appeared in front of him, protecting him. Nice reaction. Lin Moyu can't see the other party's appearance clearly, but recognizes the voice. His stretched, taut nerves immediately relaxed. Lin Moyu bowed respectfully. "Greetings, God Bai." Bai Yiyuan withdrew his aura, then emerged from the darkness. "How did you know it's me?" Lin Moyu put away the skeletal warriors. "I recognized your voice." Hee. Bai Yiyuan laughed out, satisfied with Lin Moyu's answer. When he checked what happened in the battle space, he had seen Lin Moyu's performance. Now that he is face to face with Lin Moyu, Bai Yiyuan is even more satisfied with him. Lin Moyu is calm and composed, and his reaction was instinctive. Bai Yiyuan gave him full marks. "Very good, very good. I've come to talk to you about Ziyajing Academy." What? God Bai unexpectedly came to visit him in person. Lin Moyu poured water for the two. It was plain boiled water. Lu Yun explained, "Sir, please don't mind it. Moyu's sister went to Ziyajing Academy last year, and so he is living by himself." Bai Yiyuan swept the room with his eyes. The furnishings in the room are very simple, and there are many places that look shabby. Judging from this, it can be surmised that he isn't affluent. It can even be said that he is poor. It is very rare for a genius like Lin Moyu to come from such a background. God Bai asked with a smile. "Lin Moyu's sister is also at Ziyajing Academy." Lu Yun promptly responded. "His sister is Lin Mohan, and she was admitted into Ziyajing Academy last year." With his sublime status, Bai Yiyuan unsurprisingly doesn't know Lin Mohan, but now he has engraved Lin Mohan's name in his mind. If there is an opportunity, he can meet her. Both siblings were admitted into Ziyajing Academy. "That's truly commendable," Bai Yiyuan praised and looked at Lin Moyu. Before coming here, he listened to Lu Yun's introduction of Lin Moyu. He already knows that Lin Moyu speaks very little, that he is taciturn. It really seems to be the case. Perhaps it is this personality trait that allows him to display a calmness that exceeds that of his peers. "Can you show me your summon?" If it's a request from Bai Yiyuan, Lin Moyu naturally wouldn't refuse it. A skeletal warrior silently appeared in the room. Bai Yiyuan glanced at it and said strangely, "Its 4 attributes have reached 250 points. It seems mediocre. Then how did it display such impressive combat power in the battle space?" At Bai Yiyuan's realm, there is no longer a need to deliberately use detection. Many of the skills have already been integrated into his bones. Upon hearing Bai Yiyun's words, Lin Moyu suddenly understood something, and that is, others can't see the boost provided by his talent. What others can see is only the basic attributes of the skeletal warriors, while the skeletal warriors ultimately display the attributes boosted by his talent. Bai Yiyun carried on, asking, "What talent have you awakened?" Lu Yun has a surprised look on his face. "Moyu, have you really awakened a talent?" Lin Moyu replied softly, "My talent is amplification of skills." Bai Yiyun showed a knowing expression. "I could surmise as much from your performance in the battle space." Bai Yiyun didn't continue to probe, but instead changed the topic. "There are two reasons why I have come here. The first is to give you your rewards. You were supposed to receive them after coming to the academy, but since I was going to come to you, I brought them along. The second is to take you to the academy. There will be a trial the day after tomorrow, and I hope you will participate in it." Bai Yiyun went straight to the point and explained his intentions. Lin Moyu asked, "What is the trial?" Bai Yiyun said, "It's a trial of Ziyajing Academy, and only internal members of the academy can participate. As for the specifics, only after you agree to participate, only then can you be told." Lin Moyu felt strange. Firstly, from the other party's words, Lin Moyu concluded that it is not mandatory to participate in this trial. The decision whether to participate or not rests with him. Next is the participants of the trial. The participants are internal members of Ziyajing Academy. He knows very little about Ziyajing Academy and does not know what the term internal members really entails. In addition, keeping the specifics confidential indicates it is no run-of-the-mill trial. Lin Moyu ruminated God Bai's words. "Caution is a state that must be maintained at all times. Regardless of anything, be cautious at all times and analyze the situation calmly." Bai Yiyun smiled with satisfaction. "You're pretty cautious, that's good. I can't disclose too much about the trial's contents. But what I can tell you is that it is a rare opportunity. Originally, you weren't eligible to participate in it, but I personally have given you this opportunity." After listening to God Bai's words, Lin Moyu promptly made a decision. "I'll participate." Since Bai Yiyun has gone this far, if he still didn't agree to participate, it would be equivalent to not giving Bai Yiyun face. Lin Moyu is no fool. He wouldn't do such an offensive thing. "Since that's the case, then let me give you the rewards first. As the Imperial top scorer, you are entitled to a number of rewards." Bai Yiyun's hand shone and several things appeared. Lin Moyu's eyes shrank. He recognizes one of the things, which is a skill scroll. The first reward is 100,000 points. It is a reward you get for becoming the Imperial top scorer, and it doesn't clash with the points you obtained during the Great Examination. Lin Moyu obtained 34,605 points in the Great Examination, and then was rewarded with an additional 100,000 points for becoming the Imperial top scorer. In total, he gained more than 130,000 points. This amount of points is already quite large. Many older students of Ziyajing Academy might not have that many points. Bai Yiyun handed a card to Lin Moyu and said, "Your points are all in here." You should have heard that points are more useful than gold coins in Ziyajing Academy. It is indeed the case. You will understand this when you arrive at Ziyajing Academy. The second reward is also related to the position of Imperial top scorer. It is an elementary skill scroll and an intermediate skill scroll. The third reward is an additional reward based on your performance in the battle space. It is the qualification to enter Shangxia Tower once. As for the specific information regarding Shangxia Tower, you will naturally learn it when you arrive at Ziyajing Academy, so I will save my breath. However, I can tell you that the chance to enter Shangxia Tower is very valuable, especially for the first time. But before you enter the tower, you need to make sufficient preparations. Since Bai Yiyun keeps mentioning Shangxia Tower, it naturally must be very important. I understand. What? Lin Moyu briefly packed his things. Next, a charm flew out and transformed into a teleportation formation. Lin Moyu and Bai Yiyun stepped into the teleportation formation and then disappeared within the brilliant light. The last bit of light disappeared and the house was once again shrouded in darkness. Lu Yun sighed and left quietly, closing the door. This late at night, the street outside is very quiet. No one would have imagined that this seemingly dilapidated house has produced two talents who were admitted into Ziyajing Academy 2 years in a row respectively, and one of them has become the Imperial top scorer. Lu Yun's eyes filled with hope, looking in the direction of Ziyajing City. "You got this, kid." Words full of kindness and hope rose in the air. Lin Moyu felt that the teleportation takes a long time, unlike this morning with the teleportation stone, which felt instantaneous. Shangxia Empire has a vast surface area. In fact, it is one of the great powers of the human race. Ziyajing Academy is located thousands of kilometers away from Zihai City. Even when it comes to teleportation, it will take some time. Broken streams of light flashed past the eyes. You can see countless magical images. It's all fragmented, dazzling, and bizarre. Lin Moyu is feeling lightheaded, feeling that time and space are in disorder at this moment. It feels very uncomfortable. However, he didn't show any reaction. Merely his countenance turned slightly pale. After more than 10 seconds, his feet were planted on the ground once again. At this time, all discomfort disappeared without a trace. That's pretty good endurance. Lin Moyu rose in Bai Yiyuan's estimation a bit. There is a qualitative difference between Zhaijing City and Zihai City. As the capital of Shengxia Empire, Zhaijing City is still brightly lit even late at night. Moonlight has become a supporting character. Zhaijing Academy, a massive gate that is tens of meters tall and more than 100 meters wide, entered the view. Magnificent, exquisite, sturdy, powerful. These are the first things Lin Moyu felt. In an instant, he felt his own insignificance. A mere gate possesses such a captivating aura. This shocked him quite a bit. Lin Moyu even felt a sense of danger, deadly danger from it. Bai Yiyuan said, this gate is both a gate and a weapon. Even if it's a top powerhouse, if they try to break in, they will have to pay a price. He patted Lin Moyu on the shoulder. Let's go. As they approached, Lin Moyu felt an aura fall on him. It's a bit like detection, but not exactly the same. His identity was verified, and the gate opened silently. At Zhaijing Academy, the night is not as quiet as he imagined. Walking on the academy grounds, Lin Moyu can sense energy fluctuations rise one after another. The energy fluctuations come from various places in the academy. This is the students practicing their skills. Bai Yiyuan explained casually. He may appear dignified, but he has great patience with Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu asked, skills need practice. Bai Yiyuan explained, in addition to the innate class skills, there are some special skills. Most skills need to be upgraded through practice. This answer conforms with Lin Moyu's guess. Skills require continuous practice and used to become powerful. Lin Moyu raised another question. Is it enough to just use the skills more? Bai Yiyuan smiled. It's hard to say. Every skill is different, and for some skills, practice is useless. You will learn this and much more once you truly join the academy. The teachers will impart you detailed information. Skill knowledge is a complete and systematic discipline that can't be explained clearly in just a few words. Lin Moyu understands this point. After Bai Yiyuan has spoken things clearly, he didn't continue to query. The energy fluctuations surged ceaselessly, wave after wave. Occasionally, lights illuminated the night sky. They're working hard, Lin Moyu thought to herself. With just this, Zhaijing Academy left a deep impression on Lin Moyu. The students here are very hardworking. In the dead of night, they are still practicing their skills. Thinking of his skill, it doesn't appear to be convenient to practice it. Zhaijing Academy is surprisingly large. After walking for a while, the two finally reached their destination. This is the residential area. You will be staying here today. Someone will talk to you about the specifics. Keep this in mind, at Zhaijing Academy, most things can be traded. However, it should be done on a voluntary basis. Coercion is not permitted. A young man was already waiting and quickly ran over after seeing Bai Yiyuan. Greetings, God Bai. The young man saluted Bai Yiyuan respectfully. God Bai holds a high position in Shengxia Empire and is respected by countless people. Even though Lin Moyu hasn't conveyed this in words, but he also respects Bai Yiyuan. Bai Yiyuan nodded. I'll leave him to you. See you later. Have a good rest. Someone will come for you tomorrow. Bai Yiyuan is very busy. He can't do everything himself. For him to personally pick up Lin Moyu, this is a great honor. Only a few people in the entire Shengxia Empire can enjoy such treatment. Lin Moyu's expression is placid, and his tone is equally placid. Okay. Lin Moyu replied with a single word. Bai Yiyuan didn't say anything. The young man, however, was startled. No one would dare to speak to Bai Yiyuan so indifferently. The young man has never witnessed such a thing before. Unexpectedly, Bai Yiyuan just nodded, and then turned around and left. He disappeared into the darkness in a blink of an eye. Since Lin Moyu was brought by Bai Yiyuan, the young man didn't dare to slight him. The young man asked politely, you are Lin Moyu, right? Lin Moyu nodded, yes. His tone remains placid. The young man felt a bit uncomfortable, thinking that Lin Moyu is too frigid, but he didn't dare not say anything regarding this. Where do you want to stay? We have multiple options. Zhaijing Academy has a vast residential area. There are multiple options available. 4-person room, double room, and single room. Villa with a training ground. Different accommodations have different prices. Lin Moyu finally understood the principle that points are more useful than coins. 4-person room is the cheapest, costing 500 points per month. Double room costs 1,000 points per month. Single room costs 2,000 points per month. As for villas, they cost more than 10,000 points. If you don't have points, you can also pay in gold coins. You will have to add 2 more zeros to the costs. 4-person room costs 50,000 gold coins per month, while single room costs 200,000 gold coins. It is indeed not cheap. Lin Moyu only has a few hundred gold coins on him at the moment. Points can be exchanged into gold coins at a ratio 1,100, but gold coins can't be exchanged into points. Bai Yiyuan stated that in Zhaijing Academy, most things can be traded. However, trading gold coins for points is not permitted. If you are discovered doing this, severe punishment will be meted out. In addition, there are many resources that can only be purchased with points. In this way, points have become the most important hard currency in an academy. Wherever gold coins can be used, points will never be used. If points can be saved, they will be saved. His name is Jiang Tao, and he was admitted into Ziyajing Academy 2 years ago. He is currently working as an administrator in the residential area, responsible for handling small matters to earn points. From his words, it can be inferred that it's not easy to earn points. Probably due to Lin Moyu's relationship with Bai Yiyuan, Jiang Tao is particularly polite to him. Junior Lin, I know you just passed the great examination and should have a lot of points, but I still have to advise you, if you can save points, then do so. There are many places where you will have to use points in the future. Lin Moyu roughly understands he should save points. However, he has too few gold coins. He doesn't want to stay with anyone. I want a single room. Jiang Tao looked at Lin Moyu. Are you sure? Lin Moyu nodded. Jiang Tao sighed. That's quite extravagant. However, when you realize how difficult it is to earn points, you'll regret it. He sighed. It looks like he has spoken from experience. Jiang Tao took Lin Moyu to building number 8 of the residential area, then headed straight for the second floor. Building number 8 is a single-room dorm. Except for rooms 206, 208, 209, which are already occupied, the rest are empty. You can choose the one you like. Lin Moyu looked and pointed to the nearest room. This one will do. That's room 201. Give me your ID card so I can make the registration. The ID card is non-transferable. Even if it is lost, others won't be able to use it. Jiang Tao gripped a device and swiped the ID card, and then Lin Moyu made the fingerprint verification. Following a beep, points were deducted from the ID card. Jiang Tao's eyes suddenly widened, and he let out a strange cry. How come you have so many points? The device displayed the balance of Lin Moyu's points. After 1,000 points were deducted, there were still 133,605 points left. More than 130,000 points. This startled Jiang Tao. Lin Moyu said, "It's the reward I received." Jiang Tao looked at Lin Moyu as if he were some god of wealth. No wonder you want to live in a single-room dorm. It turns out you have this many points. Ever since I entered the academy, I have earned less than 10,000 points in total. It's not even a fraction of what you have. You're really rich. All right. From now on, room 201 of building number 8 will be your room. Without your permission, no one can come in. Have a good rest. If you need anything, come to me. Lin Moyu nodded, then suddenly asked, "Senior, have you ever heard of Lin Mohen?" Jiang Tao pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "I haven't. Your name is Lin Moyu. Lin Mohen is your relative, right? There are too many people in Ziyajing Academy, so it's not surprising I haven't heard about your relative. You can go to the Office of Academic Affairs and ask there." Jiang Tao prattled on. Before leaving, he said abruptly, "By the way, you should buy a communicator tomorrow. It will be quite inconvenient without it." After the door was closed, his ears were finally at peace. The single room isn't large. It has a simple layout and is clean. Lin Moyu sat on the bed and began to meditate, restoring his spirit force. The next morning, someone knocked on his door. Lin Moyu opened the door, and a shade of surprise appeared in his eyes. Ning Yi, whom he hadn't seen for a while, is standing in front of his door. "What's the matter? You don't recognize me?" Lin Moyu smiled slightly. "I do." Ning Yi chuckled. "Let's go eat breakfast. Afterward, I'll take you on a tour of Ziyajing Academy. There's a cafeteria next to the residential area. Early in the morning, many people come here to eat breakfast." Ning Yi quickly picked up a bunch of food. It's a considerable amount. Ning Yi's appetite is as healthy as ever. When she was about to pay, Lin Moyu took out his ID card. "It's my treat." Ning Yi chuckled and didn't object. Along with a sound, 5 points were deducted. Ning Yi was startled. "Why did you pay with points? You can pay with gold coins here. If you can use gold coins, you should never use points." Lin Moyu said lightly, "I don't have gold coins." Ning Yi slapped her head. "If you don't have gold coins, then say it. I have plenty of gold coins. Don't waste your points." After all, they are difficult to earn. Lin Moyu smiled. "It's okay." Ning Yi uttered, "Thankfully, it's just 5 points. Anyway, keep this in mind. Never use points where gold coins can be used. Points have to be spent at crucial times. When there is time, Lin Moyu will go to the trade office and sell all the materials and weapons he recently obtained. He should be able to get some gold coins." Thinking till here, a gem appeared in Lin Moyu's palm. The Goblin King's core looks like a perfect ruby. It is dazzling and fascinating. Lin Moyu handed it to Ning Yi. "This is for you." "Wow, it's so beautiful." Ning Yi saw at a glance that this core is unusual. After it entered her hand, warmth surged and dispelled the coldness. Then detection raised a breeze. "This is the Goblin King's core." Ning Yi's pretty eyes shone with surprise. Lin Moyu nodded. Ning Yi held the ruby-like core and looked at left and right, her eyes filled with a shade of fondness. "Do you know its value?" Lin Moyu shook his head. He isn't quite sure. At first, he learned of it at the trade office, from a mission that rewarded 100,000 gold coins. Later, Wang Yi told him that it is worth at least 500,000 gold coins. However, Lin Moyu believes that it might exceed 500,000 gold coins. Otherwise, the junior guild leader of Dynasty Guild wouldn't have been so enthusiastic to get it. Although it originates from just a low-level dungeon, but it's a low-level nightmare-ranked dungeon, which isn't something that anyone can easily clear. Ning Yi was in a good mood and said cautiously, This is a core component for forging Goblin King's ring, a boss rank accessory, which is worth tens of millions of gold coins. It is worth about 10 million gold coins. 10 million gold coins. Lin Moyu was at a loss for words. He didn't expect it to be so valuable. It seems that Wang Yi, who said that it's worth at least 500,000 gold coins, didn't really understand its worth either. To try to get it for 100,000 gold coins, Dynasty Guild is even more unscrupulous than he imagined. For ordinary people, 10 million is indeed very expensive, but for Ning Yi, it shouldn't be much. After all, she gave away an intermediate rank skill scroll worth 10 million gold coins. Lin Moyu smiled slightly, happy that she accepted it. After finishing the meal, Ning Yi took Lin Moyu on a tour of Zhaijing Academy. In Zhaijing Academy, there are both an imperial trade office and an academic trade office. In the imperial trade office, gold coins can be used to carry out transactions. The academic trade office is owned by Zhaijing Academy, and all transactions within are carried out in points. Some things that can't be purchased in the imperial trade office can be purchased in the academic trade office. In addition to the trade offices, Zhaijing Academy also has dozens of skill training grounds located in different places of the academy. Using skill training grounds is not free, but requires points to be spent. Zhaijing Library, which is claimed to be on the level of Imperial Library, houses a massive amount of books. Apart from the books that can be viewed for free, it also houses some advanced materials that require points. In summary, without points, it is difficult to take a step in the academy. At most, you can only ensure that you won't starve to death. In the Office of Academic Affairs, Lin Moyu completed the final enrollment procedures. In fact, Bai Yiyuan has already helped him handle most of the procedures. Due to his connection with Bai Yiyuan, the teacher at the Office of Academic Affairs was very polite toward him. In the Office of Academic Affairs, Lin Moyu asked for information about Lin Mohan. He found that there is indeed a record of Lin Mohan's enrollment. However, all information pertaining to her was erased. When Lin Moyu left the Office of Academic Affairs, there was clear concern in his eyes. Ning Yi spoke soothingly. Lin Mohan is your relative, right? She's my older sister, Lin Moyu uttered in a low voice. He doesn't understand why Lin Mohan's information was erased. There is a record of enrollment, indicating that Lin Mohan did indeed enter Zhaijing Academy. Ning Yi said actually, it's normal for data to be erased. Lin Moyu looked over, hoping to get some answers from Ning Yi. It is possible that she went to perform some special mission issued by the Academy. Some missions require things to be kept confidential, during the course of which certain information can't be accessed. It is also possible that she has already left the Academy. I don't mean that she dropped out, but enrolled into an institute affiliated with the Academy. There are many institutes affiliated with the Academy, which seem to belong to the Academy but are actually relatively independent. For example, the most famous one is Chuangshan Institute. Additionally, there are also Shenlong Institute, Feishan Institute, and so on. There are more than 10 institutes like this. If you join them, your information will also be erased. Therefore, you don't have to worry. Your sister may just have joined a certain institute. Listening to Ning Yi's explanation, Lin Moyu felt a little relieved, although he isn't able to find Lin Mohan for the time being. But since he has already arrived at Zhaijing Academy, he should be able to find her in due time. He remembered that the last time Lin Mohan contacted him was 3 months ago. He hasn't heard from her for the past 3 months. Perhaps she is really carrying out a mission. All right, stop worrying. Everything will be fine. Ning Yi smiled and comforted Lin Moyu. The smile, which is as warm as sunshine, infected Lin Moyu. Ning Yi chuckled and said, "You're welcome. All right, let's talk business. In addition to helping you familiarize with the Academy, the other reason why I have come to you today is the mission." After walking for the lesser part of the day, they only covered the common area of the Academy. The Academy is very large, and the common area accounts for less than 10 of the Academy. There are many institutes in the Academy, and those who are not part of the institutes can't enter them. Qianlong Institute. At the moment, there are a number of people in the institute, seemingly discussing something. Ning Yi walked in with Lin Moyu. Yi is back. A tall woman greeted Ning Yi when she saw her. Ning Yi chuckled and said, "Sister Peach, I brought someone with me." The tall woman looked at Lin Moyu and asked, "Is he the one God Bai spoke of?" "He is." Ning Yi very naturally pulled Sister Peach by the arm and made introductions. Lin Moyu is this year's Imperial top scorer. Sister Peach is our party leader. Sister Peach introduced herself confidently. "Hello, my name is Jiang Taotao, 1, level 23 Spren Knight." Lin Moyu spoke softly. Lin Moyu, level 17, Necromancer. 1 Jiang Taotao, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letters, name means peach, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Jiang Taotao's expression remained unchanged. The others, however, showed a hint of surprise on their faces. "Only level 17, is this some kind of joke? You can't bring here any Dick, Tom, or Harry." A man holding a stave walked into the institute, a hint of arrogance and aggression in his voice. Ning Yi revealed a displeased expression. Ling Zhen, be mindful of what you say. Moyu is this time's imperial top scorer. Ling Zhen sneered, it's just an imperial top scorer. Compared to us, an imperial top scorer is nothing. I've seen the previous imperial top scorers and they were all trash. He is extremely arrogant, showing overt disdain for Lin Moyu and the title of imperial top scorer. At the same time, the people in the institute showed a shade of pride. It seems that what Ling Zhen said is factual. They don't care about the title of imperial top scorer either. Ling Zhen, only refuse is coming out of your mouth, Ning Yi scoffed. Ling Zhen snorted coldly, ignoring Ning Yi. He proudly raised his head. Your name is Lin Moyu, right? I'm aware you were introduced by Godbai. Don't think you can do whatever you want because you have ties with Godbai. In our Qianlong Institute, strength is paramount. It's fine to bring you along for this trial. However, please keep your mouth shut and try not to make any noise. Don't drag us down. Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson. Lin Moyu was taken aback, feeling that this guy is excessively arrogant. He has seen arrogant people before. Zia Zhu, the young lady of the Zia family, is arrogant enough. But this guy is in a league of his own. Are you a moron? Lin Moyu suddenly spoke. Ling Zhen's complexion changed. What did you say? The stave in his hand suddenly emitted bright red fire, and tremendous energy fluctuations swept out. Ning Yi blocked in front of Lin Moyu. Ling Zhen, don't you dare. Jiang Taotao also walked over and stood in front of Ling Zhen. Ling Zhen, stop. Looking at Jiang Taotao, Ling Zhen gradually reined in his aura and the fire on his stave extinguished. Sister Peach, I will give you face. As he spoke, he glared at Lin Moyu and then walked aside and said no more. However, he made his resentment toward Lin Moyu plain. Jiang Taotao turned to Lin Moyu and said, we will depart from here tomorrow at 9 a.m. As for the specific details of the trial, I will only be able to tell you tomorrow. Lin Moyu nodded, I understand. Let's go buy some things and make preparations. Ning Yi pulled Lin Moyu away and left. Jiang Taotao watched the two leave and sighed lightly. Ling Zhen, I know you are bitter. However, you can't let your personal feelings affect the trial. Besides, he was introduced by Godbai. You should be more careful. Ling Zhen said, disgruntled, I have a sense of propriety. I'm just a bit angry. Even if we have to bring someone along, they have to be useful. Anyway, what sort of class is Necromancer? Have you heard of it before? Jiang Taotao shook her head. I haven't either. He is this time's imperial top scorer. Although an imperial top scorer doesn't mean much to us, but to be able to become the top scorer, he must be quite remarkable. Someone interjected, Necromancer seems to be a new class that has just emerged this year, and it is said to be a unique class. Ling Zhen still showed disdain. Every few years, a new class will appear, but they are mostly trash. Ning Yi pulled Lin Moyu toward the trade office and said, don't fight with that guy. He's a madman, not worth paying attention. Lin Moyu replied faintly, if you wrestle with a pig, you'll get dirty. Ha ha, Ning Yi was amused. She didn't expect Lin Moyu to have such a side to him. The two came to the Imperial Trade Office. Lin Moyu quickly sold all the items he obtained in Zihai Mine Dungeon. He did not choose consignment sale. For the materials, he completed the trade office's retrieval missions. As for the weapons and equipment, he sold them directly to the trade office. Weapons are divided into iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond ranks. Above these ranks, there are still legendary and mythical ranks. Bronze rank weapons are just entry rank, suitable for level 10 to level 20 class users, and are not worth much. On the whole, the price of each such weapon is around 10,000 gold coins. After clearing his storage space, Lin Moyu obtained 230,000 gold coins. Although not much, but it is still enough for him to use for a period of time. Ning Yi said, since we're having the trial tomorrow, you can buy some red and blue potions. The red and blue potions are actually healing and spirit potions respectively. The healing potion can be used to treat injuries. As the potions itself is red, it is called red potion by class users. The same applies to the spirit potion, which is named after its blue color. It is used to restore spirit force. These two types of potion can be said to be the most commonly used consumables. Elementary health potion can be used to treat injuries, suitable below level 20, cooldown period of 1 hour. Elementary spirit potion can be used to restore spirit force, suitable below level 20, cooldown period of 1 hour. Both potions cost 1,000 gold coins. Following Ning Yi's suggestion, Lin Moyu bought 10 bottles each. He spent 20,000 gold coins. Lin Moyu bought 2 elementary rank skill scrolls for 200,000 gold coins. He was left with only 10,000 gold coins. Money really burns a hole in the pocket. Then the two went to the academic trade office and purchased a communicator with 100 points. The communicator looks like a watch and is very convenient to wear. It is a must-have item for every student. The two added each other as friends so they can call and contact each other at any time. Ning Yi shook her small hand, revealing her snow-white skin. I can now harass you anytime and anywhere. Lin Moyu looked at the butterfly like Ning Yi, and a light smile crept onto his face. According to Ning Yi, Ling Zhen's younger brother was supposed to participate in the trial. However, because of God Bai's intervention, Lin Moyu took his place. This is the reason Ling Zhen was so disgruntled when he saw Lin Moyu. Ning Yi doesn't know the specifics of the trial. What she knows is that it is very important and has specific level requirements. Your level can't be too high nor too low. Everything else will be divulged tomorrow. Lin Moyu didn't take Ling Zhen seriously. In his eyes, Ling Zhen is just a buffoon, not worth mentioning. He is not being arrogant, but confident. He has confidence that he is not weaker than any class user below level 30. The single room is as bright as day. An elementary rank skill scroll has been activated. A mass of light enveloped Lin Moyu. After a few minutes, the mass of light disappeared. Lin Moyu sighed. It was a dud. If you use a skill scroll, you aren't guaranteed to awaken a skill. And even if you awaken a skill, it might not be a new skill, but rather an old skill that you have already mastered. In short, he didn't master a new skill. This is quite the normal thing. As you master more and more skills in order to awaken a new skill, the number of skill scrolls you have to use will increase significantly. Elementary rank skill scrolls only cost 100,000 gold coins per scroll. This isn't expensive. If you use 100 scrolls, it will add up to 10 million, that's all. Intermediate rank skill scrolls cost 10 million per scroll. If you use a large number of them, the amount will be astronomical. Lin Moyu bought 2 elementary rank skill scrolls. After the first failed, he used the second one. A mass of light appeared again and enveloped him. Lin Moyu gradually felt his body heat up, and a strange aura emerged from him. He has experienced this feeling before. A faint feeling of elation welled up inside him. A new skill. This skill scroll has not been wasted. Obtained skill, Slowing Curse. Slowing Curse level 1. Curses enemies within a range of 5 meters and reduces their speed by 5 lasts for 1 minute. After it was amplified by his talent, the range has increased from 5 to 100 meters, which is a 20-fold increase. The slowing effect was also enhanced 20-fold, having the speed of the enemy, including attack speed and movement speed. In this way, it practically weakens the enemy's offensive power by half, and it lasts 20 minutes. Godly skill, another godly skill. Lin Moyu studied Slowing Curse. My skills can be divided into Summon type, Offensive type, and Curse type. I wonder if I will be able to unlock other types later. The Curse type skill greatly weakens the enemy. It not only significantly increases my safety, but also indirectly increases my offensive power. Regardless of the type, they are all very powerful. After he finished studying the skill, Lin Moyu expended Spirit Force to summon 4 skeletal warriors, and then drank a bottle of elementary rank Spirit Potion. His Spirit Force began to rapidly recover. After 10 minutes, after restoring 100 points of Spirit Force, the potion's effect disappeared. After understanding the effect of the potion, Lin Moyu entered a meditative state. It restores 100 points of Spirit Force and can only be consumed once every hour. Regarding his Spirit Force, which has reached 1,000 points, it only accounts for 1/10 of the total amount. If he solely relies on the potion, it will take 10 hours to fully restore his Spirit Force. Overall, it is not much faster than meditation. And if meditation is combined with the potion, Lin Moyu estimates that efficiency won't improve much. Interrupting meditation time and time again to drink the potion can greatly affect the effectiveness of meditation. It's not worth the trouble. The communicator emitted a pleasant melody, pulling Lin Moyu back from the meditative state. The ringtone was set by Ning Yi. Lin Moyu only has one contact saved in the communicator, and it is Ning Yi. Rise and shine. When the call was connected, Ning Yi's voice sounded. I'm downstairs. Come down, let's have breakfast. After we have eaten, we'll head out. Okay. Ning Yi bought a lot of food. Since we don't know how long it will take, it's best to prepare more food. Otherwise, it will be like last time when I almost starved to death. Fortunately, there were your sweet potatoes. Lin Moyu couldn't help chuckling. Back then, she didn't eat the steamed buns, but insisted on eating the sweet potatoes. Lin Moyu silently followed behind and paid for the food. He spent the remaining 10,000 gold coins, buying enough food for 2 people to eat for a month. Fortunately, the storage space isn't small and can still accommodate it all. In Zhaijing Academy, money tends to be spent quickly. If it were in Zihai City, 10,000 gold coins would be enough for Lin Moyu to eat for several years. Jiang Taotao and company were already waiting in Qianlong Institute. In addition to Jiang Taotao and company, there are many other people in the institute who formed their own parties. Ning Yi walked over with Lin Moyu. Jiang Taotao looked at the time and said seriously, after we're teleported, don't wander off. This is not the first time she has gone through a trial. Ling Zhen glared Lin Moyu, kid, don't drag us down. Ning Yi snorted coldly, so long as you don't drag us down, we'll be fine. Jiang Taotao felt a headache. Whatever conflicts you have, put them aside until after the trial. You should be well aware how important this trial is. Now, let's introduce our classes. As the party leader, she must bring the party together. Even if it's just on the surface, it's still imperative. Otherwise, it would be better to give up on the trial. Duan Gao level 20 Prophet. Miao Yu level 20 Keeper. Prophet mainly provides status buffs. If a party has a high-level prophet and the prophet's skills are adequate, the party's combat power can be doubled at least. Keeper is classified as a healer type class, specifically responsible for giving treatment, and also has some simple monster restraint ability. Under Zhang Taodao's gaze, Ling Zhen uttered reluctantly, Ling Zhen, level 21, Warlock. Not unlike Elemental Mage, Warlock is also classified as a mage type class as well as a superior rank class. Two have some overlapping skills. Ning Yi, level 19, Shadow Assassin. Lin Moyu, level 17, Necromancer. Zhang Taodao, level 23, Spren Knight. Zhang Taodao swept the others with her gaze. Let me repeat myself. We must unite for this trial. If anyone drags the party down, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Taodao has a serious expression. At this time, even Ling Zhen's ears pricked up. Ning Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, Sister Peach. We won't affect the trial." A giant teleportation formation suddenly appeared in the air. Qianlong Institute, initiating the trial teleportation. What? A huge tower emerged in the air. The giant tower is extremely famous. It's Shengxia Tower, Ning Yi uttered in a low voice. At this moment, Lin Moyu was also somewhat shaken. He has never seen Shengxia Tower before. Unexpectedly, Shengxia Tower appeared in the air. The tower's top emitted a dazzling light that enveloped Qianlong Institute. The students in Qianlong Institute were teleported to the site of the trial. The teleportation lasted more than 10 seconds. Judging from the time it took, the trial is located quite far from Xiajing Academy. The sound of waves entered the ears. Zihai City is close to the sea. Lin Moyu is quite familiar with the sound of waves, so there's no way he would mistake it. The site of the trial is by the sea. Both feet were planted on the ground again. Dazzling sunlight entered the eyes. Lin Moyu felt as if he were back at Zihai City's seaside. Ning Yi's small face has become somewhat pale, her small hand tightly gripping Lin Moyu's arm. She pursed her lips, a sullen shade painted across her face. My head is spinning. Long-distance teleportation is really a pain. Zhang Taodao said, "You get used to it after a few more times. It's always like this at the beginning." She looked at Lin Moyu with a hint of surprise. Lin Moyu showed no signs of discomfort. Does he often sit in teleportation formations? A thought welled up in her mind. At the same time, her contempt for Lin Moyu vanished by a lot. Lin Moyu surveyed the surroundings. They are on an island. A short distance behind them there is a coastline. There is a beach at their feet. Waves batter the shore one after another. A short distance in front of them there is a light curtain. The light curtain envelopes practically the entire island. They are outside the light curtain. Looking through the light curtain, it seems that there are many monsters on the island. There is a sparkling stone floating in front of each person. It's a mission stone. Zhang Taotao, who is quite experienced, promptly grabbed her mission stone. Lin Moyu also grabbed his mission stone. The moment the mission stone entered his hand, he understood what the trial mission is. The island is called Mermaid Island. The island is filled with a large number of mermaid-type monsters. In the center of Mermaid Island, there is a dungeon, Mermaid Dungeon. Their trial mission is to enter Mermaid Island, go to the center of the island, and enter Mermaid Dungeon. They have to kill the dungeon's final boss and obtain a mermaid's tear. The trial has 3 key points. The first point is that in order to enter Mermaid Island, the average level of a party must be 20 at most. That's the average level, not the individual level. A party can only consist of 6 people at most. Because they will need to face a boss, the level of the knight must naturally be higher. In this way, it is necessary to bring a person with a lower level to balance the levels. This position was supposed to belong to Ling Zhen's brother, but in the last moment, Lin Moyu replaced Ling Zhen's brother, which led to Ling Zhen's resentment. The second point is that mermaid's tears will only drop in the nightmare rank dungeon. As such, the overall combat power of a party should not be too low, or else it won't be possible to clear the dungeon. The third point is that mermaid's tear will only drop 3 times. Only the first 3 parties that clear the dungeon can obtain a mermaid's tear. Lin Moyu doesn't understand why it was necessary to keep this confidential. Ultimately, it's just clearing a dungeon. Is there perhaps something special about the mermaid's tear? Jiang Taotao finished reading the mission and said in a deep voice, "This time's trial mission is unexpectedly at Mermaid Island." Jiang Taotao has gone through many trial missions and has rich experience, and she definitely knows more than the others. Mermaid Dungeon only drops 3 mermaids' tears each year. Mermaid's tears can be used to create an extremely special item, which has great use. The location of Mermaid Island is not within the territory of Shengxia Empire. As such, in addition to people of Shengxia Empire, there are also people of other nations coming to Mermaid Island each year. This time, everyone from Qianlong Institute was dispatched out, forming a total of 10 parties. We are Party 2. We not only have to compete with other members from Qianlong Institute, but also with class users from other nations. Zhang Taotao explained the current situation. Ning Yi asked, "What should we do if we run into parties from other nations? Should we kill them?" As she spoke, she unconsciously glanced at Lin Moyu, who had killed people before. When they heard talks about killing people, the others became visibly nervous. Lin Moyu, however, remained indifferent. Zhang Taotao shook her head, generally not. Similar situations have occurred before. but at most, the dungeon's entrance would be guarded to prevent others from entering. Rarely would someone actually be killed. As they listened to Jiang Taotao, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Taotao proceeded to say, however, we can't take things lightly. After all, people have died before. All right, let's prepare to enter Mermaid Island. Duan Gao, status buffs. Duan Gao responded and promptly began to release his skills. A series of halos appeared on everyone in a flash. Strength enhancement, agility enhancement, defense enhancement, spirit force boost. With the status buffs, everyone's attributes rose sharply. Lin Moyu felt the status buffs. Strength, agility, physique, and spirit, the 4 attributes rose by 30. The power of mage-type skills increased by 20. The status buffs can last for 1 hour. With the presence of the prophet, the combat power of the party can be raised several-fold. However, compared to Lin Moyu's godly talent, the prophet's amplification is too lacking. If the prophet's status buffs are applied to the skeletal warriors, will there be any effect? Lin Moyu willed, and a skeletal warrior instantly appeared beside him. A cold wind appeared out of the blue, and the temperature in the surroundings dropped a few degrees. The sudden appearance of the skeletal warrior startled the others. Skeletal warrior comes with a cold wind and jumping soul fire, and the blade in its hand exudes a cold sheen. From time to time, grating sounds are coming from the skeletal warrior. Duan Gao was scared, to the point that his hands trembled and he even stopped his skills. Miao Yu let out a scream and hid behind Jiang Taotao. Crap, undead summon. Jiang Taotao wasn't quite calm either. Lin Moyu, is this your summon? Lin Moyu looked at Duan Gao. Could you give it a set of status buffs? Oh, okay. Duan Gao was stunned for 2 seconds before regaining his composure. He tried his best to calm his nerves and then proceeded to give everyone status buffs. Light shone on the sandy beach, and each party member received status buffs. They are all superior class users. In other places, superior class users are race, but here there is a bunch of them. Lin Moyu already understood what God Bai meant by internal members of Ziyajing Academy. These people have displayed their talents early on. They learned and grew at Ziyajing Academy from a young age, and then awakened their class at Ziyajing Academy. It can be said that they are class users cultivated by Ziyajing Academy. Each one of them is basically a superior class user that received the best education and enjoyed first-rate resources. They have surpassed class users of other places by far. Ning Yi, for example, is the same age as Lin Moyu, yet has already reached level 19, and she knows much more than Lin Moyu. Jiang Taotao is only 1 year older than Ning Yi and Lin Moyu, yet she has already reached level 23. Duan Gao showed surprise. My skills can't be applied to it. The status buff halos dissipated as soon as they appeared on the skeletal warrior. He tried several more times, but to no avail. Lin Moyu was not disappointed. It is probably because his talent is too formidable, overpowering low-level skills of Duan Gao. Can't even receive status buffs, truly useless. Ling Zhen snorted coldly, disdainful. Lin Moyu looked at him with cold eyes. This is the 3rd or 4th time that the other party has provoked him. Lin Moyu is getting fed up. The skeletal warrior's eyes glimmered with a red light, and it turned to look at Ling Zhen. Soul fire pulsated ceaselessly and cold wind surged. Ling Zhen's hair stood on end, and he subconsciously took a step back. The stave in his hand emitted firelight. Jiang Taotao reacted extremely quickly, promptly positioning herself between the two. If you want to fight, wait until the trial is over. Lin Moyu nodded and withdrew his gaze. Ling Zhen took a deep breath, trying hard to restrain himself. When the skeletal warrior looked at him just now, he sensed danger to his life. Along with a rumble, the trial began. Jiang Taotao said promptly, "Let's enter the island." The several people forming a party were regarded by the light curtain as a unit. Their average level is precisely 20, meeting the rules. Everyone felt as if they passed through a water curtain and entered Mermaid Island. The air on the island is filled with vapor. Every breath contains a strong fishy smell. The humidity here is extremely high, making it feel like you are soaked in water. It feels quite uncomfortable here. What an insufferable place. It smells here. Ning Yi covered her nose. She really dislikes the smell here. In the center of the island, there is a prominent mountain peak. Mermaid Dungeon is located on the mountain peak. From a distance, you can see a huge waterfall cascading down the mountain peak. On the peak, the entrance of Mermaid Dungeon looks like an underwater vortex constantly spinning. Jiang Taotao looked at the mountain peak and ascertained the direction. The island is larger than expected. After passing through the water curtain, the parties dispersed. The crowd quickly dispersed. Move out. Our target is Mermaid Dungeon. Avoid fighting the monsters if possible. Jiang Taotao spoke in a deep voice. She hurriedly ran ahead. The others promptly followed behind her. On the island, there are pools of water everywhere. Many monsters can be seen in the pools. These monsters are half human and half fish and are covered with scales. Unlike the mermaids in stories, they aren't beautiful and cute. They have exposed sharp teeth that glisten with a cold hue under the sunlight. Their teeth look strong enough to bite through steel. There are small paths between the pools. As if a single entity, the party quickly crossed the paths. Splash! Along with splashes of water, a mermaid-type monster suddenly shot out of a pool and charged straight toward the party. Jiang Taotao reacted extremely quickly. She promptly activated her skill. Taunt. This is the signature skill of a knight. The mermaid monster appears to have been greatly offended. It turned and rushed toward Jiang Taotao, a red gleam in its eyes, looking as if it lost its rationality. Lin Moyu's detection fell on the mermaid. It isn't strong and has no skills. Such a monster can't stop them at all. Charge. Without waiting for the mermaid-type monster to arrive, Jiang Taotao raised a shield to welcome it. Under the effect of the skill charge, she instantly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and collided with the mermaid-type monster. With a bang, the mermaid-type monster was flung several meters away. At this moment, a fireball flew out and landed accurately on the mermaid-type monster. With a boom, the mermaid-type monster was instantly enveloped in flames. However, it still didn't die, but instead struggled for a moment and charged toward Jiang Taotao again. Behind it, a figure flashed. Ning Yi arrived next to it at some point. A dagger ejected out with a faint gleam. Fatal blow. After the skill was activated, the dagger stabbed the mermaid-type monster in the heart. The scales broke and the mermaid-type monster fell to the ground with a scream. At this moment, Ice Arrow slammed into the mermaid-type monster. The mermaid-type monster was frozen completely, losing its movement ability. Killed level 19 Mermaid Soldier, EXP plus 1500. Jiang Taotao obtained Fish Scale X1. Lin Moyu received a notification that the mermaid-type monster was killed. Due to the fact that there are 6 people in the party, the amount of EXP he obtained wasn't large. As the party leader, all dropped items will go to Jiang Taotao. This is a trial, not level grinding, so Lin Moyu doesn't mind it. After quickly taking care of the mermaid-type monster, the party continued to move forward. Along the way, they encountered several monster waves. The closer they got to the mountain peak, the more monsters there were. At the same time, the level of the monsters gradually increased. At this time, they are already faced with level 21 monsters, and it takes some effort to eliminate them. After killing a level 21 monster, Jiang Taotao looked toward the mountain peak. At the current speed, it will take at least 3 hours to reach the center of the island. Climbing the mountain will also take time. Our progress is too slow. Next time we encounter a monster, Miao Yu, you will be responsible for restraining it. Let's avoid fighting if possible. Let's pick up our speed and proceed to the dungeon. Jiang Taotao decided to ignore the monsters and speed up the party's progress. Miao Yu nodded okay. The party's progress accelerated. When they encountered a monster again, Miao Yu used a skill to restrain it. Wind Binding. When she activated her skill, wind elemental particles surged and wound around the monster as if chains. The skill's duration is 1 minute. After the minute is up, they will already have run out of sight. In this way, the party's progress speed was greatly increased. After only 20 minutes, the foot of the mountain appeared in their line of sight. Just as Jiang Taotao has predicted, they fell behind. At this point, other parties have already reached the foot of the mountain, far ahead of them. With the waterfall cascading down from the mountaintop, there is only one path that can be climbed, and it is not spacious. Along the way, there is a large number of mermaid-type monsters standing, especially at the foot of the mountain, where the waterfall has scrubbed the ground, forming a series of pools. The pools are interconnected, forming curved paths. There are mermaid-type monsters everywhere here, making it difficult to avoid them. At this point, some parties have arrived at the foot of the mountain, clearing the monsters around, preparing to climb the mountain. Jiang Taotao gritted her teeth. If we charge straight ahead, can you handle the monsters? Miao Yu shook her head. There are too many of them. I can't restrain them all. And besides, the level of these monsters is 22, which is higher than mine. There is a chance that my skills will fail. If the level of the monsters is higher than Miao Yu's, there is a chance that her skills will fail. Her skills have failed several times already, but at that time she was facing only one monster at a time. If she failed to restrain it, the party would eliminate it directly. As for the place in front of them, it is filled with monsters, as if a military camp. Jiang Taotao creased her eyebrows. If they have to clear the monsters along the way, it will take them at least an hour. By then, they will really have fallen behind. But if they charge headfirst without Miao Yu's control, it will be difficult to charge through. If things don't go well, they will be surrounded by mermaid-type monsters, and the party will be in danger. For the moment, Jiang Taotao was at a loss for what to do. Looking in front, Lin Moyu quickly found the closest path. Let me do it. Lin Moyu suddenly spoke up. Ling Zhen sneered, what can a level 17 guy like you do? Up until now, Lin Moyu didn't lift a finger, following quietly along. Except for Ning Yi, the others don't know how capable he is. Ning Yi snorted and said, Ling Zhen, shut your trap. Jiang Taotao glared at Ling Zhen, signaling for him to speak no more. Then Jiang Taotao asked Lin Moyu, what are you planning to do? Lin Moyu said, I will use the skeletal warrior to distract the mermaid-type monsters. Jiang Taotao's eyes lit up. She remembered that Lin Moyu's class is Necromancer, although she doesn't know what sort of class Necromancer is and what skills it possesses. But he does have a summon. Using the summon to distract the mermaid-type monsters is a good strategy. At this time, Jiang Taotao noticed that the parties that have reached the foot of the mountain have summoners. They are probably using the summoners to lure the mermaid-type monster away. Jiang Taotao said, "All right, we'll leave it to you. Everyone else, get ready. We'll charge ahead while the monsters are being lured away." Lin Moyu willed, and the skeletal warrior ran away along with the characteristic clicking sounds. So fast, Jiang Taotao's eyes narrowed sharply. The speed of the skeletal warrior exceeded her expectations by far. In the blink of an eye, it had run tens of meters and appeared in front of a group of mermaid-type monsters. The mermaid-type monsters let out piercing cries and rushed toward the skeletal warrior. The skeletal warrior ignored them, then turned and ran away. It ran to another pool and drew another group of mermaid-type monsters. Then, it ran to yet another pool. Shortly after, a dozen-plus mermaid-type monsters were following behind the skeletal warrior. The skeletal warrior drew the monsters farther and farther away. With the path in front of them cleared, Jiang Taotao shouted in a low voice, "Let's go." The party advanced rapidly. The skeletal warrior ran ahead and pulled away all the monsters along the way. The party's progress was very smoothly. In just a few minutes, they had already reached the foot of the mountain. At this point, there are more than 100 monsters behind the skeletal warrior. Following Lin Moyu's command, the skeletal warrior ran further and further. All of a sudden, the skeletal warrior disappeared. Lin Moyu retrieved it back into the summoned space. The mermaid-type monsters, who suddenly lost their target, fell into a state of confusion. Jiang Taotao breathed a long sigh of relief. "Well done." Ning Yi chuckled, "Quite impressive." Duan Gao and Miao Yu looked at Lin Moyu with admiration and thanked him. Ling Zhen said coldly, "Why haven't you done this from the get-go?" "We would have arrived sooner." Lin Moyu turned his head and looked at him as if he were an idiot. "Isn't this guy a mage? A mage's brain should be working rather well. This guy looks like he's somewhat of an idiot." Ning Yi snorted coldly. "Ling Zhen, shut your trap. If you have the skill, you can do it yourself." Lin Moyu looked at him coldly. "This is the last time." Ling Zhen revealed a disdainful look on his face. "It's just relying on a summon." Jiang Taotao interrupted Ling Zhen at this moment. "Enough, zip it." Ling Zhen has targeted Lin Moyu repeatedly. Lin Moyu rarely speaks, but every time he spoke, Ling Zhen started a fight. Everyone is well aware who is the problem here. Screams suddenly came from the mountaintop. Everyone looked up and saw a large number of mermaid-type monsters rushing down the mountain. Several parties that have been climbing the mountain hurriedly retreated down the mountain. Jiang Taotao's expression changed greatly. "Fall back." The party immediately fell back from the foot of the mountain. Hundreds of mermaid-type monsters rushed down from the mountaintop, completely blocking the path up the mountain. Someone intentionally lured the mermaid-type monsters over. Lin Moyu saw a person running in front of the monsters, luring them this way. This person is wearing a strange outfit. Clearly, he is not a person from Ziyajing Academy nor Shangxia Empire. Jiang Taotao also saw him. It's a person from Sakura Kingdom. This person should be an onmyoji, one which is a class specific to Sakura Kingdom. This person's clothes are embroidered with cherry blossom patterns. Lin Mo never heard of the class onmyoji before. Ning Yi said in a deep voice, "I heard this class is very insidious." Jiang Taotao said, "It's indeed the case. It has many evil tricks." The onmyoji took out 2 talismans and threw them, one left and one right. The talismans exploded, and then 2 huge phantoms appeared in the air. When the phantoms appeared, they rushed down to the foot of the mountain. Just like the skeletal warrior, they attracted the monsters in the pools at the foot of the mountain. The students of Qianlong Institute, who were retreating, were quickly surrounded by monsters. They released their skills repeatedly, trying to break through. There are too many monsters. As such, most weren't able to break through. They were trapped. White light appeared on the students one after another, teleporting them away. The mission stone each person obtained before entering the island doubles as a teleportation stone. In a moment of danger, they can use it to escape from here. However, once they're teleported away, the trial mission will end in failure. Ning Yi said, "This is the onmyoji's skill Shikigami, too, which is said to be able to summon ancient gods." Miao Yu asked in a low voice, "Why would he do that?" Jiang Taotao said, "He wants to stop us from going up the mountain." At this time, the foot of the mountain is filled with more than 200 monsters. There are also more than 100 monsters on the mountain path. There is a total of more than 300 monsters, completely blocking the way up the mountain. It will take at least a few hours to clear all those monsters. The onmyoji sat on top of a shikigami and laughed loudly, floating in the air. "You guys stay here. The dungeon belongs to Sakura Kingdom." With that, the onmyoji flew away atop the shikigami and disappeared in an instant. Shameless rascal. Onmyoji is a legendary class. It seems Sakura Kingdom has pulled out all the stops this time. When we are done with the monsters here, a lot of time will have passed. Moreover, our parties have become chaotic, and many people have withdrawn from the trial. This is nothing. When we reach the dungeon, we can reorganize ourselves. The question right now is, how do we get up there? How about someone sacrifices themselves and leads the monsters away? Oh, please, do you think we are level 40 class users who have gone through the second class awakening? You must not know how dangerous it is to draw monsters away. These are not a dozen plus, but hundreds of monsters. Let's have the summoners come forward. Summoners aren't omnipotent. If it were a few monsters, then it would be feasible, but hundreds of monsters, you must be joking. Jiang Taotao looked at Lin Moyu and asked, can you handle it? Lin Moyu nodded and a skeletal warrior ran out. A skeleton, an undead summon. Whose summon is this? What's it doing? It's going to draw the monsters away. It's really fast. The skeletal warrior promptly caught the crowd's attention. A large number of mermaid-type monsters shrieked and chased the skeletal warrior. All of a sudden, the number of mermaid-type monsters around them decreased by 1/3. Jiang Taodao sighed, it's a shame, but there are still so many left. Click, click, another skeletal warrior ran out. There are two. Jiang Taodao's eyes lit up. She didn't expect Lin Moyu to have a second skeletal warrior. There is still hope. The second skeletal warrior drew away another batch of monsters. The monsters at the foot of the mountain were basically all drawn away, leaving only the monsters on the mountain remaining. Despite this many monsters still remaining, clearing a path to the mountaintop will still be much faster. Good job. Brother, you did great. Brother, when the trial is over, I will buy you a drink. Next time we go into a dungeon, we'll bring you along. Everyone praised Lin Moyu. Ning Yi smiled brilliantly, as if she were happier to see Lin Moyu being praised than herself being praised. Only Ling Zhen's face turned ashen, feeling as if he had eaten shit. At this moment, a third skeleton appeared. There's actually a third one. Thing have been settled. Everyone shouted in excitement. Get ready to climb the mountain. Lin Moyu said quietly. Jiang Taodao was already ready, all right. The third skeleton rushed over and drew away the monsters on the mountain. Jiang Taodao seized this opportunity and quickly rushed up the mountain. Upon seeing this, the other parties immediately followed suit. In fact, Lin Moyu didn't need to go to such lengths. He could use Corpse Explosion to instantly clear these monsters. However, he was forced to do so because of Ling Zhen. Lin Moyu doesn't want to convenience this guy. They are currently in the same party. If he uses Corpse Explosion, EXP will be distributed equally. But why is he being so obstinate? That's because the other party has provoked him repeatedly. If it were somewhere else, Ling Zhen would probably be dead already. Everyone ran quickly up the mountain. The mountain is a few hundred meters tall. After just a few minutes, they reached the mountaintop and saw the dungeon's entrance. At this time, a group of people just so happened to appear at the other side of the mountaintop. Enter the dungeon. Don't let them take the lead. The people of Qianlong Institute shouted loudly. Jiang Taotao quickly rushed toward the entrance of the dungeon. How did they come up? Can they fly? Sitting on the Shikigami, which is standing in midair, the Onmyoji has a strange expression on his face. He clearly drew many monsters to block their path. With so many monsters around, it would take at least a few hours to clear them all. By then, the people from Sakura Kingdom would have already finished raiding the dungeon and slipped away. Unexpectedly, the people from Qianlong Institute climbed up the mountain so quickly, exceeding his expectations. Both sides reached the mountain top at the same time. After exchanging a look, they rushed toward the entrance of the dungeon. Whoosh, whoosh, arrows burst in the air and then fell down like rain. Be careful, it's the archer-type skill Rain of Arrows. The archers of Sakura Kingdom suddenly launched an attack and unleashed a skill. Knights raised their shields. Mages deployed defensive skills. Two skeletons appeared in front of Lin Moyu, blocking in front of him and Ning Yi. This bastard, he dares to mess with us. Let's beat him up, right, let's give him a thrashing. The archers and mages of Qianlong Institute also launched their skills one after another. In an instant, arrows flew about and magic spells exploded indiscriminately. Although they are only class users around level 20, but their skills are still quite magnificent. The healers stood at the rear, continuously providing treatment, while the supports quickly provided status buffs. Pillars of healing light rose one after another. Knights joined the fray and collided with each other. Since there was no prior preparation for this encounter, there was no formation to speak of. The scene became extremely chaotic. Since the difference in strength between the two sides isn't significant, neither could seize the advantage. As far as Lin Moyu can tell, Shangxia Empire's side should be stronger. The people of Qianlong Institute who came here are all elite class users, and their skills and equipment are both extremely powerful. The people from Sakura Kingdom are obviously also elites, but compared to the people from Shangxia Empire, they are still a bit inferior. The only issue is that the Onmyoji drew monsters to the bottom of the mountain, causing the parties from Shangxia Empire to become incomplete, significantly reducing their combat power. This led to fretful fighting, where the outcome is difficult to determine. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle, neither able to gain access to the dungeon. As mages depleted their spirit force, they began to consume spirit potions. The skills of archers and knights also entered a cooldown. The fighting tapered off. Gradually, both sides stepped back and stopped fighting. From beginning to finish, Lin Moyu never stepped in. His skills are too powerful. If the skeletal warriors step forward and brandish their blades, and then Corpse Explosion is used, the other side will probably have no survivors. Jiang Tao previously said that the competition between the two sides is long-standing, but it rarely leads to casualties. The seemingly fierce battle just now ended with only some injuries. Furthermore, with the treatment provided by the healers, their injuries were quickly healed. The first confrontation ended in a tie. Both sides were on guard against each other, not daring to relax. The dungeon is right in front, and the mermaid's tears are a must-have item to both sides. Our parties are too chaotic and need to be reorganized. So long as we reorganize our parties, we can definitely suppress them. Many people dropped out at the foot of the mountain, leaving the parties unstable. We lack a long-range damage dealer. Either a mage or an archer will do. However, they must not be above level 22. We need a healer. If you're a healer below level 21, you can join our party. We're looking for a mage below level 23. There is a shortage of damage dealers, followed by a shortage of healers. When they were surrounded by monsters just now, many mages quit the trial. Furthermore, level has also to be taken into account. The average level of a party raiding mermaid dungeon can't exceed level 20. Ling Zhen suddenly spoke up, "Party leader, I want to join another party." "Why?" Jiang Taotao was struck dumb. She didn't expect Ling Zhen to say such a thing. Ling Zhen pointed at Lin Moyu and said, "I can't stand being in the same party as him anymore. Either he goes or I go." Not only Jiang Taotao, but also Duan Gao and Miao Yu showed looks of surprise. Ling Zhen unexpectedly made such a threat at this time when they have reached the entrance of the dungeon. Duan Gao uttered gravely, "Ling Zhen, you're going too far." Miao Yu said, "That's right. If Lin Moyu hadn't lured away the monsters earlier, we wouldn't have been able to get here." Ling Zhen was unconcerned. "That's not my problem. Anyway, to put it briefly, it's either him or me." Ning Yi sneered, "Ling Zhen, you're a piece of shit." Ling Zhen ignored Ning Yi. "Party leader, make your choice." 1 Onmyoji, 2 Shikigami. Jiang Taotao looked at Lin Moyu and then at Ling Zhen. She's very displeased with Ling Zhen's approach. However, if they lose a damage dealer, it will be almost impossible to clear the nightmare rank dungeon. They won't be able to complete the trial. At this time, a number of parties are looking for mages, so Ling Zhen is in great demand. That's why he chose this time for his ultimatum. This puts Jiang Taotao in a dilemma. Without Lin Moyu, the average level of the party will exceed the limit. However, it's not difficult to find a low-level class user. It's at least easier than finding a mage. Ning Yi wanted to say something, but Lin Moyu gently placed his hand on her arm, signaling her not to speak. He knows what Ning Yi wants to say. If he is asked to leave the party, Ning Yi will leave as well. Lin Moyu didn't say anything, but watched quietly. Now the ball is in Jiang Taotao's court. After struggling for a while, Jiang Taotao finally made her decision. Her gaze fell on Ling Zhen. "Ling Zhen, you should leave the party." Ling Zhen has a confident expression on his face, thinking that Jiang Taotao would definitely choose him. Yet unexpectedly, the answer he obtained was the complete opposite. "What?" He thought he heard. "Wrong, party leader. If I leave the party, you won't be able to complete the trial. Don't you want to join Chuangshan Institute?" Jiang Taotao said in a deep voice, "I do. However, you forgot about my class." Jiang Taotao's class is Spren Knight. Knights have their own beliefs. To be able to come here, everyone has Lin Moyu to thank. Yet now she has to kick Lin Moyu out of the party. Jiang Taotao can't stomach that. Ling Zhen sneered, "In that case, I hope you won't regret it." With that, he left the party. Since there is a shortage of mages, it won't be difficult for him to find a party. At this time, Lin Moyu got up slowly. "Let's enter the dungeon." "What?" Jiang Taotao was taken aback. Lin Moyu should be aware of the current situation. Having reached an impasse, neither side can approach the dungeon. When Lin Moyu got up, Ning Yi followed suit. Ning Yi chuckled and said, "Sister Peach, let's enter the dungeon." Jiang Taotao asked, "How do we do that?" Ning Yi skipped and followed after him. She seems to have blind confidence in Lin Moyu. Since Lin Moyu said that they can enter the dungeon, then they can definitely do so. Duan Gao and Miao Yu both hesitated, not knowing what to do. Jiang Taotao mused, "At worst, we can always turn back. With her around, at least they won't be in any danger. The other side probably wouldn't dare kill them. Let's go." As the party leader, her words carry great weight. Duan Gao and Miao Yu walked over together. Jiang Taotao walked 2 steps ahead of Lin Moyu and tightly held the shield in her hand. It can be seen that she is quite nervous. The 5 people suddenly approached the dungeon, which immediately triggered a reaction from the people of Sakura Kingdom. "Get back, you're not allowed to get close to the dungeon. Shanxia people, get lost." People of Sakura Kingdom shouted, knocked arrows, and raised staves. If Lin Moyu and company go near the dungeon, a hail of attacks will rain down on them. Lin Moyu turned a deaf ear and continued to walk toward the dungeon. Jiang Taotao felt her heart in her throat. Duan Gao and Miao Yu were also very nervous. Only Ning Yi looked unconcerned. "Don't be nervous. Everything will be fine." "Brother, what are you doing? Come back or you might get hurt." "Let's go. We have to protect that brother." They are all thankful to Lin Moyu. If it weren't for his skeletons, they wouldn't have been able to get here. Although they don't know what Lin Moyu is up to, but most still chose to protect him. Ling Zhen sneered, "Those fools, are they tired of living?" Seeing that Lin Moyu ignored their warning, the people of Sakura Kingdom promptly activated their skills. Arrows, magic spells, and various other attacks broke out. Jiang Taotao raised her shield in the first moments. Lin Moyu's pointed with his finger. Shua. The 20 skeletal warriors formed a shield in front of the 5 people, blocking all attacks. Jiang Taotao was stunned. Everyone was stupefied. Crap, there are so many. How come there are so many? What class is this? These skeletons are really tough. The attacks can't deal them any damage. Although they look quite shabby, but they are actually this sturdy. Despite the attacks launched by the people of Sakura Kingdom, the skeletons remained unimpressed. Let's enter the dungeon, nightmare rank difficulty. Lin Moyu ignored the attacks of the people of Sakura Kingdom, a calm and collected look on his face. Infected by Lin Moyu's composure, Jiang Taotao instinctively chose to believe him. She chose the dungeon according to Lin Moyu's instructions. The 5 people, along with the skeletal warriors, disappeared from the entrance of the dungeon. They went in. 5 people entered the dungeon. It should be ordinary rank difficulty. That's rubbish. What's the use of ordinary rank difficulty? It must have been nightmare rank difficulty. I wonder if they can clear it. That's beside the point. We can't let the trash from Sakura Kingdom enter the dungeon. Yes, we can't allow that rubbish enter the dungeon. When Lin Moyu and company entered the dungeon, the 2 sides resumed fighting. No one tried to get into the dungeon. Inside Mermaid Dungeon, Jiang Taotao finally breathed a sigh of relief. We really came in. Ning Yi chuckled and said, "Let me say this, believe in Lin Moyu." There's nothing to worry about, Jiang Taotao said, although we did manage to come in, but we lack a damage dealer. How do we clear the dungeon? Although Ning Yi is an assassin, but she is only level 19. Her damage dealing is insufficient. As for Jiang Taotao as a knight, she can't serve as a damage dealer while ensuring the party's safety. They can raid the ordinary rank dungeon. As for the nightmare rank dungeon, it will be really difficult. Ning Yi said, "Don't worry, we have Moyu him." But he's only level 17. Ning Yi smiled. His skeletons are quite amazing. They are indeed quite amazing. They are very tough and very fast. Under the circumstances, they can only trust Ning Yi's words. Jiang Taotao said, "Very well. I hope the skeleton's damage dealing is sufficient. I will try my best to block the monsters. Miao Yu, please treat me without delay and use crowd control." Miao Yu patted her small chest. "Leave it to me, Sister Peach." While Duan Gao began to apply status buffs, Lin Moyu had already moved forward. In any case, the status buffs have no effect on the skeletal warriors. There's no need to waste time. A monster soon appeared in front. A more than 2-meter-tall mermaid-type monster appeared ahead of them. Detection flew out. Lin Moyu willed, and the skeletal warriors rushed forward. The skeletons at the very front rushed forward and simultaneously unleashed Berserk Strike. Bang, bang, bang. The Mermaid Elite Warrior collapsed with a scream. Killed level 21 Mermaid Elite Warrior. EXP plus 10,000, obtained Fish Skin X10. Duan Gao was still applying status buffs when he was startled by a sudden notification. What just happened? How did he suddenly gain EXP? Jiang Taodao's eyes turned round. She looked at Lin Moyu, an incredulous look on her face. This was a nightmare-ranked dungeon monster, an enhanced elite monster. Even if it were a party with a perfect configuration, it would take a minute or 2 to take it down. But what was that just now? A few skeletons went up, a few bangs sounded, and then the monster died. It was killed almost in an instant. Lin Moyu's skeletons are not only tough and fast, but also possess scary offensive power. Just like that, it was practically an instant kill. Jiang Taotao muttered in a state of shock. Ning Yi has a matter-of-factly expression on her face. Just like I said, Moyu's skeletons are quite amazing. As she spoke, she quickly followed after Lin Moyu. Duan Gao exclaimed, "The status buffs. I'm still not done applying the status buffs. Don't worry about status buffs. Hurry along." Jiang Taotao let out a cry and trotted after. The 20 skeletal warriors pushed ahead. No matter what enhanced elite monster it is, if it stood in their way, it would be swept away all the same. Basically, no monster could survive for more than 5 seconds. There aren't many monsters in this dungeon. The monsters in this dungeon are few and far between, leading to a slow rise in EXP. If he could draw a bunch of monsters together and then use Corpse Explosion, that would be great. He didn't release any more skeletal warriors since it wouldn't increase efficiency. Jiang Taotao never imagined that raiding a dungeon could be this simple. Every time she raids a dungeon, she is the one most tired. A knight has to stand in the front and pay attention to the attacks of monsters. A knight has to attract the hatred of monsters and protect their teammates. Then what about now? She just has to stay behind and doesn't have to lift a finger. Necromancer, this class is awesome. Jiang Taotao thought to herself. Duan Gao and Miao Yu had the same thought. After entering the dungeon, a winding passage, reminiscent of a cave, appeared in front of them. The humidity in the dungeon is heavier than outside. And in addition to the fishy smell, there is also a smell of decay in the air. Ning Yi has been covering her nose since they entered the dungeon. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at the end of the passage. A huge cavern appeared ahead. From the passage to the bottom of the cavern, there is a jump of 50+ meters. In the center of the cavern, there is a coiled giant python. The python is at least 30 meters in length and has a girth of more than 1 meter. Pitch black scales cover its body like armor, reflecting a metallic luster. The arrival of Lin Moyu and company attracted the attention of the python, and it looked at them with its huge eyes. So long as they jump down, they will be attacked by the python. Detection flew out. Skills, flail, death coil, venom. It's such a large python, yet it is actually called Mermaid Queen's pet serpent. Its name is a bit funny. The python is the monster with the highest attributes Lin Moyu has seen so far. Its attributes are much higher than those of the Goblin King. It is already rather close to the skeletal warriors in terms of attributes, and even exceeds them in terms of agility. Jiang Taotao spoke without hesitation. I'll attract its attention. Lin Moyu shook his head. There's no need. Before anyone could react, the skeletal warriors had already darted down. Lin Moyu still hasn't released any more skeletal warriors. In his opinion, 20 skeletal warriors are more than enough. The skeletal warriors jumped one after another and lunged toward the python. The python soared into the air and, along with a series of bangs, flung several skeletal warriors away. Skill, flail. The python swung its tail and flung several skeletal warriors away. Of the 20 skeletal warriors, half were knocked away in the first round. The python's response was unexpectedly quick. The remaining skeletal warriors were also unable to land on it. Python slithered rapidly in the cavern, continuously flinging skeletal warriors away with its huge tail. Only a small fraction of the attacks of the skeletal warriors were able to land, and they couldn't even use their skill in time. The skeletal warriors appear to be in a passive state, but they haven't suffered too much damage. After all, their physique attribute has reached 5,400 points. Jiang Taotao watched on anxiously. It's too nimble. What now? Lin Moyu said in a low voice. It's fine. His palm emitted faint light, and he pointed at the python. Skill, slowing curse. A red radiance suddenly appeared in the cavern, and everyone heard a soft buzzing sound. Something terrible seems to have descended. A red chain pattern appeared on the top of the python's head. In an instant, the python's speed dropped. Its speed dropped by half. This time, the skeletal warriors easily caught the python. The blades in their hands fell heavily and slashed the python's scales fiercely. Then their skill broke out, causing greater damage to the python. Blood splattered and scales broke. The python hissed incessantly. Is this a curse? Jiang Taotao recognized the red pattern on the python's head at a glance. Lin Moyu nodded. It is. Necromancer is not merely a summoner class, but also a mage class. The python, who lost its speed advantage, could only engage in direct combat with the skeletal warriors. Skill, death coil. The python activated its skill and coiled around several skeletal warriors. The skeletal warriors were squeezed with tremendous force, making hair-raising cracking sounds. However, the skeletal warriors are too sturdy, although the cracking sounds were frightening, but in fact it wasn't anything serious. Moreover, the entangled skeletal warriors never stopped brandishing their blades. Blades landed on the python one after another. Unable to bear it, the python released the skeletal warriors and sprayed it venom. In an instant, a nauseating smell filled the cavern. The skeletal warriors were doused with the venom. Lin Moyu sensed that they received some damage, but it still wasn't very serious. With the 4 attributes balanced and a lack of the senses of pain and fear, the skeletal warriors are nearly perfect. The python exhausted every method at its disposal, but still wasn't able to deal with the skeletal warriors. After 2 minutes, the python collapsed on the ground with a bang. There is a shade of unwillingness in its eyes. Killed level 23 Mermaid Queen's pet serpent. EXP plus 50,000. Obtained silver rank protective equipment. Serpent skin armor. Obtained intermediate monster core. Jiang Taodao's lips twitched and she asked in disbelief, is it over just like that? It is. As he spoke, Lin Moyu jumped down and then landed steadily at the bottom of the cavern. Jiang Taotao and company were in a daze, unable to react momentarily. Ning Yi smiled brightly. The more Lin Moyu revealed his abilities, the happier she became. Stop spacing out. Let's get moving. With that, she jumped and then fell like a butterfly. Compared to Lin Moyu, she is much more graceful. Jiang Taotao and company finally snapped out of the stupor and then jumped down one after another. After crossing the cavern, a blue sky entered everyone's eyes. A magnificent palace appeared ahead. It is the Mermaid Queen's palace. The fishy smell suddenly disappeared without a trace. Instead, a faint fragrance filled the air. The environment has undergone significant changes, becoming clean and tidy. At the entrance of the palace, there are patrol teams. Each patrol team is composed of 3 mermaid-type monsters. They are equipped with armor and tridents and look quite impressive. No one used detection. After all, that would attract the attention of the mermaid-type monsters. The patrol teams aren't spaced far apart. If they aren't careful, they will attract them all. 1, 2, 3, I'll be damned. There are 60 patrol teams, for a total of 180 mermaid-type monsters. Ning Yi counted the monsters and clicked her tongue. The number of monsters is a bit scary. Jiang Taotao added, and it looks like they're all enhanced elite monsters. It is difficult to deal with a single such monster, while dealing with 3 should be practically the limit. With Zhang Taotao's experience, she would pick 3 monsters in a corner, draw them over, and gradually dispose of them. Then rinse and repeat. It may take time and effort, but it's fairly safe. Ning Yi looked at Lin Moyu. There are so many monsters. What now? Lin Moyu was happy to see so many monsters. When it comes to monsters, the more the better. It's simple. After his words have fallen, the 20 skeletal warriors had already rushed out. The appearance of the skeletal warriors immediately caught the attention of the mermaid-type monsters. Patrol teams chased after the skeletal warriors. Drawing monsters. Is he trying to draw away so many monsters? This is not a bad idea. While the skeletal warriors were attracting their attention, Lin Moyu's detection followed suit. Having checked the attributes of the mermaid elite soldiers, a clear picture appeared in his mind. Shortly after, the 180 mermaid elite soldiers were pulled together by the skeletal warriors. Then the skeletal warriors ran straight toward Lin Moyu, followed by the monsters. Zhang Taotao's scalp turned numb. What is Lin Moyu doing? The skeletal warriors stopped 60 meters away from Lin Moyu, then turned around and unleashed their skill. The mermaid elite soldiers unleashed their own skill in turn. The tridents in their hands broke out with light and swept over. Skill, berserk strike. Skill, daze swipe. The 2 skills collide, and the light of the skills soared like fireworks. The attributes of the skeletal warriors are too high. In particular, after having unleashed their skill, the offensive power of the skeletal warriors has exceeded that of the mermaid elite soldiers several-fold. The skeletal warriors won the confrontation. A mermaid elite soldier collapsed to the ground with a thud. Cover your ears, Lin Moyu said to Ning Yi. Oh, Ning Yi quickly covered her ears. Before Zhang Taotao and company could understand what's going on, there was a loud explosion that nearly threw them to the ground. A series of explosions followed suit. Skill, corpse explosion. After several thunderous blares, things calmed down. Zhang Taotao and company were stunned by the notifications flooding in. My goodness, what the hell happened? How could this be? What did he do? What skill is this? Big bang, why is it so powerful? None of the mermaid elite soldiers survived. A wealth of EXP and materials were reaped. This is the first time that Zhang Taotao and company have experienced such a thing. They seem to be extremely excited. Amid the explosions, the gate of the Mermaid Queen's palace opened with a rumble. The gate of the Mermaid Queen's palace opened. A strange aura swept out. Blue light enveloped the space. Along with the light, the Mermaid Queen emerged. Noble, elegant, and beautiful. Although she isn't human, but that doesn't detract from her beauty. So beautiful. Ning Yi's eyes were covered with a mist and her eyes lost focus. She subconsciously walked toward the Mermaid Queen. Lin Moyu pulled her back. Not only Ning Yi, but also Zhang Taotao has been affected. Lin Moyu, Miao Yu, and Duan Gao still maintained their lucidity. Miao Yu exclaimed, "It's bewitchment." As she spoke, she quickly cast her skill and beams of light fell on everyone. Skill, sober up. Ning Yi roused, "What's wrong with me?" Zhang Taotao shuddered and her eyes regained focus. What happened? Miao Yu looked at the Mermaid Queen. She possesses a natural bewitchment skill. Yu and Yi were both affected by it. I used my skill sober up to dispel the bewitchment. Lin Moyu, Duan Gao, and Miao Yu have relatively high spirit force, so the Mermaid Queen's natural bewitchment skill didn't affect them. Ning Yi had chills go down her spine. That was scary. Zhang Taotao took a deep breath. After all, as a boss, it's not strange for her to have some special ability. She has gone through multiple dungeons, though not of a high level, but she learned that some bosses possess special abilities. It's hard to defend against them effectively. She almost fell for it. The Mermaid Queen looked at the dead mermaid elite soldiers, and then her gaze fell on the skeletal warriors. Suddenly, she unleashed a scream. The seemingly very beautiful Mermaid Queen unleashed an extremely harsh scream. Zhang Taotao and company covered their ears, feeling wretched. The scream of the Mermaid Queen stirred up shock waves and raised a violent wind. The numerous corpses on the ground were immediately blown away in all directions. Lin Moyu's eyes constricted. He initially planned to wait for the Mermaid Queen to get closer and then use corpse explosion. He didn't expect her to blow away the corpses from the get-go. The skeletal warriors charged against the violent wind. Faced against the Mermaid Queen, who is at least 5 meters tall, the skeletal warriors seem rather insignificant. The skeletal warriors look like they will topple at the first blow. However, the violent wind released by the Mermaid Queen wasn't able to take them down. As the skeletal warriors set out, detection followed suit. The Mermaid Queen has extremely high attributes, exceeding the skeletal warrior in terms of agility and physique. As for strength and spirit, she is about equally matched with them. After all, she is a level 24 dungeon boss. The skeletal warriors, on the other hand, are only level 17. There is full 7 levels difference between the two sides. Zhang Taotao was shocked when she saw the attributes of the Mermaid Queen. She swallowed. Compared to other dungeon bosses, the attributes of the Mermaid Queen are higher. If it were a normal dungeon gameplay, it would take at least 1 hour to eliminate her. The normal dungeon gameplay that Zhang Taotao spoke of involves a party with a comprehensive set of damage dealers. A party of 6 one night, 2 supports, and 3 damage dealers can slowly grind down the dungeon boss. But now, she isn't able to estimate what will happen next. Lin Moyu completely subverted her intrinsic understanding. Can the gap between classes really reach such a degree? She can't wrap her head around it. The 20 skeletal warriors surrounded the Mermaid Queen and launched fierce attacks. The Mermaid Queen gripped a huge trident and swept with it successively. Every time they were swept by her trident, skeletal warrior would be beat back, and then would get back up and continue to attack. Lin Moyu could perceive the skeletal warriors suffer damage due to the attacks of the Mermaid Queen. The Mermaid Queen's strength attribute has reached 5,000 points, which is sufficient to deal considerable damage to the skeletal warriors. And besides, the Mermaid Queen's physique attribute has reached 6,000 points, greatly reducing the damage that the skeletal warriors deal to her. The skeletal warriors attacking the Mermaid Queen feel like a wolf pack besieging a male lion. In the current situation, it's hard to say if the 20 skeletal warriors will be able to defeat the Mermaid Queen. After exchanging a number of blows, several skeletal warriors had their bones broken. Their movements began to slow down. Jiang Taotao discovered this. Duangao, provide us with status buffs. Be ready to fight at any time. She plans to step in when the skeletal warriors can no longer hold on. Lin Moyu uttered in a low voice, there's no need. A faint light emanated from his palm. A huge red net fell from the sky. Skill, slowing curse. The Mermaid Queen's head was shrouded in red chains and her speed decreased by half. Her combat power dropped sharply. Sensing the curse, the Mermaid Queen shone and then screamed once again. Skill, huge waves. Azure light illuminated the space and towering waves surged, sweeping the skeletal warriors. Then, the huge waves rose into the sky, launching the skeletal warriors into the air. The skeletal warriors span within the huge waves, massive forces tearing at them. Several skeletal warriors suffered serious damage. Bones broke one after another. Lin Moyu promptly put these skeletal warriors away. Jiang Taotao gripped her sword and shield, thinking that she will have to step in herself. When the skill ended, the huge waves disappeared, and skeletal warriors dropped from mid-air. At this moment, Lin Moyu pointed with his finger. Along with a cool breeze, a dark mass appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He released all the remaining 88 skeletal warriors. As soon as the skeletal warriors appeared, they rushed toward the Mermaid Queen like bolts of lightning. There are so many. How come there are so many summons? Only now did they realize that Lin Moyu hadn't released all his summons, that he had only released a portion. Jiang Taotao even thought that if he wanted, Lin Moyu could easily eliminate the mermaid-type monsters back then at the foot of the mountain. Just a few large explosions would suffice. Close to 100 skeletal warriors besieged the Mermaid Queen. In the blink of an eye, the skeletal warriors had crawled all over the huge body of the Mermaid Queen. They unleashed their skill one after another and attacked the Mermaid Queen without stop. The Mermaid Queen's flesh was lacerated, and she screamed incessantly. She swung the trident wildly and jumped chaotically. Under the effect of slowing curse, her speed decreased by half. She basically wasn't able to shake off the skeletal warriors. Suddenly, the sound of crying drilled into the ears. Skill, Queen's weeping. The Mermaid Queen used her skill. Jiang Tao and Ning Yi were both affected by the crying. Their eyes lost focus again. Miao Yu quickly used the skill Sober Up. However, this time Sober Up didn't work. Not good, my level is too low. My Sober Up can't dispel the boss's skill. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, it's fine. As long as he isn't affected, things will be fine. He pulled Ning Yi by the arm while Miao Yu pulled Jiang Taotao, not allowing them to go to the Mermaid Queen. Lin Moyu's spirit is high enough not to be affected. His skeletal warriors won't be affected either. After all, they have no emotions. They have no sense of pain nor fear, nor do they have feelings toward the fairer sex. The blades of the skeletal warriors never stopped. Seeing that her skill had no effect, the Mermaid Queen attacked with her trident once again. When the Mermaid Queen terminated her skill, Ning Yi and Jiang Taotao came back to their senses. The two revealed a shade of lingering fear on their faces. This skill is too terrifying. The two basically have no way to resist it. Blue light erupted again, and huge waves surged. The huge waves swept some of the skeletal warriors away. However, a portion forcibly held onto the Mermaid Queen. While holding with one hand onto the Mermaid Queen, they gripped their blade with the other hand and proceeded to attack the opponent. This time, the effect of the huge waves wasn't very good. The battle lasted for a full 3 minutes. In the end, the Mermaid Queen unleashed a final miserable cry and collapsed to the ground. Mermaid Queen's stave, silver rank, spirit plus 50, physique plus 50, increases the power of mage-type skills by 10, usable after level 20. When she saw the notifications, Jiang Taotao excitedly clenched her fists. In addition to the mermaid's tier, they also obtained 2 silver rank weapons. Their attributes are much better than those of bronze rank weapons. A 10 boost in the power of skills, this can greatly enhance the combat power of various classes. Ning Yi jumped up happily. All right, the trial mission has been completed. With this, we are one step closer to joining Chuangshan Institute. Zhang Taotao smiled and said, as long as we complete a few more trial missions and raise our levels, we will surely be able to enter Chuangshan Institute. Miao Yu said quietly, that's right. As for that guy Ling Zhen, he's the worst. Don't even mention it. I will never party up with that guy again. Zhang Taotao gritted her teeth. She despises people like Ling Zhen the most. Lin Moyu calculated the time. It has been about half an hour since they entered the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, the two sides may still be facing off. Even if other parties enter the dungeon, they probably won't be able to clear it that fast. Yi, do you have a cooldown charm? Ning Yi's beautiful eyes flickered. She promptly understood what Lin Moyu was thinking. She grinned and said, of course I have. What? Outside the dungeon, the two sides are still facing off. In the past half an hour, another conflict broke out between the two sides. No one was able to seize the advantage. At this point, they are each about 50 meters away from the dungeon, unable to get closer. Once anyone gets closer, they will be swarmed with attacks. Suddenly, 5 figures appeared at the dungeon's entrance. At the same time, 10 skeletal warriors also appeared. Under the protection of the skeletal warriors, Lin Moyu and company left the dungeon. They came out. That fast, it has only been half an hour. I bet they were unable to clear it and decided to quit. Hee, these skeletons look quite tough. I bet they can be used as meat shields. In their eyes, the skeletal warriors are a bit sturdy and have some numbers, but that's all. And so the people of Sakura Kingdom mocked and ridiculed. They could never have imagined that Lin Moyu has cleared the dungeon. After all, half an hour is definitely not enough. Even with the most perfect configuration, even 2 hours wouldn't be enough to clear the nightmare-ranked dungeon. The side of Shangxia Empire had a different reaction. When they saw that Lin Moyu and company came out safely, they breathed a sigh of relief. What matters is that they came back safely. Guys, come here quickly. It's okay. What matters is that you're alive. So long as you're alive, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Ling Zhen sneered, to come out alive, they're pretty lucky. Zhang Taotao glanced at both sides and found that everyone was present. This means that no one has entered the dungeon. Be careful. Ning Yi smiled gleefully, rest assured. With Moyu around, there's nothing to worry about. Okay, we'll be waiting for you outside. Duan Gao and Miao Yu said, you got this. With that, the three retreated to the side of Shangxia Empire. Ning Yi and Lin Moyu formed a party. Under everyone's gazes, Ning Yi took out the cooldown charm and activated it. Dim light shone and the dungeon's cooldown period was reset. The two have entered the dungeon once more. Why did they go in again? 2 people entered the dungeon. What are they trying to pull? Even if it's ordinary rank difficulty, 2 people aren't enough. Elementary cooldown charm, such a high-level item. It seems that this girl's background is extraordinary. This is an item that even the wealthy can hardly purchase. Cooldown charm isn't easy to obtain. Lin Moyu searched in both the Imperial Trade Office and Academic Trade Office, yet neither had a cooldown charm. This thing is obviously quite a bit precious. Ziazu is the only other person he has ever seen with a cooldown charm. In fact, when he asked Ning Yi if she has a cooldown charm, he didn't really expect her to have one. Not unlike Ziazu's, Ning Yi's cooldown charm is also elementary rank and can be used 10 times. After 10 uses, its energy has to be replenished. Ning Yi's cooldown charm still has 5 uses left. If Zhang Taotao and company had come along, they would only be able to raid the dungeon 1 more time. But if it's only Ning Yi and Lin Moyu, they can raid the dungeon 2 more times. After discussing things, it was ultimately decided that Lin Moyu and Ning Yi will raid the dungeon. Anyway, the presence of Zhang Taotao, Duan Gao, Miao Yu would make no difference. Lin Moyu alone is enough. After entering the dungeon, Ning Yi's small face bloomed into a bright smile, as if the stench in the dungeon weren't that uncomfortable. You promised to take me level grinding, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Lin Moyu smiled, a promise is a promise. Ning Yi smiled even more brightly. You should also bring me along in the future. Okay, Lin Moyu responded. At this time, 10 skeletal warriors ran forward along the path. After gaining EXP, Lin Moyu no longer wasted time fighting the monsters one by one. The skeletal warriors towed the mermaid elite warriors scattered along the path behind them. 5 minutes later, the skeletal warriors towed more than 30 mermaid elite warriors to the end of the path and arrived at the cavern of the mermaid queen's pet serpent. The skeletal warriors jumped down at once. The monsters following behind them also jumped down. After the skeletons and monsters jumped down, Lin Moyu and Ning Yi appeared at the end of the path. The elite leader rank Python pursued the skeletal warriors together with the mermaid elite warriors. Skill, slow, and curse. Accompanied by flickering red light, a chain pattern appeared on the heads of the monsters. Their speed suddenly slowed down. At this moment, the skeletal warriors turned around and launched an attack. The 10 skeletal warriors focused their attacks on a single elite warrior. The unlucky mermaid elite warrior was killed almost in an instant. Skill, corpse explosion. Boom, an explosion sounded abruptly. The cavern shook violently, causing numerous stones to fall. The mermaid elite warriors were killed almost in an instant. Killed mermaid elite warrior. EXP plus 25,000, obtained fish skin X6, killed mermaid elite warrior, EXP plus 25,000, obtained fish skin X10. A series of notifications appeared. The 30-plus mermaid elite warriors netted them more than 700,000 EXP each. EXP quickly climbed up. The python was confused and disoriented by what happened. Due to corpse explosion, it suffered significant damage. Lin Moyu activated his skill Continuous, triggering corpse explosion 10 times within 3 seconds. The python let out a miserable cry and collapsed on the ground. Killed level 23 Mermaid Queen's pet serpent, EXP plus 125,000, obtained silver rank protective equipment, serpent skin armor, obtained intermediate monster core. Last time, it took over half an hour to clear all these monsters. This time, it only took 5 minutes. The speed has increased several fold. Awesome. Ning Yi's eyes assumed the shape of crescent moons, looking very beautiful. Lin Moyu was taken aback, then said faintly, "Let's go." The two jumped into the cavern and continued to proceed forward. They quickly arrived outside the Mermaid Queen's palace. A large number of mermaid elite soldiers are patrolling outside the palace. The skeletal warriors quickly ran over. In no time after several violent explosions, the two people gained a large amount of EXP and materials. A white light appeared on Ning Yi. Hee, I've leveled up. I'm finally level 20. Ning Yi stretched her body and let out a sigh. When Lin Moyu first met her, Ning Yi had already reached level 19 while he was only level 10. But when they met again, Ning Yi was still only level 19. Lin Moyu realized that this girl is quite the slacker. She's probably the type of person who won't exert herself if she doesn't have to. Azure light scattered, and the gate of the Mermaid Queen's palace opened. The beautiful and noble Mermaid Queen emerged from the palace. After the previous experience, Ning Yi swooped behind Lin Moyu. I won't be bewitched if I don't look at her. With Lin Moyu serving as a shield, she really wasn't bewitched. The Mermaid Queen saw that her soldiers were dead and immediately let out a furious scream. This time, Lin Moyu was prepared. The skeletal warriors retreated together with the corpses of several mermaid elite soldiers so that they wouldn't be swept away by the shock waves. After the scream ended, the skeletal warriors ran back toward her with the corpses. At the same time, Lin Moyu extended his hand. Skill, slowing curse. Crimson chains appeared, and the speed of the Mermaid Queen immediately slowed down. The skeletal warriors reached the Mermaid Queen with the corpses. Skill, corpse explosion. Although it's an old cliché, yet it's still highly effective. Anyway, it's her fault for placing so many enhanced elite monsters in front of the palace. When monsters die in a dungeon, their corpses will disappear after a while. They will disappear after about 2 minutes. It's a shame that the Mermaid Queen rushed out this quickly. If she had waited, Lin Moyu wouldn't have been able to use the corpses. The offensive power of corpse explosion is based on the health of the corpse. And after his talent's amplification, the damage has become 300 of the corpse's health. As a dungeon boss, the Mermaid Queen's health is 20 to 30 times that of an enhanced elite monster. A series of explosions erupted, and the Mermaid Queen collapsed to the ground with a heartbreaking cry. She didn't even get the chance to use her skills, dying almost in an instant. Less than 10 minutes have passed since they entered the dungeon. This speed is incredibly fast. This efficiency is incredibly high. Ning Yi clapped her hands excitedly. Hurry up, let's go again. Let's monopolize all 3 mermaids' tears. The two emerged from the dungeon. Ning Yi immediately used the cooldown charm. A few seconds later, the two entered the dungeon again. What are they doing? Why did they come out so soon? And then they went back in right away. That's not how you use the cooldown charm. How wasteful. Is this what they mean by the wealthy are wayward? The two sides, who were still facing off outside the dungeon, were stunned, unable to understand what Lin Moyu and Ning Yi were up to. No matter how they racked their brains, they couldn't understand that the two were able to clear the nightmare rank mermaid dungeon, and in only 10 minutes to boot. Only Zhang Taodao's group of 3 know the truth. The 3 exchanged a look, their eyes filled with shock. They are aware that Lin Moyu is fully capable of soloing Mermaid Dungeon, but to be able to do so in 10 minutes, this beggars belief. That's about how much a stroll in the dungeon would take. Lin Moyu once again swept through the dungeon with Ning Yi. It took 8 minutes and 58 seconds this time. That's more than 30 seconds faster than last time. Ning Yi looked at the communicator, which was counting time. Lin Moyu smiled involuntarily. This girl is really amusing. While others treat the trial as a mission, Ning Yi seems to be treating it as a game. After exiting the dungeon this time, the two didn't enter again, but returned to Shangxia Empire's side. They probably used up the cooldown charm. What a waste. Why aren't they going in again? Did they chicken out? The people of Sakura Kingdom jeered loudly. At the same time, their eyes contained a strong shade of envy, wishing they could snatch away the cooldown charm in Ning Yi's hand. After Lin Moyu and Ning Yi emerged from the dungeon, they returned to the side of Zhang Taodao's group of 3. Zhang Taodao asked, "Did you get it?" Lin Moyu handed Zhang Taodao the mermaid's tears. For this trial, they are a party, and Zhang Taodao is the party leader. In the end, she is responsible for completing the mission. At this moment, someone suddenly pointed to the dungeon and shouted, "The dungeon is disappearing." As if a sudden clap of thunder, the voice startled everyone and they looked over. After shaking a few times, the vortex at the entrance of the dungeon disappeared. Why did the dungeon disappear? This is impossible. Unless all 3 mermaids' tears were collected, the dungeon wouldn't disappear. Didn't they go in 3 times? Could it be? Did they collect the mermaids' tears? Can they really clear the nightmare-ranked dungeon? Whether it's possible or not, the facts speak for themselves. The dungeon did really disappear. Consequently, it is impossible to obtain any more mermaids' tears. "Let's go," Lin Moyu said faintly. "With the mermaids' tears in their possession, there is no need to stay here any longer. They can't be allowed to leave. They must have the mermaids' tears. We must take them from them. Let's snatch them away. Hand over the mermaid's tears. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving." The people of Sakura Kingdom were infuriated and immediately pressed forward. The side of Shangxia Empire was also baffled. Someone asked Zhang Taodao, "Have you really obtained the mermaid's tears?" Zhang Taodao didn't deny, "I do indeed have the mermaid's tears." Hiss, everyone drew in a sharp breath. This signifies that they really have cleared the dungeon just now. In particular, in the last 2 times, merely 2 people cleared the dungeon. How did they accomplish this? Practically everyone revealed a shade of confusion in their eyes. Ling Zhen exclaimed in his heart, "This is impossible. They couldn't have cleared the dungeon." Faced with the pressure from the people of Sakura Kingdom, Shangxia people disregarded their confusion. Shangxia Empire, Zhaijing Academy, Qianlong Institute, these are 3 things that unite them. They promptly assumed combat formations. Get lost. Bastards of Sakura Kingdom, you dare act up in front of Shangxia people. Don't even think about getting your hands on the mermaid's tears. There was a sudden rumble in the air. Wind surged and scattered the clouds, and 2 huge shikigami appeared in midair. At this moment, the Onmyoji finally stopped hiding and came out into the open. He sat on a shikigami, exuding a powerful aura. Judging from the aura alone, the other party's level must be very high, likely no lower than level 30. Class Onmyoji specific to Sakura Kingdom is a legendary rank class, and it can unleash powerful shikigami. He's not an easy opponent. Zhang Taodao's eyebrows shot up, feeling a little nervous. This guy is at least level 30. But then she recalled the powerful mermaid queen, who only lasted 2 to 3 minutes in front of Lin Moyu. No matter how strong this Onmyoji is, he can't solo the nightmare rank mermaid dungeon. Lin Moyu's skeletons, every single one of them, are really strong. Zhang Taodao relaxed when she thought of this. The Onmyoji stared at Zhang Taodao, "Hand over the mermaid's tears. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving." The 2 shikigami simultaneously turned to look at Zhang Taodao, a cold chill in their eyes. Before Zhang Taodao could open her mouth, Lin Moyu had already started. Firelight flashed in his palm. Skill, Soul Blaze. A flame appeared on the head of one of the shikigami. In the blink of an eye, the flame drilled into the shikigami's head. The shikigami emitted a shocking scream. Cold wind surged. While bellowing miserably, the shikigami twisted and deformed. The Onmyoji's complexion changed, and he promptly used his skills in an attempt to stabilize the shikigami. At the same time, he looked coldly at Lin Moyu and said, "You must be tired of living." Another fearsome shikigami appeared in the air. This shikigami is more than 3 meters tall, is covered in armor, has a serpent head and a human body, and has a giant axe in its hand. As soon as it appeared, it flew toward Lin Moyu. Let's get started. Another battle started. Attacks launched by the side of Qianlong Institute landed on the shikigami with the giant axe. However, the attacks failed to cause it any damage. In an instant, everyone realized that the shikigami is very strong. The Onmyoji sneered, "With your attacks, you can tickle my shikigami at most." 5 skeletal warriors appeared next to Lin Moyu. In the next moment, they jumped into the air and faced the shikigami with the giant axe dropping toward them. Skill, Berserk Strike. The large blades of the skeletal warriors flickered with red light. The skill increased their offensive power 2-fold. Bang, bang, bang. The seemingly powerful shikigami was instantly annihilated. It transformed into blue smoke that dissipated in the air. So weak, Lin Moyu hesitated. To his surprise, Lin Moyu realized that the seemingly powerful shikigami is weak. The others were stupefied. While their attacks had no effect, Lin Moyu's skeletons were able to cut down the enemy shikigami. Is the shikigami weak, or are the skeletons too strong? When the shikigami was destroyed, its master, the Onmyoji, suffered a heavy blow. His face turned deathly pale and he spewed out a large amount of blood. At this moment, firelight flickered in Lin Moyu's hand again. The screaming shikigami suffered another heavy blow. 2 skeletal warriors quietly appeared by its side and brandished their blades. This shikigami was also instantly killed. The Onmyoji screamed. He rapidly directed the shikigami he is sitting on to fly high into the air, keeping far away from Lin Moyu. His gaze aimed at Lin Moyu was filled with resentment and fear. Everyone was startled by this scene. Both sides stopped, then they looked at Lin Moyu warily. How are his skeletons so amazing? Those are shikigami, but they were still easily slayed. What are those skeletons? What is his class? What is his level? Questions arose one by one. The people of Sakura Kingdom wondered about Lin Moyu's class and level. Lin Moyu carries a cloaking badge on him. As a result, they can't see his class and level. As for the Onmyoji high in the air, he knows that Lin Moyu is only level 17 and his class is Necromancer. For a mere level 17 class user to be this powerful, it can only be said that his class is outrageous. And besides, Lin Moyu must have awakened a talent. He is a class user with a talent. The Onmyoji felt it to be imperative to bring back the information that a powerful class user emerged in Shangxia Empire. With this thought in mind, he had the Shikigami he is sitting on fly into the distance, not looking back. Losing 2 Shikigami made his heart sink into his stomach. Just the sight of the skeletal warriors is enough to scare away some fairly timid people. Faced with the skeletal warriors, no one from Sakura Kingdom dared to launch an attack. Since even the Onmyoji was easily beaten back, there's no way they can stop them. Do they retreat or fight? A difficult problem posed before them. The skeletal warriors suddenly moved and walked toward the people of Sakura Kingdom, accompanied by clicking sounds. The large blades in their hands rocked back and forth, exuding a cold sheen. As the skeletal warrior advanced, the people of Sakura Kingdom couldn't help but retreat. Their momentum got weaker and weaker. Once their momentum collapses, there will be no need to fight. The pressure brought by the skeletal warriors is just too great. After the first person screamed and fled, the ranks of Sakura Kingdom collapsed. The parties of Shangxia Empire made their way back, cheerful and lively. The guys from Sakura Kingdom were really funny. They were so scared that they ran away. To see them scared witless, that was hilarious. They were so many, yet they were scared by a few skeletons. What a bunch of trash. Lin Moyu is even able to clear the nightmare rank dungeon. If he really went all out, the bunch from Sakura Kingdom would be like vegetables on a cutting board. It's not surprising that they ran away. As they spoke, many cast glances in Lin Moyu's direction. Lin Moyu remained silent, seeming extremely mysterious in their eyes. Many whispered, speculating about his background. Where did he come from? Is he perhaps from a top institute? That seems unlikely. After all, why would someone from a top institute come to our place? Moreover, the people from top institutes are usually level grinding in high-level dungeons. There's no way they would bother to come to our trial. It's indeed quite strange. In that case, where did he come from? He seems to speak very little, a man of few words. When he took care of the Shikigami, that was really cool. On the way back, everyone was quite at ease. Although they were unable to complete the trial mission, but today's events left them rather satisfied. Seeing the people of Sakura Kingdom run away with their tails between their legs was really enjoyable. As for the trial mission, it was put on the back burner. Only Ling Zhen contained a shade of annoyance in his eyes. From time to time, he would look at Lin Moyu with hatred and regret in his eyes. If he hadn't forced Jiang Taotao to make a choice, he would have been among the people who completed the trial. But now it's not over yet. Ling Zhen's heart was filled with resentment. At the edge of Mermaid Island, the group from Qianlong Institute left the light curtain and returned to the starting point. At this moment, Jiang Taotao took out the mission stone and the mermaid's tears. Mission completed. The mission stone and the mermaid's tears slowly rose into the air. At the same time, a Shangxia Tower phantom appeared in the air. A ray of light shot out from the tower and landed on Jiang Taotao's mission stone and mermaid's tears. A few seconds later, a majestic voice transmitted. The trial mission has concluded. Initiating teleportation. The Shangxia Tower phantom shone brightly, illuminating everyone. Everyone was quickly teleported away. After more than 10 seconds, they returned to Qianlong Institute. We're back. The trial has ended. Fortunately, everyone came back alive. What nonsense. If all the trials of the institutes are added up, there are at least 100 trials every year. But have you ever heard of someone dying? Low-level trials do not result in deaths. Only top institutes who have class users above level 30 enrolled will report deaths every year. Exactly. To them, our trials are no different from fooling around. At this time, Qianlong Institute is very lively. Everyone kept talking about the trial. Most talked about Lin Moyu. If it weren't for Lin Moyu, they would have to confront the people of Sakura Kingdom to the end. By then, who knows if they would be able to snatch away the dungeon. After all, the other party had a pretty high level on Myoji. Ning Yi's small face has turned pale. The long-distance teleportation took a toll on her. In the future, the trials be best located somewhere nearby. If they're too far, I won't go. Ning Yi lay listlessly on a desk, as if a dead fish. Jiang Taotao smiled. Now that they're back, she felt at ease. This trial is very important to me. She sincerely thanked Lin Moyu. Ning Yi finally regained her composure. Sister Peach, there's no need to be so formal. Although Moyu doesn't talk much, but he is very kind. In fact, Ning Yi hasn't known Lin Moyu for a long time, but she strangely trusts him completely. Quiet. At this time, a low shout transmitted. Everyone looked up and saw a person standing in midair. Void Step Level 70, a class user who has undergone the third class awakening. Lin Moyu was awed. After reaching level 70 and going through the third class awakening, a class user can use Void Step, gaining the ability to fly in the air. This is true for any class user, including livelihood-type class users. Of course, some individual class users can acquire the ability of flight before that. Take the onmyoji as an example. He can use the shikigami to fly. This is our Dean Hongshan, Ning Yi whispered in Lin Moyu's ear. Lin Moyu nodded, a look of admiration in his eyes. Any class user who can complete the third class awakening is worthy of admiration. In high school textbooks, it is said that completing the third class awakening is extremely difficult. Less than one of class user can complete third class awakening. Such a character is naturally worthy of respect. As for characters like Godbai, they are even rarer. There are only a handful in the entire empire. Dean Hongshan swept everyone with his gaze, feeling very satisfied. The trial has ended. The trial's process and results are currently being analyzed. The final scores will be sent to your communicator at a later time. Keep this in mind, the most important thing is not the result, but the process. The purpose of the trial is for you to learn to enjoy the process and dispel your fear and nurture a winning mentality. To complete the trial without casualties and return safely, this is more important than anything else. Reportedly, you have encountered class users from Sakura Kingdom in this trial. We will take this into account. Those who perform well will naturally have the opportunity to enter a top institute. Now take a good rest. When he was done speaking, Dean Hongshan turned and left. Ning Yi let out a long breath, chicken soup for the soul. Every time it's the same old thing. There's nothing new. Jiang Taotao smiled and said, as if trying to coax a child, this serves as encouragement. Ning Yi snorted, there's no need for encouragement. Every time they use the top institutes to entice us. What's the big deal? Jiang Taotao smiled more broadly. It might not be a big deal to you, but to us it's a different story. Ning Yi said no more. She's aware that Jiang Taotao really wants to enter a top institute. At Ziyijing Academy, there are significant differences between ordinary students, students in institutes, and students in top institutes. Both ordinary students and students in institutes wish to join top institutes. Jiang Taotao divided the harvest from the dungeon. Lin Moyu also took out the things he obtained later. Although the last two dungeon raids were undertaken only by him and Ning Yi, but since they were part of the same party, he insisted that everyone should get an equal share. After the spoils were divided, Ning Yi and Lin Moyu went to the Imperial Trade Office together. These things are useless to Lin Moyu. As such, he intends to sell them. Ning Yi, who doesn't care much about money, gave her share to Lin Moyu. The justification she gave him was that there is no more space in her storage space. This justification is utter rubbish. The storage space of class users isn't small at all, so it's hard to believe that there is no spare space in hers. Lin Moyu didn't refuse her kindness, accepting it all. After this trip, the relationship between the two appears to have changed. There's no longer a need to make a fuss about some things. At the Imperial Trade Office, all the useless silver rank equipment were sold. Lin Moyu originally intended to give the silver rank Mermaid Queen's dagger to Ning Yi, but Ning Yi took out a better dagger and waved it in front of him. Although it is also silver rank, but it has stronger attributes. In general, class users below level 10 use iron rank equipment. Class users between level 10 and level 20 use bronze rank equipment. Class users above level 20 use silver rank equipment. At the same time, between the lowest grade and highest grade of silver rank equipment, there is a stark difference. The Mermaid Queen is a level 24 boss, while Mermaid Dungeon is only a level 20 dungeon. The silver rank weapons it drops can only be considered as mediocre. The only advantage of weapons dropped in Mermaid Dungeon is that they are more aesthetically pleasing. In the Imperial Trade Office, silver-grade weapons are priced between 50,000 and 200,000 gold coins. The Mermaid Queen's weapons are basically priced at around 70,000 gold coins. After he sold 2 Mermaid Queen's weapons and a number of other materials, Lin Moyu received 180,000 gold coins. Don't you need a weapon? Ning Yi looked at Lin Moyu's empty hands. Lin Moyu originally had a magic book, but then he found it troublesome and sold it. Lin Moyu shook his head. Weapons are of no use to me. His class is Necromancer. Although it is a mage-type class, but whether it's staves or magic books, the bonuses they provide is of no use to him. Lin Moyu thinks that perhaps his class has its own specialized equipment. Ning Yi made an O sound. You need to save money and buy more elementary skill scrolls. Before the second class awakening, you need to learn all elementary rank skills of your class. Lin Moyu listened carefully. After all, Ning Yi is much more knowledgeable than him. As if having turned into a teacher, she earnestly shared her knowledge. After you have undergone the second class awakening, you can only use intermediate skill scrolls. By that time, to master elementary rank skill, you will have to waste intermediate rank skill scrolls. After listening to Ning Yi, Lin Moyu realized that intermediate skill scrolls can also be used to elementary rank skills. Intermediate skill scrolls are 100 times more expensive than elementary skill scrolls. If you use an intermediate skill scroll and learn an elementary rank skill, that would hurt quite a bit. All of a sudden, the communicator on Lin Moyu's wrist rang. After connecting the call, a majestic voice came from the communicator. Lin Moyu, come to the Office of Academic Affairs. What? At the Office of Academic Affairs, Director Q stood respectfully aside. There is a person sitting behind his desk, and that person is Bai Yiyuan. After Lin Moyu arrived, he was slightly surprised to see Bai Yiyuan, but his expression didn't change particularly. Greetings, God Bai, Director Q. Bai Yiyuan chuckled and beckoned Lin Moyu with his hand. I saw recordings of the trial. Your performance was quite remarkable. Is that why he was called over? Lin Moyu said faintly, I just did what had to be done. The objective of the trial was to obtain the mermaid's tears. Lin Moyu still doesn't know what is the use of the mermaid's tears, but since the academy had its eyes on them, the mermaid's tears must be useful. The smile on Bai Yiyuan's face became brighter. Humble in victory and gracious in defeat, this is the best mentality to become a top powerhouse. Do you know the use of the mermaid's tears? Lin Moyu shook his head. Bai Yiyuan smiled and said, in fact, of the people who participated in the trial, not many know the use of the mermaid's tears. Mermaid's tears are related to the success rate of awakening a talent during the second-class awakening. Lin Moyu was taken aback. During the second-class awakening, there is a chance that a talent will be awakened, but this chance is very slim. 1 in 10,000 can awaken a talent. He thought it was just a matter of luck. But unexpectedly, there are items that can increase the probability. Although he felt a bit surprised, but his face didn't register any change, and even the look in his eyes remained unchanged. When he didn't see any reaction in Lin Moyu's eyes, Bai Yiyuan was a bit disappointed. Of course, apart from mermaid's tears, there are other items that can help awaken a talent, but mermaid's tears are fairly easy to obtain. We calculated the time and location where Mermaid Island will appear. But unexpectedly, Sakura Kingdom did the same, which almost resulted in the failure of the trial. Fortunately, you were there. You made a great contribution this time. In Shangxia Empire, offenses must be punished and merit must be rewarded impartially. Is there any reward you want? I will try my best to fulfill it. Bai Yiyuan said a lot, but the last two sentences are the crux. Lin Moyu thought for a moment, can you help me find someone? Bai Yiyuan chuckled and said, I knew you would say that. You have gone to the Office of Academic Affairs to check, haven't you? Your sister Lin Mohan entered the academy last year and then joined Chuangshan Institute earlier this year. As a result, you weren't able to find information on her in the academy. Students who join Chuangshan Institute will have their information erased. Lin Moyu was finally showed a shade of shock in his eyes. Sister joined Chuangshan Institute. Chuangshan Institute is the best institute in the academy, and it is extremely difficult to join it. Zhang Taodao's ultimate dream is to join Chuangshan Institute. Ning Yi told him that he should join Chuangshan Institute if possible. In his mind, Chuangshan Institute has always been shrouded in a layer of mystery. He didn't expect his sister to enter the institute first. A question popped up in his mind. Less than half a year of entering the academy, his sister joined Chuangshan Institute. How did she do that? It should be noted that internal members like Zhang Taodao, who have been nurtured by the academy, aren't able to join Chuangshan Institute. Bai Yiyuan said, Lin Mohan has indeed joined Chuangshan Institute. According to the rules, I can't disclose any information pertaining to Chuangshan Institute to you. Therefore, if you have any questions, you can only join Chuangshan Institute yourself and then ask your sister yourself. Before you join Chuangshan Institute, you might not be able to see your sister. Lin Moyu asked without hesitation, how do I join Chuangshan Institute? Bai Yiyuan, who had already been prepared, operated his communicator a few times, and then Lin Moyu's communicator notified him that he received some information. All right, I have sent you the conditions for joining Chuangshan Institute. You can take a look when you have time. I was going to tell you about your sister to begin with, so this doesn't count as your reward. You can name another reward. Lin Moyu thought for a moment, I want a cooldown charm. Director Q showed a knowing expression. Bai Yiyuan slapped the table and burst into laughter. Old Q, I was right, wasn't I? Director Q laughed, sir. Your insight is really incredible. You hit the nail on the head. Bai Yiyuan has anticipated both requests. Bai Yiyuan looked at Lin Moyu with a teasing expression. Do you know how valuable a cooldown charm is? Even an elementary cooldown charm can't be easily purchased. Lin Moyu nodded. That is indeed the case. Not even the academic trade office has a cooldown charm for sale. Bai Yiyuan said, let's make things clear. You performed very well in the great examination and took the position of imperial top scorer, and all the rewards you are entitled to have been given to you. This matter is already settled. As for the trial, you've done well, but it's not enough to get an elementary cooldown charm. I have a mission here. If you complete it, I will help you acquire an elementary cooldown charm. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. All right. With an elementary cooldown charm, things will be much more convenient for Lin Moyu. If he is able to raid dungeons repeatedly in short intervals, it will greatly upgrade his leveling speed. Bai Yiyuan said, but before you carry out the mission, you will have to level up and reach level 20 first. As for how to level up, you can consult Director Q. He is an expert in this field. All right, when you reach level 20, you can contact me. At this time, Bai Yiyuan's contact data is already in Lin Moyu's communicator. When he reaches level 20, he can contact Bai Yiyuan, then get a cooldown charm, join Chuangshan Institute, and find his sister. Lin Moyu set a goal for himself. After Bai Yi left, Director Q finally sat back in his seat. He looked at Lin Moyu with a smile on his face. From Bai Yiyuan's attitude, he can tell that Bai Yiyuan is very optimistic about the future prospects of the young man in front of him. He is quite clear how Bai Yiyuan is usually like. In all these years, he has never seen Bai Yiyuan treat anyone so kindly. Let alone ordinary students, Bai Yiyuan doesn't even care about the top talents of Chuangshan Institute. Yet Lin Moyu achieved the seemingly impossible, completely surpassing the other students. If he weren't clear about Lin Moyu's identity, he would have suspected that Lin Moyu is Bai Yiyuan's illegitimate child. Director Q smiled and said, "There are many ways to level up, but the quickest is to solo dungeons." However, the danger of soloing high-difficulty dungeons is too high, and so most people raid ordinary difficulty dungeons in general. In addition to soloing dungeons, there are also many wild elite monster zones, but there are many people in those places, which often leads to disputes over territory. You can also search for wild bosses. Wild bosses can offer a lot of EXP, much more than dungeon bosses, and they can also provide good equipment. But wild bosses are claimed by major guilds. Other people don't even know their respawn time. Director Q enumerated a number of methods. Except for the first method of raiding dungeons, which is fairly reliable, all the subsequent methods are unreliable. This explanation is only suitable to ordinary class users, not Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu understands this, but he still listened patiently. Although it isn't useful, but it is still knowledge. It may end up being useful one day. For example, Director Q mentioned monster zones, which is something that Lin Moyu has never heard of before. Director Q talked a lot and only stopped after a full 10 minutes. In the end, seeing that Lin Moyu had no response, he finally couldn't keep it up anymore. God Bai was right, you really don't talk much, it's my loss. I won't joke around with you anymore. Give me your ID card, I will handle the procedures for you. Lin Moyu handed his ID card, and Director Q quickly completed the procedures for him. At the same time, he also handed Lin Moyu a special-looking teleportation stone. This is a teleportation stone of Dungeon Hall. Within the range of the academy, you can use it to teleport into Dungeon Hall. If you want to raid a dungeon, you can go there. By the way, this teleportation stone is worth 1,000 points, which has already been deducted from your card. In the academy, everything is transactional. If you want something, you have to pay the corresponding price. The price is either labor, points, or cold coins. There is no such thing as a free lunch. After leaving the Office of Academic Affairs, Lin Moyu first thought of contacting Ning Yi. After all, he promised to take her level grinding. He can't go back on his word. The communicator vibrated. He received a message from Ning Yi. "I am busy. I will be away for a few days. I will contact you when I am back." What? Ning Yi is unavailable. Perhaps she went on another mission. When he first met Ning Yi, she was also doing a mission. Lin Moyu didn't find this strange. In Ziyajing Academy, everyone is very busy. There is no one really with free time. In a few days, the new students admitted to Ziyajing Academy this year will arrive. At that time, the academy's courses will start, and things will be more hectic. Lin Moyu didn't rush to activate the teleportation stone, but checked the message sent by Bai Yiyuan. Requirements for entering Chuangshan Institute. Your level must exceed 30. Just the first requirement came as a shock to Lin Moyu. Sister has exceeded level 30. That's so fast. From the information provided by Bai Yiyuan, it can be seen that Lin Mohan joined Chuangshan Institute only 3 or 4 months after entering the academy. That is to say, in just 3 or 4 months, Lin Mohan has advanced to level 30 from level 16. This speed is quite astonishing. Normally, it takes about a year to advance to level 30 from level 20, unless you are like Lin Moyu, who can solo nightmare-ranked dungeons. However, there are very few people capable of this. Lin Moyu can't understand how Lin Mohan raised her level. He can only ask Lin Mohan when he sees her. After taking a look at the level requirement, Lin Moyu continued to look at the second requirement. You must clear the level 30 dungeon abyssal frontline at Hell rank difficulty. This one seems a bit difficult. Hell rank difficulty is much harder than Nightmare rank. To clear a Hell rank dungeon, comprehensive requirements for class, psyche, techniques, equipment, and skills must be fulfilled. Ordinary parties basically stand no chance. Only extremely elite parties will be able to have a chance. After I have reached 30, I can try soloing the dungeon. Lin Moyu mused. From start to finish, he never considered going in a party. Going in a party is not as enjoyable as going solo. The third requirement is to accumulate 1,000 contribution points. Contribution points are different from points. Only by completing missions assigned by the academy or doing something beneficial for the academy, only then can you earn contribution points. As for how much contribution points he will obtain, it still remains to be seen. Contribution points are a must for entering top institutes. This is also the reason why Jiang Taotao said that the trial was important to her. In order to join a top institute, she must earn enough contribution points. There are only 3 requirements. But none of them is easy to meet. After engraving them in his mind, Lin Moyu activated the teleportation stone. Bursts of noise entered his ears. This place appears to be unusually lively. Boneyard Dungeon, ordinary rank difficulty, looking for a mage of around level 25, preferably proficient in fire-type skills. Bloodmatch Beastman Legion Dungeon, nightmare rank difficulty, looking for a healer between level 22 and level 25, required to be proficient in healing skills and have a full set of bronze rank equipment. Night Tower nightmare rank difficulty, looking for a knight above level 30, required to possess a complete set of silver rank equipment and have mastered the skill teammate guard. Lin Moyu looked at the area reminiscent of a wet market, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Dungeon Hall is located within the academy, yet it can't be reached by ordinary means. Only after passing the inspection of the Office of Academic Affairs and paying 1,000 points to purchase a special teleportation stone, only then will you be eligible to enter. Lin Moyu believed that Dungeon Hall would be solemn and sacred, but now it seems it is similar to a wet market. There is a large number of students recruiting party members here, sitting on the ground holding signs with specific requirements. At the same time, they also shout a few words from time to time. This looks much like the entrance of a dungeon. Lin Moyu even wondered if this is really Dungeon Hall. Did he perhaps come to the wrong place? He swept his gaze across these people, then saw a huge hall. This is Dungeon Hall. Lin Moyu lifted his leg and walked over. All the noise disappeared the moment he entered Dungeon Hall. There are also people talking in Dungeon Hall, but their voices are much more subdued. At the same time, within Dungeon Hall, there is a strange sound swirling around the ears. Dungeon entrances, resembling vortices, are scattered all over the hall. Sounds are coming from the dungeon entrances. The sounds coming from the dungeons are all distinct. There are upwards of 100 dungeon entrances, and the sounds they emit intertwine and form a unique sound. There is a crystal ball at each dungeon entrance. The crystal ball contains a series of information such as the dungeon's name, level requirement, entry rules, and cooldown period. When he was at Zihai No. 1 High School, Lin Moyu learned that the Empire holds a large number of dungeon resources. Ziyajing Academy also seems to hold a large number of dungeon resources. In this world, there are countless dungeons. As the No. 1 Academy of Shangxia Empire, it seems reasonable for it to have a series of dungeon resources. After all, beings like God Bai have come from Ziyajing Academy. To be more precise, more than half of the top powerhouses of Shangxia Empire have come from Ziyajing Academy. Above each dungeon entrance vortex, there is a light screen suspended. The records of the dungeon is displayed on the light screen. Lin Moyu took a closer look and found that only the top 3 records were displayed on the light screens, and only the highest difficulty. If a dungeon has Hell rank difficulty, then only the top 3 records in Hell rank difficulty will be displayed. If there is only Nightmare rank difficulty, then the top 3 records in Nightmare rank difficulty will be displayed. This includes the clearance time and the names of the party's members, as well as the level, class, and other information of each party member. This can serve as reference. If other parties need dungeon strategies, they can copy the ones of the parties that set up the records. As parties come up with different strategies, excellent configurations can be devised. If you can devise a better one and set a new record, then of course that will be better. This setting is geared toward the promotion of competitive spirit, making the parties eager to fight for first place. After all, it is a great honor to appear on the dungeon ranking. Hello, a soft voice suddenly came from behind. Lin Moyu turned and saw a female student approximately 20 years of age standing behind him. She took a deep breath and gathered her courage. Hello, is this your first time coming to Dungeon Hall? Lin Moyu nodded. She carried on, my name is Shu Han. I can give you a detailed introduction of Dungeon Hall. There is no such thing as a free lunch. This is especially the case in Ziyajing Academy. In order to gain something, you must give something in return. Lin Moyu asked, how much is it? Shu Han said promptly, 100 points. She looks a bit nervous. Perhaps it's the first time she's doing such a thing. It doesn't sound like much. However, it's not easy to earn points. In fact, 100 points is not a small amount. Lin Moyu was silent for a moment. Seeing that Lin Moyu didn't respond, Shu Han said quickly, I can also accept 70 points. It's just 100 points. Lin Moyu gave Shu Han 100 points. The main function of Dungeon Hall is the access to dungeons. In Dungeon Hall, there are 2 dungeons below level 20, 18 dungeons between level 20 and level 30, and 20 dungeons between level 30 and level 40. There are also 52 dungeons between level 40 and level 70. In addition, there are also 2 large-scale dungeons and 1 super large-scale dungeon. There are a total of 95 dungeons in Dungeon Hall. Large-scale dungeons are dungeons that can accommodate 40 people, while super large-scale dungeons are also known as 100-people dungeons. Lin Moyu asked, what about dungeons above level 70? Shu Han shook her head. There are no dungeons above level 70 here. Lin Moyu can roughly understand why. His guess is that the Academy manages the dungeons above level 70 separately, unwilling to place them in Dungeon Hall where people can access them freely. That kind of dungeon is a very important resource. The materials and equipment they provide are very useful. Shuhan continued to talk about the various functions of Dungeon Hall. For Lin Moyu, even without Shuhan's introduction, he can still figure this information out in due time. However, this can save him a lot of time. And it only costs 100 points. He still has over 130,000 points left. Each dungeon has respective clearance records. If you set a new record, you can receive rewards. At the same time, the entry conditions differ from dungeon to dungeon. Most dungeons have a minimum level requirement, while other dungeons have an average level requirement. There are also some special dungeons that have a minimum or maximum level requirement in a party. Different dungeons have different requirements. Lin Moyu asked, "Is there a dungeon without a level requirement?" Shuhan shook her head. There used to be one, but then someone died inside and it was deemed too dangerous. Subsequently, the academy set a level requirement for it. In the wilderness, there are many dungeons without level requirements. There is an essential difference between entering dungeons via Dungeon Hall and entering wild dungeons. That is, the security is completely different. In Dungeon Hall, you can exit the dungeon at any time. If there is danger, you can choose to leave. This greatly increases security. Unless you're killed in an instant, it's not easy to die here. In other words, the points spent in coming here aren't in vain. Judging by the level and ranking settings, Lin Moyu can tell that the Academy's intention is to cultivate students. From low-level to high-level dungeons, they strive to ensure the safety of the students. The students who can enter Ziyajing Academy are all talents, and losing a single one of them will make the Academy feel distressed. Their safety is naturally of great importance. As a result, the Academy has imposed level requirements for dungeons, so the students don't get in over their heads. Shuhan received payment and gave a meticulous explanation. Lin Moyu felt that the 100 points were well spent. Through Shuhan's explanation, Lin Moyu learned the specific rules of Dungeon Hall. In addition to meeting a dungeon's requirements, you still have to pay some points in order to enter it. At Ziyajing Academy, points are required at every twist and turn. The same goes for dungeons. The higher the level of a dungeon, the greater amount of points is required. You can also spend points to remove a dungeon's cooldown period. Even without a cooldown charm, as long as you have enough points, you can raid dungeons repeatedly. Lin Moyu was pleasantly surprised. With this feature, his leveling speed can be raised by quite a bit. Shuhan brought Lin Moyu to the center of Dungeon Hall. There are some crystal balls arranged here. Shuhan explained, "This is the mission center and party recruitment center of Dungeon Hall. There are many missions in the mission center, mainly collecting materials, equipment, and some special items from the dungeons. You can complete missions to earn points, or you can post missions yourself to collect some materials or items." The party recruitment center is used to form parties. You can either publish a recruitment or join another party. These two functions are very practical. However, the prerequisite is points. Both the mission center and party recruitment center require points. Posting missions requires points, and a portion of the points you earn from completing missions will also be deducted. Posting party recruitment also requires points. Joining a party, however, doesn't require points. In Ziyajing Academy, points are a kind of hard currency that has pervaded every facet of the academy. It took more than half an hour before Shuhan finished her careful and methodical explanation regarding Dungeon Hall's circumstances to Lin Moyu. "Is there anything else you still don't understand?" At this moment, the communicator on Lin Moyu's wrist suddenly vibrated. This isn't much, still far from the 1,000 contribution points required to join Chuengshan Institute. Lin Moyu asked, "How do you earn contribution points?" Shuhan asked, "Are you asking about the Academy's contribution points?" Lin Moyu nodded. Shuhan said, "There are not many ways to earn contribution points. For one, you can participate in trials organized by the Academy, or you can complete missions assigned by the Academy. In the Mission Center, some of the missions are posted by the Academy. You can earn a certain amount of contribution points by completing them. But this type of mission is very popular. In general, the missions are completed shortly after being posted. Everyone wants to earn contribution points. In order to join an institute, contribution points are a necessity." Lin Moyu checked the mission center. There are indeed several missions assigned by the Academy. However, the amount of contribution points that can be obtained by completing them is very small. It is generally 2 or 3 points, with the maximum being 10 points. It's difficult to earn contribution points. Lin Moyu suddenly felt that the 50 contribution points he earned was quite a lot. Jiang Taotao probably wouldn't have received more contribution points than him. The communicator rang. After the call went through, an excited voice sounded. "Moyu, how many contribution points did you get?" "I got 20. I've struck it big this time." "Sister Peach got 30 and is over the moon." Lin Moyu said faintly, "I received 50. I'll be damned." Sister Peach was right. You did indeed get the most, 50 in one go. That's equivalent to me completing several missions. In the future, when there is another trial mission, I must team up with you. I'll ride on your coattails. Du Gao spoke excitedly for a while before ending the call. Standing aside, Shuhan stared in amazement. He actually earned 50 contribution points from one trial mission. it's very hard to earn contribution points. Not only Shu Han, but the several people nearby were also stunned. What trial mission can reward 50 contribution points? They have completed trial missions before, but they usually only earned 5 to 10 contribution points, and if you perform exceptionally well, you may get 20 contribution points. To reward 50 contribution points at one time, unless it is a high-level trial mission above level 40, it is unheard of. Nonsense. It's impossible to earn so many contribution points in one go. I haven't heard of any high-level trial missions in recent days, and besides, it doesn't look like his level is very high. That's right, it must be a prank. The 100 points were well spent. Shu Han quickly shook her head. Don't mention it. After all, this is what you paid for. Are you going to look for a party to raid a dungeon? Lin Moyu walked up to a dungeon. Mutated Forest, level 17 dungeon. Only class users between level 15 and level 19 can enter. In Dungeon Hall, there are only 2 low-level dungeons below level 20. Mutated Forest is one of them. Entering the dungeon requires 10 points, while dispelling the cooldown period requires 40 points. The current record for this dungeon is 58 minutes, and it was set 3 years ago. The party that set this record consisted of 5 people, namely a knight, a prophet, and 3 mages. They were all level 19 class users, and were equipped with a complete set of bronze rank equipment. The 3 damage dealers pushed the party's speed to the limit. This record hasn't been broken for the past 3 years. The second record is 1 hour and 17 minutes, almost 20 minutes slower. Lin Moyu paid 10 points, chose Nightmare rank difficulty, and teleported into the dungeon. Seeing Lin Moyu enter a low-level dungeon, the people in Dungeon Hall immediately went into an uproar. What the hell, I thought it was some big shot. Turns out it was some guy under level 20. Exactly, what was the point of that? It was likely 50 points, not 50 contribution points. However, to go into the dungeon alone, he has a lot of courage. He'll probably come out soon, all crestfallen. The group of people didn't believe what Lin Moyu just said. After all, to receive 50 contribution points from a trial mission, this is simply a pipe dream. Seeing that Lin Moyu has entered a low-level dungeon, they couldn't help but mock him. They think Lin Moyu was just talking big. However, Shu Han didn't think that Lin Moyu was spouting nonsense. Lin Moyu gave her a strange feeling. He was full of confidence and gave off the impression that he had a plan. Perhaps what he said is true. This thought welled up inside Shu Han, startling her. She couldn't even imagine it. Lin Moyu found himself at a primordial forest. Wind is stirring its leaves, making rustling sounds. On the ground, there is a thick layer of dead leaves. It appears that no one has set foot here for countless years. From time to time, terrifying roars of wild beasts rose in the forest. There are wild beasts wandering about in the forest. Influenced by a mysterious force, the wild beasts in Mutated Forest have undergone mutations and turned into dire beasts. There are bear, tiger, wolf, and other kinds of dire beasts in the forest. In addition to the ones visible to the naked eye, there are also some monsters hidden in the trees, such as serpents and insects. If you aren't careful, you will have a nasty surprise. Let's break the record and receive the reward, Lin Moyu mused. A large number of skeletal warriors appeared around him. There are a total of 108 skeletal warriors. The skeletal warriors who received severe damage from the Mermaid Queen haven't fully recovered yet. Set out. The skeletal warriors rushed into Mutated Forest, accompanied by the unique clicking sounds. He unleashed detection and checked the attributes of 2 dire beasts. When contrasted with the 4 attributes of the skeletal warriors, which have reached 5,400 points, there is no comparison. The skeletal warriors darted into the forest and unleashed a rampage. The monsters were cut down in 3 blade strikes at most. Killed level 17 Mutated Grizzly Bear, EXP plus 6,000, obtained Beast Hide X5. Killed level 18 Mutated White Tiger, EXP plus 7,000, obtained Beast Hide X4. Notifications flooded his mind. EXP increased steadily. When I entered the dungeon, my EXP was at level 17, 32, 57. I wonder by how much will my EXP increase after this dungeon is cleared. Lin Moyu followed the skeleton army, strolling in the dangerous Mutated Forest as if in a park. Although there are many monsters in the forest, but they are too scattered. Lin Moyu didn't even bother to draw the monsters and directly pushed through. Anyway, without using their skill, the skeletal warriors can cut down the monsters in 3 blade strikes. When they use their skill, they can cut down the monsters in 2 blade strikes. The efficiency isn't low. The skeletal warriors swept everything in their way. In order to keep up with the skeletal warriors, Lin Moyu had to break out into a jog. Is there no leader rank monster in this dungeon? Despite having advanced for a while, he still hadn't seen a leader rank monster. The most common occurrence was encountering 2 wolf packs. The skeletal warriors surrounded and killed them indiscriminately. Lin Moyu didn't even have to unleash Corpse Explosion. By the time he arrived, the battle would already be over. Lin Moyu thinks that this dungeon is even easier than Zihai Mine Dungeon. However, the terrain of this dungeon is very large, lacking any sense of direction. Lin Moyu almost got lost several times. After wandering in the dungeon for 30 minutes, he finally arrived at its end. A large pool appeared in front, with several large dire beasts slumbering by the edge of the pool. This is the first time that tigers and black bears have appeared. This goes beyond common sense. Mutated dire beasts unexpectedly have gathered together. Do they perhaps possess intelligence? There are 2 black bears and 2 tigers in front of him, forming a strange pack. The black bears and tigers are quite big. The black bears, in particular, are really large. If they were to stand on their hind legs, they would likely reach a towering height of more than 5 meters. Although this came a bit as a surprise, but in Lin Moyu's eyes, they are just EXP. The skeletal warriors rushed forward without hesitation. There was no artistic sense to their approach. They just went for the most simple and crude encirclement. Even before Lin Moyu had the chance to use detection, the tigers and black bears have already fallen to the blades of the skeletal warriors. With a loud rumble, a huge column of water rose from the pool. A massive tortoise emerged from the pool. The tortoise has a thick shell on its back, which covers its entire body like armor. The shell has a diameter of more than 5 meters. The tortoise opened its mouth, revealing a row of sharp teeth. Behind the tortoise, there is a slender whip-like tail covered in sharp spikes. The tortoise crawled out of the pool and let out a sharp roar. The boss's physique is super high, surpassing that of the skeletal warriors and even the level 24 mermaid queen. Such high physique represents formidable health and defense, although its strength is a bit low, but it can't be underestimated. It can still deal damage to the skeletal warriors. While Lin Moyu checked the attributes of the mutated serpent tortoise, the skeletal warriors have already surrounded it. Large blades landed on the shell, making sounds similar to a hammer striking an anvil. The tortoise used its teeth to bite the skeletal warriors. At the same time, its long tail flogged the skeletal warriors like a whip. There is a huge difference in size between the 2 sides. As such, when the skeletal warriors were hit by its tail, although they didn't suffer much damage, but they were still flung away. The tail is usually withdrawn inside the shell, but once a fight has started, it extends out. The tail is very long, at least 10 meters long. With each strike of the tail, several skeletal warriors can be blown away. The skeletal warriors jumped onto it and kept chopping at its shell with large blades. Since its physique is really high, its defense and health are extremely formidable. The attacks of the skeletal warriors failed to deal significant damage to it. Its agility and spirit are really low. No matter how high its strength is, it's useless if its attacks can't hit the target. Lin Moyu's palm glowed red, skill slowing curse. A red radiance fell like a large net, and a red chain pattern appeared on the head of the mutated serpent tortoise. Affected by the curse, its speed dropped significantly. The attack frequency of the mutated serpent tortoise slowed down by half, as if it were in slow motion. As if it has realized its situation, the mutated serpent tortoise retracted its limbs and head into its shell. Dim light emanated from it. Skill, superior defense. In the midst of the dim light, Lin Moyu saw its wounds healing rapidly. A moment ago, the skeletal warriors were able to deal it some damage, but not anymore. Even the wounds it suffered earlier were healing. With the super high physique attribute, combined with the skills boost, the mutated serpent tortoise has transformed into an impregnable fortress. There must be something I overlooked. Lin Moyu mused. If even his skeletal warriors can't defeat it, then what about other class users? How do others clear this dungeon? Lin Moyu suddenly understood where the issue lies. The top 3 parties who set up a record in this dungeon, they only used mage-type damage dealers. It must be weak to elemental attacks. A flame suddenly appeared in his palm. Skill, Soul Blaze. A flame appeared on the head of the mutated serpent tortoise. The flame quickly penetrated into its body. The mutated serpent tortoise, which was previously motionless, suddenly began to struggle frantically, exploding with deafening roars. In addition to being a summoner with extremely powerful skeletal warriors, Lin Moyu is also a mage with a very impressive offensive magic skill. Moreover, it is a spirit attack that disregards the opponent's defense, and its power is magnified 20-fold. Compared to elemental attacks, it is much more terrifying. Seeing that it is effective, Lin Moyu continued to cast Soul Blaze. The mutated serpent tortoise roared continuously, its massive body shaking. It finally couldn't help but attempt to rush over and attack Lin Moyu. But the skeletal warriors blocked it firmly, not giving it any chances. When it extended out its head and limbs, the skeletal warriors seized the opportunity to attack them instead of its shell. The large blades of the skeletal warriors emitted red light. They activated their skill. In an instant, flesh and blood flew into the air. The mutated serpent tortoise roared more violently. As Lin Moyu unleashed Soul Blaze again and again, his spirit force depleted rapidly. He took out a bottle of elementary spirit potion and downed its contents to replenish his spirit force. The mutated serpent tortoise's health is too high. Lin Moyu feels that even if his spirit force is exhausted, he may not be able to kill it. By then, things will return to the way they were before. Suddenly, he came up with a solution. Flip it over. At his command, the skeletal warriors immediately joined forces. A massive force erupted. With a loud bang, the mutated serpent tortoise was flipped over, exposing its soft belly. Without the shell's protection, the skeletal warriors were able to give full pay to their power, with every blade strike causing significant damage. The mutated serpent tortoise struggled, but no matter how hard it struggled, it wasn't able to flip itself over again. Blood spilled all over, staining the pool red. The struggle of the mutated serpent tortoise grew weaker. After the skeletal warriors attacked it for 3 minutes, the mutated serpent tortoise was finally killed. Killed mutated serpent tortoise, EXP plus 150,000, obtain bronze rank weapon, serpent tortoise's fist weapon, obtain bronze rank protective equipment, serpent tortoise's battle gear, obtained elementary monster core. Lin Moyu just glanced at the 2 pieces of bronze rank equipment and then put them away. He checked his EXP and realized that it rose from 32.57 to 67 after clearing the dungeon. His EXP rose by nearly 35. With another raid, he will be able to reach level 18. At the moment when Lin Moyu killed the mutated serpent tortoise, a bell sounded in Dungeon Hall. The bell rang throughout the entire space of Dungeon Hall. A total of 3 bell rings sounded. People both inside and outside the hall heard it. Oh my god, someone set a new dungeon record. It's been a long time since a new record has been set. Let's take a look and see which big shots set the record so we can ride on their coattails in the future. That's strange. I haven't seen any elite party enter a dungeon recently. In a flash, no one shouted outside Dungeon Hall anymore. People outside the hall rushed in one after another. Fortunately, the hall is large enough to accommodate hundreds of people. Above mutated forest, the light screen emitted brilliant light, capturing everyone's attention. A brand new record has appeared on the light screen. More than 100 people gazed at the light screen, unable to believe their eyes. The sound of swallowing rose repeatedly. Someone pointed at the new record on the light screen, a look of incredulity on their face. Is this possible? A single person cleared a nightmare-ranked dungeon. Although it is only a level 17 dungeon, but it isn't something that one person can handle. This is not the key point. Look at the time. It only took him 50 minutes, which is 9 minutes faster than the previous record. How did he do it? The class of the guy called Lin Moyu is Necromancer. What class is this? I've never heard of it before. Everyone shook their heads. I haven't heard of it either. It should be a new class. Yes, it must be a new class. I've never heard of this class before. Could it be a legendary rank class? As the discussion raged, Lin Moyu appeared at the dungeon's entrance. He's out. How did you do it? Although there are people who can solo nightmare rank dungeons, but how did you both solo the dungeon and break the record? Boss, can you take me with you? Lin Moyu was surrounded by a group of people, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. He looked up and saw the new record he had set, and then understood what is going on. Then he paid points to dispel the cooldown period. In the next moment, Lin Moyu entered the dungeon again. He's going in again. Another solo raid. Is he going on a solo raid again? Is he not tired? Let's give him some space, or else it'll only spook him. After all, he is only level 17. That's right. For a level 30 class user to call him boss and ask to be taken along, do you have no shame? Amidst the chatter, most of the crowd finally dispersed. Shu Han was amid the crowd, a shocked expression on her face. That's really amazing. Did he really receive 50 contribution points from a trial? Just as Lin Moyu entered the dungeon, his communicator vibrated. He received a message. You have set a new dungeon record for Mutated Forest Dungeon and have obtained 1,000 points and 5 contribution points. Can only be earned once. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. It turns out by setting a new dungeon record, you can not only earn points, but also contribution points. Unfortunately, you can only do this once per dungeon, but this is understandable. Otherwise, there would be opportunities to exploit. Experienced parties can control the time it takes to raid a dungeon, decreasing it by a few seconds each time. That way, they would be able to continuously create new records and earn a lot of contribution points. The Academy naturally can't leave such a loophole. Anyway, the contribution points are an unexpected boon. Lin Moyu just wants to do level grinding. The skeletal warriors rushed out. The 108 skeletal warriors once again swept the dire beasts in the forest. In just over 20 minutes, Lin Moyu has reached the end of the dungeon. The skeletal warriors rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, there were 4 corpses at the edge of the pool. A water column rose into the air, and the boss mutated serpent tortoise finally emerged from the pool. Boom, 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 skill, corpse explosion. 4 consecutive explosions sounded. Water splashed in the air, and the pool's level suddenly was lowered by quite a bit. A large pit appeared on the ground. The mutated serpent tortoise was bruised and battered. Flip it over. Skeletal warriors rushed forward at once. No one has ever used this tactic before. After all, no other class can have so many summons. Due to its size and weight, it is usually impossible to flip the mutated serpent tortoise over. The mutated serpent tortoise let out a roar as it lay on its back, the weakest part in its defense exposed. From this moment on, its fate has been sealed. In fact, from the moment it crawled out of the pool, its fate had already been sealed. The skeletal warriors rushed forward and used their skill one after another. Skill, Berserk Strike. Large blades shining red landed on its belly. Blood burst out like from a fountain. Compared to last time, things have gone much smoother. First, it was stunned by the 4 explosions, and then it ate all-out attacks of the skeletal warriors. In only 1 minute, the mutated serpent tortoise had died. The people who just left Dungeon Hall ran back again. What's going on? There's a new record. Why is it mutated forest again? I'll be damned. This result is outrageous. Am I dreaming? This can be real, this can't be true. The new record time was 24 minutes and 32 seconds. It not only broke through the 30-minute threshold, but even broke through the 25-minute threshold. The record before today, which hasn't been broken for more than 3 years, has been 58 minutes, and it was set by a party of 5 with a nearly perfect configuration. Soloing a dungeon and setting a record, this is something unimaginable to others. For them, it was very difficult to break the previous record. Otherwise, the previous record wouldn't have stood for more than 3 years. I bet no one will be able to break this record in the next 100 years. Let alone 100 years, I say this record might not be broken in the next 500 years. This is really overbearing. Do you think he will go to other dungeons and set new records? I bet he will. I just can't figure out how he has done in that tough tortoise boss. That tortoise has an extremely high physique, making it almost immune to physical attacks. Only elemental attacks can cause damage to it. His class is Necromancer, a mage-type class. It's not strange for him to possess elemental-type magic skills. However, his speed was just too fast. I have raided this dungeon before. It took my party an hour to just take down the tortoise. I really wonder how he accomplished this. It's incredible. At this moment, Lin Moyu shone brightly. He finally leveled up after the mutated serpent tortoise collapsed. He reached level 18. It has been less than half a month since he awakened his class. That is to say, he went all the way from level 1 to level 18 in less than half a month. This speed is simply astonishing. At the same time, the skill Summon Skeletal Warrior has also leveled up, and the 4 attributes of the Skeletal Warriors rose to 5,800 points. After going through the 2 dungeon raids, Lin Moyu has noticed the shortcoming of the Skeletal Warriors. Although their physical attacks are very powerful, but they are overly specialized. If he encounters some monster with extremely high physical defense, the efficiency of the Skeletal Warriors will be greatly reduced, or they might even be rendered useless. The skill Soul Blaze can compensate for this shortcoming. However, it is not efficient enough when dealing with bosses, not to mention that it is limited by the total amount of his spirit force. The class Necromancer shouldn't have only Skeletal Warriors. Let's proceed with level grinding for now. Once I have reached level 20, I'll buy some skill scrolls and see if I can acquire new skills. He doesn't plan to use skill scrolls before reaching level 20. Even if there are still skills to be unlocked, the success rate of skill scrolls has been greatly reduced. It's better to wait until he reaches level 20 and then use a bunch of scrolls. His class is unique. As such, unlike other classes, he can't use other methods. Skill scrolls are his only option. Lin Moyu doesn't even know how many skills he can have. After all, he is the only necromancer in history. There are no reference materials for his class. As a result, he can only use skill scrolls as much as possible and strive to acquire all skills. An elementary skill scroll costs 100,000 gold coins, which isn't very expensive, but an intermediate skill scroll costs a whopping 10 million gold coins. Let's take it slow. No point overthinking things. Lin Moyu appeared outside the dungeon. He found himself surrounded again, but unlike last time, the crowd was much calmer. Can you tell us how you killed the mutated serpent tortoise? Yes, how did you deal with it so quickly? Do you have any tips for us? Many humbly sought advice from Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu said lightly, just flip it over. Flip it over. The crowd suddenly had a realization. Someone exclaimed, right, why didn't I think of that? The tortoise has a hard shell, but its belly should be relatively soft. That's right, you just have to flip it over. To be able to come up with such a great solution, he's a real talent. As the crowd chattered on, Lin Moyu walked toward a nearby dungeon. Level 20 dungeon, Spider Nest. Entry restrictions between level 18 and level 22. In Dungeon Hall, there are only 2 dungeons below level 20, and they are Mutated Forest and Spider Nest. Mutated Forest is a level 17 dungeon and has the lowest requirement in Dungeon Hall. Its level requirement is between level 15 and level 19. Spider Nest is a level 20 dungeon, and its level requirement is between level 18 and level 22. Just by looking at these 2 dungeons, it can be seen that the Academy has strict level restrictions for dungeons, forming a comprehensive mechanism for cultivating students. As the students' level rises and their combat experience becomes more abundant, this requirement will gradually be relaxed. Nightmare rank difficulty. After spending 10 points, Lin Moyu entered the dungeon. Wind whistled through the cave, sounding like babies crying. The wind blew in waves, and so the frightening sounds rose intermittently. The cave is extremely dark, which greatly limited Lin Moyu's sight. A flame appeared in the palm of his hand. Soul Blaze just stayed in the palm of Lin Moyu's hand, used to illuminate the surroundings. Since the fire isn't strong, it could only illuminate a small area. Lin Moyu roughly understood the dungeon's environment. Surrounded by rock walls, there is only one passage that can accommodate two people walking side by side, leading to who knows where. The rock walls are covered with small holes. The smaller ones are only the size of a thumb, while the larger ones can fit a fist. There are many spider threads above. Hair-raising sounds of spiders crawling rise along with the sound of the wind. As its name implies, Spider Nest is a dungeon filled with spiders. A large number of skeletal warriors appeared, the dim soul fire in their eyes acting as torches, reflecting a large number of shadows. The skeletal warriors rushed out along the passage. The layout of Spider Nest is very complex and intricate. The skeletal warriors dispersed. A constantly expanding map appeared in Lin Moyu's mind. There are many caves in the dungeon, some with several exits. The interconnected caves form a structure that is both reminiscent of a honeycomb and a maze. The skeletal warriors kept dispersing and moving forward independently. Soon, the skeletal warriors encountered monsters. The two sides collided. Killed level 20 Scarlet Spider, EXP plus 9000. Obtained Spider Thread X5. Killed level 19 Hairy Spider, EXP plus 8000. Obtained Spider Thread X4. Notifications popped up repeatedly. As the skeletal warriors entered the state of battle one after another, the map's expansion slowed down. There are swarms of monsters in the dungeon. From an empirical perspective, these monsters can be classified as enhanced elite monsters. The skeletal warriors were forced to fight every few steps. The spiders often launched surprise attacks. Lurking at the ceiling of the cave, the spiders will attack when prey passes by. Lin Moyu advanced along a cleared path. For the first time since he entered this dungeon, Lin Moyu appears to be cautious. Suddenly, a faint sound rang in his ears. In the dim light, spiders nearly as large as a fist crawled out from the surrounding rock walls. In an instant, the surroundings were covered. Hundreds of spiders surrounded Lin Moyu. They are just ordinary monsters, even slightly weaker than other ordinary monsters of the same level. However, there are just too many of them. A large amount of ants can overwhelm an elephant. Lin Moyu recalled the parties ranked in the top 3 of Spider Nest, and they all had at least 2 mage-type class users. Mages possess formidable AoE offensive skills, making them indispensable in this kind of situation. The same party has set the first record in Spider Nest and Mutated Forest. The record for this dungeon seems to be 1 hour and 12 minutes, and it has lasted for more than 3 years. Lin Moyu immersed himself in his thoughts, and the fire burning in his palm flew out. The fire fell on a small spider. With the 20-fold amplification, Soul Blaze is enough to instantly kill ordinary monsters of the same level as him. Moreover, the physique of the small spider is only 200 points, which is even weaker than that of ordinary level 18 monsters. The small spider let out a miserable shriek, dying instantly. The fire extinguished, and the small cave was submerged by endless darkness again. Boom, a violent explosion swept through the cave. The deafening blare resounded throughout Spider Nest. The nest rumbled and vibrated, waking up countless sleeping spiders. Before the skeletal warriors could reach them, they had already crawled out. Boom boom, another 2 rumbles sounded, as if the cave were about to collapse. When light emanated from Lin Moyu's palm again, there were no more small spiders left in the cave. Although each small spider can only provide 500 EXP, but many a little makes a mickle. Besides, at least 300 to 400 small spiders were killed just now. This is equivalent to killing about 20 enhanced elite monsters of the same level in one go. It was a huge boon. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up, revealing a rare happy expression. He discovered that the caves where the skeletal warriors were located are crawling with small spiders. The small spiders were drawn by the explosion just now, holy land of EXP. Lin Moyu mused, then his countenance changed slightly. The skeletal warriors began to take damage. The skeletal warriors were covered with small spiders. The small spiders bit the skeletal warriors with their mouthparts. Although the damage wasn't high, yet the frequency was. The health of the skeletal warriors slowly decreased. A large amount of ants can overwhelm an elephant indeed. When he awakened his class, Lin Moyu saw a vision where a swarm of skeletal warriors killed a dragon. A similar thing is now occurring to the skeletal warriors in Spider Nest. Lin Moyu's first reaction was to retrieve the skeletal warriors. He wanted to retrieve the skeletal warriors, but then he discovered that, due to the small spider crawling all over them, it was impossible. The skeletal warriors have no AoE offensive skills. Whenever they brandished the large blades in their hands, they often would only cut down a single small spider. If they were lucky, they would kill 2 or 3. This is a drop in the bucket. Come back. Lin Moyu willed, ordering the skeletal warrior to run back. Even though the skeletal warriors can't be retrieved, but they can run back. If they stayed there, they would be whittled away by the small spiders. The skeletal warriors ran back, covered in small spiders. Behind them, there are massive amounts of spiders. There are both small spiders and various enhanced elite spiders. The skeletal warriors pushed ahead like bulldozers, cutting down a massive amount of monsters. This is the first time they have run away so helter-skelter. Lin Moyu's realization that the skeletal warriors are overly specialized gradually deepened, although their attributes are high, but they also have significant drawbacks and limitations. Lin Moyu can only hope that new skills will appear when he reaches level 20. A skeletal warrior appeared in his line of sight. Lin Moyu raised his palm. Skill, corpse explosion. Boom. Following the fierce explosion, the small spiders on the skeletal warrior were obliterated. Skeletal warriors returned one after another, following by the sound of explosions. The entire spider nest shook as if it would collapse at any moment. As Lin Moyu used corpse explosion, his EXP soared like a rocket. Inside Dungeon Hall, a crowd waited outside Spider Nest. He won't set a new record again, will he? It's hard to say, however, Spider Nest is a good dungeon. If it weren't for the fact that I have already exceeded level 22, I would really like to raid it a few more times. That's right, Spider Nest is a holy land of materials. You can earn a lot of money by raiding this dungeon. In addition to money, you can also earn a lot of EXP. Although each small spider doesn't provide much EXP, but it will add up. Many level 24 dungeons provide less EXP than Spider Nest. If a party has insufficient mages, or if the mages have no AoE offensive skills, gaining EXP is nothing but a pipe dream. Discussions rose outside, the crowd filled with anticipation. They were eager to learn whether Lin Moyu will set a new record again. Lin Moyu has caused a sensation in Dungeon Hall. In fact, it should be called an explosive sensation. Inside Spider Nest, Lin Moyu pushed forward using corpse explosion, and EXP and materials flooded in like raindrops. He didn't leave a single cave alone. At this time, the skeletal warriors were no longer completely dispersed, but instead set out in groups of 10. He followed behind, and whenever small spiders appeared, he would rush over as soon as possible and cast corpse explosion. When others raided this dungeon, they chose to take the shortest path and directly push to the end of the dungeon. Lin Moyu, on the other hand, intends to clear the entire dungeon. He won't leave a single monster alone. Time elapsed. After an hour, Lin Moyu still hadn't come out. The crowd outside was somewhat disappointed, but many thought it to be normal. Previously, due to discovering a new method, Lin Moyu was able to set a new record. Even if he can't set a new record, the fact that he can solo the nightmare rank difficulty already makes him quite amazing. Indeed, but then again, Spider Nest is a bit unique. That's right, the strength of the spiders in both ordinary rank difficulty and nightmare rank difficulty is the same, only their numbers differ. Let's go, anyway, a new record wasn't set this time. While listening to the discussion, Shuhan looked at the dungeon's entrance. She has a different opinion. She feels like they are wrong, although it is unsubstantiated, but she still feels this way. In the dungeon, Lin Moyu finally cleared the entire dungeon. This dungeon has a total of 108 caves, 60 of which contain small spiders. I wonder if this distribution is fixed or random. I'll know once I come here again next time. Lin Moyu looked at his EXP. His EXP has reached level 1870%. With a single dungeon raid, his EXP rose by nearly 70%, and it was only his first raid when he was unfamiliar with the dungeon. The efficiency is really high. The next time he raids the dungeon, he will spend much less time. It's time to take a look at the boss. Lin Moyu crossed one cave after another, heading toward the deepest point of the dungeon. Spider Nest is a very large dungeon, with 108 caves forming a maze-like map. If Lin Moyu hadn't formed the complete map in his mind, it would take him a lot of time to search for the boss. After walking for 10 minutes, he arrived in front of an entrance sealed with thick spider webs. Skeletal warriors brandished their large blades and cut the spider web. The layered spider web is extremely resilient, making it difficult to cut. The skeletal warriors aren't suitable for this task. If there was a mage here, they could launch an attack and easily clear the spider web. After a whopping 5 minutes, the skeletal warriors finally cleared the way. Click, clack. The skeletal warriors walked forward, followed by Lin Moyu. After crossing the passage, they finally arrived at the end of the dungeon. In a huge cavern, there is the dungeon boss. It is a giant spider with a diameter of 7 to 8 meters. It is supported by 8 pillar-like legs. Each leg is 15 meters long, about twice as long as the body. The legs are covered with barbs emitting a steel-like sheen. If a class user is scraped by them, they will likely be either dead or crippled. At the same time as Lin Moyu entered the cavern, the boss had discovered him. Lin Moyu willed, and the skeletal warriors responded. A total of 112 skeletal warriors rushed forward and swung their large blades. Subsequently, detection fell on the boss, Spider King boss rank monster. Skills: Spit Web, Acid, Windstorm. Compared to the mutated serpent tortoise, its strength and agility are higher, while its physique is lower. It has 3 skills. Regarding the first two, Lin Moyu can deal with them. As for Windstorm, he isn't quite sure about this skill. The Spider King opened its mouth and spat out a huge spider web. Skill: Spit Web. The skeletal warriors quickly dodged, but there were still a few that were caught in the spider web. Trapped by the spider web, the skeletal warriors brandished their large blades and chopped at the spider web. The spider web is unexpectedly sturdy, making it hard to cut. The Spider King used its skill Spit Web several times in a row, trapping a dozen-plus skeletal warriors. At this point, the other skeletal warriors had already rushed up to its legs and swung their blades. Some skeletal warriors leaped into the air, jumping 10 meters high, lunging at it. The Spider King quickly retreated, trying to avoid the skeletal warriors jumping toward it. Suddenly, a red flame flashed and drilled into its body. The Spider King immediately let out a screech. Then a red radiance enveloped the top of its head, and a pattern of chains appeared. Its movement speed was instantly halved. Skill: Soul Blaze. Skill: Slowing Curse. Lin Moyu joined the battle, interrupting the Spider King's movement. Some skeletal warriors successfully jumped onto the Spider King and activated their skill. Skill: Berserk Strike. The defense of the Spider King is far lower than that of the mutated serpent tortoise. As a result, faced with the fierce attacks of the skeletal warriors, it was wounded severely in an instant. It struggled frantically, its 8 legs sweeping back and forth like huge clubs. At the same time, it spat out foul-smelling green liquid from its mouth. Skill: Acid. The green liquid has a strong corrosive property. When it fell on the skeletal warriors, sizzling sounds and faint smoke rose. Lin Moyu sensed that the skeletal warriors received damage. Let's finish it, Lin Moyu mused. The attacks of the skeletal warriors intensified. At the same time, he used Soul Blaze repeatedly. The Spider King's wounds grew increasingly more severe, and it finally let out a screech. The Spike King shrank back, and its 8 huge legs coiled around it like pythons, the blade-like barbs on the huge legs facing outward. The Spider King began to spin, sweeping like a spinning top. Skill: Windstorm. A wind suddenly rose in the cavern. The skeletal warriors were flung away one after another, and cracks appeared on their bones. This skill is quite powerful. The Spider King unleashed its skills at lightning speed, and after sweeping the skeletal warriors away, charged toward Lin Moyu. A skeletal warrior rushed to Lin Moyu's side, hugged him, and jumped high into the air, dodging the Spider King's sweep. After a while, the Spider King finally stopped spinning. The skeletal warriors surrounded it once again. Although the skeletal warriors are slightly injured, their bones covered in cracks, but it doesn't affect their combat power. Lin Moyu wasn't worried at all. After all, he had seen the skeletal warriors when they were level 1, which was just as tragic of a sight. In fact, when they were level 1, the skeletal warriors looked as if they were pulled out of a garbage dump. They look much better now. The sounds of metal striking metal echoed in the cave again, accompanied by the screeches of the Spider King. The Spider King suddenly jumped up high and hung upside down on the ceiling of the cavern and then made sharp calls. The cavern shook, holes appeared all over, and a swarm of small spiders crawled out. There are more than 1,000 small spiders. The Spider King fell back to the ground, looking like a king commanding his own army. Seeing this scene, Lin Moyu didn't panic at all, but smiled instead. You must be tired of living. Soul Blaze flashed, and a small spider died in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The cavern looks like it is filled with fireworks, with explosions rising incessantly. More than 100 explosions sounded in total. It wasn't until Lin Moyu's spirit force was nearly depleted that the explosions stopped. The Spider King tottered unsteadily, its huge legs covered in wounds and broken flesh. It was disoriented, unable to understand what happened. Where did the explosions come from? Subsequently, the skeletal warriors lunged forward and gave it the coup de grace. In summation, a complete dungeon raid increased my IXP by 80%. However, it took too much time. It took 1 hour and 32 minutes. This isn't enough to break the record. It looks like I'll have to raid it once more and directly push through it. If I set a new record, I will be able to earn points and contributions points. I can't miss this opportunity. Lin Moyu left the dungeon. At this time, there weren't many people outside the dungeon. Unlike before, when he set a new record, you're out at last. Have you cleared the dungeon? It's okay if you haven't. After all, there are just too many monsters in this dungeon. Fighting them all alone must be really tiring. A few people spoke in a good-natured manner. They are all students of Xiajing Academy. At some point, they might have to form a party with each other and clear a dungeon together. As a result, they are rather friendly with other students of Xiajing Academy. Lin Moyu said faintly, "Thank you, I cleared it." Really? Did you really clear it? Lin Moyu nodded and said, "I did." Incredible, you're actually able to solo the nightmare rank spider nest. Although this dungeon provides a lot of EXP and materials, but it is quite hard to clear. That many monsters, only mages like you can solo them. Shuhan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Moyu was safe. I'm glad you're fine. Shuhan appeared just in time. Lin Moyu has a question to ask her. Do you know which dungeons give more EXP? He originally thought that the amount of EXP dungeons provide is basically determined by their level. The higher the level, the more EXP it naturally provides. Now it seems that this isn't necessarily the case. Level 17 Mutated Forest and level 20 Spider Nest. There is a difference of 3 levels between the two dungeons, yet the difference in EXP they provide is nearly 3 times. And now that he cleared Spider Nest once, the efficiency will be improved next time. Shuhan didn't find the question strange at all. Spider Nest is also known as the Holy Land of EXP. Among dungeons below level 25, it gives the most EXP. The Holy Land of EXP, this sounds a little interesting. The number of monsters in the dungeon is massive, although each small spider doesn't provide much EXP, but when it is added up, the amount is staggering. Shuhan suddenly said, but in my opinion, it's not that simple. In fact, if you don't care about the spending points, the EXP given in Spider Nest is actually nothing much. Oh, after a moment of thought, Lin Moyu understood the meaning behind Shuhan's words. EXP is based on the abundance of monsters, but finding and killing monsters takes time. It took him 1 hour and 32 minutes to clear the dungeon this time. The EXP the dungeon provided appears to be very high, about 3 times that of Mutated Forest. However, it takes him just 20+ minutes to raid Mutated Forest. The time it takes him to raid Spider Nest is enough to raid Mutated Forest 4 times. As such, the amount of EXP obtained from Mutated Forest in this period of time is higher. Why do other people say that Spider Nest is a holy land of EXP? The key is points. Repeatedly raiding a dungeon requires constantly dispelling the cooldown period. For low-level dungeons like this, entrance only costs 10 points, while dispelling the cooldown period requires 40 points. Consequently, Spider Nest has become known as a holy land of EXP to others. Thank you. Lin Moyu sincerely thanked Shuhan. Shuhan shook her hands. There's no need for thanks. After all, this is something you would have learned sooner or later. She can tell that Lin Moyu doesn't seem to care much about points. Lin Moyu said, do you know of any dungeons that are quick to clear and yield a lot of EXP? Quick to clear and yield a lot of EXP. Shuhan tilted her head and thought for a moment. Lin Moyu believes that there shouldn't be many dungeons like this. Shuhan thought for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. You can form a party with others and go to the large-scale dungeon Tyrant Desert. In Dungeon Hall, there are 3 special dungeons. 2 are large-scale dungeons, and 1 is a super large-scale dungeon. In general, a party of 40 is needed to clear a large-scale dungeon. As for the super large-scale dungeon, over 100 people are required. If the class users are well-equipped and their levels are sufficiently high, then the number of people necessary to raid a large-scale dungeon can be reduced to 30 or even 25. From this, a new role emerged, carrying. Many students form parties and carry people to clear large-scale dungeons and level grind. The carried person doesn't need to do anything. They only need to pay a certain amount of points. In a large-scale dungeon, there are many monsters, providing a large amount of EXP. Shuhan continued, due to safety concerns, the Academy has strict level requirements for dungeons. However, there is an exception, namely the large-scale dungeons. Tyrant Desert is a level 25 large-scale dungeon, and it can be accessed from level 20 onwards, up to level 30. When you reach level 20, you can go to the Party Recruitment Center to look for a party. So long as you pay a certain amount of points, you can find a party to take you level grinding. After all, the higher the level of a dungeon, the harder and more dangerous it is to solo it. Lin Moyu understands that she spoke out of consideration and thanked her softly. Shuhan chuckled, it's okay. After all, I took your points. All right, it's getting late. I'm calling it a day. If there is anything you don't understand in the future, you can ask me. She used a teleportation stone and left Dungeon Hall. It was indeed getting late. Lin Moyu looked at the time and saw that it was already 9 p.m. After an entire day of combat, he couldn't help but feel a bit tired, although he just leveled up and all his attributes have been restored completely. Even if he had any injuries, they would have healed during the level up. But the mental strain caused by prolonged combat can't be erased just like that. What's more, the skeletal warriors received damage in the previous battle, although the damage isn't severe, but it will take some time for them to fully recover. Lin Moyu looked at the dungeon and decided to come back tomorrow. He activated the teleportation stone and left Dungeon Hall. At night, the academy was quiet. Lin Moyu headed back to his dormitory. Despite only having arrived 2 days ago at the academy, so much has already occurred. This kind of life is much more exciting than his day-to-day during high school. At high school, he learned some basic knowledge. As for knowledge pertaining to after-class awakening, he didn't learn most of it. He couldn't find any additional information either, because it is unknown what sort of class you will awaken, combat type, support type, or livelihood type. Only some basic knowledge was taught by the school. Only by awakening a combat type class can you gain more access to knowledge pertaining to combat type classes. The same applies to support type classes. Some support type classes such as Prophet and Spren Elder also need to participate in combat. As for support type classes like Alchemists and Concoctor, they may not enter a dungeon their entire life. Knowledge pertaining to classes is strictly delaminated. After a few days, class users from all over the Empire, admitted into Zyajing Academy, will come. At that time, classes will start, and the Academy will impart the students all the necessary knowledge. Lin Moyu is not in a hurry for now. After returning to the dormitory, he filled his stomach with some simple food. Before the trial started, Ning Yi bought a lot of food, some of which was subsequently left at his place. He summoned 4 skeletons and threw them into the summoned space. The number of skeletal warriors under his command has reached 116. After a moment, his breathing turned faint, and he entered the state of meditation. At this time, in a secret space of Zyajing Academy, there are 3 people sitting opposite each other in the secret space. Bai Yiyuan smiled. Well, didn't I tell you? This kind is something else. Meng Anwen uttered. He soloed Mermaid Dungeon and seized all 3 mermaids' tears of this year. He gave the people of Sakura Kingdom a vicious slap in the face and crushed their onmyoji, as well as showed the guys from Qianlong Institute that there's a big gap between them. Since they were nurtured by the academy, they believed themselves amazing and looked down on imperial tip scorers. They finally had a rude awakening. Meng Anwen looked at Hong Shan as he spoke, a mischievous smile on his face. As the dean of Qianlong Institute, Hong Shan naturally wasn't thrilled that his students were humiliated. He couldn't help but snort and ignored Meng Anwen. Bai Yiyuan chuckled. In fact, I had the kid take part in the trial to see what he is capable of. However, the kid is just too quiet. Meng Anwen took a sip of tea. What is his talent? Have you inquired about it? It's a talent of amplification. However, I didn't ask about the specifics. I reckon the amplifications shouldn't be small. Meng Anwen looked over, a strange gleam in his eyes. Bai Yiyuan took another sip of tea. Everyone has their secrets. I have never asked you about your talent either. In fact, if someone asked you, would you be happy? If someone inquired about his talent, Meng Anwen feels that he will take it as an affront. All right, I get it. A talent of amplification, it is indeed impressive. Such a talent has appeared before. If his skills are formidable enough, coupled with this talent, his future is bright. Bai Yiyuan smiled. I also think this kid has a promising future. Moreover, his sister is already a member of Chuangshan Institute. She is also favored by that old man. Despite being a calm and collected character, Meng Anwen couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. He doesn't regard people who are able to enter Chuangshan Institute as anything special. After all, although the students of Chuangshan Institute are each a paragon, but that doesn't necessarily mean they will become a big shot in the end. But if it's someone favored by the old man, that's completely different. Bai Yiyuan slapped his thigh and laughed. I was also stupefied when I first learned it. Meng Anwen asked, do you know the reason behind this? Bai Yiyuan shook his head. To catch the eye of the old man, there must be something special about her. After all, as you must know, the old man's standards are really high. It seems that the human race will soon gain 2 more new stars. Meng Anwen took a sip of tea and then spoke unhurriedly. Hong Shan, who hasn't spoken until now, suddenly opened his mouth. It's a new star and a lone wolf. Lin Moyu, who's just too quiet, really seems like a lone wolf. The next morning, Lin Moyu's spirit force was fully restored. Subsequently, he summoned 4 skeletal warriors, bringing the number of skeletal warriors under his command to 120. After washing up, he directly used the teleportation stone and disappeared from his room, and then arrived at Dungeon Hall. The area outside Dungeon Hall is as lively as ever. A large number of class users have set up stalls, searching for parties. In addition to ordinary students, there are also many institute students interspersed. Although both belong to Zyajing Academy, but they are completely different. Most ordinary students were admitted into the academy through the Great Examination. As for institute students, some of them were directly nurtured by the institutes. They have good family background and excellent bloodline, and they have been enjoying countless resources since they were little. At the same age, they have surpassed ordinary students in terms of level by far. When others take the Great Examination, they have already passed level 20 on average. As a result, they are quite proud and some look down on ordinary students, not unlike Ling Zhen, who even looked down on Lin Moyu, an imperial top scorer. When they first enter Zyajing Academy, imperial top scorers and provincial top scorers are indeed inferior to them. Since they had a late start, whether it's in terms of level, knowledge, equipment, or skills, they can't compare to the other party. The only thing they can compare to the other party is in terms of class. This disparity won't be alleviated until 2 or 3 years later. Some outstanding individuals will join the institutes. The rest, however, can only remain as ordinary students. The institutes serve to differentiate ordinary students from geniuses. Lin Moyu figured this out in the blink of an eye and then didn't pay it any more attention. Anyway, it won't affect his leveling. Moreover, he doesn't want to party up with anyone else. He prefers to go solo. After entering Dungeon Hall, Lin Moyu went directly to Spider Nest's entrance. The cooldown period has just ended, saving him 40 points. Lin Moyu selected the nightmare-ranked dungeon and went in. Once inside, he summoned the skeletal warriors. He is already familiar with the routes in the caves. The map hasn't changed. Since that's the case, then if I push the speed to the limit, it should take me about 20 minutes. Lin Moyu quietly made an estimation. However, he didn't choose to push the speed to the limit, but instead optimized the route. He ignored some out-of-the-way places and deliberately chose caves that were fairly close by, and skeletal warriors drew the spiders inside. In this way, he can claim a larger part of the EXP while saving a lot of time, optimizing efficiency. According to his calculations, the raid speed can be nearly halved this way. He can clear the dungeon in 50 minutes at most, earning about 70 of the dungeon's EXP. In this way, efficiency is greatly improved. This is the solution he came up with last night. Lin Moyu followed the skeletal warriors and advanced forward. Occasionally, skeletal warriors would bring massive amounts of spiders from behind. At the same time, explosions sounded from time to time, echoing throughout the entire spider nest. His EXP rose repeatedly. By the time Lin Moyu has crossed half of the dungeon, light appeared on his body, indicating that he leveled up. This was within his calculations. Therefore, when he finished his meditation session, Lin Moyu consumed more than 80 of his spirit force and summoned 4 skeletal warriors. He knew he would level up halfway through the dungeon. After he leveled up, his spirit force was fully restored again. At this time, Lin Moyu didn't summon any more skeletal warriors, but preserved his spirit force to deal with the final boss. Yesterday, the Spider King's skills dealt some damage to the skeletal warriors. The same thing can't happen again today. After leveling up, the skeletal warriors became even more powerful. Their 4 attributes have reached 6,200 points. Their combat power has increased. In conjunction with corpse explosion, they rapidly pushed ahead. After only 40 minutes, the skeleton army reached the end of the dungeon. The skeletal warriors quickly cut open the spider web blocking the way, revealing the passage inside. If you pass through this passage, you will reach the place where the Spider King is located. Lin Moyu didn't rush in, but instead stood in a nearby cave. Click-clack. The sounds became increasingly more concentrated. In addition to the sounds coming from the skeletal warriors, there were also sounds coming from a large number of insects. A few skeletal warriors ran over, followed by more than 1,000 spiders. They rushed into the passage and ran toward the location of the Spider King. As long as the spiders get near the Spider King, if that happens, then by using corpse explosion, Lin Moyu can basically kill the Spider King in an instant. The plan was good, but it didn't come to fruition. The spiders seemed to be afraid of the Spider King's aura. They stopped at the entrance of the passage and refused to enter. Lin Moyu realized that his plan failed. Soul Blaze flashed, followed by several violent explosions. The spiders at the entrance have been cleared. Lin Moyu summoned all his skeletal warriors. If the Spider King had some intelligence, it would surely be terrified by this force. The Spider King opened its mouth part, ready to launch Spit Web. Skill, Soul Blaze. Skill, Slowing Curse. 2 skills were released one after the other, and the Spider King immediately burst into a startling shriek. This time, Lin Moyu didn't give the Spider King a chance to use Spit Web. The skeletal warriors did not jump onto its body, but instead focused entirely on its legs. The skeletal warriors were evenly distributed, 15 skeletons assigned to each leg. The large blades flickered with red light. Skill, Berserk Strike. The Spider King screeched. The armor on its legs was chopped apart, revealing the flesh underneath. Lin Moyu has been casting Soul Blaze all this time. Battered by Soul Blaze again and again, the Spider King had no way to unleash its skills. Spider King's spirit isn't high, so the effect of Soul Blaze is quite good. So far, Lin Moyu hasn't encountered any monsters that can withstand Soul Blaze. This kind of spirit attack ignores defense and thus is difficult to resist. The skeletal warriors surrounded the Spider King's legs and attacked them relentlessly. Furthermore, they focused on the same points. Finally, with a loud bang, the Spider King's legs were severed, and its massive body fell to the ground. It has become completely defenseless. It screeched and countless small spiders crawled out from the surroundings. You just sealed your own fate. After the spiders arrived, a series of explosions sounded. Corpse explosion is definitely a godly skill. In less than 2 minutes, the Spider King died tragically. There isn't a single intact place on its body. Although the small spiders have low health, but their numbers were just too great. Lin Moyu consumed almost half of its spirit force before the Spider King was obliterated. Bit wasteful. Lin Moyu felt that this approach was a bit wasteful. He spent so much spirit force, yet the time it took to kill the Spider King was shortened by only 1 minute. He could have summoned 2 more skeletal warriors instead. After all, he has only 120 skeletal warriors, while the summon space already has 190 slots. There are still 70 slots waiting to be filled. In Dungeon Hall, the bell rang. People outside the hall rushed in one after another. Setting a new record always triggers curiosity and surprise in others. Someone has set a new record. Which big shot is it this time? I wonder which dungeon it is. More than 100 people rushed into Dungeon Hall and then found the shining light screen. It's Spider Nest, so it's a level 20 dungeon. Is it perhaps the guy from yesterday? It's highly likely. I saw him enter earlier. A new record appeared on the light screen. Previous first place moved down 1 place, and a new record appeared at the top. Lin Moyu, level 19, Necromancer, 47 minutes and 22 seconds. Wow, it's really him. Yesterday he set a new record for Mutated Forest, and today he set a new record for Spider Nest. The key part is that he went by himself. That's crazy. How on earth did he do it? Is the Necromancer class that awesome? In addition to the class being amazing, I think he might possess a talent. Hiss. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. Class users with a talent are extraordinary beings in their eyes at least. Every year, only a handful of class users with a talent will appear in the Empire. Talent my ass, he just got lucky. A voice full of envy sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. More than 100 pairs of eyes fell on Ling Zhen. With so many eyes on him, Ling Zhen evidently felt a bit uneasy. Why do you say that? Someone raised a question. Setting a new record isn't something that can be easily achieved, not to mention that the record was set by a single person. This is even harder. So why is he saying that Lin Moyu was lucky? Ling Zhen said with disdain. He's merely an ordinary student who just completed the great examination. However, he has a connection with God Bai. He probably got some powerful treasure from him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for one person to clear a nightmare-ranked dungeon. His words have just fallen when someone said angrily, so what if he's an ordinary student? Can't ordinary students set a record? That's right. You say Lin Moyu relied on a treasure he got from God Bai to set the record, but do you have any evidence to prove your claim? I recognize you. Your name is Ling Zhen, a student from Qianlong Institute. No wonder you're looking down on us ordinary students. However, you just got an early start, that's all. It still remains to be seen who will end up standing at the top. Ling Zhen's words triggered a frenzied reaction. The relationship between ordinary students and institute students is a bit strained. However, at least things weren't out in the open, hidden behind a thin membrane. Everyone was conscious not to pierce through the membrane. Yet now Ling Zhen threw a metaphorical stone and pierced right through it. The ordinary students erupted at once. Since they received the approval of the Office of Academic Affairs, these ordinary students are eligible to enter Dungeon Hall. It can be said that they are all excellent individuals. Furthermore, most of them have achieved outstanding results in the Great Examination, and their class is formidable, even though they can't compare to students nurtured by the Academy at first. But over time, the gap will gradually narrow and eventually may even reverse. So that's why in the eyes of many excellent ordinary students, the students nurtured by the Academy are nothing special. As for the Institute students, they are naturally on his side, thinking that what Ling Zhen is mostly true. Both sides broke out in a heated argument, taunting remark flying left and right, almost coming to blows. With a flash of light, Lin Moyu appeared in front of the dungeon. A fierce quarrel entered his ears. Momentarily, he couldn't figure out what was going on. Suddenly, someone pulled Lin Moyu by the arm. Lin Moyu, did you just complete the great examination this year? Lin Moyu instinctively made a sound of assent. What was your result? Lin Moyu answered honestly, Imperial top scorer. Everyone was stunned. It turns out he is this year's Imperial top scorer. The Institute students were specially shocked, although they looked down on ordinary students, but Imperial top scorers are different. Even though Imperial top scorers are inferior to them when they first arrive, but after a few years, most Imperial top scorers will catch up to them or even surpass them. Imperial top scorers are no pushovers. In general, their class and skills are formidable. They just didn't have access to many resources and had a late start. Ling Zhen said coldly, what's so great about Imperial top scorers? Can they compare to us? If we had taken the great examination, we would have easily taken the position of Imperial top scorer. Someone retorted, I wouldn't say that. If you hadn't been nurtured by the Academy and only awakened your class a week before the great examination, it's hard to tell if you had been able to take the position of Imperial top scorer. This statement received approval from many. Even the Institute students had to agree. After all, it's the truth. Lin Moyu finally figured out what was going on. Ling Zhen was provoking him again. Lin Moyu looked at Ling Zhen, a surge of murderous intent in his eyes. I told you if you provoked me again that I would kill you. Ling Zhen felt intimidated by Lin Moyu's gaze. You think I'm scared of you? Who do you think you are? Lin Moyu gave him a deep look, his gaze full of admonishment. If it were in the wilderness, Lin Moyu would have taken action already. Some noticed Lin Moyu's gaze and couldn't help but shiver. Lin Moyu ignored him, then turned around and entered Spider Nest again. At this moment, someone patted their chest. Oh my god, the look in his eyes, he must have killed people before. And not just one or two. Stop saying such things, okay? He's merely a new student who just finished the great examination. There's no way he could have killed anyone. Do you think the outside world is that simple? You grew up under the protection of the academy and know nothing of the dangers of the outside world. I'm sure he has killed people before, and quite a few. The look in his eyes just now, it's as if he were looking at a monster in a dungeon. Right, that look was very scary. At this moment, Ling Zhen was also scared. Lin Moyu's gaze affected him the most. In Lin Moyu's eyes, he was not a human, but rather a monster that can be killed at any time. When he thought about the terrifying skeletons under Lin Moyu's command, fear washed over him. His legs started trembling. Although he is scared, but he can't lose face. Ling Zhen got a grip. Humph, you better not run into me in the wilderness, or else I'll kill you. With that, Ling Zhen used the teleportation stone and teleported away. After he left, a burst of laughter rose in Dungeon Hall. Ha ha, this guy is scared. From his last words, you can tell that he is just putting up a strong front. What a coward. This is a student cultivated by the academy, a so-called genius. What a disgrace. The institute students felt ashamed, giving no retort. They have already begun to despise Ling Zhen. After all, this guy caused them to lose face. They put Ling Zhen on the blacklist, making a mental note not to party up with him for a dungeon raid in the future. When they left Dungeon Hall and prepared to look for party members, the bell rang again. My gosh, what's going on? There's another new record. Needless to say, it must be Lin Moyu. He did the same with Mutated Forest yesterday. Yes, I was there yesterday as well. He set a new record on the first raid and then broke his own record on the second raid. I have never heard of any treasures that can enable people to solo nightmare-ranked dungeons and create such astonishing records. The people who just left Dungeon Hall rushed back in. When they saw the result on the light screen, their eyes widened more than their mouths. Lin Moyu, level 19, Necromancer, 22 minutes and 51 seconds. This record was no longer astonishing, but instead terrifying. Everyone felt cold all over. Soloing a nightmare-ranked dungeon in only 22 minutes and 51 seconds. No one can imagine how he achieved that, yet he did achieve it. The facts were vividly presented before them. No way is there something wrong with Dungeon Hall. What nonsense are you spouting? If anything, there's something wrong with your head, not Dungeon Hall. Do you know how many years Dungeon Hall has been in operation, yet it has never had any problems? Then how did he do it? You can go and ask him. I won't go, his eyes are too scary. At this moment, Lin Moyu appeared outside the dungeon. The next moment, he entered the dungeon again. The dungeon, Lin Moyu looked at his EXP. There are still 26 left until he can level up. In order to clear the dungeon quickly, he left many spiders alone in the previous raid and gained very little EXP. With this raid, I can level up. When he set a new record for Spider Nest, he once again received 1,000 points and 5 contribution points as reward. Rumbling sounds rose incessantly in Spider Nest. Lin Moyu marched forward along with the skeletal warriors. By the time Lin Moyu arrived at the entrance to the boss cavern, white light had already appeared on him. He leveled up, level 20 at last. Lin Moyu let out a long breath. He estimates that there are few people in the world who can level up as quickly as him. After all, he can solo nightmare-ranked dungeons. His efficiency is astonishingly high. However, considering that joining Chuangshan Institute requires level 30, he feels that he still has ways to go. After level 20, leveling speed will definitely slow down again. He just doesn't know how much it will slow down. Based on the time he reached level 10, after he leveled up, skills may undergo a change, especially his talent and the skill Summon Skeletal Warrior. Lin Moyu is looking forward to seeing if there are any changes. He viewed his attribute panel. Enhances the effects of all skills by 30 times. Damage transfer. All damage taken by the host will be borne by the summons. Soul Blaze, level 20. Deals damage to target soul. Its power depends on your spirit force and the skill's level. Summon Skeletal Warrior, level 20. Summons a Silver Skeletal Warrior. Corpse Explosion, level 2. Detonate a corpse and deal 15 of the corpse's health as damage to enemies within a radius of 2 meters. Slowing Curse, level 1. Curses enemies within a range of 5 meters and reduces their speed by 5 lasts for 1 minute. Although he has expected as much, but Lin Moyu was still shocked by the changes. Godly Talent, Comprehensive Amplification. It is his most important ability. The talent Comprehensive Amplification reached level 3. The amplification rate has increased from 20 to 30 times. The upgrade is quite significant. The power of Soul Blaze has increased greatly. It was a powerful single-target skill to begin with. After a 30-fold amplification, its offensive power has become terrifying. Soul Blaze is a very powerful tool for interrupting the skills of bosses, and there is still the very important skill Corpse Explosion. Corpse Explosion is still level 2, but after the amplification, its range has reached 60 meters. A range of 60 meters is already quite considerable, and the damage has reached 450 of the corpse's health. If a monster is detonated nearby, no other monster of similar type will be able to withstand it. The skill Slowing Curse also benefits from his talent's level up. Its range has reached 150 meters, and the deceleration effect has reached 150. Furthermore, the duration has reached 30 minutes. Finally, Lin Moyu opened the attribute panel of the Skeletal Warriors. After the skill has reached level 20, the Skeletal Warriors have been upgraded from Bronze rank to Silver rank. There must be a significant increase in their attributes. At level 19, after being amplified, the 4 attributes of the Skeletal Warriors have reached 6,200 points. Their actual attributes were at 310 points, which is neither high nor low. In fact, it is similar to ordinary wild monsters of the same level. With sufficient Skeletal Warriors, even without the talent's amplification, it will still be easy to fight monsters in the wild. At most, the hunting speed will decrease. But now, Skeletal Warriors standing in front of him are silver-white. Compared to when they were Bronze rank, they are a bit taller and emit a silver-white luster. Their bones have become smoother. The large blades in their hands have become sharper, as if carefully forged equipment without any signs of wear. All these changes are telling Lin Moyu that he has become stronger. When Lin Moyu saw these attributes, his whole body felt a little numb. He was shocked once again. 12,000 points in the 4 attributes. This has reached 5 figures. The basic attributes are at 400 points, which is not very high. The most amazing thing is his talent. Silver Skeletal Warrior, how much spirit force does it cost to summon one? Lin Moyu came up with a question. The level increased and attributes became stronger, but what about the consumption? He tried to summon one. A significant drop in spirit force occurred in an instant, from 1,320 to 820. His eyebrows stirred involuntarily. A consumption of 500 points of spirit force, that's quite a lot. It seems I need to get some equipment to raise my spirit force. At present, he can only summon 2 skeletons at a time. It will take ages to fill the summon space. Since he has reached level 20, he can use silver rank equipment now. Lin Moyu decided to go to the trade office to see if he can buy suitable silver rank equipment. At the same time, he is also going to purchase a bunch of elementary skill scrolls. After a significant increase in their attributes, the Silver Skeletal Warriors slashed apart the spider web in 2 to 3 strokes. Then they rushed in head first. Faced with the Skeletal Warriors charging toward it, the Spider King assumed a combat posture. This time, Lin Moyu didn't take action. He wants to see how powerful the Silver Skeletal Warriors are. Skill, Spit Web, a huge net emerged. At first, Lin Moyu felt that the Skeletal Warriors would be caught in it again, but then several Skeletal Warriors suddenly jumped up and swung their large blades. Accompanied by faint noise, the sound of the spiderweb being cut rose. The Skeletal Warriors passed through the spiderweb without stopping and continued to charge toward the Spider King. They have become self-aware. It seems that becoming self-aware has increased their combat power. Lin Moyu felt a sense of self-awareness from the Silver Skeletal Warriors. They now adapt according to the situation, instead of just hacking away as before. If this is the case for Silver rank, then what about Gold rank and Platinum rank? Will the Skeletal Warriors become like real warriors, like class users? The Spider King used Spit Web repeatedly, but to no avail. After reaching Silver rank, the Skeletal Warriors have undergone a complete transformation. Not only have their attributes increased greatly, but they have also gained combat awareness. In the blink of an eye, the Skeletal Warriors have reached the Spider King's legs. The silver-white blades of some Skeletal Warriors emitted red light and they slashed at the Spider King's legs. Skill, Berserk Strike, 12,000 points of strength, plus a 300 attack bonus. This skill deserves to contain the word Berserk in its name. Red light illuminated the cavern. As if they were vegetables, the Spider King's legs were neatly chopped off. Accompanied by shrieks, the Spider King fell to the ground. At this time, some other Skeletal Warriors activated their skill. Large blades fell on the Spider King. Killed Spider King, EXP plus 190,000, obtained a silver rank weapon, Spider Stave, obtained an elementary core, Spider Dagger silver rank, Spirit plus 40, Physique plus 40, increases the power of magic skills by 8, usable after level 20. Upon seeing the notification, Lin Moyu was taken aback. Is this it? With the Skeletal Warriors activating their skill, the battle took less than 10 seconds. A magnificent dungeon boss died just like that. Faced with Silver Skeletal Warriors, whose 4 attributes have reached 12,000 points, the Spider King couldn't even summon its subordinates. That was really fast. When he checked his EXP, Lin Moyu was at a loss for words. He obtained 190,000 EXP, yet his EXP only increased by 0.2. After level 20, the leveling speed has slowed down by several times. In general, in order to go from level 20 to level 30, it can take 1 year if it's fast or 3 years if it's slow. One of the requirements for entering Chuangshan Institute is level 30. Individuals who can reach level 30 in a short period of time are very impressive characters, while people like his sister, who entered Chuangshan Institute just a few months after entering the academy, are few and far between. Lin Moyu didn't linger in Dungeon Hall and directly used the teleportation stone to return to the dormitory. Next, he left the dormitory and headed for the trade office. The Imperial Trade Office and the Academic Trade Office are located one next to the other, although the two look a bit different, but there is an overarching style that connects them. They are collectively referred to as Trade Center by the students. Lin Moyu first went to the Academic Trade Office, where a large number of items are sold that can only be redeemed with points. The biggest difference between it and the Imperial Trade Office is that you can't directly sell items to the Academic Trade Office. Lin Moyu found several missions, mostly material retrieval missions. He handed over some materials he obtained and obtained 150 points. This is one of the ways many students earn points. Then he went to the Imperial Trade Office and sold all the remaining items. Lin Moyu didn't bother with consignment sale. After all, the price difference isn't that big, and he is too lazy to study the prices. Instead, it's better to use that time and effort to do dungeon raid a couple more times. Compared to bronze rank equipment, silver rank equipment is more valuable. He sold several pieces of silver rank equipment, several pieces of bronze rank equipment, and some miscellaneous materials for a total of 430,000 gold coins. His total assets reached 610,000 gold coins and 135,000 points. After setting 2 records, his points not only not decreased, but they even increased. Lin Moyu searched the Imperial Trade Office but couldn't find the equipment he needed. In the end, he spent 600,000 gold coins and bought 6 elementary skill scrolls. 6 scrolls, this might not be enough. To be on the safe side, he went to the Academic Trade Office once again. There are also elementary skill scrolls for sale in the Academic Trade Office, priced at 800 points per scroll. According to the exchange ratio of 1 point for 100 gold coins, 800 points can only be exchanged for 80,000 gold coins, which isn't enough to buy a skill scroll in the Imperial Trade Office. This can highlight the stronger purchasing power and higher value of points. This is not only true for skill scrolls, the same is also true for other equipment and items. After a moment of thought, Lin Moyu bought 10 elementary skill scrolls, using 8,000 points. 16 scrolls should be enough. After buying the skill scrolls, he started looking at other items. Some equipments and items here are not available in the Imperial Trade Office. For example, Lin Moyu saw a silver rank weapon. This weapon is called Spirit Sword, and it doesn't originate from a dungeon, but was forged by a blacksmith class user called Zhang Tai. Most mages won't choose to use it. The Spirit Sword seems a bit unconventional among silver rank weapons. Lin Moyu is interested in its boost of Spirit Force. His Spirit Force has currently reached 1,300 points. With its Spirit Force boost, his Spirit Force will reach 1,700 points. To summon a skeletal warrior, he has to spend 500 points of Spirit Force. At the moment, he can only summon 2 skeletal warriors, but with the sword, he will be able to summon 3 skeletal warriors. Furthermore, the higher the Spirit Force, the faster its restoration speed during meditation and the higher its efficiency. The most crucial thing is that the higher the Spirit Force, the more powerful skill Soul Blaze will get. An increase in Spirit Force is equivalent to a boost to Soul Blaze. To Lin Moyu, the sword is much more practical than other silver rank weapons. The Spirit Sword's price is 3,000 points, making it slightly more expensive than other silver rank weapons. Lin Moyu still bought is without hesitation. A delicate silver-white sword appeared in his hand, instantly increasing his Spirit Force to 1,700. Lin Moyu can feel an energy transmit into his body from the Spirit Sword. If he casts Soul Blaze while holding the sword, the power of Soul Blaze will be increased significantly. It only took 2 minutes to spend 10,000 points. He still has 125,000 points left. This may seem like a lot, but it's actually not much. Gold rank equipment can easily go for tens of thousands of points. His entire wealth is only enough to buy 1 piece of gold rank equipment. 1,700 points of Spirit Force still isn't enough. Lin Moyu went to look for protective equipment. Lin Moyu saw a mage-type protective equipment called Spirit Robe in the protective equipment section. Spirit Robe Silver Rank, Spirit plus 200, usable after level 20, maker Zhang Tai introduction, a part of a 3-piece spirit set. It was made by the same person. At the same time, it also only gives a boost in Spirit Force. This is not surprising. What Lin Moyu focused on was the introduction, a part of a 3-piece spirit set. This is a set. Lin Moyu was taken aback. In high school, while studying basic knowledge about equipment, he saw descriptions about sets. Sets are extremely rare. If you can gather one, you will be able to obtain an additional bonus. The spirit robe costs 2,000 points, making it slightly cheaper than its sword counterpart, but it is more expensive than other silver rank protective equipment of the same level. Lin Moyu bought it without thinking. As for the points, he isn't really concerned about them for the time being. With a thought from him, the spirit robe appeared on him, replacing the robe of knowledge. His spirit force was pushed to 1,900. He still is missing one piece of the set. He started searching again. In the trade office, there is a search function. Following Lin Moyu's specifications, the corresponding equipment was quickly found. Spirit Ring Silver Rank, Spirit plus 200, usable after level 20, Maker, Zhangtai Introduction, a part of a 3-piece spirit set. Its price has been set at 5,000 points, which is very expensive. It's much more expensive than other silver rank accessories. Lin Moyu isn't concerned with the price. He just wants to gather the entire set. He couldn't help but to buy it. At the same time, he wore it on his finger. With the entire set gathered, Lin Moyu emitted faint silver light, catching the attention of others in the trade office. This is set light. Someone gathered a set. Silver white light, it's a silver rank set. What silver rank set is there here? I haven't heard of it before. Do you remember that handcrafted set? Are you talking about the set that only provides spirit buffs? The one that has been in the trade office for over 2 years? I'll be damned. Did someone really buy this set? Is it some idiot with a lot of money? Everyone looked at Lin Moyu as if he were a moron. Only a moron would spend 10,000 points to buy a silver rank set without any skill buffs. What's the use of piling up so much spirit force? It's better to add skill buffs and increase offensive power. After all, the power of other mage-type skills is basically unrelated to spirit force. They can't understand him, and Lin Moyu doesn't need them to understand him. After wearing the spirit ring, his spirit force was pushed to 2,100, surpassing the other attributes by far. Next, Lin Moyu finally witnessed the set bonus. The 3-piece spirit set provides an additional spirit force bonus of 800 points. The spirit sword, spirit robe, and spirit ring, the 3 items provide a basic spirit force boost of 800 points. In total, Lin Moyu's force was boosted by 1,600 points. His spirit attribute has reached 2,900. It was worth it. Lin Moyu believes that the 10,000 points were well spent. Under the strange gazes, Lin Moyu left the trading center. He hasn't said a word from beginning to end. However, as he was leaving, a hint of satisfaction appeared on Lin Moyu's face. What a strange guy. He spent so many points to purchase a silver rank set that boosts spirit, yet he's this happy. Maybe he thinks it looks good. You have to admit his robe and sword do look pretty nice. So what if they look good? Is that enough to defeat a boss? What we need is power. That guy doesn't care about how much he spends. If only I was given the 10,000 points, I would be able to buy a gold rank weapon. Lin Moyu left the trade office and made a beeline for the skill training center. The academy has a specialized skill training center where formation masters have set up formations. In the skill training center, not only can the training of skills be accelerated, but reportedly the probability of awakening skills can also be increased. Although the last part isn't certain, but there are still many people who choose to use skill scrolls in the skill training center. Lin Moyu didn't take any chances in this regard. The skill training center is also divided into elementary, intermediate, and advanced grades. Not unlike dungeons, in addition to points, there are also level requirements. Since he is level 20, Lin Moyu can only enter the elementary rank skill training center. By paying 100 points, you can train for 1 hour in the elementary rank skill training center. This shows why, even when the skill training center isn't fully booked, there are students training their skills outside, and this is only the price for elementary rank training center. The price for intermediate rank and advanced rank training center is 1,000 points and 10,000 points per hour respectively. Ning Yi once mentioned that there appears to be a top-ranked training center, but it isn't open to the public. Lin Moyu paid the points and entered the training center. The training center is an independent space. It has a length and width of around 30 meters, neither large nor small, but enough to train skills. There are some training equipment placed inside. Standing in the training center, Lin Moyu felt a different air. He summoned a skeletal warrior, consuming 500 points of spirit force. After the time he spent in the trading office, his spirit force was restored only by a small fraction. The speed at which spirit force is restored very slow. At this time in the training center, although he hasn't entered the meditative state, but the speed at which his spirit force is being restored is comparable to that when he is in a meditative state. By entering the meditative state in the skill training center, the speed can be increased several-fold. The training speed can naturally be greatly increased. If I summon skeletal warriors in here and use meditation to restore my spirit force, wouldn't it be possible to quickly fill up the summoned space? Lin Moyu calculated in his heart. However, now is not the time to summon skeletal warriors. Lin Moyu took out an elementary skill scroll and then activated it. The scroll transformed into a mass of light enveloping Lin Moyu, turning him into a ball of light shining brightly in the training center. After a moment, the mass of light dissipated. Nothing happened. He didn't acquire a new skill. The elementary skill scroll failed. As expected, it's not that easy to awaken a skill. Ning Yi once said that there was an unlucky guy who, at level 30, wanted to awaken all his elementary rank skills before the second awakening and ended up using 300 elementary skill scrolls. Lin Moyu believes that his luck shouldn't be this pathetic. He activated another skill. A mass of light rose again. Lin Moyu can see that the mass of light is composed of thousands of specks of light, like stars, very beautiful. At this moment, Lin Moyu recalled how he used to look up at the stars on the roof with his sister and make wishes upon shooting stars. His grandma would bring them dim sum, and fruits to eat. That is a time that Lin Moyu cherishes very much in his heart. Suddenly, Lin Moyu saw one of the stars brighten up. Then a stream of light flowed into his body. Obtain skill, Bone Armor, level 1, summons an armor of bones that provides 100 points of physical defense for 5 minutes. The skill can also be used on others. Necromancer is a mage-type class, and it also has a protective shield skill. For the Necromancer class, that protective shield skill is Bone Armor. However, under the effect of comprehensive amplification, this defense is increased 30-fold. This is equivalent to 3,000 points of physical defense. This makes him no different from a humanoid boss monster. When faced with level 20 class users, Lin Moyu can boldly proclaim, "Even if I don't lift a finger, you won't be able to beat me." The most crucial thing is that this skill can also be used on others. This is different from mages, who can only use their protective shield skill on themselves. Therefore, with him in a party, safety will be greatly enhanced. This skill can compensate for his weak defense. Lin Moyu raised his palm and then pressed it down. As he pressed down his palm, a soft sound rang in the training center. A cold wind emerged out of nowhere and surrounded him. A white armor composed of bones quickly covered his body. It looks a bit eerie, but is also a bit cool. After wearing the bone armor, Lin Moyu moved his body. The armor doesn't hinder his movements in the least. Furthermore, the armor is light as a feather. He couldn't even feel it. After trying it out for a while, the corners of Lin Moyu's mouth rose into a smile. Another practical and powerful godly skill. He activated the next skill scroll. One dim sum. Mass of light persisted for a while and then gradually dissipated. He wasn't able to acquire a new skill. Lin Moyu wasn't disappointed. He just obtained a godly skill and is already quite satisfied. As the number of skills increases, the failure rate of skill scrolls will rise rapidly. Further down the line, even a dozen-plus skill scroll may not be enough to acquire a new skill. Lin Moyu activated skill scrolls one after another. Failure, failure, failure. Successive failures occurred. Lin Moyu continued to activate skill scrolls, a calm look on his face. Even if the other skill scrolls end up all in failure, the skill Bone Armor is already a big win. 7 failures occurred in a row. The 10th skill scroll. A mass of light enveloped Lin Moyu. A few seconds later, different visuals appeared in front of his eyes. Flames soared, ice rained down, wind howled, lightning thundered. 4 different scenes alternated before his eyes. The 4 scenes represent 4 elements. Despite how level-headed he is, Lin Moyu couldn't help but get agitated at this moment. The visuals indicate that he gained a new skill, and it seems to be a skill related to the elements. Obtained skill, Summon Skeletal Mage. Summon Skeletal Mage, level 1. Summons an Iron Skeletal Mage. There wasn't much explanation. Because the skill is only level 1, only Iron Skeletal Mages can be summoned. A small black hole appeared next to Lin Moyu, and then a skeletal mage walked out. Summoning a skeletal mage costs 50 points of spirit force. It takes much more spirit force to summon skeletal mages than skeletal warriors. After all, when skeletal warriors were level 1, it only took 10 points of spirit force to summon one. The iron skeletal mage is covered in tattered cloth. Compared to the silver skeletal warriors, it presents a tragic sight. Its bones are covered in cracks, and when it's walking, it is shaking unsteadily as if it will fall apart at any time. It has no weapons. Instead, there is firelight shining in its hands. This is a fire-type skeletal mage. Lin Moyu checked the attributes of the skeletal mage. Iron skeletal mage, strength, 300, agility, 300, spirit, 900, physique, 300, skills, flame burst, deals fire elemental damage to the target. The attack power is based on spirit force. Due to his talent comprehensive amplification, its attributes have been increased by 30 times. For the basic attributes, its strength, agility, and physique are 10 points respectively, while spirit is 30 points. Lin Moyu is very satisfied with the attributes. The skeletal mage's strength, agility, and physique aren't high. Compared to level 1 class users, it is slightly worse off. Only its spirit force has reached 30 points. Furthermore, the power of its skill is determined by its spirit force. Lin Moyu understood the purpose of the skeletal mages. They are basically artillery units. With skeletal warriors blocking in front, they can launch attacks from behind. Lin Moyu gathers that this skill should be quite powerful. What he needs to do now is to continuously practice the skill and raise its level, making the skeletal mages stronger and stronger. Another mass of light rose and then extinguished after a dozen plus seconds. Lin Moyu used one skill scroll after another. Successive failures occurred once again. With his previous experience, Lin Moyu found this quite normal. At worst, he can buy dozens more skill scrolls at a later time. Finally, when the last scroll was activated, Lin Moyu saw different visuals again. If you acquire a skill using a skill scroll, there will inevitably be different visuals. It's like a trailer before a movie. The trailer this time was a mess of colors. Lin Moyu couldn't make heads or tails of it, but it doesn't matter that he can't understand it. Obtain skill, Elemental Resistance, Level 1, Passive Skill, increases resistance to elemental attacks for host and summons alike by 10. It's unexpectedly a passive skill. After his talent's amplification, the resistance to elemental attacks was upgraded to 300. That is to say, damage dealt by elemental attacks will be reduced threefold. This has significantly increased his safety once again. Although skeletal warriors possess a high physique, but bosses with elemental type skills can still deal significant damage to them. But now with elemental resistance, the resistance of skeletal warriors to elemental attacks has increased greatly. It seems that every skill of the class Necromancer is quite practical. Lin Moyu has checked the time. It has been half an hour since he entered the skill training center. In here, time is points. He decisively summoned 4 skeletal warriors, pushing their numbers to 125. Then the skeletal mage dispersed. Lin Moyu's summons can be placed into the summon space, allowing them to exist permanently. He can also cancel the skill at any time, which is equivalent to obliterating the skeletal mage, but there's no other way. In order to train the skill, Lin Moyu can only do this. He summoned and canceled skeletal mages until his spirit was depleted. And then he began to meditate. In the skill training center, meditation will restore spirit force quite quickly. Lin Moyu can feel his spirit force be rapidly restoring. This feeling is quite addictive. When the hour was up, Lin Moyu's spirit force was mostly restored. He paid for another 3 hours. When his spirit force was fully restored, he began to train his skill again. Skeletal mages kept appearing and disappearing. When his spirit force was depleted, he proceeded to meditate again. Rinse and repeat. Training skills can be addictive. Lin Moyu finally understands the meaning of these words. After a while, Summoned Skeletal Mage finally rose to level 2. Iron Skeletal Mage, Strength 600, Agility 600, Spirit 1800, Physique 600. It's still Iron rank, still in a worn-out state. Nearly useless when compared to Skeletal Warriors. Time was up again. Lin Moyu has been staying in the skill training center the entire afternoon, for a total of 4 hours. He meditated and trained the skill repeatedly. Although he is in peak condition, but his mind is a bit strained. It's as if he has been raiding a dungeon for an entire day. When he left the skill training center, Lin Moyu used the communicator to call Bai Yiyuan. The call went through, and Bai Yiyuan's majestic voice rose. "What's the matter?" "God Bai, I am level 20, Lin Moyu said calmly. Bai Yiyuan, who was drinking tea, showed a strange expression, feeling surprised. "You are level 20. Lin Moyu said calmly, "Yes." Bai Yiyuan remained silent for a moment. "Go to the Office of Academic Affairs and wait for me there." "Okay." After ending the call, Lin Moyu hurried toward the Office of Academic Affairs. In a secret space, Meng Anwen couldn't help but smile and ask, "Who is level 20? Bai Yiyuan waved his hand. "Who else can it be? It's Lin Moyu." Meng Anwen asked, "Isn't this quite normal?" "Well, yes and no. Yesterday evening he was only level 17, but after one day he has already reached level 20. This speed is a bit overwhelming." Meng Anwen showed a hint of surprise on his face. "That's really fast. It seems he's quite hardworking." Bai Yiyuan suddenly burst laughing. "I get it. This guy must be soloing nightmare-ranked dungeons, or else it would be impossible to be that fast." While thinking of Lin Moyu's performance on Mermaid Island, Bai Yiyuan felt that he has the ability to solo nightmare-ranked dungeons. At this moment, someone walked over and said, "Something strange is going on." Bai Yiyuan looked at the other party with a smile. "Old Ning, aren't you in charge of Dungeon Hall? Where did you get the time to come see me?" Ning Taran said in a deep voice, "Something strange is going on in Dungeon Hall. A kid has been setting new records successively. Today, students were arguing because of him, nearly coming to blows. In fact, someone claimed you gave the kid a treasure that enabled him to set the records." Bai Yiyuan raised his eyebrows. "Is there such a treasure? How come I have never heard of such a thing? Who is the kid that set the records?" As he spoke, Bai Yiyuan handed Ning Taran a cup of tea. "Now relax, have some tea and speak slowly. It's just some kid, that's all. It shouldn't be a big deal." Meng Anwen looked at Bai Yiyuan and realized that the other party should have an idea of what is going on. Ning Taran took a sip of tea. "A student called Lin Moyu, level 17, came yesterday. He first cleared Mutated Forest and then cleared Spider Nest. These are the records he set. Ning Taran displayed Lin Moyu's records. Mutated Forest, 24 minutes and 32 seconds. Spider Nest, 22 minutes and 51 seconds. Bai Yiyun and Meng Anwen exchanged a look. These results are something else. Even the two of them were startled. Meng Anwen spoke self-deprecatingly. Old Bai, if it were you back in the day, would you be able to make such achievements? Bai Yiyun spoke ruffianly, no way in hell. If it's soloing ordinary ranked dungeons, that would still be doable. As for soloing nightmare ranked dungeons, that would be akin to throwing away my life. I really wonder how he did it. Enough with the chatter, I have to go. That guy should have already arrived at the Office of Academic Affairs. With that, Bai Yiyun disappeared from this place. Ning Taran said strangely, why is he in such a hurry? Meng Anwen smiled and said he went to meet the guy called Lin Moyu. Don't mind him and have some tea. Ning Taran uttered, in any case, there is something I want to talk to you about. Meng Anwen paused, what is it? Make me a ring. In the Office of Academic Affairs, Lin Moyu met Bai Yiyun. God Bai, what is the mission? He went straight to the point. He doesn't like to beat around the bush. Bai Yiyun glanced at Lin Moyu, and sure enough, he is already level 20. This speed isn't simply fast. At least it's much faster than his speed back in the day. Recalling his pathetic display from back in the day, Bai Yiyun couldn't help but say in his heart, both siblings are freaks. Lin Mohan took 3 months to reach level 30 and then joined Chuangshan Institute. Her speed has already reached a flying tempo. Her brother is even more astounding. Bai Yiyun estimates that it will take him less than 2 months to reach level 30. The mission is very simple. You just have to retrieve something. Bai Yiyun sat with a broad grin on his face. Despite the smile on his face, he still appeared dignified. By staying in a high position for a long time, you will be able to cultivate an extraordinary presence. When they see Bai Yiyun, ordinary people are taken aback by his presence. Lin Moyu, however, didn't feel anything. Bai Yiyun didn't put on airs. You have been to Dungeon Hall, haven't you? You should know that there is a large-scale dungeon called Tyrant Desert in Dungeon Hall. Lin Moyu nodded, yes. Bai Yiyun said, your mission is to go to Tyrant Desert and retrieve the Tyrant's heart. Is it that simple? Tyrant Desert is a level 25 large-scale dungeon that can accommodate parties of up to 40 people, and its level requirement is quite lax, ranging from level 20 to level 30. In Tyrant Desert, there must be many monsters inside, and they are bound to be strong. But for Lin Moyu, the more monsters the better. With the skill corpse explosion, no matter the amount, monsters will only serve to increase his EXP. Bai Yiyun chuckled, you think it's really simple. Lin Moyu almost instinctively wanted to answer yes. It's not that easy to obtain the Tyrant's heart. The reason why Tyrant Desert is called a large-scale dungeon is because it requires a party of 40 people to enter. It's naturally quite challenging. Although it is only level 25, but its difficulty is much higher than that of other level 25 dungeons. Bai Yiyun didn't continue to elaborate. Lin Moyu understood the implication the other party tried to convey, but Bai Yiyun couldn't have imagined that Lin Moyu wanted to go to Tyrant Desert to begin with. Bai Yiyun lightly tapped his fingers on the table, making thumping sounds. I give you 3 days. Bring me the Tyrant's heart within 3 days, and I will help you acquire a cooldown charm. I understand. Lin Moyu replied quietly. Before going into Dungeon Hall, he had a strong desire to acquire a cooldown charm. In Dungeon Hall, however, all he needs is to spend some points to dispel the cooldown period. At this time, he doesn't seem to need a cooldown charm as much anymore. Bai Yiyun noticed the look in Lin Moyu's eyes and couldn't help but show a mysterious smile. You think that with Dungeon Hall, the cooldown charm is of no use. I can tell you that the cooldown charms is quite useful. In fact, the function of the cooldown charm is beyond what Dungeon Hall can compare. Although there are many dungeons in Dungeon Hall, but they aren't the best, and there are no top dungeons. You will come into contact with better dungeons in the future, and will learn that their cooldown period is surprisingly long. Some top dungeons have a cooldown period as long as 1 month. At that time, the cooldown charm will become quite handy. Lin Moyu asked, but it is just an elementary cooldown charm. Bai Yiyun laughed heartily. Any given advanced cooldown charm has started from an elementary cooldown charm. If you complete this mission, I will not only give you an elementary cooldown charm, but I will also tell you how to upgrade it. So that's how it is. Lin Moyu hasn't expected this. Okay, I will bring you the Tyrant's heart. Lin Moyu accepted the mission. Bai Yiyun chuckled. In 3 days, the academy will hold the opening ceremony, and students who have been admitted this year will arrive. You shouldn't miss it, okay? When Bai Yiyun returned, Meng Anwen was still drinking tea, looking like he's admiring some faraway scenery. So, still satisfied with the kid, Meng Anwen poured a cup of hot tea for Bai Yiyun. Bai Yiyun smiled and said, the more I see him, the more satisfied I get. The kid has a cool head. He is quite to my liking. I told him to go to Tyrant Desert to retrieve the Tyrant's heart and gave him 3 days to accomplish this. Oh, Meng Anwen said, it won't be easy to form such a big party. This guy won't form a party, but will surely go by himself to solo a large-scale dungeon. The corners of Meng Anwen's mouth twitched. You did the same when you were young. Bai Yiwen chuckled. A true hero does not boast about his past exploits. Meng Anwen shook his head. I remember you went into Tyrant Desert while level 30, and then ran back with your tail between your legs. Bai Yiwen's smile suddenly disappeared. He hurriedly drank some tea to cover up his embarrassment. As I said, a true hero does not boast about his past exploits. The entrance of Dungeon Hall is as lively as ever. Lin Moyu's arrival immediately caught the attention of many people. He is quite famous now, although his level isn't high, but he has set new records for 2 consecutive days and the results were quite astounding. Lin Moyu has come. He wants to clear a new dungeon. Is he going to set another record? I wonder what dungeon he will raid. Lin Moyu arrived at the mission center in the middle of Dungeon Hall and checked the posted missions. He found several missions related to Tyrant Desert. He can use them to gain some points. All of a sudden, he saw a mission related to the Tyrant's Heart. Someone is looking to buy the Tyrant's Heart, offering 100,000 points. This price is very high, unusually high. A level 25 dungeon, even if a large-scale dungeon, is ultimately only level 25. Can an item from such a dungeon be worth 100,000 points? 100,000 points is nearly enough to buy platinum rank equipment. Coupled with the fact that Bai Yiwen also wants the Tyrant's Heart, Lin Moyu felt even more that the Tyrant's Heart is unusual. Junior Moyu, do you intend to raid a dungeon? Lin Moyu looked up and saw Shu Han standing beside him, a smile on her face. Lin Moyu just so happened to have some doubts, Senior. Do you know about the Tyrant's Heart? I do, Shu Han responded instinctively. She then elaborated, the Tyrant's Heart is a material that will only drop by the final boss of Tyrant Desert. Alchemists can use the Tyrant's Heart to make the boss accessory, Tyrant's Necklace. So it's a special material, similar to the Goblin King's Core, used to make a boss accessory. Boss accessory is a special type of accessory with some properties that ordinary accessories don't have. The Goblin King's Ring, for instance, raises all skills by 1 level, irrespective of the class. Lin Moyu isn't sure that it is of use to him, but that doesn't affect its value. Shu Han continued, although the Tyrant's Necklace is a great treasure, but its main material, the Tyrant's Heart, is too difficult to obtain. Tyrant Desert is a large-scale dungeon, and there is no difficulty to choose from. The monsters inside are even more impressive than those of a nightmare-ranked dungeon of the same level. Furthermore, the boss is a world-ranked boss, and is extremely hard to defeat. Even if it's a complete party of 40 people, it's still time-consuming, labor-intensive, and highly dangerous. If you don't get it just right, it will all be in vain. The Tyrant's Heart will only drop once a year, and it has been 2 years since the last time it was dropped. Even though the difficulty is very high, but with so many people in the academy, Lin Moyu believes that there should have been parties to raid the dungeon. The tyrant must have been killed many times, so why hasn't anyone obtained the Tyrant's Heart until now? Lin Moyu asked, curious how come. Shu Han tittered to herself. Lin Moyu speaks very little. She's trying to prod him to speak. This student, who is 2 years younger than her, seems quite fun to tease as if he were her younger brother. Shu Han raised 2 fingers and said, there are 2 reasons. Firstly, the fewer people are raiding Tyrant Desert, the higher the probability that the Tyrant's Heart will drop. The number of people is tallied from the time they enter the dungeon. If someone withdraws halfway, it won't be taken into account. The second reason is the faster the tyrant is killed, the higher the probability that the Tyrant's Heart will drop. Upon hearing this, Lin Moyu finally understood. That is to say, the price of 100,000 points for the Tyrant's Heart offered by the mission in the mission center is way too low, not to mention that Bai Yiyun also wants it. After learning its worth, even if Bai Yiyun didn't want it, Lin Moyu still wouldn't sell. Boss accessory, it would be nice to use it yourself. He is generally not willing to speak this much. Shu Han giggled, you're welcome. By the way, I heard the past couple of days that an institute is planning to organize a party to raid Tyrant Desert. Do you want to team up with them? Lin Moyu shook his head, I'm going by myself. Shu Han covered her small mouth, shocked. She thought Lin Moyu was going to look for a party. She didn't expect him to say he would go by himself. Unlike soloing ordinary dungeons, soloing large-scale dungeons is unheard of. This is something unheard of. This is simply inconceivable. Junior Moyu, you mustn't take this lightly, Shu Han said with concern. Lin Moyu chuckled and walked toward Tyrant Desert. The entrance vortex of a large-scale dungeon is much larger than that of an ordinary dungeon. Lin Moyu raised his head and looked at the light screen above the dungeon. The first record was set 4 years ago. Feilong Institute, 40 people, 16 hours, 45 minutes and 18 seconds. Feilong Institute is an institute on the same level as Qianlong Institute. There are 6 institutes like this in the academy. In the academy, students are divided into 3 strata ordinary students, independent institute students, and top institute students. The previous incident involving Lingzhen nearly gave rise to a fight between ordinary students and institute students. Within the academy, there is competition. Shu Han said worriedly, Junior Moyu, are you really going to solo the dungeon? Lin Moyu nodded. Just as he was preparing to enter, an arrogant voice suddenly rose from behind. Don't get in the way. What? Lin Moyu suddenly pulled Shu Han over. A knight in full armor walked past, a ferocious expression on his face. If it weren't for Lin Moyu's quick reaction, he might have bumped into Shu Han. There are many people following behind him. The knight has a burly figure, nearly 2 meters tall, giving off an intense sense of oppression. He glanced askance at Lin Moyu, full of disdain. Then he lifted his head proudly. Today, Bailey Institute is going to set a new record for Tyrant Desert. Behind him, dozens of people echoed his words loudly. The current record for Tyrant Desert has stood for 4 years, established by Feilong Institute. No one has broken the record for 4 years. This shows how difficult of a dungeon Tyrant Desert is. Shu Han said quietly, there have been rumors the past couple of days that Bailey Institute is going to raid Tyrant Dungeon. It is said they have made ample preparations, with several class users staying at level 30 for the sole purpose of raiding this dungeon. Some high-level students in their institute have prepared complete sets of gold rank equipment for them. Lin Moyu can understand their reasoning. Setting a new record not only earns a lot of points and contribution points, but also comes with honor. Institute students work hard to obtain honor. At the same time, it can also serve as a stepping stone for them to enter top institutes. The knight, representing Bailey Institute, loftily announced that he is going to clear Tyrant Desert and break the record set by Feilong Institute 4 years ago. Then he lowered his head and looked at Lin Moyu. Please step aside. Lin Moyu didn't move. I was here first, he said lightly, giving the other party no face. The knight furrowed his eyebrows. You want to come with us to raid the dungeon? Sorry, but we have a mission to complete. We will carry you next time. Lin Moyu didn't know whether to be amused or annoyed. This guy is too self-involved. Lin Moyu never asked him to be carried. Seeing that Lin Moyu still didn't desist, the knight frowned, feeling a bit awkward and even more embarrassed, thinking that the other party is being really annoying. But with hundreds of pairs of eyes watching, he couldn't really do anything about Lin Moyu. Let's leave it be. He barked, get ready, we're going to enter the dungeon. His words have just fallen when he heard Lin Moyu say to Shu Han, I'm going in. Shu Han nodded, be careful. Lin Moyu disappeared. The vortex of Tyrant Desert lit up, indicating that there is someone inside. Lin Moyu really went in. The corners of the knight's mouth twitched. Is the kid here to cause trouble? He must be tired of living. Suddenly, the entire dungeon hall became lively. I'll be damned, he really went in. To even solo Tyrant Desert, he is undoubtedly a big shot. I have never heard of anyone who is able to solo a large-scale dungeon. If successful, he will make history. I think he's unlikely to succeed. I've been to Tyrant Desert before. It's too dangerous. If you aren't careful, you will lose your life. If it were someone else, it would definitely be impossible. But this is him. There is a glimmer of hope. The lips of the knight leading the party of Bailey Institute twitched. The party of Bailey Institute made ample preparations, ready to set a record. But when they weren't paying attention, a lad went into the dungeon by himself. Lin Moyu is wearing silver rank equipment, while he himself is wearing a complete set of gold rank equipment. At this moment, the people of Bailey Institute felt a bit awkward. The knight noticed the decline in morale and realized he couldn't wait any longer. Enter the dungeon. Along with loud shouts, the students of Bailey Institute rushed over and teleported into the dungeon. The knight glanced at the light screen before entering the dungeon. 16 hours, 45 minutes, and 18 seconds. I will definitely break this record. Tyrant Desert is a large-scale dungeon, and it is level 25, so the fee has naturally increased. Lin Moyu paid 500 points when he went in. To dispel the cooldown time, it will cost 2,000 points. In order to raid the dungeon repeatedly, it will cost 2,500 points per raid. For the first time, Lin Moyu felt that the remaining 120,000 points won't last long. It turns out that points are this fleeting. I hope the reward for breaking the record is sizable. Warm wind swept through, raising yellow sand into the air. Scorching sun overhead, burning hot sunlight, and rising temperature, they all told him that the environment here is very harsh. Not far away, there are sand dunes blocking the view. Lin Moyu found himself in a basin surrounded by sand dunes. A large number of skeletal warriors, for a total of 125, appeared and quickly ran in different directions. The topographic map of the surroundings appeared in his mind. Lin Moyu walked up a sand dune and saw an endless desert. There is nothing to orient yourself by. The scorching sun hung directly above his head and so couldn't be used to guide him. This is a dungeon, not the real world. The scorching sun overhead can't move and can't point out the cardinal directions. Seeing as the record for this dungeon is 16 hours, its scale must be unprecedentedly massive. As he mused, a skeletal warrior suddenly sent a warning. Encountered enemy. A withered tree branch suddenly sprang out of the desert and coiled around the skeletal warrior. The skeletal warrior, whose strength attribute has reached 12,000, promptly brandished its large blade and directly severed the withered tree branch. Next, a large tree sprang up from the desert. The tree is 10 meters high and is covered with withered tree branches. As soon as it emerged, it launched a frenzied assault against the skeletal warrior. The skeletal warrior kept brandishing its large blade, and withered tree branches flew into the air. In the blink of an eye, there was only a tree trunk left at its last gasp. Lin Moyu arrived before the large tree died and detection flew out. Desert Woodwraith, super enhanced elite monster, skills, death coil, judging by its attributes. It is quite close to the standard of the skeletal warriors before the upgrade. It's even stronger than the leader rank Python of Mermaid Dungeon. That's a large-scale dungeon for you. A mere mob is already comparable to the level 24 leader of Mermaid Dungeon. If it weren't for the fact that the skeletal warrior was upgraded, it would take some effort to deal with it. If it were a previous bronze skeletal warrior with its attributes of 6,200 points, the Desert Woodwraith would naturally pose no problem, but it would take some effort to deal with it. After Lin Moyu saw the opponent's attributes, he gained a rough idea of the dungeon's monsters. Killed level 25 Desert Woodwraith, EXP plus 300,000, obtained Woodwraith's Tree Branch X5. Not only are its attributes at the level of a leader, but the same is true from the EXP it provides. Killing one monster yields 300,000 EXP, which is quite a lot. Skeletal warriors met enemies one after another, all Desert Woodwraiths. This area of the desert seems to be the territory of Desert Woodwraiths. They are many in number and are scattered all around. They are usually hidden in the desert. When someone passes by, they will immediately launch an attack. Skill, Bone Armor. Lin Moyu pressed his palm down and equipped the bone armor. A set of armor composed of bones appeared on his body, emitting silver-white light in the sunlight. He had the skeletal warriors continue to explore the desert. The range of iron skeletal warriors is only 500 meters. At the bronze rank, the range reached 1,000 meters. Now that they are silver rank, their range has reached 2,000 meters. Lin Moyu advanced along a path that a skeletal warrior passed through. As more and more areas were explored, the map in Lin Moyu's mind expanded and became increasingly more complete. An hour has passed. Lin Moyu has explored a vast area. Everywhere there is yellow sand. Apart from yellow sand, there are also desert woodwraiths. He hasn't encountered any other monsters. After 2 hours of exploration, a different prompt finally appeared in his mind. Water. Water was discovered. Lin Moyu hurried over. Standing on a sand dune, he saw an oasis. The oasis waterway snaked into the distance. He promptly retrieved the skeletal warriors that went in other directions. A large number of skeletal warriors appeared in front of him in an instant and then rushed toward the oasis. An oasis in the desert is an indication of danger. The skeletal warriors forged a path ahead. The skeletal warriors have just reached the edge of the oasis when loud noise rose and water splashed. Then a large number of giant scorpions rushed out of the oasis. Lin Moyu didn't panic. At this time, he was still on the sand dune. Detection surged like a gentle breeze. Oasis scorpion, skill, poison sting. Each scorpion is 2 meters tall and more than 5 meters long, tail included. The tail is crested by huge poisonous stingers, arranged like the petals of a flower emitting faint blue light in the sunlight, looking quite ferocious and daunting. More than 100 oasis scorpions charged toward the skeletal warriors. Not the least bit intimidated, the skeletal warriors raised their large blades. If it were another party, when approaching the oasis, they would certainly tread lightly, slowly drawing one monster after another. But not Lin Moyu. His approach is straightforward. Skill, Berserk Strike. They unleashed a strike with 3 times the attack power of their strength attribute. The large blades unleashed red light that obstructed the sunlight. An oasis scorpion screeched and was instantly killed. Killed level 25 Oasis Scorpion, EXP plus 300,000, obtained Stinger X3. After 2 seconds, other Oasis Scorpions had already approached. Lin Moyu raised his hand. Skill, Corpse Explosion. A loud boom rose and yellow sand splashed about. Oasis Scorpions wrapped in yellow sand were blown away. Bodies tumbled in the air. Lin Moyu activated his skill repeatedly, and explosions sounded one after another. Large craters appeared. Yellow sand fell down like rain, burying Oasis Scorpions that were killed in the explosions. Lin Moyu harvested a large amount of EXP and dropped materials poured into the storage space. The EXP provided by each monster is equivalent to that of more than 1,000 small spiders in Spider Nest. A single batch of monsters increased his EXP by 8. Nice. Lin Moyu let out a soft shout in his heart. Despite having reached level 20, EXP unexpectedly still was accumulated that quickly. If he can keep hunting monsters like this, then leveling up will be as easy as drinking and eating. In front of Lin Moyu, monsters that others have to tread lightly with are no different from vegetables on the chopping board. EXP accumulated like raindrops. Not only EXP, but the same was true for materials. In the blink of an eye, the monsters at the edge of the oasis were cleared. Lin Moyu followed the skeletal warriors and advanced along the waterway. The waterway snaked into the distance. Lin Moyu doesn't know if this is the right direction. At present, there is only one path that can be taken. The rest of the place is covered in yellow sand, where no direction can be distinguished. There is a large number of oasis scorpions living on both sides of the waterway, buried underneath yellow sand, only their tails exposed. From a distance, they look like spikes. As the skeletal warriors advanced, these spikes were removed one after another, leaving only corpses behind. At the same time, a large number of skeletal warriors scattered on both sides, moving in the same general direction as Lin Moyu, clearing desert woodwraiths in their way. Their numbers aren't particularly large, but every bit of EXP counts. The terrain of Tyrant Desert is really large. After walking along the waterway for over an hour, another scenery finally appeared in front of Lin Moyu. A mountain appeared at the end of the waterway. Lin Moyu learned why other parties take so long to advance in here. First you have to find the way, and then you have to deal with the oasis scorpions along the way. Each one of these monsters is as strong as leader monsters of other dungeons. A typical party, even a complete party of 40 people, requires a lot of time to forge ahead. The waterway ended and disappeared underground. A few sparse plants appeared, all cacti. There's a large number of ants crawling next to the cacti. These are no ordinary ants. In fact, they are each more than 1 meter long and they have sharp mandibles exposed. Their legs are covered in barbs, as if sharp blades. Desert Young Ant, Enhanced Elite Monster. Skills, none. Compared to Oasis Scorpions, they are weaker. They are classified as Enhanced Elite Monsters, similar to monsters of Nightmare-ranked dungeons of the same level, but the quantity. And they are young ants. Ants are social insects that live in large groups. They have a strict social structure, with clear division of labor. Young ants are merely the weakest link. If even young ants are enhanced elite monsters, then what about worker ants and soldier ants? Lin Moyu braced himself for a large amount of EXP. His detection caught their attention. A few young ants raised their heads and looked at him. In the next moment, they screeched and rushed toward him. Their speed is very fast. In fact, it feels like they exceeded the speed that 2,000 points of agility should be able to unleash. Although they are fast, but skeletal warriors are faster. Several skeletal warriors blocked in front of them and swung their blades. Along with 2 clicking sounds, the other side was dispatched in an instant, without any suspense. The gap in attributes between the 2 sides is simply too large. With attributes of 12,000 points, the skeletal warriors possess overwhelming combat power. The skeletal warriors rushed out and killed the nearby young ants one by one. Killed level 25 Desert Young Ant, EXP plus 50,000, obtained Ant Mandibles X3. Killed level 25 Desert Young Ant, EXP plus 50,000, obtained Ant Mandibles X3. EXP rose steadily. It has been over 4 hours since Lin Moyu entered the dungeon. During this time, his EXP has risen to 15. After a while, the swarm was rooted, with only scattered ants remaining. The efficiency has naturally decreased significantly. What is this? Lin Moyu saw strange-looking cacti. There are small, deep blue fruits that look like grapes hanging from the cacti. When in doubt, use detection. Desert fruit can quickly restore a large amount of spirit force, has to be consumed within 5 minutes after being picked, can't be stored. At this moment, squeaks sounded. A large number of young ants emerged from the ground and quickly surrounded him. There are more than 100 young ants. The young ants screeched angrily at Lin Moyu, as if warning him to stay away from the desert fruits. The answer they received was the large blades of the skeletal warriors slashing toward them. Lin Moyu looked ahead and saw a mountain blocking the way. The mountain has a steep cliff, making it difficult to climb. At the foot of the mountain, there are several caves. There seem to be ants at the caves. Ant colony. Lin Moyu realized that this is an ant colony. In order to cross the mountain, you have to go through the ant colony. There are 5 entrances. Lin Moyu doesn't know which one is the right path. With a thought from Lin Moyu, 50 skeletal warriors organized into 5 groups ran toward the 5 entrances. Lin Moyu himself picked a desert fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Unlike what he imagined, the desert fruit isn't sour, but rather has a pinch of sweetness. It tastes pretty good. Whether it's in terms of taste or appearance, it is similar to a grape. By this time, his spirit force had been depleted by more than half. After taking the desert fruit, his spirit force began to be restored rapidly. In less than a minute, his spirit force was almost completely restored. Lin Moyu couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. It should be mentioned that his total amount of spirit force is 2,900. With the boost provided by the spirit set, his spirit force is at least twice as high as that of mages of the same level. The effect of the desert fruit is wonderful. The effectiveness of the desert fruit is 10 times faster than meditation in the skill training center. At the patches of special cacti, there is a large number of desert fruits. Lin Moyu made a prompt decision. Skeletal mages were summoned one by one. A large amount of spirit force, which was about to be fully restored, was once again consumed. When his spirit force was depleted, the skeletal mages Lin Moyu summoned were all dispelled. At this point, the effect of the desert fruit has not yet disappeared, and so his spirit force was restored rapidly. When some of his spirit force was restored, Lin Moyu began to summon skeletal mages again. When the effect of the fruit disappeared completely, Lin Moyu took another desert fruit and then proceeded to wait for his spirit force to be restored. skeletal mages appeared and quickly disappeared. This place turned out to be optimal for training skills. With just this, Lin Moyu felt that the trip was worth it. Since there is no need to worry about the consumption of spirit force, the speed of training skills can be raised to the limit. As he was training his skill, the skeletal warriors had rushed into the ant colony. The range of the skeletal warriors is 2,000 meters. This is in a straight line, and it won't change due to the complex terrain. There are more ants in the ant colony. Killed level 25 Desert Young Ant, EXP plus 50,000, obtained Ant Mandibles X3, killed level 26 Desert Worker Ant, EXP plus 330,000, obtained Ant Mandibles X6. Shortly after drilling into the colony, the skeletal warriors encountered Desert Worker Ants. Judging from experience, Desert Worker Ants are clearly classified as super enhanced elite monsters. Their level has reached level 26 and they provide more EXP. Lin Moyu no longer concerned himself with skeletal warriors and let them fight freely and explore the colony. He began to train his skill in earnest. After using Summon Skeletal Mage more than 100 times in a row, the skill finally reached level 3. But this is just the beginning. Lin Moyu couldn't get enough of it. This is simply a holy land for training skills. As time passed, Lin Moyu never stopped using his skill, summoning skeletal mages unrestrainedly. As he consumed desert fruits one after another, his spirit force was perpetually in a state of rapid restoration. After 10 minutes, the skill leveled up by 1 level again. The speed is much faster than in the skill training center. In the ant colony, the skeletal warriors continued to explore and advance, and the map in Lin Moyu's mind gradually expanded. At this time, his EXP has reached 17. After 3 hours, Lin Moyu gradually stopped. By this time, the desert fruits have all been consumed, and the skill Summon Skeletal Mage has been upgraded to level 20. Lin Moyu checked the attributes of the skeletal mages, and his eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Cold light is flickering in both of its palms. Ice appears and dissipates continuously. Occasionally, the sound of ice cracking rises. After a 30-fold amplification, its spirit force reached 24,000. Lin Moyu can imagine how scary the skeletal mage's attack power would be. Furthermore, its skill, Frozen Tempest, is an AoE offensive skill. Lin Moyu pointed in a direction and ordered the skeletal mage to use its skill, and the skeletal mage released cold light from its palms. Under Lin Moyu's gaze, cold light exploded. In an instant, large chunks of ice broke out and shot in the air like raindrops. The scorching desert was immediately frozen into ice. Frozen Tempest lasted for a total of 10 seconds, covering a range of 10 meters before ending. It's an AoE offensive skill with great power. The 24,000 points of spirit force are not just for show. Since they stem from a skill that was only acquired at level 20, skeletal mages are more formidable than skeletal warriors. Nevertheless, the two kinds of skeletons each have their own uses. But skeletal mages also have a drawback. They require a lot of spirit force to be spent. While summoning a skeletal warrior only requires 500 points, summoning a skeletal mage requires a total of 1,500 points of spirit force, which is 3 times as much. If it weren't for the 3-piece spirit set, with solely his base 1,300 points of spirit force, he wouldn't be able to summon a single level 20 skeletal mage. On the other hand, who at level 20 can acquire a new skill and upgrade it to level 20? Basically no one. There weren't many desert fruits left. Most of them were used in the later half of training the skill Summon Skeletal Mage. Especially after level 15, consumption was extremely fast. It was almost to the point that summoning a few times would use up 1 desert fruit, if only they could be taken out of the dungeon. Unfortunately, desert fruits can't be preserved and thus can't be taken out of the dungeon. They need to be eaten within 5 minutes after being picked, or else they will lose effect. Otherwise, Lin Moyu would really love to come here a few more times and take away a large number of desert fruits. The rest can't be wasted. Let's use them to fill up the slots of the summoned space with skeletal mages. He currently has 125 skeletal warriors and 1 skeletal mage, and there are still 74 vacant slots in the summoned space. Since there are still some desert fruits left, Lin Moyu plans to fill these slots. He ate a desert fruit and then summoned 5 skeletal warriors, bringing the number of skeletal warriors to 130. Then he began to furiously summon skeletal mages. The type of the summoned skeletal mages is random and is out of Lin Moyu's hands. Gusts of cold wind broke out, and particles of different elements surged. Fire type, wind type, lightning type. Skeletal mages of different types appeared next to Lin Moyu one after another. No matter the type, the attributes of the skeletal mages are the same. The difference lies in their skill. Fire Skeletal Mage, skill, Flame Burst, deals fire elemental damage to the target. Attack power depends on spirit force. Ice Skeletal Mage, Skill, Frozen Tempest. Frozen Tempest forms an ice storm within its range and deals ice elemental damage to the target. Its power depends on Spirit Force, Wind Skeletal Mage. Skill, Cyclone Storm. Cyclone Storm forms a tornado within its range and deals wind elemental damage to the target. Attack power depends on Spirit Force, Lightning Skeletal Mage. Skill, Thunderstruck. Thunderstruck deals lightning elemental damage to the target. Attack power depends on Spirit Force. The skill of the fire and lightning type skeletal mages are single target attacks, while the skill of the ice and wind type skeletal mages are AoE attacks. Compared to skeletal warriors, their silver frames are a bit shorter, but the soul fire in theirs heads is more vigorous. Elemental particles rolled and flowed in their hands, showcasing tremendous power. Lin Moyu thinks that his skeletal mages are capable of instantly killing mage class users of the same level. By the time the desert fruits were all consumed, the summoned space was filled at last. With the skeletal army, Lin Moyu believes that dungeons of the same level can be swept with ease. Not to mention nightmare rank dungeons, even hell rank dungeons pose no problem. Just like Tyrant Desert, a large-scale dungeon that requires a party of 40 people to be cleared, he can sweep it with ease. The skeletal army is much more powerful than a party composed of 40 people. When I come next time, I'll train another skill. In addition to Summon Skeletal Mage, Lin Moyu still has Bone Armor and Slowing Curse to train. So long as he has a bountiful supply of Spirit Force, these two skills will pose no difficulty. Corpse Explosion, however, is an exception. After all, there aren't that many corpses. When monsters in a dungeon are killed, their corpses will disappear soon after. Furthermore, he can't overuse the skill. He still needs to leave some Spirit Force in case there's an emergency. It took about 4 hours to train the skill. Since he entered the dungeon, over 8 hours have passed already. At this point, the terrain in the ant colony has been roughly explored and mapped out. The skeletal warriors advanced 2,000 meters and explored things within that range. Lin Moyu found that the entrances are actually interconnected, making it rather similar to Spider Nest. However, the ant colony is much larger than Spider Nest, with the area covered by the skeletal warriors being only a small portion of the whole. As Lin Moyu entered the colony and narrowed the distance, the skeletal warriors began to advance again. They darted through the colony's caves, exploring the terrain for him. The ant colony is full of twists and turns, as if a vast, intricate maze without a boundary. Lin Moyu could only choose a direction and proceeded forward. Killed level 26 Desert Soldier Ant, EXP plus 330,000, obtained Ant Mandibles X5. Lin Moyu suddenly received a distinct message. Soldier ants appeared somewhere in the colony. Soldier ants are responsible for protecting the queen ant. Finding soldier ants indicates that the queen ant is not too far away. Lin Moyu immediately rushed toward the direction of the soldier ants. All other skeletons also proceeded toward the same direction. As the skeletons advanced, more and more soldier ants emerged. Lin Moyu stepped into a wide cavern. A large number of soldier ants were awakened by him. More than 100 soldier ants awakened at the same time. They shook themselves and unleashed strange sounds and then charged toward Lin Moyu. Soldier ant camp. Lin Moyu mused. In an ant colony, soldiers' ants will have their own camps. Needless to say, this is one such camp, and there is bound to be more than one. The skeletal warriors took the lead in welcoming the opponent, while the skeletal mages followed suit. This is the first battle the skeletal mages are taking part in. Skill, Flame Burst. Skill, Frozen Tempest. Skill, Cyclone Storm. Skill, Thunderstruck. In an instant, elemental particles surged and magic spells flew out chaotically. The cavern was filled with rumbles and colorful lights. Lin Moyu's eyes were dazzled. When the skeletal warriors reached the soldier ants have already suffered heavy casualties. With their 24,000 points of spirit force, the skeletal mages unleashed terrific destructive power, surpassing class users of the same level by far. Even level 30 class users can't deal as much damage as the skeletal mages. In just over 10 seconds, the more than 100 soldier ants were slaughtered. Although it can't compare to Corpse Explosion in terms of speed, but it can save him effort. Lin Moyu can just stand there and watch the fireworks. Indeed, this is quite beautiful, much more so than Corpse Explosion. Since a soldier ant camp has appeared, Lin Moyu believes that he should be on the right track. The skeletal army proceeded forward and discovered soldier ant camps one after another, each bigger than the last one. EXP rose at an astonishing rate. At this point, it has already reached 32. The skeletal army pushed forward unobstructed and finally entered the depths of the ant colony. Droning sounds rose. The skeletal warriors turned a corner and suddenly encountered a group of flying ants. Desert Flying Ant, Super Enhanced Elite Monster. The skeletal warriors reacted extremely quickly and promptly engaged the flying ants. The skeletal warriors have an overwhelming advantage in terms of attributes. With their 12,000 points of strength, the skeletal warriors dealt heavy damage to the flying ants, nearly claiming their lives. On the other hand, the flying ants found it difficult to deal much damage to the skeletal warriors. The flying ants can't break through their physique. After a short while, the group of flying ants was eliminated. Killed level 27 Desert Flying Ant, EXP plus 360,000. Obtained Flying Ant Wing X2. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. Fetching flying ant wings is one of the missions related to Torrent Desert, with each wing being worth 5,000 gold coins. After the flying ants appeared, Lin Moyu was completely certain that he has taken the right path. The flying ants can be considered as the queen ant's personal guards and will never stay far away from the queen ant. Moreover, the number of flying ants in an ant colony won't be particularly high, at least much lower than that of soldier ants and worker ants. The skeletal army proceeded ahead and encountered more flying ants along the way. But unlike soldier ants, flying ants have no camps. They usually only appear in teams of 3. The skeletal warriors cleared the teams of flying ants one after another. After staying in the ant colony for nearly 2 hours, Lin Moyu finally reached the end, and a huge ant appeared in front of him. This ant is 10 meters tall and has a bloated body, looking quite unwieldy. On its back there are 3 pairs of huge wings, which vibrate and make an uncomfortable noise from time to time. In front of it there are 4 smaller ants, over 6 meters tall. The 4 ants have wings on their backs and legs that resemble giant sickles, looking quite dreadful. Is this the dungeon's final boss? Feeling doubtful, Lin Moyu launched detection. The skeletal warriors also rushed over. The final boss of Tyrant Desert should contain the word tyrant, and it should be a world-rank boss. The queen ant in front of him is a mere boss monster. Its attributes aren't very high either. Detection also fell on the 4 giant ants in front of the queen. Queen Ant's personal guard, super enhanced elite monster, level 27, skill, shell hardened, the strength, agility, and spirit of the 4 Queen Ant's personal guards are all average. Only their physique is rather high. Coupled with their skill, they are basically meat shield incarnate. With them around, the safety of the Queen Ant can be greatly upgraded. The Queen Ant is the most important individual in the entire ant colony, so there is no room for error. Other parties have a headache when they see the 4 personal guards. They need to find a way to kill them one by one. As for Lin Moyu, their presence made things easier. By the time he used detection, the skeletal warriors have already rushed out. The Queen Ant's personal guards have also rushed forward. The wings of the Queen Ant vibrated, and she suddenly let out a sharp cry. Skill, sonic wave attack. The terrifying sound echoed back and forth in the ant colony. The bone armor on Lin Moyu's body erupted with silver-white light, resisting the attack. At the same time, the skeletal warriors and skeletal mages were also attacked. It is an indiscriminate AoE attack with a vast range. Fortunately, its power isn't particularly great. Lin Moyu's bone armor withstood it successfully. As for the skeletal warriors, they were able to resist it with ease. With their 12,000 points of physique, they can withstand most attacks. Kill 1. Following Lin Moyu's command, the skeletal warriors unleashed their skill. Rich red light rose on the large blades. Skill, Berserk Strike. The skeletal mages behind them also cast their skills in a flash. Following Lin Moyu's command, they targeted the same Queen Ant's personal guard. Fire, ice, wind, and lightning elemental particles broke out and bloomed beautifully like fireworks. After the dazzling glow surged, the personal guard was killed in an instant. Killed level 27 Queen Ant's personal guard, EXP plus 390,000, obtained Flying Ant Wing X10, Lin Moyu promptly raised his hand. Skill, Corpse Explosion. Boom, along with a loud blare, the other 3 Queen Ant's personal guard were blown away. They didn't die. Lin Moyu was slightly taken aback. The 3 Queen Ant's personal guards actually endured the corpse explosion. That was 450 of the corpse's health as damage. Monsters of the same kind shouldn't have been able to withstand it. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that all 3 Queen Ant's personal guards were shining with a metallic luster, as if covered in an armor. Skill, Shell Harden. Lin Moyu understood at once. The 3 personal guards used their skill to resist corpse explosion. The effect of this skill should be the same as a knight's extreme defense, greatly increasing defense. The effect is pretty good, but I wonder how long they can last. The skeletal warriors rushed over lightning fast and surrounded them when they landed. At this time, the skills of the skeletal mages have also arrived, striking from different directions. The 3 Queen Ant's personal guards, who glittered with skill light, became extremely tough. At the same time, they brandished their sickle-like legs and whipped the skeletal warriors. With their 12,000 points of physique, it is difficult to harm the skeletal warriors. The Queen Ant's personal guards, with their 5,000 points of strength, naturally couldn't cause too much damage to the skeletal warriors. They stood no chance against the skeletal warriors in a one-on-one fight, not to mention that there are 130 skeletal warriors, as well as 70 skeletal mages in the rear. This fight is thoroughly unbalanced. Attacks pelted the Queen Ant's personal guards, and their luster dimmed quickly. Suddenly, the Queen Ant flapped her wings again, unleashing a fierce wind. The wind swept out like a storm. Skill, Windstorm Strike. A large number of skeletal warriors were blown away and torn by the fierce wind in the air. the skeletal warriors received damage. Although the damage isn't significant, but it is enough to demonstrate the power of the Queen Ant's skill. Lin Moyu has the passive skill Elemental Resistance. After being amplified, it can reduce elemental damage by 3 times. Nevertheless, the skeletal warriors still took damage, but without elemental resistance, the damage would have been more severe. If other class users had faced the Queen Ant's skill instead, they might have been killed in a flash. Lin Moyu's complexion changed, and he quickly took 2 steps back and stood behind the skeletal mages. Skill, Bone Armor. He refreshed the armor on his body. The fierce wind reached the skeletal mages, whose physique is lower than that of the skeletal warriors, and they swayed unsteadily. Fortunately, when the skill reached him, it has lost a large chunk of its power. The bone armor flashed, blocking the attack. Lin Moyu is aware that the biggest weakness of the skeletal army is he himself. Even with bone armor, his defense still remains the weakest. If he receives severe damage, the damage will be transferred to his skeletons, and the skeletons will suffer severe damage. The damage is calculated based on his defense, disregarding the defense of the skeletons. Therefore, he tries to avoid getting damage as much as possible. The storm lasted for a full 20 seconds before stopping. The skeletal warriors fell to the ground and then quickly got up and charged. Without a sense of pain, without a sense of fear, they're perfect soldiers, only following Lin Moyu's commands. The same is true for the skeletal mages. They unleashed their skills at once. Fire, lightning, ice, and wind erupted again. The skill of the Queen Ant's personal guards finally ended, and they became vulnerable once again. Accompanied by a screech, a Queen Ant's personal guard died. Lin Moyu took action without hesitation. Skill, Corpse Explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Moyu cast Core Explosion 3 times in a row. The first explosion killed the other 2 Queen Ant's personal guards and injured the Queen Ant, followed by the second and third explosions. The Queen Ant, wings blown off and body bloodied by the explosions, unleashed miserable screeches. The 3 explosions nearly brought it to the brink of death. Suddenly, the Queen Ant began to shrink back and curl up. Skill, Huddle. A crystalline membrane appeared on its body. The membrane has extremely strong defense. The large blades of the skeletal warriors couldn't cut it apart. Even the attacks of the skeletal mages couldn't break through for the moment. It's a skill similar to extreme defense. Let's see how long you can hold on. Such a skill must have a time limit. Furthermore, the stronger the attacks it is subjected to, the shorter its duration. The skeletal warriors and the skeletal mages attacked without stop. Different attacks kept landing on the Queen Ant. After the Queen Ant curled up, its screeches never stopped. The screeches echoed through the entire ant colony. After a short moment, crawling sounds rose. Lin Moyu turned and saw a large number of ants rush frenziedly this way from different tunnels. This is the Queen Ant skill, Summon Ants. The Queen Ant used her skill to summon all the ants in the ant colony. Lin Moyu didn't panic, but instead showed a strange smile. What a boon. Lin Moyu rarely smiles, but when he smiles, there must be something really good. A dozen-plus skeletal warriors attacking the Queen Ant suddenly disappeared and then appeared in front of Lin Moyu. They quickly welcomed the incoming ant swarm. Some skeletal mages turned their attention to the ant swarm. A barrage instantly killed a flying ant, then blasts sounded one after another. Corpse Explosion erupted again and again, killing a large amount of ants each time. No matter how many ants there are, they shouldn't even think about getting close. EXP soared as if a rocket. It seems that all the ants in the ant colony have responded to the Queen Ant's call. Lin Moyu isn't sure how many there are, but there are many. You can see this from his EXP. When he entered the ant colony, his EXP was at 38, but now it has reached 65 and is still rising. If this many monsters came at him all the time, his leveling speed would definitely be much faster than that of anyone else. At last, the Queen Ant's skill came to an end. There were no more ants rushing this way. Lin Moyu let out a sigh of pity. At this point, his EXP has reached 78, which represents a 40 increase since he entered the ant colony. When the skill terminated, the Queen Ant extended her body again. All the injuries she sustained were unexpectedly healed, and even her wings had regrown. It actually has a healing effect. Lin Moyu waved his hand, and his skeletal army besieged the Queen Ant once again. The Queen Ant flapped her wings, and her wings slashed the skeletal warriors as if large blades, sending them flying. Unfortunately, the damage wasn't significant. These skeletal warriors rose onto their feet right away and rushed back. In an instant, the Queen Ant was seriously injured once again. The Queen Ant's skill seems to have entered a cooldown period, unable to be used for the time being. As the injuries covering her body became increasingly more severe, the Queen Ant screeched miserably. The 130 skeletal warriors and 70 skeletal mages unleashed a full-scale assault. After holding on for just over a dozen seconds, the Queen Ant collapsed to the ground with a bang. Desert Queen Ant's egg. An egg of the Desert Queen Ant can be hatched by a beast tamer and turned into a Queen Ant. Desert Queen Ant's egg. Lin Moyu looked at the transparent object shaped like an egg in his palm. If a beast tamer were to get his hands on this thing, he would be able to hatch a Desert Queen Ant. With a queen ant, an untold number of ants can be raised. So long as the beast tamer controls the queen ant, the ants will be at his beck and call. Although the level of the desert queen ant isn't high, but the level of tamed beasts can be increased. Lin Moyu believes that this thing should be quite valuable. He can ask about it once he's back. As for the 2 silver rank equipment, they are dispensable to him. That means they can be exchanged for some money. 1 minute after the queen ant was killed, the corpse disappeared, revealing a passage. The skeletal warriors ran into the passage first. After entering the ant colony, they have been advancing downward. The passage, on the other hand, leads upward. There were no monsters in the passage. After a while, sunlight emerged again. The underground shade gave way to scorching heat. Yellow sand extending without end materialized once more. It's hotter here than on the other side, as if the place were a grill. Behind the exit, there is a steep cliff with trees. A mountain separates the dungeon in 2. To arrive here, you must cross the ant colony. It has been 11 hours since Lin Moyu entered the dungeon. This dungeon is too large. Too much time has been wasted on searching the path. The skeletal warriors quickly moved forward. They must hurry. The longer time drags on, the lower the chance that the tyrant's heart will drop. Suddenly, a beam of light dropped and landed on Lin Moyu. The bone armor emitted dazzling white light to block the attack. The attack is very strong, so the bone armor is rapidly collapsing. Lin Moyu was startled, then quickly retreated. Thereupon, the beam hit the desert, and sand exploded into the air. Then came another beam. The skeletal warriors quickly formed a wall to protect him. Looking in the direction the beams came from, Lin Moyu saw the attacker. It's a monster that he has never seen before. The monster floated about 10 meters above the ground. Its shape is that of a huge ball, about 2 meters in diameter. In the middle of the ball, there is an eye. The eye occupies 80 of the monster's body. It is roughly 100 meters away. It launched an attack from a long distance. Furthermore, it didn't target the skeletons, but attacked Lin Moyu himself. This monster is a bit interesting. When their master was attacked, the skeletal warriors rushed over at once. After attacking twice and seeing that it was of no use, the monster turned around and fled. The skeletal mages launched an attack. Without giving it a chance to escape, the skeletal mages unleashed an overwhelming offensive. At the same time, Lin Moyu's detection flew out. Seeing the high spirit attribute, Lin Moyu realized that this monster belongs to the mage category. Mage-type monsters are quite common, but this is the first time he has seen such a pure mage-type monster. Compared to ordinary monsters of the same level, its strength attribute is not up to par. It looks as if its spirit attribute was maximized. The power of the destructive beam is indeed quite considerable. With just one strike, it almost shattered Lin Moyu's bone armor. The key point is that it can fly and launch attacks from 100 meters away, and when it finds that its attacks are ineffective, it can run away. This shows that it's really not easy to deal with this monster. However, there are many skeletal mages under Lin Moyu's command, and the attack power they can unleash is scary. Under a round of concentrated fire, the Laygazer was killed in an instant. Killed level 28 Laygazer, EXP plus 420,000, obtained Elementary Laygazer Core. Elementary Laygazer Core, a magic item that alchemists can use to refine items and Formation Master can use to lay formations. Lin Moyu took a glance at the Laygazer Core and then put it away. This thing seems quite useful, but its rank is too low. Anything that is elementary rank is basically used below level 40. Once it exceeds level 40, it is considered intermediate rank. Above level 70, it is classified as advanced rank. Generally speaking, except for some special items, anything that is of elementary rank won't be too valuable. After going through this experience, Lin Moyu began to pay attention to the sky. The skeletal warriors also paid attention to the sky as they advanced. Soon, a huge construction appeared in sight. It looks like a castle. Outside the castle, there are huts arranged in it. It's a military camp with numerous beastmen moving about. In the military camp, there is even a drill ground where military formations are practiced. Lin Moyu started to understand the meaning behind the word tyrant. It means king. The monsters in the military camp have a lion head, a body covered in fur, and a height of more than 3 meters. They are wearing armor, and their movements are orderly, looking quite imposing. These aren't scattered monsters that can be easily taken down one by one. In here, if you aren't careful, you will have to face more than 10 monsters at the same time. These are no ordinary monsters, but super-enhanced elite monsters. They are more powerful than monsters of the same level in nightmare-ranked dungeons. Even if it's a party of 40, they will find it very challenging to deal with them, and it will require good cooperation, top-notch equipment, and comprehensive skills. Unless it's someone like Lin Moyu, who can crush anything in their way with absolute force. The skeletal warriors initiated a charge. The skeletal mages followed closely behind. The Laygazer floating above the military camp discovered the skeletal warriors in a flash. A warning was immediately issued. The gate of the military camp opened, and a troop of more than 100 individuals rushed out. This is a gameplay that is characteristic of Lin Moyu. At this time, he wondered what others would have done in his place. They would probably first have a long-range class user draw over the Legazer and then eliminate it, then gradually eliminate the monsters in the military camp. After all, facing the Beastman army directly like him would be suicidal. Lin Moyu forged ahead together with the skeletal mages and released detection. Desert Lionman Warrior, super enhanced elite monster. Skills none compared to the flying ants. The Lionman warriors have higher strength and agility. The high strength and agility greatly enhances their combat power. On the other hand, their physique is lower than that of the ants, only 5,000. Unlike the ants, they have no carapace protecting their body. Seeing the armor they were wearing, Lin Moyu felt that the 5,000 points of physique may be a bit exaggerated. Before the skeletal warriors and the Lionman warriors collided, the skills of the skeletal mages have already arrived. Skill Flame Burst, Skill Frozen Tempest, Skill Cyclone Storm, Skill Thunderstruck, Fire, Ice, Wind, Lightning. Skills of the four elements rain down on the Lionmen. There are both single target and AoE attacks. With their extremely high spirit attribute, the attack power of the skeletal mages' skills is even higher than that of the skeletal warriors. Under a round of concentrated fire, several Lionman warriors collapsed to the ground. At this time, Lin Moyu raised his palm. Skill Corpse Explosion. Following a loud blast, the vicinity was cleared. Killed level 28 Desert Lionman Warrior, EXP plus 390,000, obtained Lionman Leather X5. Within a range of 60 meters, no Lionman Warrior was able to survive. EXP soared like a rocket. Lionman warriors continued to pour out of the military camp, but they couldn't stop Lin Moyu's advance. No matter how many of them come, they are but lambs to the slaughter. Suddenly, a corpse was thrown into the air. Subsequently, it was detonated. The Legazer, which has been floating in the air, was killed on the spot and fell with a bang. Regarding corpse explosion, Lin Moyu finds it more comfortable the more he uses it. He has a feeling that the skill will level up after a few more uses. The skeletal warriors barged into the military camp without a care for the Lionman warriors inside and unleashed a massacre. In an instant, the monsters in the military camp were wiped out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows fell like rain from the sky. A large number of archers appeared on the castle's outwall. Desert Lionman Archer, super enhanced elite monster. Skill True Shot. The skeletal warriors brandished their blades and blocked the arrows that were as densely packed as raindrops. The castle's outwall is 50 meters high. The skeletal warriors jumped up and then climbed up the outwall, but the arrows possess formidable attack power. Despite several attempts, the skeletal warriors were still repelled halfway. Standing below the outwall, the skeletal mages began to engage the archers. Different spells erupted and killed the archers one after another. However, there were more archers filling the gaps. The dead archer collapsed on the outwall. Since his sight was blocked, Lin Moyu was unable to lock on them and use corpse explosion. The best way to breach a castle is to break through from the gate. Some skeletal warriors have already rushed to the front of the gate and chopped with their large blades. The gate is very sturdy, holding firmly against the attacks. The rain of arrows coming from the outwall never stopped. Since it's not possible to go from above, then let's blow up the gate. Attack the gate with all your might. The skeletal warriors gathered in front of the gate and attacked it without stop. As if building a human pyramid, the skeletal warriors stood on the shoulders and heads of one another and attacked the gate with all their might. The skeletal mages divided into two groups. The lightning and fire-type skeletal mages attacked the gate together with the skeletal warriors. The wind and ice-type skeletal mages attacked the Lionman archers on the outwall. Due to their respective AoE attack skill, they are most suited for the job. If other people were to see Lin Moyu attack the gate in this fashion, they would definitely laugh at him. After all, there are items specialized for attacking city gates, making things much easier. Of course, Lin Moyu's approach is not unfeasible, but it's an arduous undertaking, and there's still the rain of arrows. If it were ordinary class users instead, it would have resulted in heavy casualties. Only the skeletal warriors, with their super high physique, can brave the rain of arrows and attack the gate. Gradually, Lin Moyu felt that something wasn't right. This isn't right. I have expended so much effort. If it were other class users, let alone 40 people, even 100 people wouldn't be able to unleash as much destructive power as me. There must be another way to breach the outwall. I need to ask about it when I go back. The gate is much sturdier than a dungeon boss. After 10 minutes of continuous assault by the skeletal army, the gate finally gave in and was smashed. Behind the gate, there is a group of Lionman warriors who have been ready for a long time. The skeletal warriors rushed into the castle like wolves. The skeletal mages also launched their attack. The Lionman warriors collapsed to the ground amidst screams. Lin Moyu raised his palm. Boom! Following an explosion, the Lionman warriors were wiped out. Subsequently, the skeletal warriors rushed up the outwall and attacked the Lionman archers. In front of the skeletal warriors, the super-enhanced elite monsters stood no chance. In particular, after the skeletal mages also ran up the outwall, it became totally a one-sided massacre. When Lin Moyu stepped into the castle, all the Lionman warriors and Lionman archers were already eliminated. the skeletal army quickly advanced along the castle's main path. In the center of the castle, a huge lionman is sitting on a throne. He wears a crown on the head and exudes a powerful aura, looking like an invincible king. Even when he saw the large skeletal army, he remained completely unconcerned. When he looked at him, Lin Moyu could only feel a suffocating pressure wash over him. So this is a world-rank boss. It is indeed completely different from the bosses I have seen so far. It is the first time Lin Moyu has seen a boss of this rank. Although he is feeling apprehensive, but he still has to fight. With a wave of Lin Moyu's hand, the skeletal warriors charged forward. At the same time, detection followed suit. Lionman Tyrant, world-rank boss, skills, Hellscream, Furious Leap, Windstorm, although he has expected as much, but he couldn't help but feel apprehensive when we saw these attributes. Compared to the skeletal warriors, the strength attribute is 1,000 points higher, which stands for very high attack power. The agility attribute is quite high. The spirit attribute, however, is on the low side, but since he isn't a mage-type monster, it's quite normal. The physique attribute is 12,000, which puts him on par with the skeletal warriors. In addition, as a boss monster, his health is much higher than what the physique attribute would indicate. This has also been the case for the bosses Lin Moyu has encountered so far. It won't be easy to kill the tyrant. Nevertheless, Lin Moyu has to kill him as fast as possible. Sorry, but I'm in a hurry. When the skeletal warriors reached his side, the tyrant finally reacted. He suddenly stood up and stomped down with its big foot. Along with a loud bang, cracks appeared on the floor and several nearby skeletons were flung away. The 13,000 points of strength manifested its effect, dealing the skeletons damage of varying degrees. The tyrant is at least 15 meters tall. In front of him, the skeletal warriors look like inconspicuous black dots. The skeletal warriors rushed over, leaped into the air, and jumped onto the tyrant. They grasped the tyrant's fur with one hand and hacked with the large blade in the other hand. The skeletal mages cast their skills, and colorful skill lights fell on the tyrant. Magic skills exploded on the tyrant. Violent explosions arose. Bolts of lightning fell one after another. Ice extended. Tornadoes hacked like blades. The tyrant bellowed again and again. A huge axe appeared in his hand. The axe swept horizontally, flinging away dozens of skeletal warriors. Buildings collapsed one after another. So strong, Lin Moyu watched the tyrant attentively, wondering how other parties deal with him. He's really strong. Faced against the tyrant, knights should only be able to withstand a couple of strikes. Light surged on Lin Moyu's palm. Following a flash of red light, a pattern formed from red chains appeared on the tyrant's head, and his speed dropped immediately. The 150 decrease in speed made the tyrant's movements slower. The pressure on the skeletal warriors decreased at once. Feeling the changes in his body, the tyrant suddenly raised his head and let out a roar. Skill, Hellscream. The roar turned into a shock wave that spread in all directions. A large tract of buildings collapsed amidst the roar. Lin Moyu has also been impacted. The bone armor collapsed after holding on for only 2 seconds. Lin Moyu reacted very quickly and promptly hid behind the skeletal mages, then covered himself in bone armor once more. Skeletal warriors were flung away by the roar, including the several skeletal warriors that were on the tyrant. At this moment, the tyrant suddenly leaped up high and lunged toward Lin Moyu. Skill, Furious Leap. Lin Moyu's complexion changed slightly when he saw this. If he is hit, he won't die nor will he be injured. All the damage will be transferred to the skeletal warriors and skeletal mages. They will likely receive significant damage. The skeletal mages moved quickly and pushed Lin Moyu several tens of meters away. The tyrant landed on the ground with a loud blast, creating a huge pit, flinging the skeletal mages away. The skeletal mages took damage, but the damage wasn't too severe. Although their physique is not as high as that of the skeletal warriors, but it is still at 6,000 points, they won't be killed in an instant. After he dodged this strike, Lin Moyu's palm ignited with fire. A spark fell on the tyrant's head. Skill, Soul Blaze. The tyrant immediately let out shocking cries. The entire castle shook along with the screams. Even a world boss can't endure this attack that directly reaches the soul. Lin Moyu took the opportunity to retreat again, further opening the distance between himself and the tyrant. The skeletal warriors turned back and entangled with the tyrant again. If it were not for his skills, a few skeletal warriors, combined with Slowing Curse, would be enough to whittle away at the tyrant's health. However, the other party's skills are really strong. The skills he just displayed in particular have a knockback effect, putting the skeletal warriors and skeletal mages in a tough spot. Lin Moyu had the skeletal mages disperse and attack the tyrant from different directions. No matter what skills the tyrant uses, he won't be able to completely break away from the attacks of the skeletal mages. The tyrant wielded the huge axe, either slashing down or sweeping horizontally. Due to the influence of Slowing Curse, the speed of the tyrant has more than halved, greatly reducing the threat he poses to the skeletal warriors. The skills of the skeletal mages fell on the tyrant one after another like a barrage. The tyrant seems to have sensed that his situation is anything but encouraging. With a bellow, he swung his axe and spun sharply. A strong wind rose abruptly, and the skeletal warriors were flung away once again. How troublesome. All his skills come with a knockback effect. Lin Moyu was a bit out of sorts. But then again, if it were really easy to kill him, the tyrant wouldn't be worth being called a world-ranked boss. Regardless of how other parties go about it, Lin Moyu's gameplay is to sweep everything in his way. There isn't much ingenuity to this approach. After they were flung away, the skeletal warriors didn't attack right away. After all, the tyrant's skill isn't over yet. A number of tornadoes appeared around the tyrant. The tornadoes roared and destroyed the surrounding buildings. The tornadoes have effectively become the tyrant's shield, blocking the magic skills raining down on him. As the tyrant continued to spin, the tornadoes grew and became more menacing. Boom, the tornadoes swept outward in an instant. Wherever they passed, the earth seemed to have been plowed, the buildings completely destroyed. Several skeletal warriors, unable to dodge, were hit by the tornadoes. Their bones were torn, issuing unpleasant sounds, as if they would collapse at any moment. Soul fire pulsated in the tornadoes. Lin Moyu felt that the skeletons were severely injured and immediately withdrew them into the summoned space. The tyrant's skill is unexpectedly this strong, to the point that even the skeletal warriors were severely injured. At this time, Lin Moyu thought of the Goblin King. It appears that bosses who drop accessory materials possess strong skills. Lin Moyu's palm was ablaze with flames all along, launching soul blaze at the tyrant time and time again. The tyrant didn't seem to feel it. But when his skill terminated, the damage accumulated earlier erupted. Shocking screams echoed throughout the entire dungeon. The skeletal warriors rushed back like indestructible cockroaches. Some jumped onto the tyrant's shoulders, others jumped onto his head, and yet others jumped onto his chest. Large blades fell frenziedly. The magic spells of the skeletal mages flooded in. Use your skill. Following Lin Moyu's command, the large swords of the skeletal warriors burst out with red light. Skill Berserk Strike. This blow is very heavy. At the places where the blades fell, the tyrant's blood splattered and his flesh became mangled. The screams tapered off. Soul Blaze fell on the tyrant again and again. The magic attacks of the skeletal mages also became increasingly more intense. The tyrant tried to fight back, but the effect was minimal. He unleashed his skills again. After 20 minutes of fighting, the tyrant finally collapsed in his castle. Killed Lionman Tyrant, obtained gold rank weapon. Hugh, Lin Moyu breathed a long sigh of relief. It's finally over. This is the toughest boss he has faced so far. A world rank boss is really hard to deal with. At this moment, Lin Moyu neglected the level gap between him and the other party. He is only level 20. No, at this moment, white light appeared on Lin Moyu's body. After killing the tyrant and gaining EXP, he reached level 21. He instinctively examined his attributes and couldn't help but show a shade of surprise. Strength, agility, and physique increased by 30 points, reaching 330 points. Spirit increased by 200 points, reaching 1,500 points. The growth rate has increased compared to before. Soul Blaze and Summoned Skeletal Warrior were both upgraded by 1 level, becoming level 21. To his surprise, Summoned Skeletal Mage has also reached level 21. Summoned Skeletal Mage unexpectedly leveled up along with his level. Don't tell me, after maxing out a skill, it will automatically level up as my level rises. A thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Subsequently, he was shocked by the thought and even felt a chill go down his back. If that is the case, then I need to max out my skills as soon as possible. Otherwise, as my level rises, things will become only more difficult. It seems I will have to visit Tyrant Desert again and train my skills with the help of the desert fruits. As Lin Moyu was contemplating, a commotion has already exploded in Dungeon Hall. The bell rang repeatedly, for a total of 6 times. 3 bell rings represents a new record for an ordinary dungeon, while 6 bell rings represents a new record for a large-scale dungeon. At this time, the area outside Dungeon Hall was empty. Hundreds of people crowded in Dungeon Hall, with hundreds of pairs of eyes fixated on the light screen above Tyrant Desert. Furthermore, there was a constant stream of people teleporting into the area outside Dungeon Hall and rushing into Dungeon Hall. They were called by the people who were here to begin with. It's coming, it's coming. I didn't expect the party of Bailey Institute to really set a new record. It's really a miracle. They've only been inside for 14 hours. It may not be the party of Bailey Institute. That's right. Lin Moyu also entered the dungeon. Maybe he was the one who set the new record. Lin Moyu, haven't heard this name before. Who is it? What party does he belong to? A haughty voice sounded, and a group walked into Dungeon Hall. They are dressed in uniform clothing with the same logo. It's Bailey Sheng of Bailey Institute, the grandson of the dean of Bailey Institute, Bailey Sheng. With a haughty look in his eyes, Bailey Sheng strode in together with a group from Bailey Institute and said coldly, "Which institute is this Lin Moyu from? I haven't heard of him before. What party did he bring into the dungeon?" His voice was permeated with arrogance. Someone said in a grave voice, "Lin Moyu entered the dungeon by himself." By himself, ha ha ha. Bailey Sheng suddenly burst into wild laughter. To solo a large-scale dungeon, are you kidding me? Bailey Sheng's eyes glimmered fiercely, giving off the impression that he will resort to violence if there's a disagreement. The person was clearly startled, but he still said boldly, "It is the truth. Lin Moyu did really enter the dungeon by himself. A lot of people here saw it." Indeed, Lin Moyu entered by himself and is yet to come out. That's right. Or is Bailey Institute the only one allowed to enter the dungeon? Bailey Sheng frowned. Who is Lin Moyu? At this moment, someone beside him said in a quiet voice, "I think I heard others say that he set 2 new records in Dungeon Hall in the past couple days. However, they are both low-level dungeons. They are Mutated Forest and Spider Nest. Moreover, some say he has some connection with God by." Bailey Sheng looked at the 2 dungeons and saw the new records set by Lin Moyu. He was taken aback by the results, which were quite outrageous. He realized an issue, that is to say, he's only level 20. He's at most level 22, or else it wouldn't be possible to enter Spider Nest. Bailey Sheng revealed a smile of disdain. A small fry that is at most level 22 entered a large-scale dungeon by himself. That's what you call a frog in the well. He's just a show-off who thinks he is invincible after luckily setting 2 new records. The monsters in a large-scale dungeon are no joke. Maybe he just hid in some corner of the dungeon. His words received recognition from the majority of the people. In particular, the people of Bailey Institute showed disdainful smiles. Suddenly a voice rang out, "I think Lin Moyu can solo the dungeon." When he heard this, Bailey Sheng looked over and saw Shu Han. She is a girl and is pretty good looking. Since she is a girl, he didn't snap at her and just snorted, "What do you know?" Shu Han said, "I believe in Lin Moyu." Bailey Sheng said coldly, "Who gives a damn about what you believe?" Shu Han snorted and ignored him. At this moment, a golden radiance emerged from Tyrant Desert and illuminated the entire dungeon hall. The golden radiance fell on the light screen, displaying a sentence. The tyrant's heart dropped. For the tyrant's heart to drop again, an entire year has to go by. After a year has passed, this sentence will disappear, indicating that the tyrant's heart can drop once again. Murmur, a commotion erupted. The tyrant's heart dropped. What luck. It's not luck, but speed. The tyrant must have been killed within an hour. Otherwise, it should be impossible for the tyrant's heart to drop. Bailey Sheng laughed heartily. Good job. Well done. Now that our Bailey Institute has stepped in, we not only set a new record, but also obtained the tyrant's heart. From now on, Bailey Institute will possess a boss accessory. The people of Bailey Institute revealed elated expressions. To not only break the record, but to also obtain the tyrant's heart, this is a great honor. The faces of the students of Bailey Institute lit up. As for Lin Moyu, Bailey Sheng has already forgotten about him. The light screen was refreshed again. The party that previously ranked first moved down to second place. A new record officially emerged. Lin Moyu, level 21, 14 hours, 11 minutes and 43 seconds. When Lin Moyu's name appeared, everyone was stupefied. Bailey Sheng's smile froze on his face. His arrogance shattered at once. In one moment, he has fallen from heaven to hell. He felt like everyone around was laughing at him. Shame, embarrassment, humiliation, and various other negative emotions welled up in his heart. Who the hell is this Lin Moyu? Bailey Sheng clenched his fists, blaming Lin Moyu for this. Suddenly, light flashed in front of the dungeon and a person emerged. Lin Moyu came out of the dungeon. He felt very uncomfortable when he saw the people around him. In particular, he felt as if there were a pair of eyes looking at him full of anger. The anger appears to contain a pinch of frustration. "So you are Lin Moyu." Lin Moyu doesn't know this person. He felt strange. Did I provoke him before? But that's not important. He just came out of the dungeon and his first priority is to report the completion of the mission. Of course, it is the mission issued by God by. Lin Moyu promptly activated the teleportation stone and left Dungeon Hall. Being surrounded by so many people, it would be strange not to leave. He is no circus monkey. Seeing Lin Moyu basically ignore him, Bailey Sheng was infuriated and his face turned red. He said angrily, "Let's go." With that, he activated a teleportation stone and left. The people who came with him also used teleportation stones and left one after another. They were too embarrassed to continue to stay here. In fact, they felt that the way others were looking at them wasn't quite right. In all likelihood, they won't return to Dungeon Hall so soon. They finally left. The guys of Bailey Institute suffered quite the loss of face this time. This time tomorrow, this incident will spread throughout the entire academy. Bailey Institute will surely become quite famous. It's their own fault for being so arrogant. They got there just desert. Boss Lin gave them a rude awakening. Have you noticed? After coming out of the dungeon, Boss Lin was level 21. This indicates that he was only level 20 when he entered the dungeon. To solo a large-scale dungeon while level 20, is this something that a human can achieve? Is the class Necromancer really that powerful? No matter how powerful it is, it's impossible to be this powerful. He must have awakened a talent, and it is not some run-of-the-mill talent. Shu Han felt quite good when she heard these words. It appears that Lin Moyu's success made her happier than her own. "I knew you would be fine." Shu Han chuckled and left Dungeon Hall contentedly. After Lin Moyu returned, he immediately contacted Bai Yiyuan. "What's the matter? Can't find a party?" Bai Yiyuan's lazy voice rose from the communicator. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, "I have the tyrant's heart." Oh, you have it. What? In the next moment, Bai Yiyun suddenly let out a strange cry. Can you say it again? Lin Moyu could only repeat, I have the tyrant's heart. That's so fast. It hasn't been long since he accepted the mission. Bai Yiyun asked, where are you? Lin Moyu said, I'm at the dormitory. Go to the dormitory's entrance. Okay. What? Lin Moyu just finished the conversation with Bai Yiyun when the communicator vibrated, set a new record for Tyrant Desert, earned 5,000 points and 30 contribution points. Can only be earned once. When he saw this, Lin Moyu smiled slightly. The reward for clearing a large-scale dungeon is indeed much higher. Unfortunately, it can only be earned once. At the dormitory's entrance, Lin Moyu met Bai Yiyun. Before he could say anything, Bai Yiyun grabbed him, and the two disappeared instantly. Bai Yiyun used a teleportation stone to teleport away together with Lin Moyu. In the next moment, Lin Moyu found himself outside a small courtyard house. The courtyard house is located on a mountain and is surrounded by a bamboo forest, with wind blowing comfortably. This is quite the beautiful and serene place. At this time, it is already night, and moonlight sprinkling down and stars covering the sky. There is also bamboo growing in the courtyard house, with small lamps hanging from them, providing weak lighting. This further highlights the extraordinary artistic sense of the owner of the courtyard house. Lin Moyu was stunned by what he saw. He really likes this house. Bai Yiyun was satisfied with Lin Moyu's expression. This is my house. It's pretty nice, isn't it? It is. Lin Moyu nodded in acknowledgement. In the current times where monsters run rampant and dire beasts prowl the land, virtually no one lives in the wilderness. Everyone lives in the city, guarded by the city wall and the military. The wilderness is too dangerous. Probably only people like Bai Yiyun can live in the wilderness. Let's go in. Bai Yiyun chuckled and strode in with Lin Moyu. They crossed the front yard and without entering the house, went straight to the backyard. In the backyard, there is a faint tea fragrance fluttering in the air. There is a middle-aged man sitting in the backyard. The middle-aged man has a gentle and elegant appearance and is wearing a robe, looking like an erudite and wealthy scholar. When Lin Moyu saw him, a sense of awe welled up inside of him. He gave a respectful salute. Greetings, Mr. Meng. Much like God Bai, everyone in Shangxia Empire knows Meng Anwen. Meng Anwen is a godly formation master. He is one of the strongest class users in the empire and is respectfully referred to as Mr. Meng. He has made outstanding contributions to Shangxia Empire, and much like God Bai, his deeds have been recorded in textbooks. Lin Moyu has seen pictures of Meng Anwen in books and read about his deeds. He naturally has great respect toward Meng Anwen. Meng Anwen smiled and nodded. Come and take a sit. Have a cup of tea. Bai Yiyun smiled and said, don't be so cautious. Old Meng is easy to get along with. Take out the tyrant's heart. Lin Moyu complied and took out the tyrant's heart. It looks like a heart and feels a bit soft to the touch, as if it were a living thing. Meng Anwen took a look. It is indeed the tyrant's heart. Bai Yiyun looked at Lin Moyu. Did you really go by yourself? Lin Moyu nodded and said, I did. Bai Yiyun showed a strange expression. How did you do it, this? Lin Moyu hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to answer. I just did it. Bai Yiyun realized he asked a foolish question. What was your result? Meng Anwen said. Lin Moyu replied honestly, 14 hours. A look of astonishment appeared on Bai Yiyun's face. That's really fast. In other words, Lin Moyu possesses greater combat power than a party of 40. Besides, when Lin Moyu entered the dungeon, he was only level 20. He's already this strong while level 20. Then in the future, he'll surely be even stronger, if he can achieve the third awakening. Bai Yiyun mused excitedly. Meng Anwen, on the other hand, was much calmer, not showing much of a reaction. It's a pretty good result. Old Bai, you have a promise to keep. That's natural. Bai Yiyun took out a charm. It's an elementary cooldown charm, and it looks exactly the same as the ones Lin Moyu has seen before. Bai Yiyun said, this cooldown charm belongs to you now. In the future, if you want to upgrade it to an intermediate cooldown charm or even an advanced cooldown charm, you will have to rely on yourself. I can also tell you the upgrade method. Aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch, Lin Moyu said promptly, God Bai, what are your instructions? Seeing Lin Moyu be so tactful, Bai Yiyun was very satisfied. This matter isn't urgent. Let me ask you, do you want to enter Chuangshan Institute? This question was superfluous. After all, he already knows the answer. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, I do. Bai Yiyun chuckled, I know your leveling speed is fast, so level won't be a problem. What you lack is contribution points. Lin Moyu nodded, indeed. Lin Moyu's answer was within Bai Yiyun's expectation. Bai Yiyun's eyes flickered with a crafty gleam. Do you think you can earn 1,000 contribution points? Lin Moyu shook his head, unsure. At the moment, he has 90 contribution points, which is a far cry from the 1,000 contribution points required by Chuangshan Institute. It's not even 1/10 of the amount. He plans to raid all the dungeon in Dungeon Hall that he can enter and set a record. As for how much contribution points he will be able to obtain, he isn't certain. If a dungeon can provide 5 to 10 contribution points, then even if he sets a new record for all dungeons in Dungeon Hall below level 30, it still won't be enough. Bai Yiyun continued, have you heard of Dimensional Battlefield? Dimensional Battlefield. Lin Moyu shook his head, indicating that he hadn't heard of it before. Bai Yiyun took a sip of tea, looking serene at Dimensional Battlefield. There is much good stuff that can be exchanged for contribution points. The Academy established a base at Dimensional Battlefield, where you can receive missions. By completing said missions, you can earn contribution points. In summary, if you want to quickly earn contribution points, you need to go to Dimensional Battlefield. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up, evidently interested in Dimensional Battlefield. Taking note of Lin Moyu's expression, Bai Yiyun learned that this piqued his interest, but Dimensional Battlefield is not a place that anyone can go to. Not unlike Dungeon Hall, you need to obtain qualification. Lin Moyu looked at Bai Yiyun and said, how do I get it? Bai Yiyun chuckled, I can give you the qualification. What's the condition? Lin Moyu asked bluntly. He has dealt with Bai Yiyun several times already and is familiar with his character. There is no free lunch, no manna from heaven. Bai Yiyun chuckled and said, at Dimensional Battlefield, there is a lot of good stuff. There are many dungeons and occasional natural secret realms. The dungeons at Dimensional Battlefield have a very lax level restriction. They have a range of 10 levels, not unlike Tyrant Desert you just visited. Go to Dimensional Battlefield and bring back some materials from a certain dungeon. I already sent you a list of materials I want. Bai Yiyun, who seems to not have considered the possibility of Lin Moyu rejecting his proposition, smiled like an old fox. The communicator vibrated and Lin Moyu received the list. Dragonkind Heart X10, Dragonkind Blood Essence X10, Dragonkind Horn X10, Dragonkind Core X5. The materials on the list are all related to Dragonkind. Needless to say, the dungeon must also be related to Dragonkind. Lin Moyu looked at Bai Yiyun with a dumbfounded expression. Dragons are extremely powerful creatures. He's only level 21, yet Bai Yiyun wants him to slaughter dragons. That's akin to sending him on a suicide mission. Bai Yiyun said, don't worry, they're not real dragons, but just a kind of beastmen called Dragonkind, essentially no different from Tyrant Desert's lionmen. So that's why. Lin Moyu understood. He didn't doubt Bai Yiyun's words. After all, with his identity, there's no way Bai Yiyun would deceive him. Lin Moyu asked, is the cooldown charm effective there? Bai Yiyun assumed a matter-of-fact expression, of course. What do I do when the cooldown charm's energy runs out? Since his elementary cooldown charm is fully charged, it can be used 10 times. After its energy is used up, it needs to be recharged. Bai Yiyun said there are many methods. You can go to the Academy's Alchemy Hall, find an alchemist, and pay the required points. After listening to Bai Yiyun enumerate a number of methods, Lin Moyu realized that the simplest way is to return to the Academy, go to Alchemist Hall, find an alchemist, and spend the corresponding points. He can also find an alchemist outside, which will entail spending gold coins, and the other party has to be willing. Recharging requires a large amount of materials and points, or alternatively gold coins. At the same time, there are some special materials that can be used to directly recharge a cooldown charm. However, these materials are very rare and hard to find. In summation, it is the most convenient to return to the Academy for recharging. Do you have any further questions? Lin Moyu thought for a moment. Godbai, do you know about desert fruits? Bai Yiyun showed a look of surprise. Have you obtained desert fruits in Tyrant Desert? I have. Bai Yiyun laughed heartily. Your luck is pretty good. After all, desert fruits are extremely hard to come by. They are great for training skills. Have you used them? Lin Moyu said in a low voice, I have. However, there were too few fruits. Since even Bai Yiyun speaks so highly of them, the desert fruits must be indeed great. Bai Yiyun patted Lin Moyu on the shoulder. They can only be encountered by a fluke. Even if you raid the dungeon 10 times, you may not be able to encounter desert fruits a single time. Although Skill Training Center can't compare to desert fruits, but it is still quite decent. After the opening ceremony, I will send you to Dimensional Battlefield. Lin Moyu asked another question. If I max out my skills, will their level increase along with my level? Bai Yiyun was stunned. There's no such thing. Skills need to be trained. As if he has understood something, Lin Moyu didn't continue on this topic and instead asked some other question. Bai Yiyun answered all his questions. He has a comprehensive wealth of knowledge. For him, Lin Moyu's questions are just common sense. After Lin Moyu left, Bai Yiyun fiddled with the tyrant's heart. Tusk. The tyrant's necklace is a pretty nice piece of equipment. The tyrant's heart looks like a heart, but it is in essence a core that can be used to make boss accessory tyrant's necklace. Meng Anwen said, is it really okay for him to go to Dimensional Battlefield so soon? Bai Yiyun chuckled. As you have seen, this kid has the ability to solo large-scale dungeons. This shows that he's no weaker than some class users who have just undergone their second awakening. So the sooner he goes to Dimensional Battlefield and gains experience, the better. Meng Anwen said in a deep voice, it seems that you really want to raise him. Bai Yiyun tilted his head and looked over. Can't I? If the old man can raise his sister, then I can raise him. Let's see who can raise the stronger individual. Meng Anwen didn't know whether to be amused or annoyed. At times, the majestic god Bai is no different from a child. Why didn't you tell him that humanity's enemy is at dimensional battlefield, that it isn't safe there? There's nothing to say. He'll naturally know when he gets there. After returning to the dormitory, Lin Moyu summoned 5 skeletal warriors and then went to bed. He fought in the dungeon for more than 14 hours under an unrelenting sun to boot. Being both physically and mentally exhausted, he isn't even in the mood to meditate. Today he traded the Tyrant's Heart for an elementary cooldown charm. At the same time, he learned about Dimensional Battlefield from Bai Yiyuan and understood how to earn contribution points. Lin Moyu already knows what to do next. In the blink of an eye, he was already asleep, his breathing even. A slight smile welled up on his lips, inspired by a beautiful dream. At this time, it is still lively in Dungeon Hall, with many people coming and going. In fact, it is as bustling as during daytime. After all, some people like to be active at night. Along with flashes of light, one person after another appeared in Dungeon Hall. A total of 40 people emerged from a dungeon. I'm back. The leading knight unleashed a shout of excitement. Not only him, but also everyone else in the party was excited. Oh, the people of Bailey Institute are out. It seems like they succeeded. So what if they succeed? In any case, they've been embarrassed enough today already. Look at how excited they are. Do they really think they set a new record? The knight, Cheng Keiyang, the captain of this party of Bailey Institute, is filled with pride. He swept the crowd with his gaze. We cleared Tyrant Desert in 15 hours and 58 minutes and set a new record. Long live Bailey Institute. The people who were together with him shouted loudly. Suddenly, someone pointed at the light screen and said, "Captain, something isn't quite right. Something isn't right. What isn't right?" From the moment they entered the dungeon, they recorded the time. There is no room for error. Cheng Keiyang turned his head and looked at the light screen. The first thing he saw was the information that the Tyrant's Heart had dropped. Something is wrong indeed. We didn't get the Tyrant's Heart. Then who got it? Just as the question arose, Cheng Keiyang looked at the ranking. Their party is listed on the ranking quite prominently. Unfortunately, they aren't in the first place, but in the second place. Ranked first, Lin Moyu, level 21, 14 hours, 11 minutes and 43 seconds. Cheng Keiyang trembled. One person. Level 21, 14 hours. He recalled the person who stepped into the dungeon before them. A chill surged up to his brain. This is impossible. Cheng Keiyang let out a strange cry. He couldn't believe it. Their party has made ample preparations, their class composition and equipment optimal and command unified. After enduring numerous hardships, they finally killed the boss, pushing the time to just under 16 hours. Although they didn't get the Tyrant's Heart, but they did break the previous record after all. This is a very remarkable achievement, but their efforts were all in vain, overshadowed by one person. This is impossible. How can this be? As if a madman, Cheng Keiyang couldn't accept reality. But facts are facts. The onlookers in Dungeon Hall looked at them with beaming smiles. The people of Bailey Institute felt like they have been cruelly trampled on by the person called Lin Moyu, and their faces flushed. They felt really embarrassed. Some even lowered their heads in shame. "Captain, let's go. Let's go back first. Let's continue at the Institute." Cheng Keiyang finally calmed down and glanced at the light screen above the dungeon with a shade of reluctance. "Let's go." The people of Bailey Institute promptly used teleportation stones and left Dungeon Hall. Laughter suddenly erupted in Dungeon Hall. Bailey Institute surprisingly got slapped in the face twice in one day. Lin Moyu didn't say anything, he just got the job done. That was so funny. You guys didn't see Bailey Sheng's expression today. It was hilarious. They received quite the slap today. They were thoroughly humiliated. The onlookers wagged their tongues. In any this will spread throughout the entire academy tomorrow, turning Bailey Institute into a laughingstock. Everyone in the academy knows how arrogant Bailey Institute's Bailey Sheng is. By relying on his grandfather, who is the dean of Bailey Institute, he looks down on ordinary students. He walked in such a self-important manner, yet ended up dejected when he left. Many people viewed him as a joke. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu slept comfortably. When he woke up, it was already 10 o'clock the next morning. His stomach growled. After he woke up, Lin Moyu felt refreshed. Yesterday's mental and physical fatigue completely gone. Except for spirit force, which hasn't been fully restored yet, he was in peak condition. He stretched his body, then washed up and had breakfast. Seeing the large amount of food in his storage space, he naturally thought of Ning Yi, wondering where this mischievous girl has gone to. After he was done eating, Lin Moyu activated the teleportation stone and arrived at Dungeon Hall. Although Bai Yiyuan claimed that desert fruits can only be encountered by a fluke, but he still wants to try his luck. If he can come across desert fruits, Lin Moyu is confident that he can quickly max out Slowing Curse and Bone Armor. Bai Yiyuan stated that except for innate skills, all other skills require training, unable to level up as your level rises. Yet his skill Summon Skeletal Mage, after being maxed out, leveled up along with his level. At this point, Lin Moyu can't ascertain whether the skill Summon Skeletal Mage is special or whether his class is special. Therefore, he can only test it again. "So you are Lin Moyu," a voice interrupted his train of thought. Lin Moyu looked up and found a person standing at the entrance of Dungeon Hall, looking at him. Lin Moyu doesn't know him. He made a sound of assent and then asked, "What do you want?" The man said, "Senior Bailey Sheng wants to meet you. Come with me." His voice contained an inexplicable arrogance. In particular, after seeing Lin Moyu's attire, he determined that Lin Moyu should not be a member of an institute, but an ordinary student. His expression became even more arrogant. Lin Moyu glanced at the man, thinking that there's something wrong with his head. He passed the other party and entered Dungeon Hall. At the same time, his placid voice rose, "Tell him to come to me if he wants to meet me." The man's eyes turned round, watching Lin Moyu ignore him. "What nerve? Do you know who Bailey Sheng is?" he shouted angrily. "I don't." Lin Moyu had already walked up to Tyrant Desert. He wanted to enter the dungeon, but then found that the dungeon's cooldown period is 240 hours, a full 10 days. He naturally can't just wait that long. Let alone 10 days, he won't even wait 10 hours. He directly spent 2,000 points to dispel the cooldown period, and then spent 500 points to enter the dungeon. He still has 125,000 points, which is quite the wealth. The man's complexion alternated between ashen and flushed, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Lin Moyu really didn't give him any face. A number of people saw Lin Moyu enter the dungeon, revealing looks of astonishment. "Oh my god, Lin Moyu entered Tyrant Desert again. Is he going to set a new record again?" It's very likely. After all, he did set 2 consecutive records for both Mutated Forest and Spider Nest. The first time still can be understood, but the second time is simply rubbing salt in the wound. The first time he wasn't familiar with the dungeon. Now that he has been to the dungeon before, his result will naturally be improved. Many people discussed among themselves, their eyes filled with curiosity. They wanted to see whether Lin Moyu can set a new record again. Large-scale dungeons are different from ordinary dungeons, often requiring upwards of 10 hours to be cleared. They just have to wait for the bell to ring. For some reason, they are confident that Lin Moyu will set a new record. After seeing Lin Moyu enter the dungeon, the man teleported away. He returned to Bailey Institute and went to see Bailey Sheng. Lin Moyu refuses to come. He said that if you want to see him, you have to go to him yourself. Bailey Sheng creased his eyebrows. This guy is rather conceited. Right, he's so rude. Bailey Sheng snorted coldly. Does he think he's hot shit because he's able to solo Tyrant Desert? It's just a low-level dungeon, that's all. He mustn't understand the changes that come with the Second Awakening. Even if it's a powerful class, it may become weak after the Second Awakening. By calling him over, I gave him face, I gave him a chance. Since that's the case, then let's pay him no mind. If I run into him outside, I'll teach him a lesson. Bailey Sheng's arrogance is well known throughout the entire academy. The incident that left Bailey Institute embarrassed yesterday has spread throughout the entire academy this morning. As such, Bailey Sheng is too ashamed to go out, nursing strong resentment toward Lin Moyu in his heart. In the current situation, the best way for Bailey Sheng to save face would be to take Lin Moyu under his wing, but Lin Moyu didn't give him the chance. In the academy, Bailey Sheng can't really take action against Lin Moyu. Otherwise, even though his grandfather is the dean of Bailey Institute, he won't be able to protect him, but if it's in the wilderness. Tyrant Desert is the same as before, yellow sand below and scorching sun above. I hope the map remains the same. 135 skeletal warriors and 70 skeletal mages appeared and headed in one direction. The desert woodwraiths along the way were killed practically in an instant. The skeletal warriors weren't sparing with their skill. The skeletal mages also launched their skills and attacked from afar. After instantly killing one monster after another, after merely over an hour, an oasis appeared within sight. Lin Moyu raised the corners of his mouth into a smile. The map hasn't changed. What? The skeletal warriors rushed toward the oasis. Without any surprise, a large group of desert scorpions met them. The skeletal warriors didn't attack, but instead drew the desert scorpions along the oasis waterway. The desert scorpions relentlessly pursued the skeletal warriors. The skeletal warriors adjusted their running speed so that the desert scorpion could keep up with them. As time passed, the group grew larger. The desert scorpions along the way joined the pursuit. Lin Moyu followed behind the group, maintaining a distance of about 1,000 meters. After running for half an hour, young ants appeared at last. Lin Moyu quickly accelerated his speed, while the skeletal warriors stopped and engaged in battle with the desert scorpions. Faced with the skeletal warriors, the desert scorpions died one after another. By the time Lin Moyu arrived, 1/3 of the desert scorpions had been killed already. Boom, 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 explosions sounded abruptly. Yellow sand rose into the air. Skill, corpse explosion. Lin Moyu used his skill without stop, without sparing spirit force. Even though all the desert scorpions have already died, but he still continued to cast his skill. He is grinding his skill. Last time he was in the dungeon, Lin Moyu felt that corpse explosion was about to level up. After using the skill 30 to 40 times and consuming 1/3 of his spirit force, the skill finally leveled up. Corpse explosion, level 3. Detonate a corpse and deal 20 of the corpse's health as damage to enemies within a radius of 3 meters. The the skill's range and damage increased. After his talent's amplification, the range reached 100 meters and the damage reached 600 of the corpse's health. His attack power has been greatly upgraded. Before arriving at the ant colony, Lin Moyu once again saw the patches of cacti. Unfortunately, the cacti didn't bear any fruits this time. Just as Bai Yiyuan said, the fruits can only be encountered by a fluke. A slight disappointment welled up inside Lin Moyu's heart, then was erased in the next moment. Now let's do level grinding. Can't waste the points. The skeletal army rushed into the ant colony. The group made a beeline toward the place where the queen ant is located. Gradually, a swarm following behind them formed, composed of young ants, worker ants, soldier ants, and flying ants. There were hundreds of ants. Lin Moyu conjured bone armor and kept far away to the rear. When the group arrived in front of the nest of the queen ant, the ants stopped outside, not daring to enter. Many dungeons seem to have the same feature, where small fry monsters not dare to enter the territory of the boss. Lin Moyu didn't find this strange. Skeletal warriors stopped at an intersection and engaged the ants. When Lin Moyu arrived, he ended the battle with corpse explosion. He looked at the flood of notifications and smiled in his heart, another wave of EXP. Since he entered the dungeon, his EXP soared twice, one being when he killed the desert scorpions and the other being now. These two waves increased his EXP by 15. This is just the appetizer. The main big dish hasn't been served yet. Lin Moyu drank a bottle of elementary spirit potion, restoring 100 points of spirit force. Although 100 points of spirit force isn't much, but it is still enough for him to use corpse explosion 10 times or conjure bone armor several times. After wiping out the small fry monsters, the group rushed into the queen ant's room and charged toward the 4 personal guards of the queen ant. Concentrated fire. Under a round of concentrated fire, a queen ant's personal guard was instantly killed. At this point, the other 3 queen ant's personal guards assumed a defensive state. They unleashed their skill, and a luster appeared on their shell, pushing their defense to the limit. Skeletal warriors rained down attacks on them. At the same time, a massive number of attacks, wind, fire, lightning, and ice fell on the queen ant's personal guards, rapidly whittling away at their defensive skill. The queen ant flapped her wings and screeched, launching the skill Sonic Wave Attack. Lin Moyu has experienced the queen ant's Sonic Wave Attack before. Although it has a large area of effect, but its power isn't very high, Lin Moyu's bone armor flickered repeatedly as it resisted the attack. This is even more true for the skeletal warriors. It's not that it had no effect, but that it had no impact. The skeletal warriors persisted with their offensive. In just 10 seconds, the luster of the 3 queen ants' personal guard dimmed by a lot. The queen ant flapped her wings. Skill, Windstorm Strike. In an instant, a windstorm struck and blew the skeletal warriors away. After landing on the ground, the skeletal warriors got up at once and lunged at the enemy. Skeletal mages stood in front of Lin Moyu and acted as meat shields. Seeing that the luster of the queen ant's personal guards was about to disappear, Lin Moyu issued an order in his heart. The skeletal warriors unleashed their skill one after another. Skill, Berserk Strike. Almost in an instant, the defense of the 3 queen ants' personal guards collapsed and they were pushed to the brink of death. Skeletal mages gave the coup de grace and a large amount of radiances dropped. At the same time, Lin Moyu lifted his palm. Skill, Corpse Explosion. Boom, 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 boom. 4 explosions swept through the cavern. Along with miserable shrieks, the queen ant was heavily injured. She unleashed the skill Huddle and curled up. In the curled up state, the queen ant's wounds healed quickly. At the same time, its screeches echoed through the entire ant colony. Lin Moyu curved his lips into a smile. He was waiting for this moment. Unlike last time, he hasn't cleared the monsters in the ant colony this time. The number of ants inside the colony is astonishing. He just has to wait for the ants to deliver themselves to his door. A number of skeletal warriors ran back and stood in front of him. A dozen plus seconds later, crawling sounds rose in the cavern, accompanied by ant screeches. Swarms of ants rushed over from different directions. Soon, black ants appeared in sight. The ground was crawling with ants while the air was claimed by flying ants. After waiting for 2 more seconds, the ants were less than 20 meters away. Get started. Following Lin Moyu's order, the skeletal warriors responded. The skeletal mages were even faster. Dozens of skills were launched simultaneously. In a flash, the cavern was filled with colorful lights. The ant swarm unleashed screeches, some ants already dead. Lin Moyu instantly locked on the dead monsters. Skill, Corpse Explosion. Explosions rose one after another in a rhythmic fashion and resounded through the cavern. The entire cavern jolted and trembled. Lin Moyu didn't act in the heat of the moment, but waited for more ants to come before unleashing each explosion. Gradually, a large number of ant corpses began to accumulate in the cavern, forming a small mountain. The ants who came in later knocked over the small mountain and charged toward Lin Moyu while stepping on the corpses of their kin. Under the effect of the queen ant's summon, the ants lost all fear. Massive amounts of EXP surged. In the blink of an eye, his EXP reached 50. This speed is simply astounding. After reaching level 21, the leveling speed slowed down once again, although it's not as big a jump like the jump every 5 levels, but it's still at least 10 slower. Lin Moyu estimates that after clearing Tarrant Desert this time, it will be already pretty good as his EXP can exceed 85. Things will only become slower later. It's a bit slow. Lin Moyu couldn't help but sigh. If other people were to hear this, they would feel like vomiting blood. When others go from level 20 to level 30, it takes them 1 to 3 years. But with his speed, Lin Moyu will take 1 to 2 months to reach level 30, yet this is still slow. If you compare your lot to others, you will only torture yourself. After 10 minutes, there were no more monsters rushing over. All the monsters in the ant colony have died. The queen ant's screeches also stopped. The curled-up state was lifted, and the queen ant was fully healed. However, it's just waiting to be overwhelmed by the skeletal warriors and skeletal mages. The queen ant, who had just been healed, was pushed to the brink of death in an instant. The magic skills of the skeletal mages flooded in and gave it the coup de grace. The queen ant was killed almost in an instant. Lin Moyu didn't even have to use Soul Blaze. He didn't get a desert queen ant's egg. Stepping over the corpse of the queen ant, Lin Moyu walked out of the ant colony and entered the territory of the lion men, overlooking the towering castle and the sturdy gate. Lin Moyu has learned that in order to quickly breach the gate, you need siege equipment. Siege equipment isn't sold at the trade office. In order to obtain it, you need to collect materials and find a blacksmith to make it for you, but Lin Moyu is too busy for that. He still used the simple and crude method, that is, the skeletons breaking through the gate. At most, it entails wasting a few more minutes. At this time, it has only been 5 hours since he entered the dungeon, which is more than twice as fast as last time. He can afford to waste this much time. World rank boss, I'm here again. Lin Moyu waved his hand, and the skeletal army rushed forward. After massacring the Lionman warriors and smashing the castle's gate, the skeletal warriors charged into the castle and slaughtered the Lionman monsters inside. The group advanced to the desert tyrant's throne. The tyrant looked at the unremarkable dots, a shade of ridicule and derision in his eyes. Lin Moyu has never seen this kind of gaze in other dungeons. It's as he is self-aware. A new record is about to arise. A thought popped up in Lin Moyu's mind. His initial aim was desert fruits, but since there were no desert fruits, his aim became to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible. Lin Moyu issued the command to eliminate the tyrant. At the same time, he cast Slowing Curse on the tyrant. Then he retreated far away and watched the battle from the roof of a building. The skeletal warriors are level 21, and their 4 attributes have reached 13,500 points. As for the skeletal mages, their spirit attribute has reached 27,000 points. Compared to the previous level, there has been a significant improvement. Their combat power has increased, and their attributes have exceeded those of the tyrant. Apart from skills, the tyrant is at a complete disadvantage in all other aspects. Not to mention that it is 205 against 1. No matter how the tyrant struggles, the outcome is already preordained. After just a dozen plus minutes, the tyrant reluctantly collapsed in front of Lin Moyu once again. It is not far off from his estimation. The leveling speed is almost 10 slower. He didn't clear all the monsters in the desert, and so his EXP has only reached 84. Otherwise, he could have gained more EXP. He left the dungeon through the exit. As soon as he emerged from the dungeon, he was surrounded by people. Moments ago, the bell rang 6 times in a row, and so people rushed into Dungeon Hall once more. When they saw the new record above Tyrant Desert, the onlookers drew in a sharp breath. Lin Moyu, level 21, 6 hours, 11 minutes, and 33 seconds. This speed, it's too scary. It's really a record that won't be beaten even a 100 years later. Boss Lin, can you carry me through the dungeon? Boss Lin, please carry me. Boss Lin, carry me through Tyrant Desert. Just one time. I want to complete the academical mission. Boss Lin, people surrounded Lin Moyu asking to ride his coattails. These people are basically all ordinary students. It is difficult for them to form a party themselves or find a party to raid Tyrant Desert. If they form a party themselves, the level of their equipment and skills will not be optimal, and there won't be a unified command. Under these circumstances, there is a 90 of failure, but now they see hope. Faced with so many requests, Lin Moyu felt a bit strange. What mission? Lin Moyu's words puzzled the crowd. It's the Academy's mission. After enrollment, the Academy will assign a series of missions. Only after completing these missions can you be eligible to join an independent institute, and one of the missions is to clear Tyrant Desert. If you don't complete this mission, you can use contribution points to make up for it. 50 contribution points can make up for failing to clear Tyrant Desert. However, it's very difficult to obtain contribution points. We have been stuck at this mission for a long time. The guys that have entered institutes refuse to carry us. We have tried to form parties ourselves and raid the dungeon, yet the success rate is very low, succeeding only once in a while. We don't want EXP, equipment, nor materials. We don't want anything. We just want to complete the mission. The crowd explained the reason clearly. Lin Moyu listened silently. At this moment, someone suddenly asked, Lin Moyu, how come you don't know about dungeon missions? Yes, this is academical missions, so every student must complete them. Lin Moyu said, I'm a new student. I just arrived at the academy 2 days ago, and the opening ceremony will be held the day after tomorrow. Everyone was stunned. He's actually a new student who has yet to attend the opening ceremony. No wonder he had no knowledge regarding academical missions. He just recently arrived. No wonder he doesn't quite understand anything and needs others to explain things to him. In any case, a new student who just arrived smashed the dungeon mission repeatedly and performed an unprecedented feat of soloing a large-scale dungeon. This is basically history in the making. Following this trend, Lin Moyu might solo all the dungeons in Dungeon Hall. Hell rank difficulty isn't likely to stop him. Perhaps only the super large dungeon may pose some challenge to him. Still in shock, the people proceeded to implore again, Boss Lin, do you need points? We can pay points. Right, we can pay points. We don't want anything, we'll also give you extra points just to complete the mission. Yes, we can give you points. I'll give you 1,000 points. I'll also offer 1,000 points. 1,000 points is not a small amount, nor is it a large amount. These people all have some savings. Lin Moyu needs to pay 2,500 points to raid the dungeon once. Even with his 120,000 plus points, they will eventually run out. Furthermore, he also needs points to purchase equipment and skill scrolls, so the more he has the better. But if he takes them to complete the mission, he can earn 39,000 points at a time. And it won't have any impact on him. Lin Moyu considered it for a moment. It's really a good idea. I can carry you through the mission for 1,000 points per person, but I have a condition. Lin Moyu agreed and everyone showed expressions of elation. Junior Lin, go ahead and say it. We just want to complete the mission, nothing else. That's right, we'll listen to you. Lin Moyu said, if we encounter desert fruits outside the ant colony, you must leave them to me. Everyone present knows about desert fruits. They are the ultimate tool for grinding skills, much better than skill training center. It is quite normal for Lin Moyu to raise such a condition. Don't worry, we will. I don't want desert fruits, I just want to complete the mission. Yes, we just want to complete the mission. Lin Moyu said, all right then, who's coming first? Me, let me go first. I've been stuck at this mission for a year now. I've been stuck for 2 years. Let me come first. The place fell into chaos in an instant. The entire dungeon hall became noisy. Everyone hopes to go first. Lin Moyu frowned at the chaos. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, everyone, be quiet. Shuhan walked out of the crowd and said, everyone, quiet down and line up. Form a queue according to how long you have had the mission, in descending order. Shuhan's words were quite persuasive. Lin Moyu echoed her words, queue up according to how long you have had the mission. Under Shuhan's instructions, everyone quickly lined up. One person after another paid the points and then joined Lin Moyu's party. Shuhan chuckled and said, it was nothing. She knows that Lin Moyu doesn't like to talk, so she took the initiative to help him. Lin Moyu asked, have you completed the mission? Shuhan smiled sweetly, I have, now go raid the dungeon. Don't mind me. Lin Moyu nodded, if there are missions you want to complete in the future, you can come find me. Shuhan smiled happily, all right. When the time comes, you're not allowed to refuse. I won't. When the party was fully formed, Lin Moyu received 39,000 points. His total points surpass 160,000. This manner of earning points is unprecedented. It is not uncommon for parties to carry people through dungeons, but it is usually 1 or 2 people at a time. Well-equipped parties can reduce the number of people needed to raid a dungeon. If the dungeon usually requires of 6 people to be raided, they can reduce the number to 4. Then they can carry 2 people and earn some points. This is quite common in Dungeon Hall. But one carrying 39. This is unheard of. At this time, the party entered the dungeon. In the dungeon, yellow sand extended as far as the eye can see. Stay behind me at all times. Lin Moyu gave a warning. Don't worry, we'll listen to you. We will do whatever you say. If you say to go east, we go east. If you say to crouch, we crouch. When he heard these words, Lin Moyu didn't know whether to be amused or annoyed. He willed, and the skeletal army poured out onto the desert. When the skeletal army appeared, gusts of cold wind rose and the surrounding temperature dropped several degrees. Dang, these are Boss Lin's summons. Undead summons, no wonder his class is called Necromancer. But this number is really exaggerated. So this is Boss Lin's class. It must be a legendary class. I think it should have exceeded the legendary rank. I have never heard of such a class before. There are about 200 summons, both warriors and mages. That's awesome. It's really scary. The people exclaimed one after another. The more timid ones took several steps back and plopped with their butts on the ground. The skeletal army and Lin Moyu had already set off. The people quickly followed suit, words full of wonder surging from their mouths. This has broadened their horizons. It is what they call a one-man army. Soon, the skeletal warriors encountered a desert woodwraith, a super-enhanced elite monster. To them, it is a very powerful being, not much weaker than a leader of a nightmare-ranked dungeon. Even if it's a party of 40, it will take at least half a minute to take it down. It took me and the party I went with last time 2 minutes to take down a desert woodwraith. Same here. With its high physique and strength, this monster is too hard to deal with. Our knights were pushed around like sandbags. I wonder how many of Lin Moyu's skeletons will have to die before they can kill it. Their eyes, the skeletons aren't strong. They gather that several must have died. The skeletal warriors charged toward the desert woodwraith. The desert woodwraith swiftly attacked with its withered tree branches. At the same time, the skeletons brandished their large blades and chopped off the withered tree branches. Then the blades fell on the desert woodwraith lightning fast. At the same time, spells of the skeletal mages arrived one after another. Dozens of spells fell. The desert woodwraith fell to the ground with a scream. Everyone was stunned. This is inconceivable. But the notification that popped up leaves no room for doubt. They really gained EXP. It's over. The fight lasted less than 3 seconds, yet it's already over. Is there some kind of mistake? This is a super enhanced elite monster, yet it was killed just like that. Oh my god, how high are the attributes of Boss Lin's skeletons? When he saw the less than 10,000 EXP, Lin Moyu couldn't help but shake his head. If he were here by himself, he would be able to gain 300,000 EXP, but since he has to share the EXP with 39 other people, he can only earn a few thousand EXP. In turn, however, he gained 39,000 points. This is a worthwhile trade-off. With points, will EXP be an issue? At worst, he can raid the dungeon a few more times by himself. And besides, points can be used to purchase skill scrolls. An elementary skill scroll costs 800 points. An intermediate skill scroll costs 80,000 points. Unlike other classes, there are no skill books nor heritages for Necromancer. He can only gain new skills by relying on skill scrolls. Lin Moyu understands that points are very important to him. Since that's the case, he can only try to earn as much as possible. As the party quickly advanced through the desert, everyone witnessed Lin Moyu's skeletons easily kill desert woodwraiths. In front of Lin Moyu, this kind of monster is nothing. At some point, they reached an oasis. The skeletal warriors ran ahead, followed by a large number of desert scorpions. Lin Moyu ran after them. The class users behind him followed suit. What is Boss Lin trying to do? Dang it, he's drawing so many monsters. There are already over 100, and their number is still increasing. Is he going to use the skeletal mages to kill them in one go? Looks like it. I just noticed, but the wind and ice type skeletal mages have AoE attack skills. The people followed behind Lin Moyu, feeling excited and agitated. After running for 20 minutes, the number of desert scorpions behind the skeletal warriors exceeded 200. Everyone began to feel a bit worried. If the skeletons are defeated, will they have to run for their lives? At that time, their only option will be to leave the dungeon. However, seeing Lin Moyu's indifferent expression, they could only choose to trust him. A tall mountain cliff appeared in front of them. At last, they reached the ant colony. The skeletal warriors finally turned around and engaged in battle with the desert scorpions. Seeing the flood of EXP notifications, the people realized that the combat power of the skeletal warriors has exceeded their imagination by far. If this continues, it's only a matter of time before the desert scorpions are all killed. But in this case, there really wasn't any need to draw them together. Yet when they reached the battlefield, Lin Moyu raised his palm. Skill, corpse explosion. Along with a blare, yellow sand shot into the air and then pelted the ground. Subsequently, explosions sounded one after another, and the drizzle of yellow sand turned into a rainstorm. The sudden loud noises startled everyone. Some even plopped with their butts on the ground. Is this lightning? Where did the explosions come from? What's going on ahead? Look at your EXP. Someone shouted. EXP notifications popped up like crazy. The desert scorpions died in batches. When the yellow sand in the air dispersed, they finally saw clearly in front of them. The desert scorpions have all died. Too fast. How did he do that? When we arrived just now, there were at least 200 desert scorpions. Why did they die in the blink of an eye? Those explosions must have been caused by his skill. The power is tremendous. That was scary. No wonder Lin Moyu was able to clear the dungeon so quickly. This skill is dreadful. Lin Moyu proceeded forward, not paying attention to their words. Subsequently, he saw the patches of cacti, but there were no desert fruits this time either. Bai Yiyuan was right. The probability of desert fruits appearing is indeed not high. The skeletons quickly cleared the young ants at the entrance of the ant colony. Lin Moyu said to the others, "Stay here. I'll call you when all the monsters in the colony are cleared." As he spoke, the skeletal warriors have already rushed in. Okay, we'll wait here. Boss Lin, take your time. Don't worry about us. It's only been 3+ hours since they entered the dungeon. This speed has exceeded their imagination. Other parties often take around a dozen hours to reach this stage. Moreover, Lin Moyu is still carrying 39 people. This is something unbelievable. Lin Moyu entered the ant colony alone. The others stayed outside. They looked at each other, not knowing what to do. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, someone suddenly said, "Why don't we go draw over a monster to fight? Don't be reckless. There aren't any monsters here that are easy to deal with." Seeing how easily Lin Moyu killed them, the monsters don't seem to be as difficult to deal with as I imagined. There is no comparison between you and him. We are both class users, so even if there is a gap, it shouldn't be too great. After a bout of debate, everyone finally decided to draw over a young ant to fight. Several knights came forward, buffed by supports. They cautiously entered the ant colony through a different entrance than Lin Moyu. Soon the knights ran back, followed by 2 young ants. We accidentally lured over 2 small ants. Healers, prepare to cast heal. Mages, warriors, archers, get ready for battle. The knights shouted as they ran. After reaching the skill range of the healers, they turned around and began attacking the young ants. At the same time, they didn't forget to release the knight's signature skill, Taunt. The attention of the young ants was completely focused on them. Skills cast by the others greeted the young ants one after another. At this time, a young ant collided with a knight. With a bang, the knight was pushed away by tremendous force. The terrifying force shook him to his bones. What a powerful attack. Healers use heal. The healers immediately treated the knight. The second attack of the young ant followed, and the knight was knocked back again. I'll be damned, why is it so strong? Damage dealers. Where are the damage dealers? Stop shouting and focus on fighting. Continue to tie the monsters down. We're attacking it as we speak. The knight fell silent. He did indeed see a large number of attacks falling on the young ant, but it didn't seem to have much effect. He looked to the side and saw that the other knight's situation was no better. He finally realized that just because Lin Moyu can deal with these monsters so easily doesn't mean that they also can. Their party's level is varied, and the same is true for their equipment and skills. It is basically a disjointed mess that can hardly function. After several minutes of tremendous effort, they eventually killed the 2 young ants. The knight plopped with his butts on the ground, panting heavily. That was really difficult. The monsters here are too abnormal. It's harder here than any dungeon I've been to. No bullshit. Otherwise, there would be no need for a party of 40 to raid the dungeon. Large-scale dungeons are no joke. It's better to stay put and wait for Boss Lin to call us. I won't move even if you kill me. Fortunately, there were only 2 just now. If there were one more, I suspect we would have been wiped out. Lin Moyu saw the EXP notifications and roughly guessed what they were doing. They can't stay still. He paid them no more attention. If these people are tired of living, it's none of his business. After the baptism of the 2 young ants, the 39 people finally stayed put, not daring to act recklessly. If it were 2 worker ants instead, their group would likely have been annihilated. Thinking about it, to sit back and wait for things to be over, doesn't that sound nice? After all, since they have paid points, they should sit still and wait comfortably. He entered the ant colony a dozen-plus minutes ago. Why hasn't he killed a single monster yet? Needless to say, he must be drawing the monsters. We've seen it before. Indeed, it is much more efficient this way. The words just fell when notifications welled up like crazy, their frequency even higher than before. EXP suddenly jumped up by a chunk. As I said, he was drawing the monsters. Compared to just killing them one by one, this is indeed much faster. He should have arrived at the boss room. I heard that the ant colony's boss monster is an extremely powerful queen ant. I've also heard of it. The queen ant is even more powerful than a nightmare rank boss of the same level. The key is that unless you deal enough damage, the queen ant will heal herself again and again. If it's him, she should not pose a problem. Lin Moyu naturally had no idea what they were saying, nor did he know that the queen ant could heal herself continuously. In front of him, the queen ant only had one chance to use the skill Huddle. She will die before the skill's cooldown period is up. If Lin Moyu's offensive were stronger, perhaps the queen ant wouldn't even have the chance to use Huddle in the first place. Since this is the 3rd time he came here, Lin Moyu is already familiar with the place. He waltzed in as if an old friend coming over for a visit. The people outside the ant colony made conjectures regarding how long it will take Lin Moyu to deal with the queen ant. Someone said half an hour, others said 20 minutes, and yet others said 40 minutes. After 20 minutes, a series of notifications welled up once again, and this time the notifications lasted longer. They looked at the information in shock. Dang it, that's so many monsters. No wonder his leveling speed is so fast. That's a lot of monsters. The EXP we each gain is only 1/40th of the total amount, yet it's still this much. If he had gobbled up all this EXP by himself, if he keeps pushing like this, I reckon it will take him less than a month to go from level 20 to level 30. No, it's more like less than half a month. EXP rose continuously, and notifications flooded in without stop. This lasted for over half an hour. At last, the mobs in the ant colony have been wiped out. Subsequently, after just 1 minute, they received a notification that the queen ant had been killed. It took Lin Moyu about an hour to sweep clean the ant colony. A large chunk of time was spent due to the queen ant using her skills Huddle and Summon Ants. If it weren't for these skills, Lin Moyu would be able to end the battle in 5 minutes at most. A few minutes later, a skeleton ran out of the ant colony, showing the others the way. After going through the ant colony, everyone arrived at the desert territory that belongs to the lionmen. The 2 parts of the desert separated by the mountain have completely different atmospheres. The atmosphere here is full of oppression, and the air here is even hotter. Soon, a magnificent castle came into view. This is the Lionman Castle. Lionman Tyrant, king of the Lionmen, world rank boss, is located in the center of the castle. So many Lionman monsters, it's an army. The skeletal warriors charged forward and engaged in a fierce battle with the Lionman warriors. Boom! As an explosion sounded, the Lionman warriors suffered heavy casualties. Lin Moyu's progress speed is extraordinary, terrifyingly so. However, this time they finally saw what his skill is all about. I see it's a skill to detonate corpses. Exactly. By detonating a corpse, he can kill the monsters nearby. What an amazing skill. Lin Moyu doesn't mind others knowing about his skill. After all, he has showcased his skill in battle space before. When the new students coming from all over the Empire arrive at the Academy the day after tomorrow, information about his skill will spread quickly. It is impossible to hide it. In the first place, he never intended to hide anything. If they know, so be it. It doesn't matter. The Lionman warriors outside the city were quickly eliminated. The skeletons once again braved the rain of arrows and launched a fierce attack against the castle's gate. Everyone's eyebrows jumped up at this scene. His skeletons can even be used in sieges like this. Why is he attacking the gate directly and not using siege equipment? I think he's just too lazy for that. Those skeletons are too strong. Not only is their strength terrific, but the same is also true for their defense. His class is too strong. Along the way, Lin Moyu shocked them again and again. At the beginning, he instantly killed monsters, then killed groups of monsters, and now smashed the castle's gate. Everything was smooth and straightforward. Two words come to mind: sweeping suppression. A few minutes later, the gate was destroyed. The lion men inside were killed in the blink of an eye. Stay back and watch from the out wall. Doing otherwise would be suicidal. This time, everyone listened and stayed on the out wall obediently, not daring to get close. From the out wall, they can see the lionman tyrant sitting on the throne in the center of the castle. I'll be damned. So this is the lionman tyrant, at last. I used to just hear about him, but now I can finally see him in the flesh. As expected of a world-rank boss, he looks really awesome. It is said that a party of 40 will take at least a few hours to kill him. I wonder how long it will take Lin Moyu. It shouldn't take too long. They weren't quite sure, though they felt that Lin Moyu has been quite relaxed the whole time. Lin Moyu also stopped a distance away. The skeletal warriors and skeletal mages stepped forward and freely engaged in combat. He just watched quietly, even looking a bit bored. This scene left everyone speechless. With such attitude, can anyone beat a boss? It's as if he were looking down on the world boss. At this time, the skeletons have already engaged the tyrant. The tyrant brandished his giant axe repeatedly, sweeping away the skeletal warriors. The skeletal warriors ran back one after another and continued their attacks. The skeletal mages stood a distance away like batteries, raining down magic attacks on the tyrant. The tyrant doesn't seem to be all that. I feel like I can take it down with ease. If you're tired of living, be my guest. With your abilities, it will be over in one go. I'm afraid you won't even get the chance to leave the dungeon. Forget it, I was just joking. Everyone knows how powerful the tyrant is. With their equipment, if they go up, only death will await them. It's better to watch from afar. After just 15 minutes, the tyrant collapsed again in front of Lin Moyu. At the moment of the tyrant's death, the communicator of the 39 people who were carried through the dungeon received a message: mission completed. They all cheered with joy. It's over at last. I was stuck for 2 years, 2 whole years. These people were stuck at the mission for over 1 year to 2 years. Their joy at this moment can't be understood by others. It's an unimaginable happiness. Some even cried with joy. Lin Moyu saw their unusual behavior and roughly understood. The people who can enter Xiajing Academy are all geniuses who stood out in the great examination, are the envy of everyone. However, after entering Xiajing Academy, they realize that they are just ordinary students. In the academy, there are students who have received better education and resources from the various institutes ever since they were children. These students are stronger and more amazing than them. They were no longer hailed as geniuses, and a strong sense of loss took root inside them, making them feel uncomfortable. Some true geniuses will stand out from among them. They will break away from the category of ordinary students, enter independent institutes, and eventually even join top institutes, becoming true scions. On the other hand, the rest of the ordinary students will be struggling with missions, thinking about how to graduate. At this point, life changed and took different paths. Due to limited resources, what the Academy wants is to find the true scions and then pour more resources into them. After all, it is better to have one top powerhouse than 100 or 1,000 ordinary class users. After the mission was completed, the 39 people left the dungeon one after another. As for the equipment that the tyrant dropped, it's none of their concern. They were only interested in completing the mission. This time, there was no new record. It took nearly 7 hours to get through the dungeon. The group appeared in Dungeon Hall. The news of their success spread like wildfire. At this time, there was a long queue in Dungeon Hall, extending from the entrance of Tyrant Desert all the way to the outside of the hall. When he came out, Lin Moyu was startled by this sight. How come there are so many people? There are more than 100 people. Shuhan has a gentle smile on her face. You're out. Lin Moyu made a sound of assent and then asked, why are there so many people? Those are people who wish to clear the dungeon. After hearing about you from their friends, they rushed over. They've been stuck at this mission for a long time. Shuhan said with a smile, there are so many people. If he carries them all, he'll be able to earn more than 100,000 points. However, that would take a lot of time. After 2 consecutive dungeon raids lasting a dozen-plus hours, he already felt exhausted. Shuhan saw through Lin Moyu's thoughts, and a bottle appeared in her hand. Are you tired? You can use this. Fatigue potion can restore stamina and eliminate fatigue, effective for 24 hours. Long-term use is not recommended. Shuhan smiled and said, after taking the fatigue potion, you won't feel tired anymore. However, it's not recommended to use it for a protracted period of time. It's okay to take it occasionally. There's actually such a thing as well. He has never seen such a thing in the trade office. This is a potion is extremely hard to come by. It costs 500 points per bottle. Do you want a few bottles? Shuhan smiled brilliantly, squinting her big beautiful eyes into a line as if an expert salesman. After going through 2 consecutive dungeon raids lasting more than 13 hours, he is indeed tired. Following Shuhan's sales pitch, Lin Moyu bought 6 bottles of fatigue potion. After drinking a bottle, he felt as he was bathing in a hot spring. All his exhaustion was swept away. He felt more refreshed than after a good night of sleep. Shuhan blinked her eyes. How is it? Pretty good, right? Pretty good indeed. When she heard Lin Moyu's assent, Shuhan was very happy. The 500 points were well spent. Now you can continue to carry people through the dungeon. There are still many people waiting. The queue seems to have become longer. There were people joining at the back. One carry, he can earn 39,000 points. This is quite profitable. Lin Moyu wants to go into the dungeon, primarily to obtain desert fruits and secondarily to earn EXP. He really wants to find desert fruits again and max out several of his skills. Moments later, Lin Moyu brought another group of 39 people into the dungeon. Although there were 39 fewer people, but the queue not only did not become shorter, but it even showed signs of becoming longer. The people who cleared the dungeon called friends, urging them to come quickly and do the mission. Such an opportunity may not come again. At the same time, information regarding Lin Moyu has spread. At Bailey Institute, Bailey Sheng received this information. He pounded a stone table, as if it were a stand-in for someone. It turns out he has an AoE attack skill that uses corpses to deal damage. He also has a skeletal army with exceptionally high attributes. That is to say, so long as his summoning skills are restricted and there are no corpses around, Lin Moyu is basically a good-for-nothing. Every class has its weaknesses, and this is where his weaknesses lie. Bailey Sheng analyzed Lin Moyu's information, a look of resentment in his eyes. Lin Moyu not only thoroughly embarrassed him, but also caused the reputation of Bailey Institute to plummet. If it weren't for Lin Moyu, then the new record of Tyrant Desert would have belonged to Bailey Institute, and they might even have gained the tyrant's heart. He was very eager to get the boss accessory. In his opinion, Lin Moyu robbed him of many things. However, due to his identity and position, he can't take action against Lin Moyu. At the same time, he was also envious of Lin Moyu's class and skills. Lin Moyu's skills are too powerful. After pondering for a moment, Bailey Sheng said, go find Ling Zhen of Qianlong Institute. Tell him I have something to talk to him about. In Dungeon Hall, after 7 hours, Lin Moyu cleared the dungeon once again. After drinking a bottle of fatigue potion, he no longer felt fatigued and even felt energized. Not only was his physical fatigue washed away, but the same was also true for his mental fatigue. This potion is really miraculous. Concoctors who can make this potion are quite amazing. In that case, let's continue. There were still over 30 hours left until the opening ceremony. If he is fast enough, Lin Moyu can carry people through the dungeon another 5 times. That's nearly 200,000 points. During these 5 times, he might be able to encounter desert fruits once again. Lin Moyu looked around and realized that Shuhan has already left. She probably went back to have a rest, he thought to himself. Lin Moyu proceeded to collect points and then entered the dungeon with a party. He raided the dungeon again and again. The day before the opening ceremony, new students from all over the empire arrived at Ziyajing Academy one after another. The academy has arranged many older students to guide them, complete the necessary procedures, and then take them on a tour of the academy. With a student a year their senior serving as their guide, Zia Zhu and several other new students toured Ziyajing Academy together, enjoying the academy's beautiful scenery. As the #1 academy of Shengxia Empire, Ziyajing Academy is grand and majestic. Other academies don't come even close to it. After touring the academy, Zia Zhu returned to her dormitory. Unlike Lin Moyu, who splurged on a single room, she's staying in a double room. As a mage-type class user, Zia Zhu has to meditate on a regular basis, and it is best not to be disturbed during meditation. A 4-person room would be too noisy. A single room is too expensive. Therefore, after weighing things, she chose a double room. After all, she has less than 10,000 points. She can't spend them recklessly. The double room costs 1,000 points per month, making her feel a bit distressed. During the Great Examination, she gained 7,600 points. Furthermore, as she was ranked second in her province, she was awarded another 2,000 points. She has a total of 9,600 points. At the time of her departure, Zia Dingyang, her father, warned her repeatedly to save points, to not use points when gold coins can be used. This gave Zhu an idea about how difficult it is to earn points. In the academical trade office, there are so many good things, but unfortunately they all require points. I can't buy them. I really envy that guy. He has over 30,000 points. I wonder how many points the Imperial top scorer is awarded. It should be a lot. According to Principal Lu, Lin Moyu arrived at Zhaijing Academy a few days ago. I wonder how he has been doing these past few days. With his abilities, he should be able to do very well. Imperial top scorer. That's really remarkable. Thinking of Lin Moyu's performance in battle space, Zhu felt it was outrageous. At the same time, she was happy for Lin Moyu. At this point, she no longer intends to compete with Lin Moyu. The difference between the two is just too great. She can admit defeat, but only in her heart. Such words will never come out of her mouth. That's enough. I shouldn't think about him anymore. Anyway, he will surely appear at the opening ceremony tomorrow. All of a sudden, the door opened and her roommate arrived. Zhu's eyes lit up. It's you. Zhu looked at Zhu in a daze, and then a happy shade appeared in her eyes. What a coincidence. To become roommates with someone from the same province, that's quite fortunate. Lin Moyu carried people through the dungeon over and over again, and the lineman tyrant fell in front of him time and time again. He went completely overboard. If it were not for the fact he can only occupy one spot on the ranking, the dungeon's top 3 spots would have become his, all practically unsurpassable. Lin Moyu has been in Dungeon Hall for 2 days now and has carried others through the dungeons a total of 5 times. He is now preparing for the 6th time. This is the last time. He should be finished at around 7 o'clock in the morning. The opening ceremony will be held at 9 o'clock in the morning. He looked at the queue. There are still 35 people left. Once he carries these people through the dungeon, he will be done. After collecting points and forming a party, everyone quickly teleported into the dungeon. For Lin Moyu, this is the 8th time he has entered Tyrant Desert. Except for the first time, he hasn't encountered desert fruits until now. I hope there will be desert fruits this time. In Bai Yiyuan's small courtyard house, Ning Taran looked angrily at Bai Yiyuan. The kid you favor is too reckless. What's the matter? Bai Yiyuan showed a strange expression. Lin Moyu is a calm and collected character, so there's no way he would act recklessly. Meng Anwen is also present. He poured a cup of tea for Ning Taran. Old Ning, take it easy. Have some tea and speak slowly. Ning Taran said grumpily, the kid is in Dungeon Hall, carrying people through Tyrant Desert. Bai Yiyuan said strangely, isn't that quite normal? Such things happen all the time, but he's carrying 39 people at a time. Ning Taran snorted. The people who have been stuck at the mission in recent years are now completing it. Bai Yiyuan slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. To come up with this idea, the kid is good. How much is he charging? I hope it's not too low. Ning Taran's eyes widened. You're driving me crazy. Old Bai, it's not like you don't know the purpose of the missions set by the Academy. The Academy intends to use missions, especially large-scale dungeon missions, to screen out outstanding talents. People who are stuck at dungeon missions have issues. Either their strength is lacking good, or their character is no good. There are always various problems. Bai Yiyuan drank his tea, of course I know, but so what? The rules set by the Academy have no provision that prohibits carrying. His actions are within the scope of the rules. Old Ning, if you are dissatisfied, you can search through the Academy's rules and regulations to see if Lin Moyu has violated any of them. Ning Taran's beard and eyebrows stood up on end. He really can't come up with a rule that Lin Moyu has violated. Bai Yiyuan continued, I have long since been dissatisfied with these missions. Over the years, many good seedlings have been stuck because they are not good at socializing and can't find a party. You must know this as well. In fact, I think that young Lin did a very good deed. The Academy system really needs to be reformed. Ning Taran was furious, his head already ablaze. Meng Anwen drank tea and said slowly, the Academy system is too antiquated. The system was established hundreds of years ago. It is indeed high time for reform. Ning Taran took 3 sips of tea in a row, yet still wasn't able to suppress the fire inside of him. He got up and said angrily, you two are hand in glove. Bai Yiyuan chuckled, despite your age, that temper of yours is still the same. In any case, let me tell you this, if you dare touch Lin Moyu, I will tear Dungeon Hall apart. The corners of Ning Taran's mouth twitched, aware that Bai Yiyuan will really do it. If it weren't for the fact that Bai Yiyuan wants to cultivate Lin Moyu, he would have already stopped Lin Moyu. Ning Taran left with a huff. Meng Anwen chuckled and said, old Ning's temper remains unchanged. Bai Yiyuan was unconcerned. A leopard can't change its spots. There's only one person in the world who can handle him. Meng Anwen naturally knows who Bai Yiyuan is talking about. He couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile.